in a dilapidated village. It had lost its original beauty, ravaged for half a month now, and I still haven't left this godforsaken place. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. That damn old man. He harmed me on purpose, secretly setting a trap to reveal my whereabouts, ambushed and heavily injured by the demon race. In front of him lay a forest. I must quickly think of a way to restore my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll never be able to return to Earth, let alone take revenge. But right now, my cultivation is completely gone. I can't even make it out of this mountain. I basically can't protect myself. Zhang Fan closed his eyes and prayed. I hope that demon beast doesn't chase me here. But reality slapped him in the face. A sharp fawn growled behind his back. It was a giant tiger spirit. It laughed and said, "Human cultivator, keep running. Go on, keep running. Damn it, this red flame fox demon still caught up to you." The red flame fox demon walked arrogantly towards him, mocking, "Your spiritual roots are damaged. Your spiritual power has dissipated. You finally have your day. How are you any different from a mortal now?" Zhang Fan held his head and wailed. "Am I going to die here today? I'm still single. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet." At this moment, the system alerted. Detected host encountering a demon beast. Danger coefficient rising. Unlocking Invincible system. Sword domain, centered on the manor. Sword domain range. Invincible sword Dao. Destroying heaven and earth. Within the range of the Invincible sword domain, any precious sword, spirit sword, or even a divine sword must submit to the host. Zhang Fan's eyes welled up with tears. 3 years. It's been 3 whole years. Finally, 2 streams of tears rolled down the young man's cheeks. 3 years. 3 whole years. Do you know how I've lived for the past 3 years? System, if you're this powerful, why didn't you appear sooner? Seeing him ignoring it, the red flame fox demon roared in anger. Dare to ignore this seat? You scoundrel. It tried to look majestic and imposing. But unfortunately, our Zhang Fan completely ignored it. It was so angry it caught fire and lunged at Zhang Fan again, only to see Zhang Fan gently extend a finger. A stream of blue energy emitted from his hand. It was sword chi. He lifted his finger. The red flame fox demon was immediately lifted into the air. Its massive body flew high up, then fell heavily to the ground. That must have hurt. Zhang Fan utilized the move to control sword chi, preparing to show off just how powerful the Invincible sword domain was. The red flame fox demon roared in defiance. "Impossible. You clearly look like a mortal." It opened its huge mouth and lunged at Zhang Fan. You cultivator scum." Zhang Fan remained calm, hand gripping a precious sword to meet the attack. A simple sword strike immediately sent the red flame fox demon flying. A stream of energy enveloped it, causing it to scream miserably in unbearable pain. The sword chi pierced straight into the sky. The force seemed to penetrate the earth's crust. The light shot straight into the clouds, tearing the sky apart, creating a black hole. Light penetrated through to the space on the other side. In the light, a bronze cauldron appeared. Looking from below, a circular ring of light appeared in the distant sky, on a desolate planet, in the outer regions of the universe. The bronze cauldron was floating aimlessly. Suddenly, it was pulled down by a powerful force, falling into another world. At the soul-suppressing devil cave, a skeleton stepped out from this world and was torn apart. He was only bones left, covered by a layer of demonic energy. How is this possible? 10,000 sword immortal venerable stood atop the tower, looking towards the vast ocean. Seeing the light falling from the sky, he said, "Heavenly sword breaks the sky. This is the supreme way of the sword. Is this the legendary supreme way of the sword? This is the human realm." Someone tore the sky curtain. "Why is something falling down?" The man pointed at the falling cauldron and said, "Quick, all disciples, move out. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find it for me." The crack in the sky was also gradually healing. A master spoke. "This is the final seal left by the Ling Xian Immortal Emperor, used to isolate this world. Now it has been destroyed. But is this world really ready?" He looked into the distance with worry. Zhang Fan was also amazed by his own ability. "My God, did I just break the sky?" System notification. Host has destroyed the fox demon. Received 400 sword domain points. Also received a starter gift pack. He asked suspiciously, "Sword domain points?" The system explained. The so-called sword domain points are energy points used to expand the coverage of the invincible sword domain. Every time 100 sword domain points are consumed, the invincible sword domain will increase by 1 meter. He clapped his hands, so that's how it is. Destroying the fox demon. The coverage of the invincible sword domain has increased by 14 meters. It's a pity the coverage is too small. He selected the starter gift pack. Use gift pack. Congratulations, host. The coverage of the invincible sword domain has increased by 10 meters. Current range is 24 meters. Invincible sword domain has been upgraded to level 1. Unlock skill. All things as swords. All things as swords. Sounds very magical. It seems that every tree here, every blade of grass can become my sword. He reached out and picked a leaf to test it. Tossed the leaf into the air. Used sword chi to slash towards the leaf. Powerful force shattered the leaf and simultaneously spread behind it. Dust flew everywhere. Indeed, powerful. Invincible sword domain. All things as swords really lives up to its reputation. But system, what is going on with the crack in the sky? The system replied, "Congratulations, host, on achieving a great feat. Breaking the heavenly dome, separating the worlds. This world has been exposed to the 3,000 other worlds. Spiritual energy has increased significantly. Immortals and devils from the outer realms can now use this rift to come here." Zhang Fan raised his hand, putting on a cool expression. "You mean, I destroyed the protective shell of this world?" The sky cracked open with a rather large rift. Zhang Fan panicked a little. "So what do I do now? Can this rift be repaired?" The system answered him. "The heavenly Tao of this world will automatically repair it, but it can no longer stop the invasion of immortals and devils. Master, please protect yourself." Hearing this, Zhang Fan frowned and said, "Protect myself? Tell me, how am I supposed to protect myself when I've lost all my cultivation?" Then Zhang Fan turned and walked away. Thinking about it is useless now. Next, he took out a small piece of wood. Let's test the effect the sword domain brings. He focused his power into his fingertips. All right, let's try. The wood suddenly deformed. It slowly curled at the top, then turned into a human head. Done. Zhang Fan looked happily at the wood carved into a human face. Extremely beautiful and exquisite. He felt very satisfied. Indeed, powerful. Not only is the force strong, but the precision is also very high. Then Zhang Fan asked the system, "Is the sword domain fixed? Why do I feel like the sword domain cannot move?" The system replied, "Initially, the sword domain is fixed at the system's starting point. Cannot be changed. Cannot be moved. The host can expand the range and increase the level through sword domain points. If you leave the sword domain range without permission, the host will lose all power. Host, please arrange accordingly." Hearing this, Zhang Fan gradually understood, meaning as long as I take one step out of the manor, I will immediately turn into a weak chicken. Moreover, 1,000 sword domain points can only increase the range by 10 meters. How many demon beasts do I have to kill to achieve that? Zhang Fan scratched his head. He cried out but then calmed down. "Let's go. I am starving. Heaven never bars one's way. I can only wander around. Pick some mushrooms to eat to stave off hunger. Let's change location. A group of people holding weapons. We're chasing a ferocious beast. Don't let it escape." That demon beast was extremely furious. "You insects, still clinging like leeches? Chasing for 10 miles, is it not enough yet? I'm the dignified Night King. If not for that bastard sneaking up on me, causing me heavy injuries, I would have swallowed you all long ago." After running for a while, the Night King saw a figure appear ahead. It quietly hid behind a bush, observed for a moment, discovered there were no spiritual energy fluctuations. "It's a mortal." This mortal was cooking a pot of fragrant soup. Just scooped a spoonful to his mouth. Tears flowed. "Half a day, only picked a few mushrooms. If only there was meat, that would be good." Seeing the person in front, the Night King couldn't hold back his rumbling stomach. "Might as well eat this brat to replenish my stamina." The thought just flashed, and it immediately acted, lunging towards the person. "Human, lend me your body for a bit." That mortal was completely unaware. 4 eyes met with the Night King, but it suddenly stopped. Wait, his eyes, what? It originally thought it would see fear. But Zhang Fan revealed a look of greed. 2 eyes shining brightly. Muttering, "There's meat." He immediately swung the ladle, striking towards it. The Night King was caught off guard, knocked flying away. What? What hit me? Felt like being crushed by a mountain. Does this brat also have a magic treasure? Zhang Fan stepped forward, picking up the soup ladle, eyes wide with surprise. I'm the dignified Night King. Yet I was defeated by a ladle. At this moment, the people chasing it earlier also arrived. Monster, let's see where you run now. The Night King lay on the ground, no longer having the strength to struggle. Zhang Fan asked at this moment, "What's going on?" The green-haired girl pointed at Zhang Fan, shouting loudly, "Who are you? Daring to snatch our prey?" Zhang Fan calmly closed his eyes, hand constantly twirling the soup ladle. Suddenly his power increased incessantly, as if wanting to blow everyone away. They realized the situation wasn't right, immediately signaling each other to retreat. That brown-haired young man was sweating profusely. Lips trembling, he said, "All things as swords." He pointed at the bewildered Zhang Fan. It really is all things as swords. These people were terrified by the strength of the person in front of them. How is this possible? Who exactly is he? Could he be a hidden expert? The green-haired girl immediately asked her senior brother. What's wrong? He explained. Just now, he used a supreme divine technique. All things as swords. That is a realm that even the elders of the Holy Sword Sect have never comprehended. The person busy scooping soup put down the ladle, heaving a sigh of relief, because the food was still there. Indeed, an expert. After the incident ended, looking at the expressions of those people, Zhang Fan thought to himself, what are these people afraid of? Then he stepped forward and asked, are you reinforcements here to save this dog? The young man, named Duan, replied, we are chasing this dog. He also revealed, this is a very strong demon beast. Otherwise, it couldn't have escaped our hands. Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought, they all have faint sword chi fluctuations on them. Seems they are all sword cultivators. Just don't know what their background is. So he boldly asked, may I ask who you are? The young man, named Duan, introduced himself first. Azure Sword Sect, Duen Toven. Greetings, young master. Then he pointed to the 2 girls beside him and said, these 2 are my junior sisters. The green-haired girl continued, Azure Sword Sect, Murong Mulan. Greetings, young master. The pink-haired girl beside her was named Kai Siwu. She politely said, we offended you just now. Hope young master doesn't blame us. Duan Tuan respectfully explained to him, just now the situation was urgent, causing a conflict with young master. It was truly unavoidable. Hope for your forgiveness. Zhang Fan looked at them in surprise, apologizing after just a moment. Since when are sword cultivators so easy to talk to? That Night King demon was beaten to a pulp, lying still on the ground. He looked to the side, hands on his hips, said, how do we handle this dog? Duan Tuan politely clasped his hands and said, naturally, it belongs to Senior. Disturbing you today was presumptuous. Hope Senior forgives us. We will visit another day. In his heart, he knew this person's strength was unfathomable. He quickly led the 2 girls away, mouth still muttering, go quickly, run fast. Suddenly Zhang Fan called them back, saying, wait a moment. If you hadn't chased this dog, it wouldn't have run to me. I can't take other people's things. Quickly, take it. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Fan quickly walked to the girls, handing things to them. Duan Tuan clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Senior. Zhang Fan waved goodbye. Take care. No seeing you off. Such good meat can't be wasted. The sky was blue as if washed clean. In the air appeared a giant eagle, carrying a large cauldron. It was the heavenly rock demon emperor. It laughed triumphantly. Divine artifact descends to the mortal world. Finally, it falls into my hands. This heavenly rock demon emperor. Wait until I refine this divine cauldron. The entire cultivation world will have to kneel at my feet. Suddenly, it saw something. Exclaimed, isn't that the Night King? The Night King was motionless at this time, seeing Zhang Fan in the distance starting a fire. It guessed he wants to roast the Night King to eat. Damn it, this mortal dares to eat even a demon king. The heavenly rock demon emperor began to descend, preparing to land on the ground. Roaring human. Accept your death. It had just descended not far from the ground, when it was suddenly hit by a force. Its eyes widened. Exclaim what? Successive moves swept past the heavenly rock demon emperor, making it suffer unspeakably. Result, it still took a hit, falling from the sky. At this time, Zhang Fan looked up at the sky. What's the commotion up there? Boom! A loud noise. The heavenly rock demon emperor and the bronze cauldron fell to the ground together. Zhang Fan's jaw dropped. Stunned, what is going on? A bird in a pot fell from the sky. System notification. Killed demon emperor. Received 40,000 sword domain points. Invincible sword domain upgraded to level 2. Range increased by 424 meters. He walked over. Poke its eye. See if there's any reaction. This giant bird is actually a level 7 demon emperor. Such a big rock bird, one pot can't hold it all. He thought, seems this guy crashed into the sword domain on his own. A demon emperor just died inexplicably like this. The invincible sword domain is truly too terrifying. 2. He laughed and said, I like it. Just happened to gift me a pot. Not eating roast dog meat today. Eating rock stew with mushrooms instead. A moment later, the Night King also woke up. It held its head, crying out in pain. Ouch. Head hurts so much. Seems I was knocked out by someone just now. Right. It was that damn mortal. I definitely must. Before it could finish speaking, it saw the scene in front of it. Immediately exclaimed, Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor, Your Highness. Why are you here? Looking at the Demon Emperor again. Only a head remained. The mortal beside him was cooking something. It screamed in terror, causing Zhang Fan to turn his head, also staring wide-eyed in surprise. Seeing this scene, the Night King was momentarily stunned, thinking, how is this possible? The Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor was taken by this mortal to make soup. Moreover, isn't this the cauldron that just fell from the sky? Almost smashed me to death. This guy dares to use the cauldron as a pot for soup. It's over. It's over. This brat is basically not human, but a terrifying cultivator. A peerless powerhouse. Suddenly it realized, wait, does this brat intend to eat me after eating the 9 Heavens Demon Emperor? Will he make me into soup too? What do I do? What do I do? It desperately guarded against Zhang Fan. The Night King fell into a dangerous situation. How do I survive this calamity next? Seeing its wary expression, Zhang Fan thought, this dog is probably some kind of demon beast too. Why did it become stupid after waking up? Thinking of this, he turned away, ignoring it. As long as it tastes good, he raised the giant cleaver. Said, this manor is full of demons inside and out. I can't go out. Such a big piece of dog meat can't be missed. The Night King screamed in fear. Dog language translated. Don't come over. My meat isn't tasty. Don't force me to fight you to the death. Zhang Fan was a little surprised. He walked towards it even more excitedly. The Night King broke out in a cold sweat. It barked and cried. Don't eat me. I haven't lived enough yet. I still have unfulfilled wishes. I surrender. I surrender. Not finished yet. It rolled over and over, pretending to be pitiful, saying, don't eat me, please. Boo-hoo. I don't want to die. Zhang Fan guessed. Is this dog begging for mercy? He suddenly slammed the knife onto the cutting board. Rolling around? Just right. I'm missing a watchdog. You stay here and guard the house for me. Hearing this, the Night King felt somewhat relieved about its life. But now it was a matter of self-esteem. It cried inwardly, I'm the dignified Demon King, yet treated as a watchdog by a human. Zhang Fan happily said, since I'm letting you stay. Naturally, I can't let you go hungry. After speaking, he threw a bone in front of it, adding, this is the Demon Emperor's skull bone. For you, you silly dog. Enjoy it. Hearing this, the Night King was furious inside. Still want me to gnaw on the Demon Emperor's bone? This is too much bullying. Zhang Fan was happily waiting for it to gnaw the bone. So, the Night King thought it over and gave in. Better to be a watchdog than a dead dog. Before stuffing it into its mouth, it managed to say a few sentences. Boo-hoo, Your Highness Heavenly Rock Demon Emperor. I am sorry. Just took one bite and smelled the aroma, drool. The scene shifted to another place. The scenery here was extremely majestic. Each palace sat on a giant floating rock. In the center was a giant sword, like the source of energy controlling everything. Here, at this moment, 2-1. Kai Si-woo and Murong Mulan had returned. They bowed respectfully first. Master. Master was meditating. Around him were yin-yang patterns. Beside him were other elders. Hearing the call, he slowly opened his eyes. Tu-wen, Mulan, Si-woo, why have you returned? Tu-wen then recounted the events from beginning to end. Disciples were ordered to go to the 100,000 Great Mountains to search for divine weapons. Although we didn't find them, we met a peerless powerhouse who comprehended all things as swords. Perhaps he can help us suppress the blood demon. Hearing this, the master was extremely surprised. All things as swords. How is that possible? Nonsense. The 10 Miles wilderness is occupied by monsters. Extremely dangerous. How could there be a peerless expert living in seclusion? Even if there was a peerless expert living there. I'm a void refinement sword cultivator. Wouldn't I be able to sense it? Tu wen fium lia fiumed. Disciple dares not deceive master. Every word is the truth. Hope master examines clearly. Hearing too when sincere words. Master sighed, calmed his emotions. Then he said, Tu wen, do you know that our Azure Sword Sect has been passed down for 10,000 years? To this day, only 3 sword cultivators have reached the deity transformation realm, about to comprehend sword intent. As for all things as swords, this is a realm that even the first Sect master could not reach. Kai Si-woo continued for 2-1. But we truly felt the supreme sword intent on him. Master lost his composure. Angrily said, you 3 are only in the foundation establishment realm. Everything looks powerful to you. Sword intent is not cabbage in the market. It's not that easy to comprehend. You haven't even seen true sword intent. You must have been deceived. If there really was someone in this world who could use all things as swords, how could no one know before? The disciples wanted to explain, but were interrupted by Master. You're just like the other disciples. Leave the sect. Once you leave, don't come back. The blood demon seal is getting weaker. If this continues, we won't be able to maintain it. You're still young. Don't be buried with us old folks. The disciples asked in surprise. Master, what about everyone else? Master said, wait until the blood demon completely breaks the seal. We, the elders, will fight to the death with him. Even if we die, we must stop him from returning to the human world. Suddenly, a demonic voice rang out. Huh, betting with your lives? Master's face changed drastically, recognizing the owner of the voice. Not good. Why did the blood demon arrive so quickly? The demonic voice continued. 10,000 years ago, your ancestors wanted to suppress me. Their Tao bodies were destroyed, sunk into the sea of blood, devoured by me. 10,000 years later, just with you trash. Dare to stop me? The surrounding elders simultaneously transferred power to the old man standing in the center of the formation. The old man said in a deep voice, Elders, listen to my command. Soit formation activat. Before he finished speaking, a giant sword descended from the sky, carrying power, endlessly attacking, towards a young male disciple. The young male disciple said coldly, Petty tricks. I got tired of playing this 10,000 years ago. The giant sword shattered in an instant. A blinding light flashed, turning into fragments in the blink of an eye. The old gentleman also suffered backlash, spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. He laughed loudly, arms spread wide, as if containing infinite power. Just with you people, you want to oppose me? He fell to the ground. The cultivation group called out worriedly, Master, are you all right? He reached out his hand, said urgently, Go quickly. Spread the news that the blood demon has broken the seal. On the blood demon's side, he raised a hand. Still not enough. Condensed into a sword. Want to run? You vermin of the Holy Sword Sect. Blood demon held the sword with both hands, eyes flashing with flames of rage. Not a single one will escape. He swung his sword and rushed towards the 3. Kai Si-woo fell to the ground, screamed loudly. A wooden statue flew out from her body. The blood demon saw the small object and was immediately attracted. He realized it was the great Tao sword intent. How is this possible? Only then did the blood demon beg for mercy and terror. Spare me. But before he could finish his sentence, he was slashed to death by the great Tao sword. Soul scattered. In just a few short seconds, he disappeared without a trace. The wooden statue also flew back, falling to the ground. The people of the Holy Sword Sect stared blankly at the wooden statue. Was the blood demon destroyed? From today onwards, this wooden statue will become the Sect treasure of our Azure Sword sect. All disciples of the Azure Sword sect must bow respectfully. Comprehend the sword intent on it together. The old gentleman held the statue high, facing everyone. Indeed, heaven does not destroy my Azure Sword sect. Luckily, we have this treasure. The old gentleman looked at his 3 disciples. You children, you brought back the treasure to suppress the blood demon to the sect. Master will not forget your contribution. However, right now, quickly tell me, how did you meet that senior in the 10,000 wilderness? The cultivation group was flustered, then respectfully clasped hands. Bowed, Master. It happened like this. A moment later, the matter was clarified. Master was stunned. Unbelievable. This wooden statue is made entirely of ordinary material. Only sword intent remains. Yet it could kill the blood demon. Master was extremely shocked. Truly too terrifying. Just how powerful is that peerless expert? Tribulation crossing stage or even Mahayana stage? Someone beside him spoke up. Sect Master. Nowadays, spiritual energy in the world is not like in the past. Cultivating to the tribulation crossing stage is already extremely rare, let alone the Mahayana stage. Those around also agreed. Truly hard to imagine. Master stroked his beard in thought. What exactly is it? Wait until I visit him to decide. He then called Mulan. Go get the red gold divine sword and the divine soil. Go with me to visit that expert. Hearing the name red gold divine sword, Muro Mulan was endlessly surprised. Master, that is the sect treasure of the Azure Sword sect. The other elders were equally surprised. Sect Master, even the sect treasure is being given as a gift. And the divine soil? That is the divine soil brought back from the immortal world by the ancestors. Before they finished speaking, Master loudly retorted. What do you know? Just this wooden statue alone is a rare, peerless treasure in the world. We are going to visit an expert. How can we go empty-handed? Maybe the things we call sect treasures are not worth a penny in the eyes of the expert. After speaking, he secretly felt smug inside. You people are too honest. Forever inferior to flattery and hugging thighs, that is the kingly way. So those in high positions are all this kind of people. After imagining, Master regained his authority. Continuing, moreover, if we can receive the favor of the expert, imparting to us half a move of sword intent cultivation secrets, it is enough for the Azure Sword sect to be immortal for eternity. The disciples listened. All revealed looks of admiration, exclaiming, indeed worthy of Master. Even flattery can be said so righteously. The other elders also said, this mindset is indeed unfathomable. No wonder this brat could stand out among his martial brothers. Becoming the sect master of the Azure Sword sect, scene shifted to the manor. Zhang Fan was yawning repeatedly. Beside him was the Night King lying sprawled on the ground. Zhang Fan saw this and kicked it in the face. Hey, give you an inch and you take a mile. Spared your life to guard the house. You dare to be lazy? The Night King glared, furiously saying, this seat is a demon king. Demon king, do you know? Back then, this seat roamed the world. Never had an opponent. Anyone who saw me had to fear my prestige. Now treated as a watchdog, falling under the feet of this brat. Truly humiliating. The more it thought, the angrier it got. But it was helpless, because being a live dog is better than being a dead dog. Isn't that right? So, the Night King cried earth-shatteringly. Zhang Fan saw its appearance, thinking, what breed is this? Even knows how to dig. So, he grabbed its tail, pulled it up from the ground, and said, since you like digging so much, give me a hand. I'm planning to plant some things in the yard. You help me till the soil. The Night King cried and screamed, help! The Demon King is in trouble. At this time in the sky, a young girl named Zhong Yulian was riding a flying sword patrolling the forest. She was flying fast all the way, looking extremely hurried, like she was hiding from someone. She found her spiritual power consuming very quickly. If this continues, I'll be caught. Suddenly, a huge manor appeared before her eyes. She exclaimed in surprise, why is there a manor in this desolate mountain range? Strange. Too strange. No time to care about that now. Whatever is inside is better than being caught. So, Zhong Yulian decided to land in the manor. Just landed. She saw a man and a dog. She said happily, "Great. Daring to live in seclusion in the 100,000 wilderness. Definitely not an ordinary person. Senior, save me." She shouted for help. Zhang Fan immediately turned his head to look, just in time to see Zhong Yulian rushing straight towards him. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying force appeared around. She immediately realized, is this the legendary sword intent? Feels like if I carelessly step into it, I will be slashed to death by a sword. Zhang Fan was surprised. Someone else came? Is this southern wilderness ancient domain this lively? Suddenly, the Night King jumped forward, taking this opportunity to quickly escape, rejoicing in his heart. Finally, some idiots came. Quickly divert the great Demon King's attention. Let this king escape. Zhang Fan hurriedly chased after the Night King. At this time, Zhong Yulian landed in front of him. She saw the person who just ran past, looking very young, but the aura on him was completely like an ordinary person. But immediately after, Zhong Yulian froze. Not right. Being able to cultivate sword intent, he is absolutely a peerless expert. Heard that some old monsters like to play dumb, playing weak to fool others. So, Zhong Yulian respectfully spoke to Zhang Fan. Junior trespassed into Senior's residence. It was truly unavoidable, begging Senior for forgiveness. Zhang Fan was startled again. Why Senior again? Do I look that old? He was helpless. Then Zhang Fan replied to Zhong Yulian, I won't blame you. It's just that you came here because... Before he finished speaking, a violent tremor came from afar. Dust filled the air, attracting their attention. An enraged demon beast appeared there. Realizing those people had chased her here, Zhong Yulian knelt down, expressing her intent. Senior, the Guangling Sect colluded with the demon race, wanting to capture me to offer to the Demon King as a concubine. My father did not agree. Unexpectedly, the Guangling Sect killed everyone in my family. Only I escaped, begging Senior to save my life. Hearing the name, Guangling Sect, Zhang Fan was surprised enough to almost drop his jaw. That is a famous righteous sect far and wide. Yet they did such evil things? The cultivation world is not without conflict. This matter cannot rely solely on this girl's one-sided words. Although as long as I stay in the manor, I am invincible. But I don't want to be used by others. Seeing the other party earnestly begging for help, Zhang Fan also rested his chin and thought for a while. Zhong Yulian, you can rest assured. As long as I want to, no one in this world can force you. He calculated silently. See the attitude of those people first, then decide. Both sides met at the manor gate. Zhang Fan stepped out and asked, What business do you have at my humble abode? The opponent was Wu Chizi of the Guangling Sect. The subordinate beside him was whispering, Senior brother, that brat's spiritual power is exhausted. Why don't we capture him quickly? Why hesitate here? Wu Chizi shouted, Idiot, in this deep mountain and old forest. To be able to build a manor, could he be immortal? The cultivation world hides many high experts. We are only in the foundation establishment stage. Offend him, and we won't even know how we died. The opponent was still doubtful. But this place is the border between the demon race and the cultivation world. Is there really someone living in seclusion here? That brat doesn't look like an expert. Also dragging along a stupid dog. Looks like a mortal. Wu Chizi heard this and replied, Better safe than sorry. Just in case. Better to be careful when out and about. So, he cupped his hands, politely greeted Zhang Fan. I am a disciple of the Guangling Sect, currently chasing a Sect traitor. Hopes her doesn't listen to her absurd words. That which cultivates evil arts. Voluntarily sacrificed her whole family. And heavily injured several fellow disciples. Now she wants to bewitch you, no matter how she disguises herself. Hopes her sees her true colors clearly. Saying that, Wu Chizi pointed at Zhong Yulian. His subordinates also revealed excited expressions. Senior brother Wu's acting is truly godlike. The one beside him spoke even more excitedly. Why go through so much trouble? Just rush indirectly. Hearing Wu Chizi's slanderous words, Zhong Yulian couldn't hold back anymore. Cursing him, spitting blood on people. Clearly your Guangling Sect colluded with demons and wanted to sacrifice us commoners to the Demon King. Speaking of this, she couldn't help shedding tears. My father wanted to expose you. You immediately wiped out my entire Zhong family. killing people to silence them. On this side, the Night King was a little surprised. Is there really a demon king who likes human girls? Zhang Fan heard both sides' words. Thinking about this matter in his heart, both sides seemed not to be lying. What should I do now? Suddenly a group of demon beasts appeared from afar in front of them, questioning what they were doing. Hasn't the person been caught? Why still dawdling here? Wu Qizi was about to explain there was someone. Before he could finish speaking, the demon beast roared. Dawdling? For mortal, delaying the great king's marriage. Human cultivators. Indeed, all useless trash. Wu Qizi and his group's faces turned pale. Suddenly came up with a plan. Fine. These animals have strength too. Might as well let them attack first. Like demon-raced generals. Body like a treasure. Invulnerable to weapons. This brat is at most just an expert. When the time comes, fight desperately. Maybe besides that little girl, we can also get a few demon cores. At this time, Zhang Fan smiled and said, Little brat, stop making things up. Zhong Yulian was a little worried. These bull demons are all demon generals, plus a few foundation establishment cultivators. Senior might not be able to handle it. While on this side, the Night King was extremely calm. There will be a good show to watch soon. At this time, Zhang Fan suddenly realized. Didn't expect this sect to really collude with these beastly demon race. He casually picked up a twig on the ground, continuing, since that's the case, you all come together. Don't waste time. Before the words fell, the bull demon didn't hesitate to rush toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan just gently waved his hand. The bull demon's whole body immediately shattered into pieces. Zhang Fan thought, high-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking method. The bull demons and Wu Qizi saw pieces of their leader's meat falling. Every beast and person stood stunned like wood. Extremely terrified, Zhong Yulian beside him couldn't hide her surprise. Just a twig. Kill the demon general. This sword intent is truly terrifying. This senior strength is at least nascent soul stage. Could even be deity transformation stage. Thinking of this, she couldn't help having some hope. If it's really so, maybe my vengeance can. On the other side, the Night King was leisurely enjoying pieces of the bull demon's meat. Coldly said, a bunch of things that don't know life from death. Now you know this king's power, right? At this time, the system sent Zhang Fan a notification. Killed ordinary demon general. Received 800 sword domain points. Zhang Fan was a little disappointed. Only 800 points. Whatever. Better than nothing. So, he walked aggressively towards Wu Qizi. Wu Qizi also began to fear. What exactly is this person's background? This is clearly playing weak to fool people. Moreover, he's a peerless fierce tiger. Wu Qizi wisely knelt down to beg. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. The bull demons saw this, threw away their weapons, turned and ran, running and shouting. Quickly go invite the great king. The twig in Zhang Fan's hand waved, and the bull demons were instantly chopped into pieces of meat. Just like their leader, looking at the dismembered bull demons. Wu Qizi shut his eyes tight, daring not to look. Blood splattered all over his face. Fear made him want to scream. Zhang Fan approached and asked, What misunderstanding did you say just now? I didn't hear clearly. He stammered in fear. Couldn't speak. Zhang Fan decisively pointed the way for him, but just as he was about to swing the twig, suddenly stopped. Wait, if I kill this guy, wouldn't the Guangling Sect and that demon king above not know what happened here? If they don't know, wouldn't they have no way to come seeking revenge for the sect master? Seems, am I lacking experience? At this time, the Night King was extremely excited, even cheering for Zhang Fan to kill him. Hey, kill him. Wu Qizi looked at his eyes, full of pleading and begging. Zhang Fan then came up with a plan, revealing a cunning smile. I have to trick this kid. Let him lead more people here. Only then can my sword domain upgrade. Thinking so, he lowered the twig and said, I'll spare your life today. Go back and tell your sect master and that whatever demon king, Zhong Yulian, as long as I'm alive. You guys don't dream of touching her. Hearing this, Zhong Yulian was extremely happy, while Wu Qizi and the Night King were extremely surprised, stunned, saying, Isn't that seeking death? Zhang Fan shouted, Still not getting lost? Wu Qizi immediately jumped on his sword and fled quickly. Whoosh! Seeing the opponent flee in panic. Zhang Fan was extremely proud. Suddenly he coughed once, spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhong Yulian asked worriedly, "Senior, what's wrong?" Supported by her, a wave of emotion rose in his heart. The pain also dissipated accordingly. He replied, "I'm fine, just a small injury. Quickly help me inside." Indeed, experts don't compare moves, only compare schemes. The Night King saw through Zhang Fan's pretense. What are you pretending for? Can't the acting be a bit more immersive? In the distance, Wu Qizi watched Zhang Fan being helped back by Zhong Yulian. He speculated, could that brat have exhausted his strength just now? Indeed, that kind of terrifying sword intent. In this world, how could there be someone who can use that kind of method at will at such a young age? How can he have no reputation at all? There must be something strange. Wu Qizi suddenly accelerated. Must quickly go report to old Zhao. Fate fed brat. Suffering this humiliation today, I will definitely return it tenfold. And that Zhong Yulian. Just wait. Zhang Fan was helped away by the girl, feeling extremely smug inside, laughing loudly, walking a distance. He let go of Zhong Yulian, coldly said, "I'm fine." The Night King stared with jaw dropped, exclaimed, "Cunning, shameless brat." Zhong Yulian was still worried. Asked Zhang Fan, "Senior, are you really okay?" Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry too much." Zhong Yulian had another worry. She said, "Senior, this time Wu Qizi returns. I worry the Guangling sect behind him will definitely not let it go." Zhang Fan smiled calmly, said, "Them not letting it go is exactly what we need." Zhong Yulian continued, "Heard that several elders of the Guangling sect are at least nascent soul cultivation. There's even void refinement stage. And that Demon King too." Speaking of this, Zhong Yulian respectfully said to Zhang Fan, "Senior's life-saving grace. Junior is extremely grateful. But if because of me, Senior encounters danger." Zhang Fan didn't listen to all those solemn words. Directly interrupted. All right. You rest assured. As long as you are in this manner, I guarantee before Ifal, no one can harm you. Hearing these words, Zhong Yulian felt much more reassured. She found the person in front of her very reliable. Zhong Yulian sincerely expressed gratitude to the senior. Junior doesn't know how to repay. Don't know if senior is willing to accept me as a disciple or not. If senior agrees, disciple is willing to follow by your side. Serve master. Hearing these words, Zhang Fan's jaw dropped in surprise, thinking, although inside the sword domain, I am invincible, but I'm originally just a cripple. Cultivation completely lost. What can I teach her? However, refusing must also be done with style. Zhang Fan waved his hand, said, "Sorry, I cannot accept disciples." Before he finished the sentence, the system suddenly sent Zhang Fan a message. Detected Sword Dao body. Opened random mission. Accept Sword Dao body as disciple. Can receive special reward. Zhang Fan, after reading the content carefully, wanted to change his mind. Turned back to Zhong Yulian. After receiving Zhang Fan's answer, she sighed somewhat dejectedly. True, senior is so young, yet cultivation is unfathomable. Surely looks down on someone with mediocre aptitude like me. Moreover, we don't know each other. Have no friendship. Based on what should he accept me? Zhang Fan suddenly stepped forward, put his hand on her shoulder, and said, "Before, I didn't accept disciples. But you are an exception. From today onwards, you are my disciple." Hearing this, Zhong Yulian was stunned. Senior agrees to accept me? Zhang Fan smiled gently and replied, "Why still call me senior? Should change the form of address." Speaking of this, Zhong Yulian began to overthink. Does senior want to accept me as that kind of disciple? Her cheeks blushed. But this matter, whatever. Senior risked his life to save me. Is already a huge favor. Cannot be repaid. Moreover, if I can avenge the Zhong family, then what is this? Pushing aside those fanciful thoughts, Zhong Yulian loudly said, "Disciple Zhong Yulian greets master." As soon as the voice fell, the system sent Zhang Fan a message. Sword Dao body. Inat physique. Rare in the world. Since birth. Body contains a will as strong as diamond. Accepting her as a disciple can receive special reward. Zhang Fan felt extremely satisfied. He laughed happily. Information window continued to display. Congratulations, host, on completing random mission. Skill reward. Sword Intent Enlightenment. Can be done by infusing into sword chi to enlighten and elevate living beings. He thought, infusing into sword chi. Is it that in this area? My sword chi is infinite. So he excitedly found a tree, intending to test how the effect actually was. Focus power into 2 fingers, pointed at the withered tree trunk. That tree suddenly sprouted and bloomed incessantly, making Zhong Yulian extremely surprised. How is this possible? This withered tree, actually, at this moment it had turned into a lush green tree. Flowers and leaves luxuriant. The air also became fresh. The Night King excitedly pounced on it, happily rolling on the ground. Vitality bursting forth. So much spiritual energy. My injuries are recovering really fast. At this time, it also felt surprised by Zhang Fan's strength. This kind of celestial technique. Never heard of in this world. This brat is definitely an immortal. Zhang Fan was concentrating on thinking. Seems infusing all sword chi can only reach this level. The nutrition of this land is too scarce. Being able to grow to this extent is already a miracle. But on the other hand, sword chi costs no money. I have as much as I want. Half a day later, the originally desolate manor was now covered by the green of sprouting trees. Like putting on a new coat, the Night King's mood also became much more relaxed. At this time, Zhang Fan said to Yulian, "Do you know why I accepted you as a disciple?" She hesitated a bit, then opened her mouth to speak. Disciple is dull. Don't know what master means. But if master has intentions, disciple is not unwilling. It's just, isn't it a bit fast? Disciple hasn't even. Zhang Fan was a little stunned, thinking accepting a disciple isn't easy. Are you sick? But he took a deep breath, said, the Tianwen continent is vast, often appearing geniuses gifted by heaven. They either possess powerful physiques and bloodlines, or possess coincidental opportunities, shining brilliantly in the cultivation world, becoming powerhouses. Which type do you feel you belong to? Asked Zhong Yulian. The other party replied, I was accepted by master as a disciple. Naturally, the second type. He immediately said, wrong. You are both types. Hearing this, the Night King was also doubtful. What does this mean? Does this girl have a special physique? Impossible. If it really was so, with my Demon King strength, I should have been able to see it. Hearing this, Zhong Yulian rejoiced in her heart. Master, you mean? I also have a powerful special physique. Zhang Fan replied, correct. You indeed have a special physique. This is also the reason you were targeted by the Demon King. Switching scenes to somewhere outside the city. At this time, Wu Chizi had returned to report to his people. His face was extremely tense, because the person he faced was a Demon King of unparalleled prestige. He looked at Wu Chizi. Back to Zhang Fan's place. Zhong Yulian asked excitedly, Master, Master, then what physique am I? Is it powerful? He replied, of course it's powerful. Your physique is the Sword Dao body, most suitable for cultivating the Sword Dao. Hearing this, the Night King was extremely shocked. This is impossible. Physiques are divided into waste body, mortal body, spirit body, variant body, desolate body. I, the dignified Demon Emperor, am only a variant body. This girl is actually a highest tier Dao body. Zhong Yulian heard she was a Sword Dao body. Also couldn't help being surprised. Is this the reason I was targeted by the Guangling Sect and the Demon King? Zhang Fan explained. Just the Demon King and Guangling Sect. Probably haven't seen through it completely, otherwise they wouldn't have just sent a few demon generals to capture you. Zhong Yulian suddenly revealed a sorrowful expression and said, but master, since childhood, I haven't discovered any talent in myself. Those favored children of heaven in legends showed talent from a young age. Gently comforting her, Sword Dao body is different from other ordinary special physiques. Must awaken to discover its peerless aptitude. Otherwise, even the Guangling Sect wouldn't be able to see it. Like that, the 8 great immortal sects of Tianwen would probably be restless, all wanting to come fight for you. Zhong Yulian slowly understood. If I say I have power. Speaking of this, her past memories flooded back. Those bull demons. The scene of crazily destroying houses. She thought of her family. Zhong Yulian couldn't suppress the hatred in her heart. At that time, my family wouldn't have. So she made up her mind, begging Master to teach me the method. Find a Tao body. Disciple wants revenge. Zhang Fan smiled and replied. Then start by feeling my sword intent. Southern wilderness, ancient city. Moro Mulan pointed into the distance. Master, it's that manor. That master stroked his beard, looking in that direction. Slowly said, looks ordinary, nothing special. Didn't expect an expert to live in seclusion here. Suddenly, a force blew from the direction of the manor, blowing the three people swaying left and right. That master was also startled. This spiritual energy concentration is too high. Moro Mulan frowned. Last time we came, there wasn't any. That master beamed with joy. I have never felt such intense spiritual energy, like it's inexhaustible, feeling it's endless. Gaisu Huget Hosai, in the cold wind of spiritual energy, feels like soaking in a sea of spiritual energy, surrounded by endless spiritual energy. Moro Mulan was extremely comfortable. Every pore, every strand of hair, even breathing is extremely refreshing. The Night King below saw people. Someone there. It barked woof woof at them incessantly. Kaisiwu looked at Master. Master, it's a stupid dog we chased. Seems it has been adopted by this senior. That Master stroked his beard. Adopted dog? Looking at that dog, seemed to be pondering something. He realized, face turning pale, trembling finger pointing in that direction. It's a demon. Demon King. Moro Mulan's jaw dropped. They exclaimed, it's a demon king. The Night King below looked at them, extremely confused. Master, why is there a demon king here? Terrified, thinking, moreover, it has discovered us. It looked like it was about to pounce on them any moment. The Night King saw the fear on their faces. Smug thought, seems only those who understand the times are heroes. No to fear this king's prestige now. This king will show you what power is. It kept growling, barking at the sky, cursing the humans. Still not coming down? At this time, Zhang Fan appeared, kicked it flying, making a loud noise. Yulian just sensed the sword intent. What are you howling at? It cried out in pain, whimpering, while he prepared to leave. Master and the two disciples landed, bowed respectfully. He turned back in confusion. So it's you guys. Seeing the stranger, asked, this hero is? This master saw the scene in front of him, startled and terrified, daring to treat a demon king equal to a deity and train it like a house dog. Hey, how strong must this be? At least must be tribulation crossing stage. Didn't expect there to be such a hidden expert. Moro Mulan stepped out to introduce. Senior, this is our master. Also the current sect master of the Azure Sword sect. We came to thank Senior for the wooden statue matter. Zhang Fan welcomed happily. So it's the Azure Sword sect master. This master clasped his hands and said, this old man came uninvited, presumptuously disturbed. Hope Senior forgives. Thinking to himself, this is great. Even an old man calls me Senior. My age isn't even equal to one of his fingertips. He laughed politely and replied. He pointed at everyone. Then please come inside. Then we will trouble Senior. He observed him. Bet right this time. This is an expert. At least tribulation crossing stage. If I can ask for some blessings. But with my cultivation, I can't even sense a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on him. Could it be his cultivation is too high, so I can't sense it? This master respectfully said. Didn't expect Senior's cultivation to be so profound. Could it be you have cultivated to the realm of returning to simplicity? Zhang Fan scratched his head, replied somewhat embarrassedly. Probably so. Senior is indeed unfathomable. He thought to himself, I haven't cultivated to any returning to simplicity. Just a piece of trash, that's all. Yulian is cultivating under that sandalwood tree. Feeling my sword intent. Let's not disturb her. This way, Siwu said. Senior's flower garden is even more beautiful than the scenic spots outside. This master continued, thinking about it. Only an immortal cave could create such a phenomenon. Zhang Fan spread his hands, decisively said, pity the soil here is too barren. I use sword chi to nourish it, but the effect is limited. Master, Senior, last time you bestowed upon disciple a wooden statue, helping the sect resolve a predicament. Today this old man came to visit. Hope Senior accepts this small gift. He opened the storage bag, curiously looking inside. There's also a sword? This master began to introduce the items inside. This is divine soil. It is divine soil brought back from the immortal world by ancestors. Heard it can be used to grow divine medicine. And this sword is the red gold divine sword. Sect treasure of the Azure Sword Sect. Zhang Fan took the sword. Closed eyes. Felt it. This old man. Why suddenly give me treasures? So precious. Does he want me to come out and support him? But currently I can't leave this flower garden. Seeing him silent, Master was a little worried. Does Senior not like these treasures? But I brought out the best things. He mustered up courage, bowed his head, and said, Hope Senior doesn't despise these small gifts. Zhang Fan held the divine soil, thinking, isn't this thing just compound fertilizer? He was just about to speak. Master smiled and replied, It's a gift for Senior. Zhang Fan smiled and accepted. Since it's like that, I'll use it to grow vegetables. Should work. The elder's face changed. Indeed, an expert. Divine object used to grow vegetables. However, this is also a good thing. Experts accepting gifts are easier to coax. Zhang Fan carried the bundle. Turned back and added, Earlier, I just hunted a few bull demons. Stewing right now. You guys stay and have a meal together. He clasped his hands and said. Then this old man asked permission to intrude. He rejoiced in his heart. There's hope. There's hope. The beef should be done by now, right? Miss Milan, trouble you to help me carry this pot of stew out. Master just said, let me carry it. Master walked to the side of that big pot. Fragrance overflowing. Seems it's this pot. Master used all his strength. Wanted to lift this pot, but didn't budge. Wait, this pot, could it be the cauldron? He was endlessly surprised. Could it be the divine artifact that descended earlier? Countless sects are searching for it. Yet a dignified divine artifact descended to earth. Is used by an expert as a pot to stew meat? He saw him standing there stunned. Then thought, such a big pot of beef, asking him alone to carry it, is indeed making it difficult for him. So he walked over and said to Master, let me carry it. Add a bit more fire underneath too. Moro Milan walked over and asked, Master, what's wrong with you? He replied, Milan, did you notice the meat stew pot in his hand? It's that pot. That is the divine artifact that descended earlier. She was immediately surprised. Then, Master, what should we do? He said, I'm afraid the matter of heaven's punishment earlier is also related to this expert. But this is already a matter we cannot intervene in. She then asked, then, Master, what do you feel this senior's cultivation is? Unclear, but at least earth immortal realm. No wonder, no wonder. From beginning to end, I couldn't see clearly this senior's true cultivation. She looked at him in surprise. Earth immortal? Earth immortal. Luckily, just now chasing the dog didn't offend Senior. Otherwise, the consequences truly. Dare not imagine. While Zhang Fan was carefully scooping 8 portions of food for everyone. Food is ready. Everyone quickly come taste it. Master walked over. We asked permission to be presumptuous. Master, Mulan, and Uncle Wu all tasted the first bite. All couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Night King, seeing this, also had its first stand on end. Oh my, saw a ghost. Zhong Yulian, seeing this, said, What is that? Why suddenly turning into a human? Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. Just now I added compound fertilizer. This tree immediately turned into a spirit. Yulian pointed there, shouting, Incorrect. That's not becoming a spirit. It's condensing an immortal spirit. Under the tree, essence condensing into human form. That is the sign of becoming a spirit. But under this tree, it's covered by immortal chi. Absolutely not becoming a spirit, but becoming an immortal. The Night King barked woof woof. Only plants gathering spiritual power change form. Essence penetrating heaven and earth can cause life to ascend like this. Ginseng turning into human. It emitted a blinding light, dazzling people's eyes. The source of spiritual light grew stronger, covering the entire forest. It flew into the sky. A person seeing from afar couldn't help exclaiming, Spiritual energy is so strong. Those villagers were also attracted by this spiritual energy. What's happening? Blinding light like a tide. Life essence rushing straight to the blue clouds. Is there a plant becoming a spirit? Transforming? Such a big commotion. What level of monster must that be? A person sitting on the mountain peak said, Huang Jitian, life element, there is like a vast, boundless ocean. Afraid this transformation is not simple. Huang Jitian stroked his beard and said, not bad. Divine, tree, turning into a mortal spirit. Just don't know which expert it is. Capable of making a divine, tree, turn into an immortal spirit. This person is absolutely not ordinary. The old man and Huang Jitian jumped out. Let's go over there and see too. If it really is a heaven-defying opportunity, maybe we old men won't be lonely and cold anymore. The human-shaped ginseng was emitting huge spiritual energy. At this time, it had turned into a young boy. He opened his mouth and said, enlightened by a mortal master, condensed spirit body, will step onto the path of cultivation in the future. From now on, Little Immortal takes protecting the manor as his duty. He also said, Little Immortal still has no name. Hope Master bestows a name. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. You are a ginseng spirit reborn as an immortal spirit. Can be said to have attained the Tao in enlightenment. It is also your opportunity. Now willing to protect the manor. Then I will call you Jin Yuan. Hearing this name, Jin Yuan was extremely happy. Respectfully said, Zhen Yuanzi, thanks Master for bestowing the name. In the future will definitely do my utmost to protect the manor. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, as long as you like it. In his heart, he was a little uneasy. Why did it suddenly become Zhen Yuanzi? Then Zhang Fan instructed Jin Yuan, since it's like that, the task of guarding the manor is handed to you from now on. The other party immediately replied, obeying the decree. Just finished speaking, he reverted to ginseng form. Zhang Fan couldn't help clicking his tongue in praise. Even an immortal spirit can be condensed. Seems the effect of this fertilizer isn't bad. From just now until now, Zhong Yulian had always felt amazed. Immortal is indeed an immortal, actually able to turn a divine tree into an immortal spirit. This method truly makes people find it hard to believe. Scene shifted to another place. The Bull Demon race and Guangling Sect under Wu Qizi's lead had arrived at a place. In front of them was Zhang Fan's manor. Wu Qizi said, Elder, Demon King, sir, it is the manor I spoke of before. The elder looked around, said, something is wrong with the surroundings. The dense, immortal spiritual energy from before, a bit, makes one uneasy. Suddenly the Bull Demon King laughed coldly and said, 100,000 wilderness is the territory of the demon race. With me taking action, no one dares to touch us. Wu Qizi heard this and became even more confident. Said true, Demon King is magically powerful. Prestige reaching the sky. How could you not deal with a tiny manor? At this time, inside the manor, everyone had their own business. Zhong Yulian was meditating and cultivating, absorbing spiritual energy. The Night King was digging the ground, looking for something. Zhang Fan was leisurely lying down, enjoying the fresh air. Could be said to be sunbathing. He also gradually sensed the existence of these uninvited guests. Didn't expect them to come so fast. Seems my play acting wasn't bad. Wu Qizi pointed towards the three of them. The elder saw the Night King lying on the ground. Thought to himself, this dog demon indeed has some strength, although it is sleeping soundly. But spiritual power is constantly being absorbed into its body. Seeing this scene, the Bull Demon King was a little surprised. This method is too domineering, actually able to absorb spiritual power directly without cultivating. Later, I definitely must get this cultivation method. Another disciple from the Guangling Sect said, didn't expect to meet a dog with such aptitude in the southern wilderness ancient domain. The brown-haired person also agreed. Such a strange phenomenon, definitely a rare talent in the demon race. If we can subdue this dog as a spirit pet, in the future, it will definitely be a powerful assistant. Hearing this, the elder decided to strike up a conversation with the Night King. Little dog, do you want to become a guardian of our sect? Hearing someone call him, the Night King suddenly woke up. The Bull Demon King also continued. After all, you are a member of our demon race. How can you be inferior to humans? Then he tried hard to persuade the Night King. Little dog, are you willing to accept me as master? Become a powerful assistant of mine. The Bull Demon King, hearing these words, it looked very surprised. You want to take me as a powerful assistant? The opponent also offered conditions. If you agree, This king will definitely title you a saint. Finished speaking, the bull demon king put the night king's head on his own head, gently stroking it. Then it said, "Just you? Are you worthy? Didn't look at where this is. Daring to come here and brag." Hearing these words, the bull demon king immediately flew into a rage. A dog is a dog. No matter what, you have to eat shit. Here, you're discarding the door for humans. Follow me to eat well and dress well. Isn't that good? The bull demon king lost all patience. He threatened, "Considering you are also of the demon race, I give you a chance to choose. One is to give up this place. Submit to me. Two is trash like you losing face for the demon race. No need to live in this world anymore." The Night King couldn't be bothered with him. Finished speaking, it circulated profound internal energy, unhesitatingly rushing towards the bull demon king. The two clashed fiercely. Powerful shockwaves knocked away the monsters behind. Everyone was surprised. What's wrong with this dog? The bull demon king also felt very surprised. This stupid dog actually has some skill. It barked woof woof, meaning only some skill, if not for my injuries not being healed earlier. This cow basically has no right to mock me. The more it thought, the angrier it got. It became more berserk, spiritual power soaring accordingly. The Night King's form also underwent a huge change. No longer a normal puppy, but turned into a ferocious wolf. Seeing this scene, the bull demon king was extremely surprised. This puppy is actually a demon king? How is this possible? The Night King madly rushed towards the bull demon king. The two fought fiercely. Dust filled the air. People around were all affected. Dizzy heads. The elder was terrified. What is happening? He turned to ask Wu Chizi, "Why is there a demon king here?" Wu Chizi also tried to recall. Before was clearly just a stupid dog. He could only answer, "I don't know." The elder gradually realized the seriousness of the problem. Wait, able to make a demon king voluntarily guard the house. He hadn't finished speaking. Zhang Fan and Zhong Yulian appeared. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and said, "You guys finally arrived." The two sides just met. Zhong Yulian felt uneasy in her heart. The Guangling Sect elder and that bull demon king finally arrived. The elder glanced at Zhang Fan, thinking, is this person the one Wu Chizi mentioned? Clearly has no cultivation at all, yet can command a demon king. There must be something fishy. The elder didn't say much, went straight to the point. "You killed disciples of my sect. Do you admit guilt or not?" Zhang Fan sneered. Asked back, "A bunch of incompetent trash. Killed means killed. Why need to admit guilt?" Hearing these words, everyone from the Guangling sect seemed to have their death spot hit. Furiously shouted, "What did you say?" The elder calmly stopped them. Wait, he understood Zhang Fan's intention. This guy is deliberately provoking them. Strength is afraid to far exceed imagination. The bull demon king is entangled by that dog. Today the Guangling sect is afraid to face the danger of extinction. Didn't expect prey already at the mouth. Could actually turn the tables. Bringing such a huge disaster to the Guangling sect is truly hateful. If I had known earlier, the elder thought wildly, only then opened his mouth to say to Zhang Fan, this friend willing to step forward. For Zhong Yulian must have seen her aptitude is extraordinary, wanting to accept her as a disciple. Strength is extraordinary. Our Guangling sect is willing to take a step back. Friend can act chivalrously. Another day, I will definitely come to apologize personally. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was stunned, thinking this script is wrong. He's not killing me. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? Seeing Zhang Fan silent, the elder thought he had agreed. Hurriedly bid farewell. "Thank you, sir, for showing mercy. We asked permission to leave first." Zhang Fan recovered and hurriedly said, "Wait." He was anxious inside. "What about my sword domain?" Then turned to the Guangling sect people and said, "Currently Zhong Yulian is my disciple. You Guangling sect colluded with demons. Wiped out her entire clan. Acting so cruelly towards my disciple. Do you think just words can settle it? Do you think it's possible?" The elder then gathered 5 elders. The opponent immediately sent out a great elder. "I said it already. We directly kill him. I see this kid is probably pretending." Suddenly a sword light struck straight at the backs of the 5 elders. The 5 people were terrified, turned head to look. It turned out to be that great elder. He actually acted so viciously, striking so ruthlessly against his own sect members. Zhang Fan was also stunned. What exactly is going on here? At this time, the Great Elder explained, "Everyone, our Guangling sect indeed promised to offer Zhong Yulian to the Demon King. But wiping out her entire clan was not my order. It was all done by these 5 elders acting on their own. Hope their lives can satisfy everyone." Zhang Fan heard and thought, this old man is truly ruthless. Seeing the Great Elder unhesitatingly swing his sword to kill his fellow sect members, Zhang Fan felt somewhat wary of his strength. Haven't even probed the opponent's strength clearly, yet used an elder's life to atone for crimes. This old man is truly extremely vicious. Guangling sect is such a sect, yet called a famous righteous sect by the world. The cultivation world is truly cruel and heartless. Luckily right now, I hold the knife. He is the fish on the chopping block. This kind of cultivation world vermin absolutely cannot be spared. Zhang Fan once again responded to the Guangling sect Great Elder. Old man, don't think using a human life can erase the crimes you committed against my disciple. The opponent's face immediately changed, then pretended to be helpless and advised. Everyone, hope everyone can stop. Is one elder's life to atone for the crime not enough? If everyone is still stubborn, our Guangling sect can only fight desperately with everyone. For disciple, is it necessary to be like this? Zhang Fan smiled and replied, what you said is also correct. After all, Yulian just accepted me as master. Whether to forgive you or not, let her decide for herself. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Zhong Yulian. Zhang Fan said to his disciple, your enemy is right in front of you. Kill them. Hearing this sentence, Zhong Yulian was a little surprised. She retorted, Master, their cultivation is all higher than mine. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Fan handed her a sword and said, you have comprehended a few parts of my sword intent. I say you can do it. You can do it. Go. Some grudges are still better resolved by your own hands. Finally, Zhang Fan made a request. Today, as long as someone can defeat my disciple, I guarantee I won't attack him. Hearing these words, the Great Elder began to hesitate, although holding a peerless, precious sword in hand. But after all, not golden core. He asked, is what Senior said true? Zhang Fan nodded. Of course it's true. Then told Yulian to go fight. Yulian could only obey Master's order. Zhong Yulian pointed the sword tip at the Guangling sect group and shouted loudly, family feud and national hatred. Don't dream of getting away so easily. Today I will personally take revenge. The Great Elder shouted angrily. A junior dares to be so arrogant? If not for you having someone backing you, this old man would have acted long ago. He called Wu Chizi out to compete with her. Wu Chizi immediately accepted the order, stepped forward. Seeing Zhong Yulian's aggressive appearance, he was also a little worried. But to maintain the sect's dignity, he shouted loudly, Zhong Yulian, don't think holding a divine sword and having someone backing you means you can. Before he finished speaking, a sword light flashed. Wu Chizi's right shoulder was slashed. He panicked. The speed of the sword is too fast. Defeated Wu Chizi in just one move. Didn't expect Zhong Yulian's sword intent to improve so much in just a few days. She turned away, said useless talk. At this time, the system sent a notification to Zhang Fan. Detected disciple Zhong Yulian. Foundation establishment cultivator. Attack power reached 400 sword domain points. Zhang Fan was very satisfied. Yulian killing people also gets points. Not bad, not bad. Zhong Yulian looked at Wu Chizi dead on the ground. On her face, there was not a bit of pity. This is the retribution he deserves. Next are those people from the Guangling sect. At this time, the Great Elder had to admit, her swordsmanship is indeed very high, but cultivation hasn't reached Golden Core realm. Then he ordered 3 elders to go kill her, but remember to keep her alive. Zhang Fan thought to himself, this guy, although scheming, but also didn't attack in the duel. Just afraid that in the future he'll use the excuse my disciple was killed. I want revenge. The Great Elder looked calm on the outside, but inside, anger had risen. Bastard! Guangling sect has never suffered such humiliation. Escape this time. In the future, definitely must find a chance to deal with you. Turn for 3 elders to compete with Zhong Yulian. 3 people actively rushed towards the opponent. You attack. When the time comes, let's see if you're master for a piece of trash. Will fight desperately with us. Zhong Yulian was fearless, face full of confidence, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. She swung her sword to block the three elders' attacks, realizing she couldn't hold on much longer, then knocked them away. The three elders were surprised. Seems this girl really has some skill. Pity it ends here. Before the words fell, they were stunned. Zhong Yulian's eyes became sharper than ever. Sword intent filled heaven and earth. How can she? Not good. The power of sword intent. My body can't move. The three elders stood motionless, waiting for the opponent's blade to head towards them. Zhong Yulian decisively swung her sword, piercing straight into the three elders' throats. She fell to the ground, face bewildered, muttering, "Why is it like this?" Everyone in the Guangling sect witnessed 5 elders. Then 3 elders successively defeated by Zhong Yulian. All felt extremely shocked. Zhong Yulian was also surprised by her own strength. Didn't expect to be able to defeat a nascent soul cultivator. But why? Just now the guy looked scared silly. She suddenly realized, could it be Master secretly helped me? Indeed, as she guessed. Zhang Fan revealed a cunning smile and raised a finger, as if implying she guessed right. System sent notification to Zhang Fan. Detected disciple Zhong Yulian attacking above her level. Received 300,000 sword domain points. Zhong Yulian rejoiced in her heart. Master is so good. I'm about to cry. Then she turned around, used cold eyes to look at the Guangling sect group. Who is next? Zhong Yulian, knowing the truth, became even more confident, unhesitatingly pointed the sword tip at the Guangling sect group. Like a kind of challenge, whoever dares come I will fight. At this time they all couldn't believe their eyes. 4th elder asked Great Elder, what exactly happened just now? The opponent replied, don't know, although that sword is powerful, but with 3rd elder strength, clearly could easily dodge. Speaking of this, 4th elder guessed, could that guy have secretly played some trick? Great Elder replied, unclear, but just now didn't see him make any move. Old 4th, you go try. Remember, this time must use full strength to kill her. Must not show mercy. Hearing this, 4th elder was stunned. Then he looked at 3rd elder's outcome. Said, but my strength compared to 3rd elder. Great Elder loudly ordered. Maybe 3rd elder was careless. Still not going? Do you want me to go? Image shifted to the battle between Bull Demon King and Night King. They were still fighting tirelessly, shaking a corner of the forest. Bull Demon King roared, you mad dog, no matter what, you are a Demon King. Yet for a human, you fight desperately with me? The Night King replied, what do you understand? This is called knowing to seize opportunity is a hero. You dare be so arrogant. Today on behalf of the demon race, I will crush you into 100 pieces. Bull Demon King's anger reached the sky, aura becoming even stronger. Every step caused the ground to crack. He prepared to swing his fist to meet the Night King. However, the full moon mark on the Night King's forehead suddenly shone brightly. He said contemptuously, looking down on me? Dark Knight cast the skill Dark Knight domain. The entire space was covered in a dreamy black curtain. Bull Demon King was hit. Momentarily felt dizzy. Dark Knight domain. Impossible. Bull Demon King exclaimed. The Night King didn't lose a second. Shouted, where are you looking? Just finished speaking, he rushed over, madly clawing at the Bull Demon King. Fresh blood splattered. The Night King calmly licked the blood on his hand. Laughed coldly. Just with you want to destroy me? Bull Demon King finally realized. Could you be the Night King? He mocked. Realized it now? Bull Demon King's anger soared. I didn't recognize you. The dignified Night King actually became a hunting dog for humans. He furiously threw a fatal blow. The Night King snorted in disdain. Junior cultivating for less than 100 years. What do you understand? He let out a shocking roar, turning into a pitch-black shadow, wrapping tightly around the Bull Demon King, making him unable to move. At the same time, a pitch-black bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning struck the Bull Demon King's arm. He screamed miserably in pain. The Night King continued, if not for me being injured before, wanting to destroy you would be as easy as turning a hand. But daring to easily injure me, the Heavenly Wolf Demon Emperor. Speaking of this, the Night King recalled the pain in the past. anger reaching the sky, then decided to change the subject. Heard you and the people of Guangling's sect colluded. Plotting something, this king has no interest in this matter. However, Zhong Yulian is now his disciple. You dare run here seeking death. Bull Demon King angrily pointed straight at him. Said, why do you have to be a dog for that, brat? Do you know? Doing so is no different from betraying the demon race. You still have a chance now. Join hands with me and Guangling's sect to deal with that guy. Snatch back that girl with peerless aptitude. Otherwise, the entire southern demon race will know you betrayed. You will be cut off by the demon race. He gritted his teeth, threatening the Night King. Facing the opponent's pressure, the Night King calmly replied, originally, I intended to spare your life, but seems stupidity is incurable. He gritted his teeth. Furious, scene shifted to Zhang Fan's place. He was standing aside, observing Zhong Yulian's battle with the sect elders. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, but Zhong Yulian showed no sign of fatigue. She used that sword, one by one, ending the lives of the Guangling sect people, then said in a high voice, next will be your turn. On the Guangling sect side, only the Great Elder and Fourth Elder remained. At this time, the Great Elder whispered in Fourth Elder's ear, don't be afraid. I have grasped her situation. That girl definitely realized an extremely terrifying sword intent. So even though cultivation isn't high, but can still use moves containing sword intent, making people's consciousness and body feel fear. Then he patted Fourth Elder's shoulder, encouraging, but her sword intent is still not mature. Later you burn your divine soul. Attack with full force in one strike. As for me, that guy will definitely watch his disciple die without saving her. I will block him. Both of us are deity transformation stage, risking our lives to attack. Probably can't block it. Fourth Elder heard this, still hesitated a bit. But Zhong Yulian calls him master. Isn't he stronger? Are we really? Great Elder had said all he could. Right now he truly lost all patience, revealing his true nature. Do you have any other way? This is our only hope. Someone must survive to return. Fourth Elder replied, I understand. So, no matter what, he had to fight Zhong Yulian. Please advise. Just finish speaking. Fourth Elder shouted loudly. Circulating power. He suddenly flew into the air, shaking all four directions. Zhong Yulian exclaimed, This is deity transformation realm, much stronger than nascent soul realm. In front of her, Fourth Elder created a huge fissure. At this time, Fourth Elder turned to signal the Great Elder, telling him to run quickly. Before he could fully turn back, he saw the Great Elder riding a sword flying away. He turned his head back, cast a spell, pasting a soul talisman on Fourth Elder's back. Done. Fourth Elder's whole body suddenly swelled up. He screamed in terror. His body rapidly expanded, as if about to explode. Great Elder finally spoke his true purpose. I want your souls scattered. Zhang Fan calmly called Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan immediately appeared, quickly ran to the side of the Fourth Elder about to explode. At this time, Fourth Elder had lost consciousness. Immediately after, a loud explosion shook the sky. Fourth Elder exploded, but Jin Yuan had quickly wrapped Fourth Elder up, blocking this earth-shattering explosion. A moment later, the dust settled. Jin Yuan reported, resolved. Master. Zhang Fan praised him with satisfaction. You worked hard. Also, call me Mister. A kid calling me Master. Sound weird. Zhang Fan thought. At this time, the Great Elder was stunned. How is this possible? This is a deity transformation stage explosion. Actually able to resolve it. Zulfast. Then he reacted, realizing something was wrong. Should run quickly now. Zhang Fan laughed coldly. Want to run? Too late. Just finished speaking. Zhang Fan threw a leaf towards the Great Elder. This seemingly harmless leaf, in Zhang Fan's hands, turned into a killing weapon. Great Elder was heavily injured, unable to control the flying sword. Falling from the sky, Zhong Yulian hurriedly ran to his side. Great Elder finally saw clearly what injured him. Just a leaf. Zhang Fan sneered. Truly sinister and cunning. Using such vicious means even against people of his own sect. No wonder Guangling sect is considered a righteous sect by outsiders. Great Elder was extremely doubtful about Zhang Fan's identity. Who exactly are you? With such strength, How can you have no reputation in the cultivation world? Zhang Fan smiled and replied, to a villain like you, there is nothing to say. Yulian, take revenge. Suddenly a loud cry came from afar. Great Elder recognized it as the Bull Demon King's voice, rejoicing in his heart. Great, maybe I can still be saved. So, he shouted loudly. Demon King Highness, I am here. Zhang Fan rested his chin. Look for a moment. Did the little dog lose? At this time the Bull Demon King ran towards them. However, his face was pale as paper. Not a drop of blood left. Mouth constantly shouting. Save me. Who knew? Great Elder and Bull Demon King cried for help in unison. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan couldn't help laughing. The Night King behind the Bull Demon King, anger reaching the sky, was biting tight on the Bull Demon King's hand, walking over step by heavy step. The Night King emitted an aura that chilled people's spines. Anyone who provoked it would not see tomorrow's sun. It saw Zhang Fan, feeling uneasy in its heart. Damn it, carelessly let this brat run here. Will he torture me because I didn't do a good job? At this time, the Great Elder suddenly turned hostile, pushing all the blame onto the Bull Demon King. Capturing Zhong Yulian was not my idea. It was all this damned Demon King forcing me. For the Guangling Sect, I was forced to submit. Hearing these accusations, Bull Demon King was furious. Shameless bastard. I didn't force you. It was you who actively sought me to cooperate. The Night King suddenly rushed towards the Bull Demon King. It unhesitatingly bit his injured arm. Bull Demon King cried in pain, using demon language to beg. Spare me, begging you to spare me. Great Elder also pretended to be pitiful. Eyes filled with tears, said, before I really didn't order to kill your whole family. Bull Demon King shouted loudly. Don't listen to him. He ordered to kill your whole family. I'm the one who didn't know anything. At this time, Zhong Yulian spoke up. At that time, my family must have also begged you to spare their lives, right? But did you give them a chance? Finished speaking, she unhesitatingly swung a sword at the Guangling Sect Great Elder. This sword was full of hatred. It was Zhong Yulian's deep-seated hatred for him. Also revenge for the Zhong family's 10,000 years. He fell to the ground dead on the spot. Zhong Yulian said silently, Mom, Dad, and everyone, today I have avenged everyone. I have avenged everyone. Finished speaking, tears flow like a spring. This was perhaps tears of happiness. Relief after washing away hatred. Zhang Fan patted Zhong Yulian's shoulder, comforting her. All right, she sobbed, rushing into his arms. Calling, Master. Zhang Fan gently stroked her hair, said, don't cry, don't cry. Revenge is taken. Your road is still long. Then he looked towards the Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King hurriedly kowtowed, begging, please spare me. I'm willing to be a cow or horse to repay you. Zhang Fan said to the Night King. Finish him off. Use Bull Demon King meat to replenish nutrition. Hearing this, the Night King's eyes lit up. Laughed he, saying, Bull Demon King meat is much tastier than normal bull demon meat. Wonder what steak tastes like. Looking at the Night King's cunning smile, Bull Demon King also understood his end. Before he could react, Zhong Yulian had acted. Zhang Fan was a little surprised. Not bad. Reaction is very fast. Very powerful. Zhong Yulian was grateful to him in her heart, if not for Master secretly helping. Revenge would definitely not be so simple. Master, revenge is taken. In the future, I will definitely serve Master wholeheartedly. Whatever Master says, I will do. Zhang Fan waved his hand. No need for me to make steak for you guys. Do it yourself. Full and warm. Finished speaking, Zhang Fan pointed at the pot, shouted, fire up. Zhang Fan fanned the fire, while smelling the roast meat. Couldn't help praising. So fragrant. Nearby Zhong Yulian was also holding a skewer of roast meat eating. She looked up at the ginseng plants and said, Master, the ginseng seems to have grown a bit bigger. Zhang Fan looked up, thinking, in Journey to the West. Ginseng fruit is a divine fruit. Smelling it once can make one live 360 years. Taking a bite can make one live 47,000 years. Thinking so, Zhang Fan climbed the tree to pick a ginseng, although maybe not as exaggerated as in Journey to the West. But after all, it is a fruit of this world. Should be able to increase a bit of cultivation. Zhang Fan opened his mouth, took a big bite. Taste is fresh, juicy too, but seems not to increase cultivation. Seems this isn't real ginseng either. Zhang Fan sighed, helplessly said, in the end, it's just a delicious fruit. Suddenly a cough came from afar. Zhang Fan walked into the woods, instructing, you guys keep eating. The coughing echoed in the forest. Finally, Zhang Fan saw an old man sitting not far away, coughing violently. The old man looked up at him and asked, this benefactor, may I ask where this is? This old man is lost. Zhang Fan laughed awkwardly, thinking, who gets lost all the way to the southern wilderness ancient domain? Are the demon beasts here all vegetarians? However, Zhang Fan still politely asked, old sir, what is your name? How many people in your family? Where did you come from? A barrage of questions made the old man tired of answering. This old man's surname is Zhao. Name is Zhao Yun, just an ordinary old farmer. Zhang Fan's face immediately stiffened. Old farmer? Such an expert likes to pretend to be an old farmer. Does he want to hide his identity? Zhang Fan enthusiastically invited. We are eating. Come over and eat together. Since he's here, come in and drink a cup of tea. Eat something. He was opening his mouth. Want to enter? Or not? He thought cultivators were all high and mighty. Looking east and west, Zhao Yun pretended to probe further. You live here. Aren't you afraid of demon beasts noticing? Zhang Fan just smiled. There are no demon beasts that dare to notice me. On the contrary, I notice them. The Night King heard this question and secretly thought, demon beasts coming here are either roasted or boiled. Only I understood the times. To keep this small life. That old man. He looked at his back, thinking wildly. This place is the southern wilderness, daring to casually provoke demon beasts. Could this person be a hidden expert? Zhao Yun pondered. Looking at Zhang Fan, he turned his head back, evaluating this person. Yet there isn't a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Should I probe a bit? He stood up, hesitantly said, young man, since you are so kind, pour this old man a cup of tea. He cheerfully asked Old Man Song, what do you want to drink? Old Man Song laughed heartily, scratched his head and said, this old man has roamed everywhere, drunk everything. Give me anything. In his heart, he thought, this expression looks really annoying. You've deliberately played dumb. Still dare to pretend in front of me. This matter isn't over. Zhang Fan took out a jar of wine, said, since that's the case, today let's not drink tea. Drink something more interesting. He pointed at the wine jar and said, this is spirit wine I brewed myself using various fruits and spirit herbs. Old Man Song politely replied. Then this old man asked permission to be presumptuous. He held the wine cup, receiving that clear wine. The aroma of wine immediately rushed into his nose. What kind of good wine is this? Just by the aroma, already makes one drunk. Zhang Fan smiled purely and said, just putting on an act, who doesn't know? This brat actually has such good wine, truly like the immortal wine in legends. In the cultivation world, once appeared 4 types of immortal wine. That is 9 fragrant spirit wine, red sugar immortal wine, red silk immortal wine, empty pour 1 pot spring. Each type of wine can increase cultivation, even can break through realms. He stared intently at the wine cup, hands clenched tight. If this kind of wine is brought outside, enough to exchange for the Sect treasures of major immortal sects. He tried to stay calm. Must be calm. Absolutely cannot reveal a surprised expression in front of the opponent. He lifted the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Wine flowed into the stomach. A strange feeling rose in his heart. The deity transformation bottleneck that troubled me for years actually broke through. This makes him even more certain this is immortal wine. Definitely one of the 4 types of immortal wine. What exactly is this person's background? Looking ordinary, yet able to take out such shocking things. No, cannot bicker with him anymore. Zhao Yun immediately spoke up. Little brother, show you a treasure. He took out a very small fruit from his storage bag. Said, what do you think of this fruit? Zhang Fan avoided his gaze. Hungry? Who wants to see your treasure? What fruit? What fruit? You spent so much effort. Turns out it's a lychee. Dare to take this out to scare people? But Zhao Yun was extremely proud of this fruit. Said, this is what I risked my life for. 9 deaths, 1 life. Obtained from the holy land of the immortal world. Holy fruit. This brat actually has no expression of surprise at all. He held the lychee. How about it, little brother? Wanna own it? Zhang Fan said disdainfully. This thing? I want to eat. Already ate until I'm sick of it. Zhao Yun exclaimed in disbelief. What? This is the holy fruit jade marrow. You think it's Chinese cabbage? Saying you ate until sick, boasting without shame. Zhang Fan calmly said, although it is the cultivation world. But it's just ancient times. Heard that Yang Guifei in ancient times wanted to eat a fresh lychee. Had to travel 10,000 miles to get it. Zhao Yun said smugly. Since that's the case, you look down on my holy fruit jade marrow so much, then I also want to see. What else do you have that can compare to my immortal fruit? Zhang Fan sneered. Your fruit to me is truly too low class. Today let me broaden your horizons. What is called true knowledge? Zhao Yun sneered in his heart thinking. Brat, you're dead. This old man roamed all over the cultivation world. What haven't I experienced? I still want to see what. Before he could finish thinking, the scene in front of him made him exclaim aloud. This, inside here, there is actually an immortal cave. Zhao Yun was extremely surprised. Any random branch is a rare item in the world. Then this. Speaking, he looked up at the tree. Zhao Yun was even more surprised. How is it possible? Is it the 1,000-year ginseng fruit in Legends? Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this old man to have this encounter today. Zhao Yun looked extremely excited. At this time, Jin Yuan's voice came from the tree trunk. Who trespasses? He asked. Zhao Yun was stunned. Could it be Ginseng becoming a spirit? He immediately knelt down in front of Jin Yuan. Respectfully said, Hi, immortal. Just now this old man was blinded. Was rude. Begging you to forgive. Jin Yuan expressed no opinion on his words. He walked in front of Zhang Fan and said, Master, immortal master, this person, just now, without your permission, wanted to steal immortal fruits. How should he be dealt with? Zhao Yun heard this. Extremely shocked. What? This immortal spirit has at least deity transformation strength. Yet bows to this brat and calls him master. He casually took out a jar of immortal wine. Even immortals have to call him master. Could he be a celestial immortal? Or a higher level existence? At this time, Zhong Yulian appeared, eating while asking, What's wrong? Seeing Zhong Yulian and the Night King. Zhao Yun clicked his tongue. Another one. Another one. Zhang Fan suddenly spoke loudly. I say old song. What are you pretending for? Hungry to the point of not being able to walk. Zhao Yun finally realized Zhang Fan's true identity. He thought, clearly a cultivation expert, yet likes to pretend to be a farmer. Zhang Fan continued. Since that's the case, you like eating fruit. Then gift you one. Finished speaking, a ginseng fruit fell into Zhao Yun's hand, making him extremely surprised, to the point of stammering. You actually want to gift me a divine fruit? Zhang Fan picked his nose, while replying, This is just a normal fruit. Look at you getting excited. Zhao Yun held the ginseng fruit, tears flowing incessantly. This is the ginseng fruit that extends life. Zhang Fan calmly said, Nothing strange either. Oomph. I thought to myself, I have plenty of this stuff. Moreover, I can't cultivate. Can only taste a bit. Hearing these words, Zhao Yun's face turned pale. Voice trembling said, What do you mean nothing strange? What do you mean not rare? Then he shouted angrily, This is a divine fruit. The supreme divine fruit in Legends. Just eating one can increase lifespan by 40,000 years. You treat divine fruit like white radish. Seeing his excited expression, Zhang Fan rested his chin and thought, I can't step out of the invincible sword domain. Zhong Yulian's strength is not enough. I also dare not let her leave alone. Isn't the person in front of me the most suitable choice? Just have to make this old man pretending to be a farmer willing. Finished thinking, Zhang Fan opened his mouth and said, All right then. Seeing you like this, directly accepting it, I also don't feel right. So, you go do me a favor. The opponent immediately agreed. Yes, please instruct. Zhang Fan thought. After all, this is a divine fruit. What price must be paid to get this opportunity? This peerless boss, asking to run errands is definitely not that simple. So, he said to Zhao Yun, Don't be so serious. You just need to help me buy 100 caddies of pork. You see, it's not easy for me to raise this dog. Finished speaking, he kicked the Night King's butt, waking it from sleep. The Night King glared, growling at Zhao Yun. Hearing Zhang Fan say so, he looked extremely surprised. Raising a dog? This is a demon king, Zhao Yun thought. He actually raises a deity transformation realm demon king as a dog. At this time he guessed. This immortal probably really is an immortal descending to the lower realm for a tour. If really an immortal, then the errand of buying 100 caddies of pork just now is definitely not that simple. After all, it's exchanging with a ginseng fruit. How could it be that easy? Maybe this is the high immortal's test for me. This thought suddenly flashed in his mind. If I pass the test, maybe the high immortal will bestow me a greater opportunity. At this time, Zhang Fan called out, "Old song, what's wrong with you? Thinking it's too expensive?" Hearing this sentence, Zhao Yun suddenly woke up. Not good. High immortal is dissatisfied with my hesitation. If I hesitate anymore, I will lose this peerless opportunity. I must be firm in my stance, loyal to the high immortal. Thinking so, he respectfully replied, "Young master's great grace. This old man will never forget. I, Zhao Yun, swear here, if young master has any instructions, this old man is willing to work like an ox or horse. Go through water and fire. Will not decline." Zhang Fan thought, what is this old man acting out now? Then smiled and replied, "Then you go." The opponent immediately acted, disappeared. At this time, Zhang Fan still had some doubts in his heart. He looked at Zhao Yun's receding back. Walking a distance, Zhao Yun took out the bag containing the ginseng fruit, muttering, "Since it's a test for me, then I must do it perfectly." The ginseng fruit the high immortal needs is definitely not ordinary. A few days later, Zhang Fan was leaning against the ginseng tree, while Zhong Yulian was concentrating on cultivation. The Night King slept like a log. Zhang Fan's mind was messy with thoughts. Can't go on like this. Old Song has been gone for 3 days. No one came to help me upgrade the sword domain either. Not upgrading the sword domain. I can't cultivate. Can only operate within this radius of 550 meters. Moreover, gathering supplies is inconvenient. Thinking of this, 2 streams of tears fell. Everyone thinks I'm a peerless boss, but in reality, I'm just a mortal who needs 3 meals a day. What do you tell me to go gather supplies? He turned his eyes to the Night King, thinking this dog's strength is okay. Previous performance was also quite loyal, but this is a demon king after all. Can't let it go to human cities. Too dangerous. Then he looked at this young lady. Although before taking revenge, she was always cultivating. Progress is also very fast, but strength is still too low. Can't take her to die. He sighed, demon king or whatever. I'm not picky. Nascent soul, deity transformation, whatever works. I just hope it won't be too peaceful. Just thinking. The Night King suddenly barked, signaling someone coming. Zhang Fan asked in surprise. Someone? Now. He looked up at the sky, face full of surprise. At this time, many cultivators appeared in the sky. Spiritual energy here is actually so abundant. What is that? Immortal tree? Seeing Wendy, Zhang Fan gritted his teeth, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. The person standing in front of him was named Wendy, grandson of the great elder of the Yahello Sword Sect. He said smugly, not just abundant, but too abundant. Wendy thought to himself, didn't expect the southern wilderness to be occupied by this bastard, and to encounter such an opportunity. At this time, Wendy suddenly felt the spiritual energy was dense enough to liquefy. He felt extremely interested. Ordered to go down and see. Finished speaking, he and his subordinates flew directly to Zhang Fan's manor. Approaching Zhang Fan, Wendy suddenly discovered. Wait, isn't this Zhang Fan? He then stepped forward to talk to Zhang Fan. Didn't expect you brat to be alive. Why have you turned into a mortal? Hearing the opponent's provocative words, immediately anger flared up. Angrily said, what do you mean? Dare to be so rude to my master? Wendy said in surprise. Oh my god, master, this little girl looks pretty too. Having fun, huh? Zhang Fan, why don't you call me master once? I can teach you more things. Finished speaking, he put on a lecherous face. Couldn't hold back the anger. Roared bastard, accept your death. Just about to rush up to attack Wendy, Zhang Fan suddenly stopped her. Slowly said, let me handle the matter between me and them myself. just happens to have some grudges. Wendy, to be honest, I really didn't expect it. Zhang Fan, I thought you left the sect in a sorry state and died in the southern wilderness. Didn't expect you to be in the southern wilderness helping me accumulate spiritual medicines and immortal herbs. And found such a beautiful girl. I must thank you properly. Junior brother Zhang Fan. Before leaving the sect, you left me opportunities. Coming to the southern wilderness, you still remember me. Preparing so many good things for me. Finished speaking, he patted Zhang Fan's shoulder. Then called his subordinates over. At this time, Zhang Fan spoke up. Let me tell you, Yeni Sword Sect has a person named Trash Young Master. Eldest Young Master Wendy is the shame of the sect. Your grandfather, the Great Elder, is too. You probably haven't forgotten, right? How you were taught a lesson by me back then. Finished speaking, he slapped Wendy's hand away. Rays of light cut off Wendy's arm, knocking down his subordinates. Wendy screamed in pain. My hand. Then he angrily ordered. Everyone, get him, kill him for me. A subordinate said, dare to injure the young master. Capture him alive. I want to execute him by 1,000 cuts. All of Wendy's subordinates rushed up. Zhang Fan was not panicked at all. Instead smiled, holding a leaf in his hand. But suddenly Zhong Yulian jumped in front. With just a few sword strokes, she killed all of Wendy's subordinates. System sent notification to Zhang Fan. Killed a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Sword domain value increased by 50 points. Then the system continuously sent notifications, increasing accumulated points for Zhang Fan. Seeing this scene, Wendy and his subordinates were stunned. Said, that is a top-tier immortal sword. How can he? Wendy appeared extremely terrified and said, wait, is there a misunderstanding? This is an internal matter of our Yeni Sword sect, not related to her. Zhong Yulian rushed in front of Wendy, said, dare to insult my master, and want to harm him. You say it's a misunderstanding? Pay the price. She intended to swing her sword to kill Wendy. Wendy's subordinate heard her mention the word master. Immediately anger flared. Laughed coldly. Too much. Don't think having a divine sword means you can defeat me. My iron flame sword wasn't practiced for 50 years in vain. Words not yet finished. He suddenly stiffened, whole body suppressed by pressure. Terrifyingly enveloped. He saw sharp sword chi in front of his eyes, cutting the ground apart. He himself naturally couldn't luckily escape. Only a sword flew towards Wendy, stuck into the ground right at his feet, only an inch from his vital spot. Wendy screamed in fear, daring not believe his eyes. Zhang Fan smiled and said, how about it? Eldest young master one. Still arrogant now. Wendy immediately changed his expression, miserably begging. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhang Fan leisurely said, get lost. For the sake of my magnanimity, you kowtow 100 times. I will let Yulian spare your life. Wendy heard 100 kowtows, momentarily stunned. Yulian raised her sword coldly threatening. Wendy helpless, could only constantly kowtow, mouth constantly saying, saw thee, spare me, spare me. Seeing Wendy constantly kowtowing, Zhang Fan laughed happily. The Night King looked at Zhang Fan's expression, thinking could it be? At this time the place where Wendy kowtowed had appeared a large pit, stained with his fresh blood. But he still didn't stop kowtowing, mouth constantly begging. Saw thee, spare me, spare me. Zhang Fan waved his hand and said, scram, you go. Wendy heard this, happily said, thank you for the grace. Thank you for the grace. He just intended to stand up. Yulian put the sword on his neck and coldly said, master said for you to scram, not for you to walk. Wendy momentarily didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could only awkwardly roll away, waiting until far away from Zhang Fan and them. Wendy finally stopped, panting, his heart filled with anger. Zhang Fan, and that damned woman. You guys wait. Wait until I go back and tell. Grandfather will definitely send people to deal with you. At that time you will kneel and beg me. Wendy's screaming unexpectedly reached Zhang Fan and Zhong Yulian's ears. The Night King spoke up. Master, is it really okay to just let him go back like that? He already spread the news, summoning reinforcements, wanting us to kneel and beg for mercy. Zhang Fan heard and was a little surprised. Asked stupid dog, you can talk. It laughed and replied, demon kings can all talk. Before I was heavily injured, couldn't open my mouth. Luckily thanks to master, Now I have recovered my strength. Then it said again, that Wendy's mouth is so stiff. Want to catch him back? Zhang Fan smiled and replied, no need. I am waiting for this level of experience. Hearing this, the Night King thought, Umangs. Immortals indeed all have dark hearts. At this time, Zhang Fan was lying under the tree's shade, thinking in his heart, currently the manor is still short of people. I can't leave the sword domain range. Otherwise, just a mortal. Yulian, although cultivating extraordinary physique. But after all, cultivation time is too short. The dog has to stay home to guard. However, although I can't leave the sword domain, but can consider finding someone to work for me. To this cultivation world sect. This place to me is a fairyland. So-called immortal caves can't compare. However, who should I find? Who? He rested his chin in thought. Before, the mixed powder offered by the Holy Sword sect wasn't bad. Under the Yini Sword sect, my master was very good. Others? Who else is there? Zhang Fan sighed. Since I transmigrated to this world, until now only a few years, people contacted are not enough. Suddenly noise came from outside. Zhang Fan immediately realized. Movement outside. Zhong Yulian immediately volunteered. Master, let me go see. Zhang Fan then kicked the Night King's butt. Hey, licked enough. You go check too. It lazily walked while muttering. Only know how to order me around. Result. This commotion was caused by Huang Jitian and Zhao Yun. Huang Jitian immediately said to Zhong Yulian, little girl, are you willing to follow me to cultivate? Be my disciple? Zhong Yulian heard and was a little happy. She carefully observed the opponent. Can see this is a peerless powerhouse. But she said to Huang Jitian, this senior, first look at the injuries on your body. Huang Jitian replied, my injuries don't matter. Important is your talent rarely seen in 10,000 years. Suddenly, Zhao Yun interrupted. Stop it, stealing my disciple. Then he kicked Huang Jitian flying. The opponent cursed angrily. Old man, you want to die? You want to steal my disciple? Don't dream. Finished speaking, Huang Jitian raised his hand to hit Zhao Yun, but was easily blocked by the opponent with one hand. Next, Zhao Yun politely said to Zhong Yulian, Miss Zhong, this friend of mine is just a small landlord from the countryside. Knowledge is still shallow. Please don't blame. Then he turned to Huang Jitian and shouted loudly, you are the one wanting to die. This girl's master is the immortal I told you about. You dare fight for a disciple with an immortal? Are you tired of living? Hearing these words, Huang Jitian finally understood. She is actually the immortal's disciple. No wonder young but has such cultivation. Indeed, a good disciple of an immortal. At this time, Zhong Yulian said again, two seniors. Are you really not considering treating the injuries on your bodies? Zhao Yun laughed, Right. Then he asked, is Mr. inside? Truthfully, dare not hide. This time this old man came to apologize. Zhang Fan appeared just as Zhao Yun spoke. So he and Zhong Yulian felt surprised after hearing the word apologize. Zhang Fan looked at Zhao Yun's appearance, frowned and thought, what is going on? Looking so miserable and bringing an expert. Damn it, I just told the old man to buy some pork. Result, why did it turn out like this? Breaking into a fiancé's house wouldn't be this miserable. Although Zhang Fan thought so, he still pretended to ask Zhao Yun, old sir, what happened to you? The opponent then happily explained, Mr. gave me divine fruit. So I wanted to catch some demon beast meat for Mr. Originally thought acting together with an old friend would be easier. Didn't expect to fail. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was stunned. You said demon beast meat? Seeing Zhang Fan's expression, Zhao Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seems High Immortal isn't angry. That's good. Wait until I heal my injuries. I will go with old Huang again. Hearing Zhao Yun's story, Zhang Fan sighed. Advise, old sir. You are old. Don't take risks like that anymore. At this time, he finally understood. No wonder I told this old man to buy pork. Several days and haven't seen him back. Turns out he overthought it. Went to do something else. Zhao Yun smiled awkwardly. Said, let Mr. down. But Mr. rest assured, I and the old man will go find demon beast meat again. We'll definitely bring the best pork to Mr. Finished speaking, he confidently patted his chest. But after patting, he realized he patted too hard. Immediately coughed a few times. Even coughed up blood. Zhang Fan smiled and said, all right, seeing you guys like this, Let me treat your injuries first. Finished speaking, he took out a pill. Secretly thought, this is loot taken from those Guanling Sect cultivators before. However, just ordinary healing pills. If I use the power of the Invincible Sword domain, done chanting spell on 2 pills. He gave the pills to Zhao Yun. You too, take the pill to treat injuries. The opponent happily accepted the pill. Also thanked the immortal. The two didn't think much. Directly put the pill in their mouths. Huang Jitian just swallowed the pill. Immediately felt, this is indeed an immortal pill. Zhao Yun immediately took off his shirt, proving not only injuries healed completely, but internal injuries left from previous cultivation also completely recovered. Huang Jitian continued, I feel impurities in the body also expelled apart. Aptitude also increased quite a bit. The two thanked Mr. in unison. Zhao Yun said, luckily thanks to your immortal pill, we could recover from injuries in an instant. Huang Jitian also continued, also gained some opportunities. Zhang Fan felt these two rated his pills too high. He was a little surprised, but still pretended to wave his hand and said, recovered is good. Suddenly a loud explosion came from the mountain peak. Zhang Fan was confused. What is it today? Why is there always such big commotion outside? On the other side, Huang Jitian and Zhao Yun glanced at each other. Could it be that demon beast chased us all the way here? The Night King trembled a little. Demon aura too strong. This could even be a demon emperor. But this strange smell, where is it coming from? The whole forest was overturned by the demon beast. It seemed to be angry about something. Then it turned into human form. Loudly shouted, roll out here. 2 perverted old men. Hearing this, the Night King was silent. Perverted? It looked at Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian, thinking, I heard Western region cultivators have a kind of evil art. Can use demon beasts to absorb een supplement yang. Strengthen own cultivation. These 2 old men surely aren't. But Zhang Fan still asked the 2 of them, did you 2 do anything to this little monster? Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian seemed hesitant. Zhao Yun blurted out, boasting, Mister, look who we are. No matter what we say, we are great cultivators. No matter what, we wouldn't go so far as to do anything to that little monster. Zhang Fan pondered a bit, then said, also true. The Night King beside seemed more sober. He said, maybe these 2 are proficient in that matter, so can also understand. Human, just supplement. But the little monster you mentioned earlier probably isn't the one out there, right? Looking at that monster angry to the point of madness, glaring at the 2 of them, Zhao Yun finally admitted, it is it. Originally, just an ordinary monster. But don't know. Since when? It awakened innate divine ability. Moreover, very powerful. Huang Jitian guessed, probably related to the matter of the sky being pierced not long ago. Since the sky was pierced, recently spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased quite a bit. Many places have strange occurrences. Zhang Fan unconsciously mocked himself, not saying that no one knows that hole was caused by me. The Night King explained, this is a mountain mandrill. Although legends say the mandrill race are descendants of some god in the divine realm. But I remember the mandrill race is no different from ordinary monsters. Nothing special. Just when eating, taste is slightly better than ordinary monsters. The mountain mandrill angrily said, You guys only know how to eat. From morning to night, only know how to eat. Why don't you make yourselves into rice buckets? Zhang Fan asked with some surprise. Just now we were scolded as rice buckets by a monster. Zhao Yun smiled and replied, Mister, this monster only has this difference, is especially good at cursing people. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was somewhat contemplative. That mountain mandrill was still angry about the matter just now, shouting loudly, You 2 old men, after all, are cultivators. Hiding in a mortal's manor for what? And all our kids. Is your face skin thicker than my pig skin? Which seems right, truly shameless. Actually dared to barge directly into my house, disturbing me and my wife giving birth. Where you teach me cultivation. How to make face skin thicker than my pig skin. The mountain mandrill spat towards the 2, making everyone speechless, but can't tolerate it anymore. Opponents still attacked. So Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian also angrily rushed towards it. Beast, don't be too excessive. The 2 simultaneously attacked the mountain mandrill. It roared once, using 2 arms to shield its body. After the attack, dust filled the air. The mountain mandrill was unharmed, uttering curses. "You 2 old men. Last time you peeped at me and my wife giving birth. Now playing sneak attack again. Have you not eaten enough rice?" Then it mocked again. "I forgot. Looking at your appearance. Must have lived relying on each other since childhood, right?" This beast curses truly viciously. Hearing this, Huang Jitian and Zhao Yun were angry enough to explode. 2 bastards. The 2 madly rushed towards the mountain mandrill. The mountain mandrill became even more excited. "Gome, Gome." "Huh," the Night King said to Zhang Fan. This mountain mandrill probably awakened some divine ability. Zhang Fan also replied, "I'm also curious what divine ability it is exactly. Is it that invulnerable pig skin? Or its mouth?" On this side, the mountain mandrill was still constantly mocking the 2 of them. "Last night you guys cultivated too long. Why hitting so weakly?" Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian wanted to die of anger. The 2 attacked it even more fiercely. The Night King stood aside, watching the battle. Before I heard other demon beasts say, "Mandrill race compared to other monsters is better at arguing." But didn't expect it to be to this extent. Zhang Fan stroked his chin and said, "But the mountain mandrill's defense is a bit excessive, isn't it? 2 deity transformation cultivators can't break it. Even if it's innate divine ability, its pig skin is unbelievably thick." He thought, this must be what that old man called bloodline awakening. I remember hearing other demon beasts say, "In a mountain mandrill's body is demon god bloodline, like my dark moon body." The Night King frowned at this time. Zhang Fan said, "I see you 2 won't last long. Otherwise, why were you beaten back right from the start?" The mountain mandrill waved its hand, throwing stones at Huang Jitian and Zhao Yun. Laughing loudly said, "Run." Still running. Zhang Fan, seeing this, couldn't stand by and watch. Thinking, seems I still have to act. But currently the sword domain only covers the manor and half the mountain. The monster's position is very inconvenient. Just happens to be outside. At this time, Zhong Yulian clasped her hands, requesting Zhang Fan, "Master, please let me go support the 2 old seniors." Zhang Fan reached out to touch his nose. Said, "No hurry. Play with it a bit." He pointed at the Night King. "Puppy, go bite the mandrill a few times. Lure it over here." The Night King also understood. Barked woof in response, thinking in his heart again. Only good at ordering people around. I know, ordering dogs. Zhao Yun was exhausted at this time. Panting loudly shouted, "Hateful monster. Now, definitely looking down on us. We can't continue to lose face like this." Huang Jitian also replied, "Can't show mercy anymore." The mountain mandrill crossed its arms, putting on a majestic appearance. Said, "Hitting people with no strength. Still dare to call yourselves Dao cultivators?" A powerful force hit, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Zhao Yun's 7 formations. He placed his hands on the ground. Joining forces with Huang Jitian, he said, "Don't celebrate just yet. It's not over." A formation with 4 dragon heads appeared in Shan Kang's eyes. This was the 8-directional dragon vein. The dragon heads attacked relentlessly. Shan Kang feigned fear. Then he burst out laughing and said, "Oomph, just kidding." Zhao Yun was shocked to see Shan Kang completely unharmed. "What?" Shan Kang blocked the attack with both hands. He looked bored. He began to channel his true chi into the 8-directional dragon vein. He intended to reflect the attack back at them. As he spoke, Shan Kang counterattacked. Those dragon-shaped streams of true chi turned back to attack the very masters who had created them. Huang Jitian and Zhao Yun's jaws dropped. "What? This is impossible." The power of the counterattack was immense. It caused a world-shaking explosion. Shan Kang laughed smugly. "Is that all you've got? Can you do what I just did? You 2 old geezers are pathetic." Shan Kang suddenly felt something was wrong. He stopped. Unbeknownst to him, the Yi Yao Wang had appeared behind him. It was biting down hard on his butt. The sharp fangs of the Yi Yao Wang couldn't even pierce Shan Kang's thick hide. It bit down so hard it felt like its teeth would break. "What kind of hide is this thick?" Shan Kang was enraged. His entire body burst into flames. He roared, "Which shameless bastard dares to sneak attack me? And bite my ass no less." The Yi Yao Wang nimbly dodged. It ran, panting heavily. "Has this demon beast not bathed in days? It stinks to high heaven. My mouth is full of that pig's stench." Shan Kang took the bait. He chased after the Yi Yao Wang. You're a dignified demon king, yet you resort to sneak attacks, and you've become someone's dog. Have you no shame? Shan Kong was filled with rage. He chased him right up to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan stood with his hands behind his back, smiling calmly. He finally took the bait. Shan Kong stopped abruptly. He looked at Zhang Fan warily. What's going on? Why is this bastard with an ordinary person? Could there be some other scheme? His mind started racing. These two, are they the backing for those two old men? Looks like I'd better be careful. The Yi Yao Wang continued. He provoked Shan Kong. He turned his butt towards Shan Kong. He taunted him with a cry. Come on, come and get me, huh? Shan Kong couldn't take it anymore and roared. You damn bastard. Today I'm going to stew you whole and eat you. Zhang Fan rushed forward to block Shan Kong. Not even the power of divine abilities can break my defense. This is the strongest innate defense left to me by my mountain god ancestors. A deafening explosion rang out. Caught off guard, Shan Kong was struck and sent flying into the sky by Zhang Fan's kick. He hung suspended in midair. Then he crashed heavily to the ground. He was in excruciating pain. Impossible. This is the innate defense that let me run rampant through the southern wilderness's spring veins. Even the Demon Emperor would have a hard time dealing with it. In a flash, Zhang Fan was holding Sharpblade. The Yi Yao Wang had a sinister look on its face. It approached Shan Kong. It looked ready to eat him alive. He looked at the blade in horror. He let out a mournful cry. It was as if he were about to be slaughtered. Zhang Fan raised the Sharpblade. He prepared to strike. Shan Kong was scared out of his wits. He cried out loudly. He clasped his hands together, begging, Please, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. He deliberately put on a pitiful expression. He said, Great Master, please forgive this pitiful pet of yours. Zhang Fan was stunned by Shan Kang's words and actions. I never thought this fat pig would be so cunning. It nuzzled against Zhang Fan's leg. It wouldn't stop kissing it. Good thing I'm smart and quick on my feet. If I hadn't been, I'd be roast pig today. A voice came from behind. It was Huang Jiqian and Zhao Yun. A defense that we couldn't break. The Immortal One did it with ease. The two looked at each other and smiled. They understood each other perfectly. We really did find a right person. The Yi Yao Wang seized the opportunity to gloat. Just a moment ago, you were saying you wanted me to help you. You're a dignified demon king who has awakened your divine bloodline. How can you be so shameless? Shan Kong tried even harder to look adorable. That's because I didn't recognize my master before. He deliberately feigned pitifulness. It's been too long since I last saw my master. Master, old pig missed you to death. Shan Kang's underlings were disgusted. The hide on this pig is truly peerless. We haven't even managed to latch onto the Immortal One yet. And this pig already has. It's utterly nauseating. Even Zhang Fan had to admit it. This pig really is thick-skinned. Times have changed. Even pigs know how to read people. However, give me one reason not to kill you. The Yi Yao Wang also spoke up. I could use him to guard the house. Keeping this pig around, aside from being a source of food, what else can he do? I say we just kill you and make roasted suckling pig. Shan Kong replied, I can do anything. Old pig was quite a character back in the day. I'm strong and famous for digging holes. Hauling things, I'm good at everything. And I guarantee I'll be fast and do a good job. He looked at Zhang Fan pitifully again. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. Having an extra labor would be good. Most importantly, this guy's a smooth talker. And he's powerful. He won't be easily killed. He might even be able to take some of the heat from me from the outer sword domain. Zhang Fan turned and walked away. He said, All right, you can stay here. I'll find a place for you to settle down. He respectfully thanked his master. Shan Kong was stunned. This manor was truly a paradise. There were spirit herbs and immortal medicines everywhere. There were even divine fruits. The Yi Yao Wang said with a look of disdain. What a fake display of surprise. Shan Kong thought to himself. No wonder this demon king is willing to be someone's dog. If I could eat spirit herbs and immortal medicines every day, if it were me, I'd be willing to be a dog too. Shan Kong looked at his master with sparkling eyes. Old pig here is just a crude fellow. No, a crude beast. Being here, wouldn't I be defiling this immortal abode? Besides, when you take a stroll in the garden in the morning, seeing a pig like me would be an eyesore. This humble one only asks to dig a hole in the manor to live in. That would be enough. Zhang Fan was at a loss with this stubborn pig. What is this thing? Huh? This pig's shamelessness knows no bounds. Everyone looked at him with disgust. Shan Kong rolled up his sleeves and got to work. He worked very hard. Zhao Yun looked at him and said, "In any case, I have to say it. This pig is truly shameless. The Dark Shadow Demon King is just as bad. Otherwise, we'd be eating barbecue right now." Zhao Yun bowed respectfully. "Sir, it's all because of our incompetence that your meal was disturbed." Zhang Fan didn't hold it against them. It's fine. I was just craving some pork. So, I asked you two to go get some for me. Who knew you two old men would run deep into the southern wilderness to provoke this demon beast? Rest assured, sir, we will definitely do better this time. Zhang Fan gave another instruction. This time, don't misunderstand my intentions again. The two of them left. They were determined not to let the immortal one down. Otherwise, our chance at immortality will be gone. Zhang Fan saw them off. He said with a smile, "These two old men are so impatient. Let's go. Miss Yulian, you can continue your cultivation. Puppy, you keep watch for a bit. I'm going to take a nap." The sky was clear and blue. Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian continued their search for the next target. "Old Huang, why don't you go back and bring your grandchildren and nephews with you?" Huang Jitian replied, "That's a good idea. We can curry favor with that immortal. What if we succeed? Then you should bring your disciples along too. It would be great to have a disciple like Miss Sunday." Zhao Yun said cheerfully, "We have to do a good job this time." Suddenly, his eyes widened. He looked ahead. "Over there. It looks like people from the Yin Sword Sect." Zhao Yun said thoughtfully, "Why are so many people from the Yin Sword Sect suddenly appearing at the mountain in trance?" Huang Jitian was also curious about where they were going. "It seems they're heading towards that immortal's manor." Zhang Fan's manor could be seen from a distance. Zhao Yun flew off, seemingly in the same direction. With an immortal here, who would dare cause trouble? Huang Jitian agreed. "That's true. But if the Yin Sword Sect dares to bother the immortal, it'll be a chance for us to prove ourselves." When Yi pointed down below and said, "Grandfather, that brat is right there. That's him, Zhang Fan. I don't know where he found her, but he's colluding with a powerful swordswoman. He's hiding her in the manor for protection. Don't worry. Grandfather will definitely get revenge for you." He ordered his disciples, "Surround this entire manor for me. Don't let a single bird escape." He pointed towards a manor and gave the order. The disciples replied in unison, "Yes, great elder." Those disciples began to surround the entire manor. When he then spoke up, "I'll make that brat kneel before me." He stroked his beard, looking profound. "Definitely. I'll capture that bitch alive. I'll make her serve me. Then I'll plunder all the spirit medicines in this manor. We'll see if they can heal my severed arm." At that moment, a woman named Sun Yulian stepped forward to block them, saying, "You trash from the Yin Sword Sect. I spared your lives last time, and now you dare to come back and cause trouble?" The rogue Cultivator stroked his beard and said, "So you're the wench who injured my son. Where did you crawl out from? So young, yet so vicious." Su Yulian said, "My master spared your son's life. I never thought that beast grandfather would deliver himself to our doorstep. You're truly courting death. How audacious." The rogue Cultivator waved his hand. A powerful force immediately enveloped them. A sword shot straight towards Sun Yulian. Just then, a demon beast named Yao Wang leaped out like a flash of lightning. It blocked the attack. It protected Sun Yulian. The massive shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. Shan Kong emerged from the dust cloud, cursing. "Old man, I just finished taking a dump, and you're already here." He chuckled. The resemblance between him and a pile of crap was uncanny. The great Cultivator looked down and shouted, "Shameless demon." Shan Kong replied, "Yes. You're a great cultivator. Oh, how embarrassing. Look at my poor memory. I mistook you for a person." He was furious and roared, "What the hell are you to dare attack me?" He immediately ordered his disciples to form a sword array. A disciple with a fierce expression said, "Let this demon pig taste the consequences of offending our Yin Sword Sect." They descended from the sky. The disciples rained down like arrows. "If you don't have the skills, don't bark like a dog. Did you just come from the latrine? Haven't you wiped your mouth yet?" Shan Kong strode forward menacingly. These people were like unruly children who had never been taught any manners. That disciple didn't know what he was seeing. He was frozen in place. Before them, Shan Kong suddenly grew to an immense size. He sent them flying with a single punch. Yao Wang was not to be outdone. He roared, "You dare attack Lady Yulian? You must be tired of living." His body flickered with electric light. He let out a deafening roar. In an instant, several disciples were taught a lesson. The great cultivator ordered his disciples to defend. Use the golden chi. The sky was instantly shrouded in green light. Layer upon layer of barriers wove together like a spiderweb. Sword energy poured down like a torrential flood. Shan Kong and the Night Demon King joined forces to respond. They easily dodged the attacks. These three-legged cat tricks. How could they possibly trouble us? One man and one pig simultaneously released a powerful force, beating those disciples until they fell like withered flowers in flowing water. Only then did the great cultivator realize, these two are demon kings. Why didn't you tell me that there were demon kings beside Zhang Fan? The disciple, face full of terror, stammered. Disciple didn't know. Last time we came here, I didn't see any demon kings. Besides, how could that brat possibly command a demon king? He waved his hand to stop the disciple. He shouted, "Trash! Shut your mouth. I'll settle the score with you when we get back." He immediately activated the grand formation, laying out an unfathomable array. Even if you're a demon king, I don't believe you can withstand this. The disciple of that great cultivator continued to scream arrogantly, saying that the Yin Sword sect could roam the southern wilderness unhindered solely because of this sword formation. Seeing this, the Night Demon King hurriedly told Tua Yulian to step back. Sword energy rained down like arrows. The Night Demon King shielded Tua Yulian. At that moment, Shan Kong suddenly appeared. Blocking the front, he faced them with a provocative look. He created a massive barrier, blocking the onslaught of sword energy. What kind of bullshit formation is this from the Yin Sword sect? It really just tickles. The Night Demon King gritted his teeth and said, I can't lose to him, or else Master will lecture me again. Shan Kong was completely unharmed. Is that thick pig skin still not broken? What are you afraid of? Everyone, channel your energy together. Pour all your spiritual power into the sword formation. The great cultivator held his long sword. Under this old man's command, countless blades of energy within the formation simultaneously attacked the Night Demon King and Shan Kong. Tua Yulian hurriedly ran over and called out, Master Zhang Fan, those people from the Yin Sword sect are here again. Zhang Fan was in no hurry to get up. He calmly replied, It's fine. I was waiting for them to come. Over here, Shan Kong charged forward with extreme speed. The great cultivator frowned. A beast king like you is truly stupid. You don't even know that formations can change. He waved his hand, condensing a new formation. A gigantic sword appeared in midair, obscuring the entire sky. Shan Kong looked up. This time it looks like big trouble. Should I run away? He turned his head back and saw Zhang Fan walking toward him. What did you get here? My new master is truly sinister. Aren't you afraid of birthing a son without an asshole later on? Shan Kong charged forward aggressively. Brat, here I come. The crescent moon on the wolf's head suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Let's chase after him. Keep attacking it. Vile beast, go to hell. He raised his arm high, revealing solid muscles. I am Shan Kong. My ancestor is him. He grabbed the precious sword of the great cultivator, attacking him. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Shan Kong was knocked flying. The Night Demon King seized the opportunity. You think this old man is finished? That sword energy is truly formidable. The Night Demon King channeled energy into his tail, dodging the fatal blow. Since it's come to this, he charged forward with even more force. It seems you really aren't very smart. Shan Kong jumped up from behind, attacking violently. Have you forgotten about me? Shan Kong rushed in, pushing both hands forward with force. Go meet the King of Hell. Those disciples were instantly blasted into the air, then fell in free fall. Shan Kong was no exception. He tumbled to the ground, creating a massive crater. Master, I'm heavily injured this time. You have to replenish my energy properly. Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up. Well done. Well done. I will reward you heavily. He didn't spare any praise for the Night Demon King. And you, Guzzy, you did a great job too. He happily held out both hands. He greeted the great elder. Long time no see. Care to come down for a chat? The great cultivator gritted his teeth. You rotten brat. You collude with demons. You've harmed my fellow sect members. I must return and report this to the sect. We will expel you from a sect, and then we will kill you. Zhang Fan remained calm, his arms crossed. Then go ahead and report it. System, target locked. Target has entered the invincible range. Sword domain. Counterattack can be initiated immediately. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. Should I let them go back and accumulate a little more experience? Forget it. The sect master and the other elders are all good people. When I was a disciple at the Yahello Sword sect, they treated me well. You all can stay and play. He commanded the system. Kill all these bad guys. Beams of energy pierced through their bodies. In the great Cultivator's eyes, the last thing he saw before vanishing from this world was Zhang Fan. The system prompted. Killed one enemy at the aperture opening realm. Received sword domain value. I've made another fortune this time. You've all been performing well lately. Since you call me master, rest assured, I won't treat you poorly. He walked over to the two disciples with 2 ginseng roots in his hand. He handed the ginseng to them. They were overjoyed. Thank you, master. He pointed to the sky. A small, rotating formation appeared. This will be the reward for helping me teach that Shan Kong and the Yahello Sword sect a lesson. My bloodline is being purified. Yao Wang could feel it too. Shan Kang's body was brimming with power. Master, my innate divine ability seems to have gotten stronger. There was also a change within Yao Wang's body. Master, I've also awakened an innate divine ability. I've always admired this little demon's innate ability, although his has gotten stronger this time. I have one now too. Zhang Fan stroked his chin. Show me. Shan Kong looked down at the ground. My new innate ability allows me to control the earth. He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, rocks and soil rose from the ground. They transformed into small earth demon soldiers. Huh, master, what do you think? From now on, in a fight, all old pig has to do is wave his hand, and everyone will be put to sleep for good. Sun Yulian also said excitedly, Really? That's amazing. With this power, you can definitely help master with a lot of things. It seems that with this little demon around, I won't have to worry about not having anyone to run errands anymore. Well, it seems I have no choice but to exploit you. Yao Wang also began to show off. Master, watch this. He suddenly leaped up. A ball of energy enveloped him. Sun Yulian asked in surprise. What's happening? Why did it suddenly get so dark? Yao Wang immediately spoke up. Don't be afraid, my lady. It's my innate divine ability. Before, absorbing light was just a single target illusion. But now, it's the true meaning of devouring the surrounding light. This will limit the vision of a group. Sun Yulian clapped her hands. That's amazing. Yao Wang continued. My innate divine ability has another use. Many black holes appeared from the ground. And I, and Yi, can freely pass through these black holes. It was like being lost in an illusion. You can't see me. And Yi leaped up and laughed loudly. But Shan Kong punched him in the head. Sun Yulian seemed to understand. So these are the legendary demon kings, each a hero of their own domain. Shan Kang's face turned beet red. He stammered, My lord, may I ask you for a favor? Zhang Fan agreed. Speak. Don't make that long face in front of me. Shan Kong leaned in and whispered in his ear. I want to go home for a bit and bring my wife and children here to live. Zhang Fan thought for a moment. I can't go out by myself. I was originally looking for more people to help transport supplies. Do you agree? Guzi, you can also bring your clansmen to live here. The two disciples were overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Long live the lord. He looked towards Sun Yulian. She lowered her head, her face filled with sorrow. Family? Why did you call her that? Yulian, master is your family too. Shan Kong and Yao Wang chimed in. And us too. This sentence brought a strange warmth to her fragile heart. We are your family too. This sentence was filled with the affection between them. She blushed with happiness. Zhang Fan said, It's settled then. Go and bring your clansmen. Shan Kong and Yao Wang immediately ran off. Woof woof. A loud explosion echoed from the distant forest. It was Shan Kong leading his clan. Wait, there's movement up ahead. A flying ship appeared in the sky. This southern wilderness mountain range is getting more and more chaotic. The flying ship suddenly exploded, breaking into many pieces and falling. A group of women descended from the sky. The situation is not good. Shan Kong recognized them as a demon clan. Meanwhile, one of the women warned her junior sisters to be careful. It's a demon clan, master. It seems I have failed you. Shan Kong looked at her. You all should run. It looks like someone is chasing you. Seeing the demon clan's reaction, the woman was a bit confused. The demon clan and our human clan have always been enemies. Why aren't these demons attacking? But she quickly remembered. This is not the time to think about such things. She turned her head and called out to her junior sisters, "Run." At that moment, a group of people in black appeared. They said, "You can't escape." Little junior sisters of the myriad Flower Valley. This man was an elder from the Ghost Howl Cave. Xiaoshuren, he asked with some surprise. Why are there demons here? Shan Kong said, just pretend we don't exist. You guys fight if you want to fight. We have things to do. After saying that, he shouted loudly, my wife and children. Let's continue on our way. Suddenly, Xiaoshuren swung his blade. He wanted to block Shan Kang's path. He said to his disciples, since we've encountered these demons, we'll have a feast tonight. Hearing this, Shan Kong was stunned. Xiaoshuren looked at him and said, these dozens of suckling pigs will surely make a delicious roast. His disciples were extremely excited upon hearing this. Haha, thank you, elder. Shan Kong said angrily. You people are really so young and already so eager to reunite with your parents in the afterlife. I'm just worried that when you get down there, your parents will regret wasting their time giving birth to you. Xiaoshuren gritted his teeth and retorted, you demon, are you looking to die? He ordered, what are you standing there for? Kill these demons for me. Shan Kong crossed his arms. He smiled smugly. You bunch of ignorant mongrels. Your mouths are so foul, they only spew stench when you open them. Go reunite with your families. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant mud hand reached out towards the people of the Ghost Howl Cave. Those people cried out in alarm and dodged. But someone shouted, wait, don't step on the ground. Below, some of the Ghost Howl Cave members were caught by the little demons. They couldn't move. They stared at the scene in astonishment. Where did these mud puppets come from? Oof. How dare you offend our Ghost Howl Cave? I will skin you and pull out your tendons. Xiaoshuren roared. He swung his blade towards Shan Kong. But Shan Kang's mud demon deflected his attack with a single hand. Xiaoshuren was shocked. What? He had been caught by the mud demon. It's like a puppy trying to bite the moon. You don't know your own limits. Shan Kong mocked. The mud demon directly crushed Xiaoshuren's body. The people of the Ghost Howl Cave were also attacked by the Yi Yao Wang. The Yi Yao Wang asked, who was it just now that said they wanted to bite the moon? The people of the Ghost Howl Cave were terrified. Two demon kings. Run. Shan Kong feigned innocence. I didn't say anything. The Yi Yao Wang said angrily. What's wrong with you? No one was paying attention to you. So you went and picked a fight with human cultivators? Later, back at the manor, as soon as Shan Kong returned, Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? Shan Kong stammered, unable to speak. He could only chuckle foolishly. Zhang Fan looked at the beautiful women. He asked, are these your wives and children? Shan Kong said aggrievedly, Master, are you looking down on your old servant? Zhang Fan was confused. How am I looking down on you? Shan Kong said they're so skinny and ugly. How could your old servant possibly like them? Zhang Fan asked innocently. Then what type do you like? I'm a little curious. You're not satisfied with this? How beautiful are your wives? Shan Kong introduced them proudly. Over there, those are my wives and children. He pointed to a group of people in colorful clothes. They were shouting loudly, Daddy! Daddy's here! Huh! Damn it! You all just wait, and that pig demon in pink too. He shouted proudly, my beloved wives, come home with me. Then he turned to Zhang Fan and said, they have to be full-figured. Only a peerless beauty like this is worthy of old pig's eyes. Zhang Fan smiled and shook his head. He said, go on, go on. Then he asked, who are these female cultivators? After a while, Shan Kong explained. This is what happened. After Zhang Fan heard the story, he raised his hand and stroked his chin, thinking, it seems the cultivation world outside is getting more and more chaotic. They've even come all the way to the southern wilderness to fight. So you brought them here? He asked. Shan Kong replied, Guzzi and I discussed it. Although these women are a bit ugly, they're acceptable for serving the master. Besides, they also know how to sing and dance. Hearing this, Sun Yulian suddenly appeared. She kicked Shan Kong angrily and said, Master doesn't need them to serve him. Having me to take care of him is enough. And as for dancing, I can learn too. Seeing Sun Yulian's jealous expression, Shan Kong hurriedly explained, Lady Yulian, how would I dare bring them here to steal the master from you? He was terrified. I'm done for. I've offended Lady Yulian. What if she goes and complains to the master? It makes things difficult for me. At that moment, the other girl spoke up to explain. Miss, we're just borrowing a place to stay for a while. We've already notified our sect. We will definitely repay you in the future. But this reclusive expert, whom the two demon kings call master, he probably wouldn't care about any reward from our myriad Flower Valley. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, no need for repayment. The manor isn't that big anyway, and the southern wilderness isn't safe. You can all stay here. He was also captivated by the girl's beauty. He thought to himself, I really have to admit, the disciples of the myriad Flower Valley are all as beautiful as flowers. Their temperament is extraordinary. If they were to dance, it would surely be enchanting. The young woman was a bit shy. She thought to herself, it seems a dance will suffice as thanks for saving our lives. With that thought, she turned around. She signaled to her junior sisters. Everyone replied in unison. We await senior sister's instruction. Sun Yulian stood behind them. She was feeling upset, but Zhang Fan was happily enjoying the show. The young woman also said, my master is also a very good dancer. Zhang Fan smiled and said, actually, I don't really want to watch. But since my subordinates save them, watching them dance once is fine. After saying that, he lay down on his chair. He ordered, add some music. Continue dancing. After a while, Zhang Fan sighed. As expected of the myriad Flower Valley, a prestigious sect of the cultivation world. Their medical skills are superb, and they're proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It seems Shan Kong has arranged this place quite well. The young women of the myriad Flower Valley were strolling around, sightseeing. Everywhere they went, they were amazed. The spirit herbs here are so abundant. Sun Yulian just sat in a corner. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Fan said happily, this is truly a paradise on earth. The singing and dancing are both excellent. I finally get to experience what it was like listening to music in Lanzhou back in the day. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the mountain. Zhang Fan immediately jumped up. What's going on? The sky flickered with light. Continuously, the Yi Yao Wang recognized that it was two cultivators fighting. Shan Kong said angrily, these people are so annoying. Can't they just let my wife and me live out the rest of our lives in peace? Yi Yao Wang thought to himself, this fat pig has become unusually lazy since moving here. I must perform well. That way, I can become a demon god sooner. Ascension is only a matter of time. Zhang Fan looked up at the sky. He said doubtfully, that dark cloud seems to be heading our way. Sun Yulian saw it too. She said, it really does seem to be heading this way. Two beams of light intertwined. They clashed continuously. Suddenly, one beam of light shot straight down. Zhang Fan realized someone had fallen. That beam of light flew very fast. When it hit the ground, it caused a considerable tremor. That guy had been defeated. He was furious. He cursed, damn that bald old Taoist. Just wait until my martial brothers get here. I'll chop him into pieces. As he was about to leave, he noticed something strange. The trees in the manor were emitting a dense spiritual energy. The clan leader laughed smugly. I can't believe I found a place so full of spiritual energy. So many spirit medicines and even divine fruits. And so many beautiful young women. As he said this, a lecherous look appeared on his face. Tonight, I'm going to enjoy myself to the fullest. At that moment, the bald clan leader's subordinate ran over and asked, Big brother, are you all right? The bald clan leader laughed heartily. He said, not only am I fine, I've also found a great place. The subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. The three elders also said, it's good that you're all right. The bald clan leader pointed at Zhang Fan's manor. He ordered, everyone, follow me and plunder it. Don't leave a single inch untouched. After saying that, they advanced menacingly towards the manor. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. This man was the head direct disciple of the Xianqing Dharma sect. He said, you demons of the barbarian clan are so audacious. Do you not take my Xianqing Dharma sect seriously? In broad daylight, the three elders of the barbarian clan said loudly, in broad daylight? What about you snot-nosed brats from the Xianqing Dharma sect? Look up for yourselves. Aren't the dark clouds in the sky something you conjured with your magic? The other party snorted coldly. You barbarians cultivate the Tao, but don't understand the heavenly Tao. And you dare to rob mortals? As he spoke, he also glanced towards Zhang Fan's manor. His eyes immediately widened. His jaw dropped. Then he whipped his head back and said, "If there's any robbing to be done, we'll do it first." At that moment, someone reminded him, "Senior brother, watch your words." He snapped out of it. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then he regained his composure. "I'm a cultivator of the righteous path. It is my duty to protect all living beings in the 6 realms. I will absolutely not allow you to act so presumptuously before me." Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't contain his anger. He opened his mouth and said, "Look at what you're protecting. You're fighting. Do you have any sense of time? I just finished building this wall, and I just planted this garden." He complained resentfully. A member of the Xian Dharma sect said cautiously, "Senior brother, it seems this blessed land already has an owner." "What a pity," the other person replied. The member of the Xian Dharma sect spoke politely to Zhang Fan. "We can't control where the lightning strikes. After all, we have to rely on formations and magical artifacts to guide it." The man continued, "Don't worry, little brother. Our Xian Dharma sect will compensate you for your losses." As he said this, his attention was once again drawn to the dense spiritual energy. He then said to his subordinate, "It seems that even if we sold our entire sect, it wouldn't be enough to compensate him, would it?" The other person was flustered. Although Zhang Fan was angry, he was still kind-hearted. He said, "Forget it. Why bother with such a fool? However, you barbarian cultivators, how do you plan to compensate me?" Hearing this, the 3 barbarian elders laughed heartily. "Our barbarian god is about to awaken. You won't obediently offer yourselves as sacrifices, and you still want compensation?" Zhang Fan's face darkened as he said, "You destroyed my house and my spirit medicines, and you want to rob me? If I can't turn you all into sword domain points, I might as well not live anymore." Suddenly, Sun Yulian stepped forward and said, "Master, leave these arrogant people to your disciple." Yi Yao Wang stopped Yulian. "My lady, let us handle this. After all, this fat pig and I are responsible for this house. We were a bit careless today." After saying that, he kicked Shan Kang's butt. He signaled for him to act. Shan Kang said excitedly, "It's time to show off." He thought to himself, "I've brought my wife and children here. I have to perform well." Yi Yao Wang focused his spiritual energy on the moon's symbol on its forehead. Shan Kang was joyfully gathering his strength. Then he suddenly grew larger. The surrounding barbarians were enveloped in a patch of darkness. They were all stunned. At that moment, all that could be heard were their frantic screams. When that dark space disappeared, the barbarian cultivators had all been defeated. Zhang Fan praised Shan Kang. "Well done." Seeing this scene, the man was astonished. Such a small manor actually has 2 demon kings. And these 2 demon kings act like servants, obeying this mortal-like young man. Only then did Zhang Fan speak. "Everyone come down. I have something to ask. I remember that your Xian Dharma sect is not from the southern wilderness. Why did you come to this remote place to fight?" The man politely explained, "Senior, you live in seclusion in the mountains, so there are things you may not know. We unintentionally offended you today, Senior, because the entire cultivation world has been in turmoil recently. The protective barrier was broken, and spiritual energy poured in from the outside. Many seniors who had already petrified suddenly broke through and were reborn. There have also been many other strange occurrences. It has thrown the cultivation world into chaos. Those with ambitions are even plotting to provoke a war between the human clan and the demon clan." Hearing the man's account, Zhang Fan was worried. "So my sword strike back then caused such a huge impact." The other person continued, 3 days ago, the leader of the righteous path, the Taishang sect, summoned me and the other righteous sections. We would go to 3 Pure Ones mountain together to discuss finding the 9 cauldrons, to restart the formation, and to quell the war. The Xian Dharma sect was one of the invited sections. In order to maintain world order in the future, my master ordered me to descend the mountain to temper myself, and at the same time, to eliminate demons and heretics. Hearing this, Zhang Fan understood. "I see. You are also acting for the sake of justice. I won't hold it against you. You may go. The man then replied, we must continue to pursue those wicked barbarian cultivators. We won't disturb you any longer, senior. After saying that, he and the others quickly left. Zhang Fan watched them go. He said to himself, if this is the trouble I caused in the beginning, making the world chaotic, then I have a responsibility. But he suddenly remembered, I can't leave the range of my invincible sword domain. I have to think of a way. The scene shifts to the heavenly sword pavilion. After hearing that an immortal realm had appeared in the southern wilderness, the elders here were all extremely surprised. At the soul-suppressing demon grotto, the Gu Sect master laughed heartily. I never thought those useless fools from the Gu Sect would actually find an immortal realm. It seems this venerable one should also stretch his muscles a bit. In the Tai Ching Hall of the Taishang Sect, after hearing the news, the Sect master said, regardless of whether it's a real immortal or not, we should invite them to the Grand Assembly first. At that moment, the Gu Sect master ordered his subordinates to inform all the elders and disciples. Bring out our sect's guardian treasure. He declared confidently, the immortal realm will definitely belong to our Gu Sect. In another scene, the barbarian clan elder ordered, follow me. Quickly take that fragment of the immortal realm and offer it to the ancestral god. Back at Zhang Fan's manor, everyone was busy. Zhang Fan lay there, enjoying the service of the beautiful women. The girl asked, Senior, are you satisfied with our performance? He replied happily, ah yes, very satisfied. Hearing this, Sun Yulian glared at him angrily. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. Sir, it was Zhao Yun. He reported in a panicked, loud voice. This is a disaster. Seeing the other person's strange expression, Zhang Fan asked, what's wrong? Old Sir Sun, why are you two in such a hurry? Are the people behind you your juniors? Zhao Fuan jumped next to Zhang Fan and said, I brought my 2 sons and my grandson, and my granddaughter is here too. But this old miser only brought a few of his grandsons, and his granddaughter is here too. Young master, news of your manor's spirit herbs, immortal medicines, and divine fruits has spread throughout the entire Tianwen realm. Zhang Fan replied calmly. So what? The other person continued. It means that this place has been targeted by the major sects and those old monster cultivators. Huang Jitian also said, just now when old Zhao and I came here, we heard that many sects and old monsters are on their way. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He blurted out, the powerful ones are coming. Then we can't wait any longer. Seeing Zhang Fan's reaction, Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian were both stunned. They were speechless. Zhao Yun asked doubtfully, young master, aren't you worried? Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly, what's there to worry about? Huang Jitian said, with the young master's great strength, you naturally have no fear of those blinded by spirit herbs and immortal medicines. I'm just worried that they will disturb the young master's cultivation. This place will no longer be peaceful. After hearing this, Zhang Fan nodded. That is indeed a concern. Although he said that, he was overjoyed inside. I've been worrying about not having enough experience points to expand my sword domain. Although it's getting harder to expand the sword domain's range now, it's better than nothing. At that moment, Zhang Fan spoke again. Let's talk about this later. Then he called out, Shan Kong, go arrange a place for old Zhao and the others to stay. The other person raised a finger. Yes, sir. Zhang Fan thought to himself. But this isn't good either. What if my experience points get stolen? If only I could leave the sword domain. Half a month later, sects from all over arrived one after another. They all headed in the same direction. Ships were docked everywhere. An elder from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion observed his surroundings. He said, the barbarian clan and the demonic path have indeed made their move. And the Ghost Howl Cave is here too, he said in surprise. Master, look. At that moment, Sun Yulian pointed to the sky. The master of the Ghost Howl Cave also spoke up. Aren't those the fools from the barbarian clan? The barbarian clan elder sneered impolitely. You bunch of skeletons, aren't you afraid of being burned by the sun when you come out? The master of the Gu Cave replied. We came here for the immortal realm. However, if we can get the corpses of you barbarians, we'd be very happy. At that moment, an elder from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion spoke up. His tone was arrogant. A bunch of barbarians and heretics. Such arrogant words. Treasures belong to the virtuous. How ridiculous. Down below, Zhang Fan spoke up. I said, how dare you speak like that in front of the owner? You dare to show off in front of me? You truly have no respect for me. At that moment, the master of the Ghost Howl Cave looked towards Zhang Fan. He said contemptuously, it seems he's just a mortal protected by 2 demon kings. This immortal manor will make a fine sacrifice for my Ghost Howl Cave. The barbarian clan elder also spoke up. It really is an immortal realm. The spiritual energy is abundant. The divine trees and immortal fruits are dazzling. It will belong to our barbarian clan. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion elder immediately retorted, "Oomph! How could such an immortal realm fall into the hands of you heretics?" After saying that, he turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Little brother, don't worry. With our Heavenly Sword Pavilion here, we won't let these people harm you." The master of the Ghost Howl Cave laughed mockingly. This old man is such a hypocrite. Aren't you just trying to get him to join your sect? And then monopolize his things under the guise of protection? He immediately gave an order. My sons, our Ghost Howl Cave acts without restraint. Charge! For the cave master, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion elder said sternly, disciples of the Myriad Sword Proclamation, hear my command. Quickly eliminate the heretics of the Ghost Howl Cave. Protect the living beings of Tianyun. Meanwhile, the barbarian clan elder also felt annoyed by the presence of the Ghost Howl Cave. He roared, quickly eliminate those blocking our path. Take the immortal realm. Offer it to the ancestral god. And so, the 3 factions began to fight. No one paid any attention to Zhang Fan's words. Zhang Fan's jaw dropped. They're fighting right at my doorstep. And they're not even paying attention to me, the owner. At that moment, Huang Jitian stepped forward. Young master, do you need Old Zhao and me to stop them? Old Zhao and I have some reputation in the Tianwen realm. The sects will more or less give us some face. Zhang Fan replied, no need. Just let them fight. It's just a bit of a pity. If these people were to step into my sword domain and I killed them, I wonder how many sword domain points I would get. He thought to himself. At that moment, the sect master of the Gue Min Grotto laughed excitedly. Haha, you stubborn fools from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the Barbarian clan. I'll let you witness the power of my Gue Min's sect-guarding treasure, the soul-devouring banner. As he spoke, the scepter in his hand summoned a giant skull. Its eyes were terrifying. It looked like it wanted to devour anyone who came near. It swung its bony hand. It charged towards the enemy. The people of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion cried out in alarm. Not good. Retreat. But it was too late. The soul-devouring banner had already sent them flying. Seeing this, the sect master of the Gue Min Grotto laughed excitedly. The barbarian clan elder saw the other party's actions. He thought to himself, this old man is really ruthless. But the barbarian clan's ancestral god is about to awaken. I'll come back for revenge then. I shouldn't lose too many troops now. So he ordered a retreat. Old man, I'll let you go this time. You just wait. When my clan's ancestral god awakens, that will be the day you die. And so, one sect withdrew from the battle. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's ships were shattered by the soul-devouring banner. Both the people and the ships were destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion elder also realized the situation was not good. It seems this immortal realm is not something my Myriad Sword sect can monopolize. Next time, I'll call more people from the Righteous Path Alliance. We'll eliminate the Ghost Howl Cave together. After saying that, he thought to himself, there are also 2 demon kings in this immortal realm. When the Ghost Howl Cave and the demon kings fight, I'll lead my disciples to launch another surprise attack. After saying that, the people of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion also quickly left. The sect master of the Ghost Howl Gate laughed smugly. Faced with my sect's guardian treasure, who in this Tianyan region dares to oppose me? Once I obtain this immortal realm, I'll use the immortal medicines and divine fruits to break through to the next realm. Coupled with my sect's guardian treasure, my Gue Ku Cave will dominate the Tianyan region. After saying that, he ordered his subordinates to lead a few more people. They were to drive the 2 groups blocking their path further away. The rest of the disciples follow me into the immortal realm. At that moment, Shan Kong rushed forward. Master, let me go. I've been idle these past few days and my hands are getting itchy. After saying that, Shan Kong and the soul-devouring banner began to fight with a horizontal punch. They were evenly matched. The sect master of the Gue, Ku Gate, smiled smugly again. He offered Demon King, "Would you like to join my Ghost Howl Cave? I'll make you the great elder of the Ghost Howl Cave." Shan Kong immediately retorted, "Back then, I rejected your mother, which is what made you turn out like this. Do you think I'd agree now?" When Shan Kong cursed someone, he had to curse their parents too to feel satisfied. Hearing this, the sect master of the Gue, Ku Gate, was furious. It seems this Demon King doesn't know what's good for him. Coincidentally, my Ghost Howl Cave and your disciples still have a score to settle from last time. Today, I will eliminate you. Shan Kong provoked. Come on. The two of them channeled their internal energy. They threw punches. The surroundings were immediately filled with light from the... As a result, Shan Kong was sent flying. He said angrily, "I've never been beaten like this before. You won't get away with this today." After saying that, he called out to Zhang Fan for help. "Master, save me. Even when you beat a dog, you have to consider its master. This skeleton dares to be so disrespectful. He's clearly looking down on his master. This Shan Kong, you have to call him by his underworld name. The mouth. Just hearing it makes you want to puke." Zhang Fan and his subordinates were also speechless. "You're going to use that trick again?" At that moment, Zhao Yun stepped forward and said, "Immortal One, since the two of us joined your immortal realm, we haven't had a chance to contribute. For the sake of your immortal realm, please let us help the Demon King." The sect master of the Ghost Howl Gate was a bit surprised. He asked, "A small manor, and yet there are two Demon Kings and two God transformation stage cultivators." Zhang Fan suddenly rejected Zhao Yun's offer to fight, saying, "You two don't need to act. Just let him come in." At that moment, Sun Yulian thought to herself, "My strength is still too weak right now. I still can't help Master in a battle of this scale." The master of the Gue, Ku Gate, said arrogantly, "So what if there are so many experts? You still can't stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a noise from behind. His subordinate ran over in a panic to report, "The barbarians and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion are back. They are here for revenge." Hearing this, he cursed angrily. "Damn it, useless trash. No one can stop my Ghost Howl Gate from dominating the world." At that moment, the soul-devouring banner began to transform, growing sharp spikes. They pierced through its armor. The master of the Gue, Ku Gate, was using the heavenly ghost possession on the soul-devouring banner. It continuously absorbed spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, the elder of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was extremely surprised. He said, "I never thought this skeleton was hiding his true strength. It seems we came too early." On the barbarian side, the elder was also surprised by the other party's actions. He thought to himself, "This skeleton is so sinister and cunning. It seems I can only risk it all." Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is blocking the way. The soul-devouring banner had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. It began to attack those who stood in its master's way. The sect master of the Ghost Howl Gate laughed smugly. "This immortal realm and its immortal medicines and divine fruits will all belong to me. All of you will have to submit at my feet." Zhang Fan was waiting for the other party to enter his territory. He was getting impatient. Hurry up, just a little more. These three ghosts will all become part of my sword domain." Suddenly, a powerful beam of light descended from the sky. It shot straight at the soul-devouring banner. The sect master of the Gue, Ku Gate, asked in shock, "Who is it? Who dares to sneak attack me?" Zhang Fan was both angry and curious. Who on earth launched that sneak attack? A large piece of land appeared in the sky. The Zhao clan of the southern wilderness has arrived. They were preparing to launch another attack. A member of the Zhao clan threatened, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." The master of the Gue, Ku Gate, was surprised. The Zhao clan is here too. A huge barrier enveloped the Zhao clan's land. No attack could penetrate this defense. It was clear that this sect was much stronger than the other three. They launched another attack similar to the previous one, but seemed to miss its target. Only then did Zhao Yun explain to Zhang Fan, "The Zhao clan is a major cultivation family. They are prominent in the southern wilderness. Their strength is comparable to that of the top sections. This floating sky city is the Zhao clan's sect guarding divine weapon." Huang Jitian was extremely surprised. I can't believe they came all the way to the southern wilderness. When Zhang Fan heard the words floating sky city, an idea flashed in his mind. Why didn't I think of that? Although my sword domain can't move, I can move this entire manor, and the mountain underneath it too. With that thought, he called Old Sun over to ask, is this floating sky city very valuable? The other person replied, very valuable. Although those flying ships all have floating formations, at most, they are only the immortal ships of the Myriad Sword Mystic Gate. In other words, a floating formation can make an entire city float, but it can't move like the Zhao clan's floating sky city. I've heard the Zhao clan's floating sky city relies mainly on a floating sky spirit stone at its core. It seems to be the only one of its kind in the world. After hearing this, Zhang Fan changed his plan. It seems I must obtain that spirit stone. The Zhao clan head said heroically, my Zhao clan must have this immortal realm. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being impolite. The sect master of the Ghost Howl Gate was in a difficult position. The barbarian clan elder also secretly complained. How could I have forgotten about this? The Heavenly Sword Pavilion was still determined to resist. This is just the beginning. We can still handle it. The sect master of the Ghost Howl Gate immediately ordered a retreat, thinking that the obstacle had been removed. The Zhao clan head then turned to Zhang Fan and the others and said, now, if you obediently hand over the immortal realm, I'll spare your lives. Sun Yulian then asked her master, what should we do now? He smiled mysteriously. He thought to himself, this floating sky city probably won't land. The current distance is still not enough. Although I can't step out of my sword domain, I can release the power of my sword domain outwards. The Zhao clan head asked with some surprise. There are disciples of the Myriad Flower Valley here, too? You should be sensible. Hand over the immortal realm now. Of course, our Zhao clan is not a cruel one. You can also join the Zhao clan and contribute your strength. Shan Kong sneered and said, another fool who doesn't know the master's power. Did you forget to look in the mirror in the latrine this morning? To see what you look like now? Your mouth stinks as soon as you open it. The Zhao clan head cursed. Shan Kong, what is this stupid pig saying? Shan Kong replied, I just think you look like the pile of crap I took in the latrine this morning. It seems your head is full of crap, huh? The other party shouted angrily, I was going to spare your life. But it seems you're in a hurry to be reincarnated. After saying that, he ordered his men to prepare to attack. Shan Kong hurriedly ran to tattle to Zhang Fan. Master, these people have no respect for you at all. This is killing the chicken to scare the monkey. They're trying to slap you in the face. Zhang Fan said nonchalantly, I don't feel like I've been slapped in the face. I'm just curious. If I don't act, what will you do, old Zhang? Shan Kong broke out in a cold sweat. Is the master suspecting that I'll run away with my wife and children? Then he declared loudly, I, the dignified Shan Kong, am willing to die for my master. Hearing the word die, Zhang Fan teased, don't talk nonsense when you're drunk. After saying that, he suddenly conjured several wooden swords. He said, I can't be bothered to deal with these people blinded by ambition. You, old fellow, go teach them a lesson for me. Consider it teaching them a lesson. Use this floating city as a sacrifice. Seeing the object before him, Zhao Yun was extremely surprised. This sword chi is so pure. Such a small wooden sword contains so much sword intent. Then he replied, thank you for the magical treasure, immortal one. I will go teach them a lesson immediately. Zhang Fan continued, each of you take a wooden sword. If you encounter danger, just activate the sword intent within. The girl from the Myriad Flower Valley looked at it. She thought to herself, the Tianwen realm is very chaotic right now. Even we disciples of the Myriad Flower Valley have been attacked. I must inform my master and suggest the other sects come here to seek refuge with a young master. Hearing this, Sun Yulian gripped her sword tightly. She suddenly had an epiphany about her realm. Only then did everyone realize the wooden sword that the Immortal One had bestowed upon them. It could also help them increase their cultivation. At that moment, Zhao Yun had already walked up to the Zhao clan head. He said, the Immortal One has spoken. Leave this floating sky city as a sacrifice, and leave quickly. A member of the Zhao clan said defiantly, he was just lucky enough to get an immortal realm, and he's just protected by a few demon beasts. Senior son, you are a god transformation cultivator after all. Why would you acknowledge this brat as an immortal one? Only then did the Zhao clan head speak. Senior son, out of respect for you as a senior, I invite you to leave. No one can withstand our Zhao clan's city-protecting grand formation. Besides, those demon beasts dared to insult my Zhao clan. I must settle this matter. As he spoke, he gradually lost his composure. His tone became rude. Zhao Yun also replied, very well. In that case, I will carry out the Immortal One's orders and teach you Zhao clan a lesson. The people of the Zhao clan looked at each other, using a child's wooden sword as a command token. Has senior son gone mad? The people next to him also chimed in. A wooden sword? That's hilarious. Huh. Before he could finish his sentence, the wooden sword suddenly grew larger. It shocked everyone. They were stunned by its size. The Zhao clan head felt the intense sword chi. He ordered, activate the high-level formation immediately. Everyone, defend with all your might. The powerful sword gleam struck the city, protecting grand formation directly. It immediately caused a huge explosion. The people of the Zhao clan were all shocked. It's over. The city protecting grand formation is about to break. At that moment, Zhao Yun spoke. The Immortal One is merciful. As long as you leave the floating sky city, you can leave. The Zhao clan head was also helpless. His face was grim. Below, Zhang Fan witnessed everything. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. He felt extremely satisfied. I've finally found a way to leave this desolate mountain forest. At that moment, Zhang Fan's people stepped onto their flying swords one by one and left the manor. The ground below began to crack. Sun Yulian asked, Master, what are we about to do? The pig demon and its family continuously slammed into the ground. Zhang Fan explained, Master is planning to turn this manor and the surrounding land into a floating island. Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. The female disciple of the Myriad Flower Valley spoke up. Immortal One, are you planning to destroy the dustless abode? This is the foundation that helps the Zhao clan stand firm in the Yun Tian realm. Zhang Fan replied firmly. Of course, this is the Zhao clan's dustless abode, not mine. The other person's eyes widened. This is the dustless abode, known as the place where immortal energy gathers. Zhang Fan replied, it's fine. Then he thought to himself, no matter how good this dustless abode is, it can't help me leave my sword domain. When the invincible range of my sword domain expands, it will be much better than this dustless abode. Sun Yulian and the female disciple of the Myriad Flower Valley secretly admired him, as expected of the Immortal One. To be able to treat the rare and hard-to-find dustless abode in the Yun Tian realm as mere dust. At that moment, Zhang Fan's Moon Spring Land had completely separated from the other areas. It had become the second dustless abode. They also found a lot of gold, silver, and jewels from the Zhao clan's treasury. Huang Jiqian, as expected of a top-tier cultivation world. The pills and treasures obtained from this dustless abode are enough to support a sect. Zhao Yun said, Immortal One, these are all the items taken from the Zhao clan's dustless abode treasury. Zhang Fan instructed, have someone move these things into our treasury. Then help me destroy the dustless abode. Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Zhao Yun said, Immortal One, perhaps there are still hidden formations or restrictions in the dustless abode. The spiritual energy inside alone is extremely precious. Zhang Fan replied arrogantly, do you think I'm lacking this little bit of spiritual energy? Indeed, his manor was already filled with trees overflowing with spiritual energy. They could provide Zhang Fan with absorption at any time. Zhang Fan added, if you say there are precious formations in the dustless abode, then study how to break them, then place them under our manor's ground. Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian immediately agreed to Zhang Fan's request. We'll go study it right away. Suddenly, Zhang Fan remembered something. He clapped his hands, conjured 2 bottles, and threw them to the 2 men, saying, take these. Consider it payment for you and your juniors. They cherished the items Zhang Fan had given them. Zhang Fan simply said, just do your work diligently. At the same time, he thought to himself, these pills are just taken from the Zhao clan's treasury earlier. I just modified them a little. As expected, no one could fool Zhang Fan. A month later, Zhao Yun returned to report to Zhang Fan. Old Huang and I have only managed to decipher a portion of the Buzhou Mountain's restrictive formation. But the floating sky spirit stone and the formation are still intact. Huang Jitian also added, "This is the first time old Zhao and I have come into contact with something as precious as Buzhou Mountain. We can only say that. The floating sky spirit stone truly lives up to its name as an immortal treasure. The Zhao clan's formation is also truly exquisite." Zhang Fan smiled happily and replied, "Then today, let's see the results of your efforts over the past period." At that moment, a beam of light descended upon Zhang Fan's manor. The ground began to crack. Then it rose up. Finally, the manor was floating in midair. Everyone cheered and jumped for joy. "It's really flying." Huang Jitian stroked his beard and said, "Old Zhao and I studied the Buzhou Mountain formation day and night. It was finally not in vain. We finally moved most of the Buzhou Mountain formation here." At that moment, everyone respectfully said to Zhang Fan in unison, "Congratulations, Immortal One." Zhang Fan then said to Jin Yuan, "Pick some ginseng and get some more spirit fruits to share with everyone. Today is a happy day. Let's all celebrate together." Sun Yulian replied, "Thank you for the reward, Master." The Demon King also said, "Thank you, Master." Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian said in unison, "Thank you, Immortal One." Zhang Fan smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, I can finally leave the southern wilderness's primeval veins." Half a month passed. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "The range of the Invincible Sword domain is still not large enough. It still can't completely cover the entire Void City. Otherwise, I wouldn't need the Zhao clan's elders to remove the defensive formation from the Void City." At that moment, Jiang Yuanling came to report, "Immortal One, we have finished arranging the flower garden and the spirit herb garden. But for some reason, when my junior sisters and I use the nurturing technique of the myriad flower valley, the garden still can't be like the manor." Hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Leave this matter to me." At the same time, he thought, "I've already transformed this manor with my sword domain, and I even used Shirong's soil. Of course it won't be the same." Jiang Yuanling said with some concern, "It's good that the Immortal One is not blaming us. I feel very guilty. My junior sisters and I need the Immortal One's protection, yet we can't help with anything." At that moment, Sun Yulian also appeared to report, "Master, Senior Sun said the defensive formation is almost modified. What should we do next?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yuanling appeared. Sun Yulian frowned. She muttered to herself, "Why is this Jiang Yuanling from the Myriad Flower Valley always by Master's side?" Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. He ordered, "While we're modifying the Void City, let's head to the Myriad Flower Valley." Jiang Yuanling then said, "I've already informed my sect. Thank you, Immortal One. However, recently, the other sects around the Myriad Flower Valley have been acting a bit strangely. So the masters can't come over for the time being. Please, Immortal One, escort us for a part of the way." Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "It's just on the way. It's a good opportunity to attend the Immortal Assembly at the Taishang Sect." He thought to himself, "I caused all this trouble. This sensor is useless to me anyway, but hopefully others can repair it." Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanling was secretly happy. "The world is in chaos today. I'm looking forward to returning to my sect. We must quickly have our master and the Valley Master befriend the Immortal One. Only then can we move to the town." A chaotic scene appeared before them. Houses were burned down. The people were fleeing in disarray. It turned out to be a group of demonic cultivators from the Blood Demon Grotto. One of them saw the desolate scene before him. Not only did he not feel any compassion, but he also gloated. He shouted, "Run! Run! Let me hear your miserable screams." Suddenly, another one pointed to the sky and asked, "Senior brother, what is that?" He saw the floating sky city appear. He was so shocked his jaw dropped. Then he calmed down and said, "No, this isn't the Zhao clan's floating sky city. This is a solitary island in the southern wilderness. No, there are no floating islands in the Tianwen realm." He saw someone descending from it. A powerful beam of light shot straight towards the Blood Demon Grotto. The group hurriedly shouted, "Be careful. The newcomer is not friendly." Shan Kong suddenly appeared before them. He said coldly, "Today I just want to curse." He pointed his giant hand at one of the members of the Blood Demon Grotto. He continued, "So, I don't want to talk to you people." The Yi Yao Wang shouted a reminder. "Don't talk so much." The master said, "Not a single one of these inhuman demonic cultivators is to escape. Zhang Fan stood on the floating sky city, looking down. The system suddenly issued a notification. Detected. Petshan Kong killed a Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator. Received 400 sword domain points. Detected. Disciple Sun Yulian killed a Golden Core Stage Cultivator. Received 1500 sword domain points. Seeing the continuous notifications, Zhang Fan couldn't hide his joy. Good thing the Zhao clan gave me a floating sky city, so I can leave the southern wilderness. I don't have to stay in the manor anymore, waiting for the enemy to walk into my trap and offer me sword domain points. At that moment, the system also announced, the range of the infinite sword domain has been expanded by 258 meters. He thought to himself, the spirit stones needed to upgrade. The sword domain are still a bit short. First, I need to expand the range. Cover the entire invisible city, then we'll see. Act now. Zhang Fan pressed the button. The system announced, the range of the sword domain has been expanded to 258 meters. Zhang Fan shrugged. He sighed. This long journey is truly arduous. At that moment, everyone gathered. They reported, those demonic cultivators. Not a single one escaped. Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. He praised, well done. Yulian, from now on, if you encounter such things, just lead the others to deal with it. It's a good opportunity to hone your sword intent. The other party replied respectfully, Disciple understands. Zhang Fan said, in that case, let's continue on our way. The invisible city continued to move. It arrived at the Zhao clan's territory. The local people saw the invisible city. They all showed expressions of surprise. Someone commented, no, this isn't our Zhao clans. Since when did the southern wilderness have an invisible island? The Zhao clan head slammed the table in anger. He roared, damn it. This formation was clearly stolen from our Zhao clan. Who would dare to be so bold? Meanwhile, Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Indeed, a horse doesn't get fat without night fodder, and a man doesn't get rich without a windfall. I really have to thank the Zhao clan. They gave me an invisible city for this long journey. At that moment, Zhang Fan smiled and said to Jiang Yuanling, no need to be so polite. Suddenly, Yulian ran over from a distance. Master, Zhang Fan asked in surprise, aren't you supposed to be with old Zhao and the others, eliminating demons and defending the Dao? The other party hurriedly reported, Master, the situation ahead is not good. It seems the demonic path is attacking the myriad Flower Valley. Senior Son said, the enemy is numerous, and it's not just one sect. So he told me to come back and ask you, Master, what we should do next. The people of the myriad Flower Valley heard this news. Their faces all turned grim. They cried out in alarm, what? The sect is being attacked by the demonic path. Why is the myriad Flower Valley being attacked? Jiang Yuanling had just asked the Immortal One for help. Could you please take action? Zhang Fan said to Sun Yulian, you lead Shan Kong and Guzi there first. If the situation is unfavorable, try to stall for time. At that moment, Jiang Yuanling also pleaded with the Immortal One. I am willing to accompany the two seniors and the Demon King. He immediately stopped her. No need. It's not safe. The floating island is about to reach the myriad Flower Valley. Jiang Yuanling bowed her head and replied, many thanks to the High Immortal for assisting Manhwa Valley. The scene shifts to Manhwa Valley, a place once brimming with vitality, with lush, green vegetation, now surrounded by towering mountains. Even sunlight could not penetrate. A group of demonic cultivators loudly teased the women of Manhwa Valley. Don't hide in there anymore. Come out and play with us big daddies. Over here, people from the Bloodkill sect chimed in. I wonder what the flesh and blood of these little girls taste like. Unexpectedly, the old bald donkey from the Joyous sect was there too, bringing along a group of people. Come join this poor monk for some joyous dual cultivation of the great Tao. That wasn't all. The people from the fate-defying sect also joined in, howling together. Come out, beauties! At this moment, the Valley Master of Manhwa Valley, Li Zhouyu, appeared. Her attendant reported, Valley Master, we have already sent the distress signal, but we don't know how many fellow Taoists will be able to make it. Li Zhouyu's face showed signs of fatigue. Facing so many sects at once, her spirit had also declined significantly. Our Manhwa Valley has never competed with the world. We only care about saving lives and healing the sick, leading the disciples in the valley to sing and dance with my sisters. I never thought we would encounter such a calamity. It seems this is a fate hard to avoid. she said helplessly. Her junior brother spoke up to encourage her. Senior sister, we'll fight them to the death. Although our Manhwa Valley specializes in medicine, it doesn't mean we can't hold swords and kill people. Another junior sister also said to Li Zhouyu, Senior sister, at least we still have Jiang Yuanling and many disciples outside. The ancient texts have also been hidden in a secret place. If these junior sisters can escape from here, after returning to the valley, they will naturally know where to find the hidden items. Hiding the treasures. Hearing these words, Li Zhouyu gradually recuperat. Her spirit returned. She lowered her voice and ordered. Pass the order down. Gather all disciples. Get ready. We will fight to the death with them. Kill as many as we can. The other sects saw the figures of the Manhwa Valley people and shouted in excitement. Those girls finally came out. Looks like they couldn't hold it in anymore. At this time, Zhang Fan and the others also rushed to the scene. Someone from the Bloodkill sect pointed at the sky and said, Everyone look, what is that? Isn't that a floating island? Why did a floating island appear here? Which sect has a floating island? I only know that the Zhao family in the southern wilderness has a floating city. I act on my master's orders, ordering you all to leave this place immediately. Hearing this sentence, the sects all laughed in mockery. Huh, where did this wild girl come from, daring to speak such words to us? Does this girl not know the reputation of our Bloodkill sect in the southern wilderness? At this moment, the sect leaders had gathered in one place. The leader of the fate-defying sect recognized them. Those two demon kings. One dog, one pig. The leader of the Bloodkill sect continued. It seems, this is the master of the immortal realm from the legends. The leader of the heavenly demon, Dao, asked suspiciously. Fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of this? The abbot of the Joyous Temple said, I don't believe in stories about immortals. However, that floating island needs to be noted. The sect leaders decided to take action. How can our four sects just retreat like this? The four sects simultaneously charged toward Zhong Yulian, shouting loudly, Kill! That girl! She must die! Zhong Yulian responded with extreme calm. The ones who will die are you. She drew her sword. A powerful force erupted, blasting away those around her. The leader of the Bloodkill sect said in astonishment, This is sword intent infused into sword energy. Could the one attacking be a sword saint? The leader of the heavenly demon, Dao, said casually. What's wrong? Are you scared? The other replied in annoyance. What am I afraid of? Crazy talk. The abbot of the Joyous Temple reminded them. Stop arguing. Let's just start the war directly. Relying on the strength of the four of us, combined into one. Why should we fear this sword intent? The leader of the fate-defying sect agreed. That's right, a sword saint. At most, she's just the strongest among them. Killing her will be enough. The four of them joined forces to attack Sun Yulian. She swung her sword to defend. A powerful beam of light shot down. But it seemed she couldn't withstand the four sect masters. Sun Yulian's face was filled with panic. She was blocked by the demonic chi. How can this be? Zhang Fan watched from a distance. He thought to himself, this looks a bit difficult. After all, Yulian's strength has only reached the golden core stage. He ordered, fly the floating island directly into the myriad flower valley. It's a good opportunity to test the power of the floating island. Jiang Yuanling clasped her hands together. She said gratefully, Thank you, Immortal One. Shan Kong watched Sun Yulian draw her sword and scratched his head in confusion. These people are really... Lady Yulian already warned them, and yet they're in such a hurry to reunite with their families. It's so strange. Zhang Fan laughed and teased him. You have a quick mouth, so you should talk more. Shan Kong shyly continued to scratch his head. Zhang Fan pointed to the sky. He channeled his power. His whole body glowed with a green light as he said, Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook. A green sphere appeared in the sky. It was a formation. It was cast by Zhang Fan. The people below immediately fell into chaos. The sect master of the heavenly demon, Dao, shouted loudly, Attention! The enemy is about to use a formation attack. He then reassured his soldiers. Don't be afraid. Our fate-defying sect's flower-plucking, fate-reversing formation is not afraid of this kind of formation. All of the enemy's attacks will be absorbed by the formation and converted into our spiritual energy. Then the sect master of the heavenly demon Dao began to direct how to deal with the formation. We must control the formation and absorb as much of their spiritual energy as possible. When they are exhausted, we will charge up and take this island. But before the entire army could act, a bolt of lightning shot out from Zhang Fan's formation. It struck the fate-defying Sect's formation directly. The Sect master of the heavenly demon, Dao, only had time to cry out once. The formation collapsed. Everyone was eliminated one by one. Everywhere were the miserable screams of ah. The Sect master of the heavenly demon Dao was caught off guard. He said in horror, "This is impossible. How can this formation also carry sword intent? Impossible." Then he was also sent flying. The power of the lightning bolt was too great. It directly killed the abbot of the joyful temple and the leader of the blood slaughter sect. Wherever the lightning bolt passed, the enemy was annihilated. The Sect master of the fate-defying sect saw his powerful allies fall one by one. He flapped his wings in panic and fled. He shouted loudly, "Run!" But things were not that simple. He was blocked by the abbot of the joyful temple. The abbot of the joyful temple used his last bit of strength to beg, "For the sake of our fellowship, lend me a hand." But the Sect master of the fate-defying sect was not a righteous person. He directly stepped on the abbot of the joyful temple's face and roared, "Get lost!" Then he flapped his wings and flew away from the battlefield. He left behind a sentence, "I'm leaving." He hadn't flown far. He was destroyed by Zhang Fan's formation. He only had time to cry out once, "Run!" Seeing this, the abbot of the joyful temple stammered in fear, "What should we do now?" Before he could finish speaking, the leader of the blood slaughter sect covered his mouth. He said, "Don't say any more. If you want to live, hold your breath and play dead." The abbot of the joyful temple seemed to have an epiphany. He propped himself up on the ground. He feigned pain and cried out once, "I can't take it anymore." Then he fell to the ground and played dead. He was still muttering, "Bodhisattva, protect me. Bodhisattva, protect me. Don't let them find me." The remaining forces of the blood slaughter sect and the joyful temple saw this. They also cried out and fled. "The leader is dead. Run. Don't even think about the girls of the myriad flower valley anymore." Su Yulian stood on high. She held her sword, her aura imposing. Seeing the enemy flee, she swung her sword and gave chase. As she pursued, Sun Yulian said, "You evil heretics. Don't even think about escaping." Li Zhouyu witnessed everything. She thought to herself, could it be that the greatest crisis since the founding of the Myriad Flower Valley is over? The person next to her hurriedly replied, "It seems so. Sect Master, Junior Brother." Li Zhouyu was still doubtful. "I wonder which sect is on that island. The distress signal we sent out. It seems no sect possesses a floating island." Just then, Jiang Yuanling returned. She called out loudly, "Sect Master, we're back." She and her other senior and junior sisters gently landed on the ground. This surprised Li Zhouyu. "Is that you, Yuanling?" The Valley Master of the Myriad Flower Valley asked. "Why are you back so quickly? Could it be that the person on the floating island is the reinforcement you invited?" Jiang Yuanling answered honestly. "That immortal one wanted to attend the Immortal Sect Grand Assembly hosted by our Taishang sect. So he escorted me and my senior and junior sisters back along the way. Unexpectedly, we happened to encounter the demonic path attacking the Myriad Flower Valley. So that immortal one took action to help." After hearing the story, Li Tsuyu exclaimed in surprise, "Immortal one? Could it be the master of the immortal realm in the southern wilderness that you mentioned, Yuanling, who has been rumored about recently?" Jiang Yuanling nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Master." At that moment on the floating island, Zhang Fan was also looking down at where Jiang Yuanling was standing. It was as if he had heard the entire conversation. He smiled, understanding everything. Li Zhouyu then requested of Yuanling, "Take me up to the island. I want to thank that immortal one." Jiang Yuanling immediately clasped her hands. She bowed her head and said, "Master, please follow me." Then she and Li Zhouyu rode their swords up to the floating island. Before leaving, Li Zhouyu instructed everyone, "The rest of you, go make some arrangements. We must express our gratitude." The disciples obeyed the order. They replied in unison, "Yes." At the same time, in the center of the battlefield littered with corpses, the joyful abbot lay next to the leader of the blood slaughter sect. He prayed incessantly in his heart, "Bodhisattva, protect me. Don't let them find me. Bodhisattva, protect me. Don't let them find me. Please, please don't come and check." Li Zhouyu walked up to Jiang Yuanling. Is this the floating island of that immortal one? She replied, Yes, master. She began to introduce it. That immortal one recently turned the immortal realm that shook the cultivation world into a floating island. The formation and the floating sky spirit stone on it all came from the Zhao clan's floating arts in the southern wilderness. Li Zhouyu stroked her chin and said, It seems that while our myriad flower valley was being attacked by the demonic path, a lot has happened in the cultivation world. Although the myriad flower valley is not a small sect, we still can't protect ourselves in the face of the current chaotic cultivation world. She pointed at Zhang Fan and said, This is the immortal one. Zhang Fan scratched his head. He had a confused expression. She then respectfully introduced herself. Li Zhouyu, Valley Master of the Myriad Flower Valley, pays her respects to the Immortal One. Thank you, Immortal One, for saving our Myriad Flower Valley. Zhang Fan scratched his head awkwardly and said, No need to be so polite. During this time, Yuan Ling and her senior and junior sisters have also helped us refine a lot of pills. Li Zhouyu asked, Immortal One, I heard from Yuan Ling that you are preparing to attend the Immortal Sect Grand Assembly organized by the Taishang Sect, and you escorted Yuan Ling back to the Myriad Flower Valley along the way. Zhang Fan replied, That's right. Li Zhouyu said, Since it's on the way, to repay everyone for saving our lives, our Myriad Flower Valley would like to host a banquet to thank the Immortal One. I wonder if the Immortal One would grace us with his presence. Zhang Fan crossed his arms in front of his chest. He thought to himself, This is bad. How am I going to explain this? I can't step out of the sword domain's range at all. He suddenly thought of a reason. He said seriously, Valley Master Li, I heard the Taishang Sect is holding the assembly to repair the Tianwen Realm's world-protecting formation. As a member of the Tianwen Realm, we should naturally contribute our part. Li Zhouyu readily agreed. Very righteous. She stood on the edge of the cliff. She was calculating in her heart. The cultivation world is so chaotic right now, and there's also the Taishang Sect's Grand Assembly. So it's very likely that our Myriad Flower Valley will be attacked by the demonic path a second time. I don't know what to do, she said to the Immortal One. Our Myriad Flower Valley was already preparing to attend the Taishang Sect's Grand Assembly. I wonder if we could travel with the Immortal One. Zhang Fan replied, Of course you can. Besides, Valley Master Li is proficient in alchemy. We can exchange pointers along the way. Li Zhouyu gestured with her hand and said, Thank you, Immortal One. I'll have someone prepare for departure immediately. He thought, Why is this Valley Master Li in such a hurry? He watched the female disciples busy moving things. His face was expressionless. He asked, Valley Master Li, why does it look like your Myriad Flower Valley is moving house? She smiled and replied, After surviving this crisis, our Myriad Flower Valley has understood that we can no longer disperse our forces. Since we want to attend the Grand Assembly, we must go together. Otherwise, the disciples left behind to guard the Sect Mountain will be in danger. Besides, these pills and magical artifacts are a token of our Myriad Flower Valley's gratitude, a small token of our appreciation. We can only offer a few humble gifts. He also smiled politely. Very well. Hearing that they wanted to go together, Sun Yulian glared her jealously. She thought to herself, as expected of a master and disciple, they say they're going together, but every single one of them wants master for themselves. Zhang Fan turned around and said to old Zhao, Find a place to settle Valley Master Li and her people. Then we'll prepare to set off. Old Zhao replied, Yes. Immortal One, the sun was scorching today. On a mountainside, several people lay gasping for breath. The leader of the Bloodslaughter sect was relatively safe. He said, What a pity. Only I and that lecherous monk survived. All the other demon lords are dead. The abbot of the Joyful Temple said, I never expected the legendary master of the immortal realm to be so powerful. We were killed before we even saw him. The two were silent. Suddenly, the Bloodslaughter ancestor spoke up. Now that everyone has suffered heavy losses to get revenge, we must gather our forces and cooperate with each other. He was right. Let's go to the demonic path Grand Assembly. We can't fight the master of the immortal realm, but I don't believe those old demon lords can't deal with him. And so, the leader of the Bloodslaughter sect and the abbot of the Joyful Temple quickly ran to the next location. That master was frowning. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed. The coconut tree suddenly disappeared. Does disciple think that master shouldn't be sad? In order to rely on that senior, I even gave all of my Sect's treasures to him. As a result, I just went back to the Sect for a trip, preparing to lead everyone to the southern wilderness, and then rely on them to come back. But the entire manor has disappeared. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt, and he cried out loud. How could it disappear? The entire cultivation team, Morong Milan and Taizi, you didn't know how to comfort their master. He continued, I only ate one meal at that senior's place. And when I came back, I had broken through to the god transformation realm. In the cultivation world, I'm considered a great cultivator. But compared to that person, what am I? The cultivation team pointed in one direction and shouted, Master, Master. He seemed to not believe his eyes. Appearing before him were countless elders from other sects. There were also Sun Yulian and the Yi Yao Wang. That young lady looks very familiar. I think I saw her last time when I went to see that senior. Taizi, you pointed at them and said, And Master, look, that Yi Yao Wang is right behind that young lady. It really is the Yi Yao Wang and that young lady. That master suddenly stood up. He was overjoyed and almost cried. It seems the support. No, the immortal one has also come to this grand assembly. The cultivation team whispered in his ear, Master, Master, there are people from other sects here. Please pay attention to your image. He coughed a few times. He regained his calm demeanor. Jun, Taizi, you, Milan, follow me. The four of them, master and disciples, bowed respectfully. This young lady is from the Holy Sword Sect. I wonder if you could lead us to pay our respects to the senior? Oh no, the immortal one. No, sobs. The six-veined immortal sword in the young lady's hand was a gift you previously gave to the immortal one. For it to be in the young lady's hands is its honor. San Yulian, Master also has flowers. The thankful sword was a gift from the senior. Master likes peace and quiet. So although he has come here, he has not entered the Taishang sect. But for Zhang Fan, stepping out of the immortal sword area was impossible. In the past, for better or worse. A cultivator like me would want to attend this grand assembly. But if I step out of the sword domain, I'll just be an ordinary person. Su Yulian tried her best to persuade him to go with her. But she was unsuccessful. I'm too lazy, so I'm not going anywhere. Yulian, you go with Valley Masterly, an old son, and the others. And bring Guzi with you too. Shan Kong scratched his head. He stammered, Master, Old Pig wants to go too. Old Pig has never eaten the delicious food at this kind of grand assembly before. Get lost. I'm afraid you'll go and cause trouble with others again. Zhang Fan said. Hearing him say that, Shan Kong had no choice but to accept. Then I'll stay here and keep my son company, and stay with you to guard this island. The scene shifts to the grand banquet of the Taishang sect on Heavenly Mountain. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Only that one master was sighing gloomily. Master, why are you sighing? Taizi, you asked, when the Taishang sect opened its doors. A person stood on top of the main gate, observing. Zhao Yun sat to one side, observing, and said, As expected of the Taishang sect's mountain gate, one of the 8 great immortal sections, worthy of being the leading sect in the Tianwen cultivation region. A grand event in the cultivation world like this is extremely rare in the history of the Tianwen region. Li Zhouyu added from the side. Although I've seen it in the myriad Flower Valley's historical records, I've never witnessed it with my own eyes. The Taishang sect is indeed one of the 3 strongest sects among the 8 great immortal sections. I've heard that those wealthy and powerful cultivation sects have all arrived. Sun Yulian exclaimed excitedly. Master, when are we going down? Li Zhouyu had just offered her opinion. Miss Sun, why don't we go back to the island and ask the immortal one to see if he wants to meet them or not? After hearing this, Huang Jitian was a bit surprised. This is the Valley Master of the Myriad Flower Valley. Doesn't the Myriad Flower Valley stay out of worldly affairs? Why did she come here to latch onto the senior? He was secretly worried. More and more people want to latch onto the immortal one. I wonder if I'll still have a chance. After a long while, Zhang Fan asked in surprise, Why are you all back? And you brought people back with you? The sect master of the Holy Sword sect also appeared. He greeted Zhang Fan enthusiastically. Greetings, immortal one. A few days ago, I brought my disciples to pay our respects to you, immortal one. I didn't expect you to have already left, and you left completely. He looked at the vigorously growing ginseng plants. He thought to himself, as expected of the Immortal One. Even moving house is so astonishing. Zhang Fan immediately reacted. Oh, is it the fertilizer and sword that the Holy Sword Sect Master gave me? Long time no see. Is your Holy Sword Sect also participating in this grand assembly? But why aren't you at the Taishang Sect? Why did you come to my island? The Holy Sword Sect Master thought to himself. What grand assembly? What's more important than latching onto a powerful backer? But on the surface, he still said, gently, the grand assembly can of course wait. Knowing that you, Immortal One, have come here, I naturally had to come and pay my respects. But I didn't expect to meet you here, so I didn't prepare a gift. Zhang Fan smiled and waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. He thought to himself. Last time, he gave me a gift because he wanted my protection. This time, I can't leave the island. It would be embarrassing to accept a gift. At that moment, a commotion came from below. The master of the Holy Sword Sect said, It's the Grand Assembly. Zhang Fan asked, Is it about to start? The scene shifts to another place. The smoke here was a strange red color. There was a crack in the middle. A red-haired girl was looking around. Her face was filled with horror. The auras of the two Tai Su evil demons both disappeared here. Could there be a hidden small world inside? She guessed to herself, but its protective layer seems to have been damaged. It seems the Tai Su evil demon entered the small world through this crack. Then the red-haired girl felt something was wrong. This kind of small world has never had any powerful experts, and they don't understand the three worlds at all. If the Tai Su evil demon enters, I'm afraid this entire world will be destroyed. As she walked, she hit a barrier. She guessed to herself, could the heavenly Tao of this world be rejecting me? Is it because it can't withstand my power? But how did those two Tai Su evil demons get in? She was curious about this mystery. I must investigate this thoroughly. It seems I can only possess a body first. After saying that, she immediately sent out a message. Living beings of this continent, unite. Resist together. Her power flowed down along the crack. At that moment, Zhang Fan and the others were relaxing. The sect master of the Holy Sword Sect said, The heavens are truly blessing me to be able to enjoy the delicacies bestowed by the Immortal One. On a blazing fire, a pot of soup was boiling. The aroma filled the air. It was hard to resist. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, It's just some common ingredients stewed in a pot. The master of the Holy Sword Sect suddenly hesitated a bit. Immortal One, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Your pot is the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. Using it as a pot, isn't that a bit? Hearing the name, Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron, Zhang Fan was suddenly stunned. He suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, this is the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron that I knocked down with a single sword strike. The sect master of the Holy Sword Sect continued. That's right. You may not know, Immortal One. The Taishang Divine Sect summoned the Immortal Sects precisely to find this Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. If they couldn't find it, they would have started implementing their backup plan to repair the crack in the world's protective barrier. After hearing this, Zhang Fan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Then he called Sun Yulian. Everyone, go and inform your respective Taishang sections. Tell them to come up to the island for a meeting. Tell them that the cauldron is here. The scene shifts to the grand assembly of the Taishang sect. At that moment, a person stood up. He said loudly to the crowd, Taishang sect master, it's not that we don't want to repair the formation. 1,000 years ago, an outer world evil demon once wreaked havoc on the Tianyun continent. This is recorded in our sect's historical records. However, the repair will take time. The Taishang sect master spoke up. Fellow Taoists, the urgent matter at hand is to find the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron. I have already sent many disciples down the mountain to search, but we still haven't found anything. We only know that it once appeared in the southern wilderness. I wonder if any of you fellow Taoists have any other news? A person from the southern wilderness said, I have also sent disciples to search. A person next to him stroked his chin and said, the pavilion near the water gets the moonlight first. Could it be that the sects in the southern wilderness are hiding information? The other party replied angrily, Are you questioning the character of the southern wilderness cultivators? The master of the Taishang sect then interjected. 10,000 years have passed. These aristocratic families and sects have forgotten the threat from the outside world. Suddenly, from outside the door, Sun Yulian, Li Zhouyu, and the Holy Sword Sect's master entered. They announced, if you want to know where the 9 heavens divine cauldron is, please follow me. Hearing this, the Taishang Sect master was extremely surprised. Dao was sure of the Holy Sword Sect and Daoistly. Why are you following a junior from the myriad Flower Valley? And with such respect, only then did Li Zhouyu speak. Sect Master Duan, the three of us know the whereabouts of the 9 heavens divine cauldron. Hearing this, everyone cried out in surprise. What? Speak quickly. Where is it? The Taishang Sect master also asked. Daoistly. And this young friend, do you really know the whereabouts of the 9 heavens divine cauldron? One person expressed his admiration, saying, what a stroke of luck. We almost turned the entire southern wilderness upside down. And still, the brown-haired man asked, is it the Holy Sword Sect and the myriad Flower Valley over there? Who is this young lady? The sect master of the Holy Sword Sect asked, do you really know where the 9 heavens divine cauldron is? It's on the island of an immortal one, Li Zhouyu revealed. Hearing this, the sect master of the Taishang Sect showed disbelief. Really? Are you two Taoists joking with me? Li Zhouyu replia seriously. How would I dare to joke with you, Taoist? The 9 heavens divine cauldron is on the floating island of this young lady's master. Right now, this immortal one is outside the great crimson heavenly mountain. The sect master of the Holy Sword Sect continued. But the immortal one doesn't like to leave the island. So he wants us in Daoistly to follow this outstanding young disciple there. He invites you all, fellow Taoists, to come to the island to discuss matters. Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately showed their dissatisfaction. What? He wants us to go to the island. Who the hell is he? Why doesn't he come down here? What kind of person is he to dare call himself an immortal one? Taoist, even the Taishang Sect master wouldn't dare to call himself that. Only then did the Taishang Sect master nod in agreement. All right, I'll go to the island with the 2 Taoists and this young friend. Fellow Taoists, everyone with me. Daoistly, Taoist sure. Let's go to the island to pay our respects to this young friend's master. All right, hearing this, the others were also swayed. Since the Taoist has spoken, then we'll listen to the Taoist. They thought smugly. With so many of us, even if he has the guts of a god, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Among the crowd, the Zhao clan's sect master, who had been hiding all along, finally appeared. He gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Fan's disciples. It's her, and that damn floating island. It's clearly my Zhao clan's city. A moment later, everyone from the Grand Assembly had arrived at Zhang Fan's floating island. Seeing the floating island, they muttered among themselves. The formation of this floating island looks familiar. Why does it look like the Zhao clans? You sects of the southern wilderness. Does it look familiar to you? The purple-haired man sneered. He said, haha, we were wondering where this immortal one was. We've all left the Taishang Sect's mountain gate. And he's not even coming out to greet us. The person next to him also chimed in. Oomph, I want to see what this immortal one looks like. Sun Yulian pointed forward. With an excited expression, she introduced to the seniors. This is my master's floating island. Please follow me. Before them was a giant tree overflowing with spiritual energy. Even from such a distance, they could feel the spiritual energy from the fruit on the tree. This, one person began. The others also moved closer. They wanted to see this 10,000-year-old spirit medicine with their own eyes. The master of the Zhao clan held a stone and said, this stone also contains a powerful sword intent. Can it be used to forge weapons? I feel like this entire island is a treasure trove of natural wonders. On Zhang Fan's side, he was hunched over, scrubbing a pot. He seemed to be having some difficulty. Why won't this thing get clean? This smell? When those cultivators get here later, how am I going to explain this? Zhang Fan turned his head and said to Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian, Old Zhao, old Huang, you two are knowledgeable. Didn't you say this cauldron was a divine weapon? Why is it still not clean after several washes? Hearing this, the two looked at each other. They pondered for a moment. We've never touched a divine weapon before, let alone something like the 9 heavens divine cauldron. We treat ordinary immortal artifacts like precious eggs, like delicate flowers. How would we dare to use it to stew soup? The two exchanged glances. Indeed, an immortal's ways are different from ordinary people's. At that moment, Shan Kong spoke up. Master, how about I take it for a smoke cleansing? Looking at those two old fools, you can tell they're useless. I old pig am strong. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Jitian kicked him in the butt. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was very happy. All right, let's give it a try. After all, with great strength, maybe you can create a miracle. Huang Jitian hurriedly grabbed Shan Kang's hand. He stopped him. Immortal One, you can't. Zhao Yun also hurriedly grabbed his other hand. He said, this is a divine weapon. How can you treat a pig demon like that? At that moment, Sun Yulian had already led the people from the Grand Assembly over. Zhang Fan was surprised. They're here so quickly? The sect master of the Taishang sect glanced around, looking at Shan Kong and the Yi Yao Wang. He thought to himself, these two demon kings, they can't be Miss Sun's master, can they? He then looked at Jun Yuan and Jiang Yuanling. He also thought, these two young friends are about the same age as Miss Sunday. That's impossible too. That only left Zhao Yun and Huang Jitian. Although they are high-level cultivators, they're not enough to make Taoist Li and Taoist sure call them Immortal One. He was speculating. Suddenly, the Taishang sect master's gaze fell on one person. It was Zhun Yuan. He silently assessed him. The aura of this cultivator is definitely not ordinary. Could this unfamiliar Taoist truly be a god or an immortal? With this thought, the Taishang sect master walked up to Zhun Yuan. He introduced himself respectfully. I am a sect master of the Taishang sect, Dao Xian, paying my respects to the Immortal One. Zhun Yuan pointed at Zhang Fan and said, you're paying respects to the wrong person. This is my master. Sun Yulian stepped forward. She explained to Zhang Fan, Master, this is Senior Dao Xian, the sect master of the Taishang sect. After hearing this, Dao Xian was momentarily stunned, but he tried to remain calm. He greeted Zhang Fan. I've made a fool of myself, Taoist. I never thought that at such a young age, you could raise such a talented disciple as Miss Sunday. I truly have poor eyesight and failed to recognize Mount Tai. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, Sect Master Dao Xian, you're too kind. Just call me Zhang Fan. It's Yulian who is exceptionally talented. Then, Sun Yulian said, this is the sect master of the Xian Qing Dharma sect. Before she could finish, she was cut off by Dao Xian. Miss Sun, there's no need for introductions for now. Hearing the address, Miss Sun, Taoist Li and Taoist Sure said, Taoist Zhang, are you currently in possession of the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron? The other party got straight to the point. Zhang Fan was drinking water. He choked. Dao Xian saw Zhang Fan's strange reaction. He asked, what's wrong? Is there something inconvenient to say, Taoist Zhang? Zhang Fan replied hesitantly, this divine cauldron is indeed with me. That's it. He pointed at the blackened pot. Duan Xian couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really the Nine Heavens Divine Cauldron? Then he went closer to examine it. He discovered, but why does this cauldron smell of meat and spices? Only then did Zhang Fan reveal, I used it to stew meat earlier. I must have added too many spices, so the smell lingered. Hearing this, Duan Xian was also stunned, but he still tried to remain calm. He said with a laugh, as expected of Taoist Zhang, haha. Meanwhile, the people from the Grand Assembly were enjoying the abundant spiritual energy on Zhang Fan's floating island. The brown-haired man said, this place is truly a paradise everywhere. Anything you pick up is a priceless treasure. If I could take some back, wouldn't our sect? As he said this, he laughed. Then his smile suddenly vanished because he saw that behind them, it seemed these things all had an owner, and their strength was unimaginably powerful. If we were to forcibly plunder it, let alone whether we could succeed, I'm afraid even the Taishang sect master wouldn't stand by and watch. The purple-haired man then spoke up. What are you saying? We are righteous and prestigious sections. How could we be like the demonic path, crudely plundering things? The other party immediately replied, that's right. We need to find a reasonable excuse to make things difficult. At that moment, the Zhao clan head stepped forward. Speaking of reasons, I happen to have one. How about you all cooperate with me later? From the outside, Zhang Fan's floating island was enveloped in an extremely sturdy defensive barrier. The Zhao clan head revealed to everyone. Everyone, before you came to the island, did you notice that the formation of this island and the formation of our Zhao clan's floating island are very similar? Hearing this, someone guessed. Could it be that this island, which is called the Immortal Ones, both its formation and its core were stolen from the Zhao clan? Hearing this, the Zhao clan head couldn't hold back any longer. He said angrily, "You shameless brats. You took advantage of the Zhao clan's battle with the enemy. You launched a sneak attack and stole the Zhao clan's floating island. Then you dismantled the core and the formation inside, and modified it into the island it is today, and claimed it as your own." Hearing this, the brown-haired man immediately understood the truth. The orange-haired girl behind him also showed her understanding. But in her heart, she thought, "I heard the Zhao clan is very arrogant in the southern wilderness. Could it be that the Zhao clan head coveted the other person's divine tree and wanted to take back the floating island, but ended up getting robbed instead?" The Zhao clan head continued, "Everyone, I want to tell you, this island was stolen by that brat from my Zhao clan's floating island. Then he modified it into its current form. Even if he doesn't return the island to us, he should at least compensate us with half of it. I just want to get my island back." As he said this, he pointed at the divine tree in front of him. He continued speaking. But hearing this, the eyes of those from the immortal demon Grand Assembly lit up. They all thought, "If this succeeds, we'll be rich. Even if it fails, we'll only suffer a loss because we're deceived by this Zhao clan. We could just mend our relationship then. Perhaps we could take a gamble with him." At that moment, the brown-haired man stood up and said, "Brother Zhao is right. That brat plundered someone else's treasure. His heart is malicious and his methods are cruel. We are righteous and prestigious sections. How can we stand by and watch this evil act? Brother Zhao, rest assured, I will definitely help the Zhao clan seek justice." The scene shifts to Zhang Fan's side. Duan Xian was asking him, "Daoist Zhang, you used the cauldron of the ancient god king to stew meat?" Zhang Fan feigned a cough. "I didn't know it was the Nine Heavens divine cauldron at the time. To use so many spices in this divine cauldron to cook." Duan Xian suddenly asked, "Was the meat delicious? I'm just curious about how powerful this divine artifact really is. Besides being a formation core, does it have any other uses?" Zhang Fan rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. "I think the taste of a stew was not bad. As Old Sun and Old Huang said, this pot. Ah, no, this cauldron can refine spiritual energy." Duan Xian gently placed his hand on the cauldron. As expected of a divine weapon left by the ancient god king, Zhang Fan saw the greedy look in the other party's eyes. He thought to himself, "This old Taoist isn't planning to take the cauldron from me and then secretly use it to stew meat, is he?" Only then did Duan Xian ask him, "I wonder if Taoist Zhang would be willing to entrust this divine weapon to my care?" Our Taishang sect summoned the various sects, precisely to find the Nine Heavens divine cauldron, to repair the world-protecting grand formation. Zhang Fan coughed and said, "I have no objection to that. This is also the reason I had Yulian inform everyone." Duan Xian said gratefully, "Taoist Zhang is truly a model for the world. On behalf of the living beings of the Tianyan continent, I thank you, Taoist." Suddenly, at that moment, the Zhao clan sect master, Zhao, let a group of people from the Grand Assembly out. He complained to Sect Master Duan, "This brat is no good. Senior Duan, don't be deceived by him." The others also chimed in. Hearing this, Duan Xian was a bit confused. "I wonder why you all say that." And he also began to think. Although Miss Sun is young, her cultivation has already reached the golden core realm. This Taoist Zhang's strength must be extraordinary. But strangely, I can't sense his aura. Could it really be as Taoist sure and Taoistly said? This Taoist Zhang looks young, but he is actually an immortal. Zhang Fan said calmly, "Taoist Duan, you don't need to ask anymore. I know what's going on." After saying that, he pointed at the Zhao clan's sect master, Zhao, and said, "I remember you're the Zhao clan's head, right? Last time, your Zhao clan came to the southern wilderness's great mountain to plunder my manor. As a result, you left behind a floating city and lost a life. Were you here for this time?" He questioned directly. The people of the Grand Assembly clamored in defense of the Zhao clan's sect master. "I was wondering why this formation pattern looks so familiar. It's indeed the runic pattern on the Zhao clan's floating island. I thought the floating sky spirit stone could support the entire floating island. It's all from a Zhao clan's floating city's spirit stone. So these things belong to the Zhao clan." With so many people speaking up for him, the Zhao clan sect master became even more smug. He pointed straight at Zhang Fan's nose and roared, "Brat, don't you dare slander me. My Zhao clan has always been upright and honorable. It was clearly you who brought 2 demon kings and took advantage of my Zhao clan's battle with the Ghost Howl Cave and the Southern Wilderness's barbarian clan. You launched a sneak attack from behind and stole the floating city. These people didn't say a word. Then someone stood up and said, Senior Duan, I can testify for the Zhao clan. I believe in Brother Zhao Shi's character. We must severely punish this villain who colludes with the demonic path and the barbarian clan. Faced with this situation, Duan Xin was also at a loss for words. That brown-haired man tried his best to persuade Sect Master Duan. The Taishang Sect is the leader of the righteous path in the world. We cannot act with bias. We must seek justice for the Zhao clan. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Daoist Duan, leave this matter to me. Then he coldly said to those people, I say, if your Zhao clan claims this island is yours, then the free and unfettered divine tree and the other natural treasures on this island, are they also yours? Zhao immediately denied it. My Zhao clan has been passed down for 10,000 years. The treasures in the floating city. Is there anything I don't know? However, my Zhao clan has a list of treasures. We could just check it. Zhang Fan said shamelessly. I'm too lazy to argue with you about the situation back then. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword on his body suddenly flew up. It landed in Zhang Fan's hand. He said, if you win, let alone this floating island, even this divine tree, I'll give it to you. Seeing Zhang Fan's confidence, Dao Xian thought, could this young man truly be a sword immortal? Zhang Fan took the initiative to attack. Take my sword. As he channeled his internal energy, he shook the 4 directions. Everyone from the Grand Assembly was terrified. This sword intent is too terrifying. We've messed with the wrong person. But they had no time to escape. That immense sword intent had already reached them. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Daoist Zhang, stop. Show mercy. Zhang Fan immediately withdrew his hand. It was Dao Xian who had intervened. He said, for my sake, can you let this go? After all, it was the Taishang Sect that invited you all to the Grand Assembly. I would still like to ask Daoist Zhang to give me some face. These people were lucky. The god of death had descended, only to turn back and leave. Zhang Fan happily agreed. All right, for the Daoist's sake. He felt a little regretful. What a pity. I missed out on a lot of sword domain points. The participants of the Grand Assembly came to their senses. This sword senior's killing intent is too strong. Only then did Dao Xian say to Zhang Fan, Ahem, fellow Daoists, since Daoist Zhang has agreed to hand over the 9 heavens divine cauldron, let's discuss how to repair the world-protecting grand formation. Zhang Fan immediately signaled to Jiang Yuanling. She immediately understood his meaning. She had someone bring out the items. Then she introduced to everyone. This is the ginseng fruit from the island. The Immortal One invites everyone to have a taste. Hearing this, everyone expressed their thanks. Thank you, Immortal One. Dao Xian also expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fan on behalf of everyone. Thank you for your hospitality, Daoist Zhang. After returning to the Taishang Sect, I will show you some good things, Daoist Zhang. Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought to himself, this old Daoist looks like an immortal. He's probably not a bad person. The scene shifts to an unknown skeleton. A conversation is heard. You guys, what do you think that old geezer Dao Xian is up to, gathering so many major sects? The blue-haired man guessed. Didn't they say it was for the world-protecting grand formation? At that moment, the sect master of the Ghost Howl Cave also appeared. He said, if you believe that, you wouldn't have come to the demonic path grand assembly. If you weren't afraid that those righteous path people would take the opportunity to launch a joint attack, you wouldn't be here either. Seeing him appear, the blue-haired man sneered. Old man, has your Ghost Howl Cave been in a bad state lately? Nearby, the brown-haired man also chimed in. I've heard about it too. Your luck has been really bad. Suddenly, the leader of the Blood Slaughter sect spoke up. Fellow Daoists, it's rare for us to gather. Why don't we take this opportunity to do something? Who cares about the righteous path? We should strike first to gain the upper hand. The purple-haired man then said, I heard that before the Blood Slaughter sect, the fate-defying sect, the heavenly demon Dao, and the joyful temple joined forces to attack the myriad Flower Valley. They suffered heavy losses. Today, only you an old demon, have come. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect frowned. Although my Blood Slaughter Sect suffered heavy losses, it was a blessing in disguise. The talkative purple-haired man was immediately pulled over by his demonic chi. In an instant, he exploded in mid-air into a cloud of blood mist. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect laughed smugly and said, "Oomph, I told you to talk less." Seeing the ruthlessness of the Blood Slaughter Sect's leader, the others were also a bit wary. How did this old man's strength suddenly become so powerful? The blue-haired man asked curiously, what did he mean by a blessing in disguise? The red-haired man in front asked, could it be that he had some kind of fortuitous encounter? The leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect said, you are all famous figures in the demonic path. Don't you dare to take action against the righteous path. The blue-haired man asked, then what do you plan to do, sect leader? He smiled slyly and said, we'll go directly to the Taishang sect and slaughter our way through. Hearing this plan, everyone secretly thought, has this old demon gone mad? Could it be that he lost his mind after his strength increased? The leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect was still smiling. He couldn't close his mouth. Hee, you just need to follow me to the Taishang sect. I'll give you a chance to be like me, to become powerful. Suddenly, a red sphere appeared in the sky. It shot out beams of light in all directions. They fell upon the participants of the demonic path grand assembly. Someone was surprised to find that his own strength was increasing. He broke through again. Someone excitedly accepted it. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect asked again, now, what do you think of my plan? They replied in unison. We agree. Everyone said enthusiastically. I like this plan. I've long found that old geezer from the Taishang sect to be an eyesore. Let's go gather our disciples and prepare to set off. The leader of the Blood Slaughter Sect was very satisfied. Offer fresh blood to the gods. Sacrifice your lives to the master. The scene shifts to the Taishang sect. An elder from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion said, right now, the Taishang sect truly has the air of 10,000 immortals paying homage. I don't know if it's 10,000 immortals paying homage, but there is indeed an immortal one over there. The one who scared all the family heads and sect masters with a single sword strike. Has the Zhao clan's self-proclaimed sword immortal come out of seclusion? The scene shifts to Zhang Fan's floating island. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, old Taoist, you've been discussing for too long. Dao Xian replied, there's no other way. The materials to repair the crack in the world-protecting grand formation are very precious. It's not something a single sect can bear. We need to divide the responsibility. Naturally, the various families will argue about who does more and who does less. Hearing this, Zhang Fan also calculated in his heart. It's really not good to say that I created the crack. Then he stood up. He smiled and said to Dao Xian, old Taoist, why don't you see what you're missing? Whatever I have on my island, just take what you need. Hearing this, Dao Xian replied happily, then I won't be polite. I see that there are many precious things on your island, Taoist Zhang. Zhang Fan happily patted him on the shoulder and said, old Taoist, we are friends of the same generation. You don't need to be polite with me. The other party smiled and replied, I'll lead my disciples to clear out your island later, Taoist Zhang. Suddenly, an elder from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion looked worried. He reported to the Immortal One, Sect Master, a coalition army of more than 10 demonic sects has approached the Taishang sect. They are currently less than 100 miles from the Taishang sect. The sects along the way have all been breached. Hearing this, Dao Xian was startled. He hurriedly ordered, Taoist Li, quickly gather the clan heads and sect masters. Come to Taoist Zhang's island to discuss how to deal with the demonic coalition army. Zhang Fan's expression was calm. He said, this battle is on a large scale. The demonic chi had already quietly spread to the Taishang sect. The master of the Wind and Thunder Sword Pavilion looked sad. He pleaded, I beg you, Sect Master Dao Xian, to seek justice for my Wind and Thunder Sword Pavilion. My Wind and Thunder Sword Pavilion has been annihilated. Only I and a few of my martial brothers were protected by the sect's elders and managed to escape. One person said angrily, since when did the demonic path form a coalition army? They definitely didn't just destroy my Wind and Thunder Sword Pavilion. This is an open challenge to our righteous path. It's unforgivable, Dao Xian said in a deep voice. fellow Taoists. Let's first seek justice for our fellow Taoists of the Wind and Thundersword Pavilion. Then we'll discuss what to do next. I've urgently summoned everyone for a discussion. It's because the demonic coalition army is approaching. We can't delay. Everyone responded in unison. Sect Master Dao Xian. We're gathered here. Why don't we just face the demonic army head-on? Someone from behind comforted him. Sect Master Dao Xian, rest assured. I've already dispatched my sect's disciples to provide support. Seeing everyone's morale so high, Dao Xian handed the decision over to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled and said, Old Taoist, rest assured. The righteous sects of the world. I will absolutely not stand by and watch. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. He thought to himself, such a large sword domain. How could I pass it up? Dao Xian expressed his gratitude to Zhang Fan. Then he turned and said to everyone, we shouldn't delay. I will go and set up the Taiji 2 forms formation. I invite you all, fellow Taoists, to enter the formation and assist. At that moment, the demonic chi from the demonic cultivators billowed towards Zhang Fan's stainless island. The purple-haired and green-haired men from before now had a different appearance. They laughed excitedly. As expected, that old geezer Dao Xian has set up the Taishang sect's famous Taiji 2 forms formation. But we are different now. With the help of the Blood Slaughter sect's leader, the demonic cultivators were extremely confident. Seeing the man's body changing more and more, they thought to themselves, this old demon's strength has increased again. They couldn't help but realize that the secret technique to increase their strength was surely incomplete, but they pretended not to know. They even said loudly, we've destroyed mountains and cities along the way. Our strength has increased a lot by coming here. After dealing with the Taishang sect and devouring all the living beings on this continent, we might even be able to break through the world and become immortals. The leader of the Bloodslaughter sect calculated to himself, I have obtained the power of the upper gods. I will offer you all to my master. You will all become stepping stones for my ascension to immortality. Thinking of this, he became excited. He said, let's begin. The demonic cultivators attacked the formation of the Stainless Island together. On Zhu Xian's side, he also commanded everyone. Those despicable demonic cultivators have begun their attack. Fellow Taoists, prepare to activate the formation. The cultivators drew their swords and used the same technique to meet the enemy. The leader of the Blood Slaughter sect suddenly laughed loudly. Then he charged forward. He said, a small matter. Follow me. Before he could finish speaking, the leader of the Blood Slaughter sect unleashed a move. It left Zhu Xian momentarily stunned. Then he disappeared without a trace. The sky was no longer covered by the black chi of the demonic path. The people of the righteous path cheered and jumped for joy. The Immortal One is divinely mighty, the best in the world. The Immortal One's sword is handsome. Invincible, the Demon Lord is dead. We've avenged our fellow Taoists. The demonic cultivators also thought that the leader of the Blood Slaughter sect was dead. Someone wondered why there was a Tai Su evil demon behind him. One person encouraged his brothers. The mountains are high and the road is long. The sun and moon are still long. In the future, we will join hands again to create a great cause. But suddenly, beams of light appeared on the floating island. They shot straight towards the demons. Zhu Xian hurriedly stopped them. Fellow Taoists, don't push them too hard. We need to investigate the truth of today's matter. But Zhao Yin was also quite surprised. He pointed at the treasured sword floating in midair and asked, Sect Master Zhu Xian, how should we handle this sword? But the others were also surprised by this method of attack. Following the strange beam of light, they looked back. They found that it came from a woman. Zhu Xian then went forward to strike up a conversation. I am Zhu Xian of the Taishang sect on the Tianyan continent. Thank you, Fairy, for taking action and suppressing the Tai Su evil demon. The woman opened her eyes. She introduced herself. You're too kind, Taoist. I am Yuan Yiwen, an enforcer from the immortal realm. Capturing the Tai Su evil demon is my duty. I still have to thank the experts of the Tianyan continent for their help in eliminating this evil demon. Zhu Xian smiled and replied, we were just helping each other. I still have to thank you, Fairy, for informing us that the Tai Su evil demon came here. I wonder if you would be willing to go to the immortal realm with me to eliminate the Tai Su evil demon. Yuan Yiwen nodded in agreement. Of course I can. And so, the righteous path successfully defended the peace of the mortal world. At that moment, Yuan Yuan was a bit surprised. I never thought that in this nameless, small world, I would be able to meet an expert who possesses the great Tao of sword intent. It couldn't help but pique her interest. The scene shifts to the floating island. Yuan Yuan and Zhang Fan met. Zhang Fan kept pacing back and forth around her. He was sizing her up. Yuan Yuan remained silent. Zhang Fan had a lecherous look on his face. He thought to himself, to be able to fly freely, I wonder how many sword domain points a fairy like her would give me. Thinking of this, he suddenly straightened up. No, I really need to risk my life to increase my sword domain points. Zhang Fan fiercely knocked his own head. To clear his mind, seeing the other parties, strange expression, Yuan Yuan guessed. This person, he's not thinking of something evil, is he? Then she said politely, Greetings, Taoist Zhang Fan. Thank you for your assistance in helping me eliminate the Tai Su evil demon that has been pursuing me. He smiled and replied, It's nothing. Faced with this kind of evil demon that brings death to thousands of living beings, I would never refuse to help. Yuan Yuan said, It's just that Taoist Zhang and the others on the Tianyan continent should still be careful. Before, I was pursuing a total of 2 Tai Su evil demons. There is still one that has infiltrated the Tianyan continent. It is hiding very deeply. You must be on your guard. At that moment, Duan Xian interjected. Fairy Yuan, I wonder if you could tell me the strength of that Tai Su evil demon? Yuan Yuan replied, Of course I can. Tai Su evil demon is just a general term. They also have many different levels. Each one believes in a different evil god. Their strength naturally varies. The one that Taoist Zhang killed could use slaughter to gain the faith of its evil god. As for the other one, Taoist Zhang and the others need to be careful. The evil god it worships can bring plagues, and thus increase its own strength. The important thing is this kind of plague is spread unconsciously. Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Duan Xian immediately gave instructions. Everyone must do their utmost to eliminate the demon. When enough living beings believe in the evil god, it will attract the attention of the Tai Su evil god. Therefore, we must eliminate all those who have fallen and believe in the evil god. Then he said respectfully to Zhang Fan and the others, Taoist Zhang, Fairy Yuan, the situation is urgent. We cannot stay here long. I and the other Taoists will go and make some arrangements. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was overjoyed and thought to himself, One Tai Su evil demon can give me 500,000 sword domain points. And that's in a weakened state. That's right. A horse doesn't get fat without night fodder. It really makes one eager to find a remaining Tai Su evil demon. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Yuan Yuan asked curiously, What are you thinking, Taoist Zhang Fan? He blurted out, I'm thinking of a way to lure more evil demons here. Hearing this, she was stunned. Only then did Zhang Fan react. He hurriedly explained, Nonsense. I meant we need to quickly think of a way to eliminate all the remaining evil demons, to prevent the living beings of the Tianyan continent from being devastated. Only then did Yuan Yuan think to herself, I can't even see his cultivation level. His sword Dao is heaven-defying. Why does he look like such an idiot? Then Zhang Fan called Jiang Yuanling over. She asked happily, What are your orders, Immortal One? He instructed her to go to the treasury and get some spirit fruits and spirit medicines to help him refine some immunity-boosting and disease-curing pills. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan was extremely surprised. She also saw that the divine tree here was full of life. Could this place be? At that moment, Jiang Yuanling had already followed Zhang Fan's instructions. She brought out the spirit medicines. Yuan Yuan then asked, Taoist Zhang Fan, what did you just say you wanted to refine? He said shyly, Fairy, just call me by my name. Then he explained, I want to refine immunity-boosting and disease-curing pills. Many people say that the hidden evil demon will bring a plague. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan replied, Then you should also call me by my name, Taoist Zhang Fan. Fairy sounds too exaggerated. And she asked again, These things are extremely precious, even in the Yun Ni immortal realm. Why are you using these spirit medicines that immortals fight over to refine this kind of pill? Zhang Fan replied while eating, That's right. I know it's very precious. But to me, These spirit herbs and spirit fruits. My island has plenty of them. The other party added, your divine tree is extremely rare even in the Yunni immortal realm. Moreover, the floating island is abundant in spiritual energy. It seems these spirit herbs to you are truly nothing rare. Zhang Fan chuckled, thinking to himself, with the Demon Dao alliance and this evil void demon, not only can I expand the range of the sword domain, I can also upgrade the sword domain. At that time, the grade of the spirit fruits and immortal herbs will also be higher. Yuan suddenly covered her eyes, saying, I'm not looking anymore, although it's not mine. Looking at it makes my heart ache. After a round of conversation, she prepared to bid farewell to Zhang Fan, saying, since that's the case, I will go find that old Taoist priest to discuss the matter of hunting down the remaining evil void demons. Zhang Fan replied, all right. Zhang Fan suddenly remembered. It's a good time to organize the things obtained today. He opened the system panel. System notification. Infinite sword domain upgrade complete. Sword domain level raised to level 3. Obtained a brand new ability. Indestructible sword intent. Indestructible sword intent. As long as I am within the range of the sword domain, I can be infinitely reborn. Zhang Fan was momentarily smug. Before, although within the sword domain, my combat power was nearly invincible, but my life was still in danger. Now, even if poisoned or ambushed, it's no longer a problem. Ha 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 ha. Then, he had a sudden idea, thinking, should I try dying once? However, he immediately sobered up. Forget it. But since the level 3 sword domain has this ability, it makes me even more curious about the next level. Next, I hope we can quickly find that hiding evil void demon. The scene shifts to the Grand Hall of the Supreme Sect. Everyone is discussing methods to hunt down the evil void demon. The scene shifts to a small border town between the southern wilderness and the eastern spirit realm. Here, the crowd was bustling. A person wearing a cloak, face covered, quietly blending into the crowd. Where he stood, a drop of dark purple liquid dripped down. That is the sign of the joyous temple. This person laughed smugly, saying, that madman only knows how to chase and kill. Sure enough, he was destroyed by the experts of this world. I want to turn this world into a nest of plague. Let the disease spread. God is watching over you all with a benevolent gaze. He will embrace and protect the human world, guiding you like a kind father. The image shifts to the floating island. At this time, everyone had gathered together, not having met for a few days. Yuan noticed that Zhang Fan seemed a bit different. Duan Xian also spoke. This old Taoist also feels it. It seems fellow Taoist Zhang is much more confident. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Perhaps it is because facing a strong enemy, I had some insights in my heart, so my strength broke through because of it. Yuan heard this and asked, the strong enemy you speak of, is it that evil void demon whose body you destroyed with one sword strike? Zhang Fan revealed, although it was just one strike, but actually I had already used my full strength. I only saved a little bit of reserve power. Yuan shrugged and said, don't worry. Taoist priest Duan Xian and I, along with the fellow Taoists of the Tianyan continent, have finished discussing. We will organize an Immortal Gate alliance to hunt down those from the Demon Dao alliance corrupted by the evil god's power. Duan Xian continued, but at the same time, we must also search for the tracks of the remaining evil void demons. Manhwa Valley is a sect skilled in medicine. Therefore, they will be sent all over the continent to fully search for the source of the plague. Zhang Fan then asked, then what about me? Yuan replied, the Taoist priest is in charge of leading everyone to protect Manhwa Valley and the sect disciples. You and I will be in charge of holding the center, reinforcing everywhere. After all, my true body still cannot enter this world, so my exerted strength will also be limited. Zhang Fan then agreed, saying, that's good too. Then he turned around to do some things, telling everyone to wait a moment. He conjured some small wooden swords. Handing them to Duan Xian, he said, Taoist priest Duan, please distribute these wooden swords to everyone. They contain a trace of my intent. Duan Xian replied, thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang. This old Taoist was only worried about those fellow Taoists chasing the demons. Since fellow Taoist Zhang has provided these wooden swords, this old Taoist no longer needs to worry. Ha! Yuan laughed and said to Zhang Fan, since you have attained the sword Dao indestructible true intent, you should be able to embody the sword intent. Sword intent never dispersing. True body never dying, right? He only smiled without speaking, thinking to himself, as expected of someone from the immortal realm. Extraordinary vision. Suddenly, many ships appeared ahead. Zhang Fan exclaimed. The allied forces are mobilizing. The scene shifts to a gloomy place where a man in black bows his head respectfully. Greetings, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord roared in anger. Useless, holding my demonic artifact, yet falling into such a miserable state. The person opposite trembled, imploring, Please, Demon Lord, spare my life. This lowly one did not know this was arranged by the Demon Lord. Moreover, this lowly one did not expect a sword immortal to appear in the Tianyan continent. Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord, clearly disbelieving, snorted coldly. A tiny world, protected by humans, yet has a sword immortal? Do you think that because this lord has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, my mind has become dull? Then he ordered, Summon your disciples. Set out with this lord. Many people were summoned, shouting in unison, respectfully welcoming the Demon Lord out of the mountain. The scene shifts to Zhang Fan's floating island, asking Yuan Yuan, Why do you keep looking at me? Yuan Yuan replied, I'm just curious. The Tianyan continent has no reputation among the myriad realms. Yet it could produce an immortal who comprehends the great Tao, sword chi like you. Zhang Fan patted his chest, proudly saying, I am a genius. But thinking inwardly, my face is too thin. It's inconvenient to say it out loud. Actually, I, Zhang Fan, have relied on myself my whole life. At this moment, Yuan Yuan suddenly remembered something, saying, Right, speaking of the Tianyan continent, I have something to ask you. Zhang Fan sat up, asking, What is it? Yuan Yuan asked, Has the Tianyan continent truly never produced a peerless powerhouse? Zhang Fan replied, I don't know much about Tianyan's history. Why are you curious about this? Yuan Yuan said, I discovered that I underestimated the world protection formation of the Tianyan continent. Yuan Yuan continued, I saw with my own eyes the two void demons I was chasing. Managed to enter it in an instant. I originally thought it was very simple. But as it turns out, I still haven't been able to get in. Zhang Fan asked, Didn't they say the world protection formation has a crack? She replied, That is the problem. There is indeed a crack. But I still can't get in. The person who set up this formation is very formidable. Even in the Yunni immortal realm, they would be a top-tier powerhouse. Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought to himself, I didn't expect the world protection formation to be so formidable. Yet I managed to tear a big crack in it. Repairing it will be very troublesome. Yuan Yuan continued. To be honest, at first, I felt that your Tianyan continent was just a very ordinary world among the myriad realms. But now I feel a sense of familiarity. Zhang Fan calmly said, This matter will have to wait until the old Taoist priest returns, then ask him. Honestly, I'm a rather lazy person. I've never looked into past events. Yuan Yuan asked, I wonder how the Taoist priest and the others are doing now. Zhang Fan then said, If it's so difficult for you to enter, how could those two void demons pass through the world protection formation so quickly? She replied, The power system of demons is different from our cultivation system. They don't need to cultivate. They only need to use their souls and sacrifice their fleshly bodies to their master. Then, like a dog, curry favor with their master. Therefore, they can abandon their fleshly bodies without hesitation, using their souls to enter the Tianyan continent. Zhang Fan immediately commented, These demons are truly very bizarre. Suddenly, Sun Yulian ran over, panicking and shouting, Master, Fairy Yuan, you two look quickly. A streak of blue light flashed past in front of them. Yuan Yuan immediately recognized it. This is the evil god's beacon of faith. This means that the void demon has attracted its master's attention. If we don't resolve this quickly, the demon god will turn his gaze toward this world. At this moment, a disciple arrived to report. Hi, Immortal Zhang. Senior sister sent news back to the sect. Traces of the demon god have been found at the borders of the southern wilderness and eastern spirit. But that place has turned into a plague zone. Zhang Fan immediately ordered, Dark Knight, Demon King, and Shan Kong. You two take the pills and the disciples of the Taishang sect. Quickly go to support Taoist priest Zhang. Then he summoned Old Zhao. Old Huang, control the floating island. Head to the location designated by Taoist priest Zhang. They immediately accepted the order and took action. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "We must get there quickly." Where the pillar of light passed is a land filled with the stench of death. Cries of misery were endless. "Save me! Save me!" One by one, their faces were pale, dying with their eyes open. Disciples of the Taishang sect immediately arrived to aid the commoners, giving them pills, barely holding on. On the other side, Duan Xian also saw this pillar of light. Demons appeared inside it. At this moment, Li Zhouyu said, "Sect Master Duan, disciples below have discovered that over a dozen nearby cities have been infected. But we don't have enough people." Duan Xian immediately ordered, "Send all disciples proficient in medicine and alchemy to go there, and simultaneously mobilize the sects responsible for punishment across the world to come here." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Sect Master Duan, no good." A disciple of the Taishang sect reported, "The commoners in the city are no longer human. They've all demonized. Our cultivators are also being blocked." Duan Xian sternly instructed, "Clan heads, sect masters, don't forget the words we said to High Immortal Zhang. We must all charge forward, no matter the cost. Everyone united, charging towards the same goal." Duan Xian prayed in his heart, hoping High Immortal Zhang and fellow Taoist Zhang could arrive quickly. The old Taoist felt uneasy. These demons emitted an aura that instilled fear. Their bodies were swelling, as if about to explode. At this moment, disciples of the Taishang sect arrived in time, destroying them. A demon was approaching a person. It had swelled to its limit. Immediately after, it exploded, turning into fragments. Its blood splattered onto the surrounding people. Those people immediately turned into demons. Duan Xian waved his hand from above, destroying all the demons. He ordered no more mercy for them. Now that they have become like this, they can only bring disaster to the Tianyan continent. The disciples accepted his order, regrouped, and continued fighting. Duan Xian said, "Immeasurable heavenly worthy." At this moment, someone came to report, "Sect Master Duan, the situation is bad." An elder of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion reported, "Originally, we wanted to mobilize fellow Taoists from other places to support, but they're also fighting." Hearing this, Duan Xian could only sigh. "I originally wanted to quickly repair the crack in the barrier. Unexpectedly, I was still a step too slow. Now we can only do our best." The elder of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion suddenly pointed in a direction. Panicked, he said, "Sect Master Duan, don't think about that for now. We are in trouble." A giant demon appeared. Duan Xian immediately drew his weapon. This is indeed a big problem. Sword Qi hit the giant demon. It immediately used its own kind as shields. Those demons were smashed to pieces by Duan Xian's Sword Qi. This giant demon seemed smarter than the other demons. Duan Xian could only personally take action to resolve it. He said, "Disciples, retreat to the rear. Use formations to set up a defense line outside the city." After speaking, he attacked the giant demon. People from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion also joined the battle, ordering disciples to retreat outside the city. Lightning shot out from the formation, knocking down some people. Some with agile movements dodged the attack. The sect master of the Taishang sect poured mana into his sword, shouting loudly, "Activate the formation." Next, a yin-yang plate appeared in midair, suppressing the green monster to the ground. Seeing this, the elder of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion quickly ordered, "Prepare to support Sect Master Duan." However, the body of that heretical demon absorbed a large amount of black qi. Once enough was accumulated, it revived and caused a massive explosion. Rocks all around were blasted into the air. The monster opened its mouth full of fangs, ferociously saying, "Creatures of this world, hurry and enter Father's embrace. God will accept you with his mercy." Then, everyone roared in unison, "Bastard! Attack! Attack!" However, no matter how many times they attacked, the monster's body did not budge. This made the monster laugh happily. Sect disciples were knocked flying by the attacks, only able to let out miserable screams. Seeing the situation was bad, the sect master of the Taishang sect asked the fellow Taoists, "Have the commoners been evacuated?" The elder of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion answered firmly, "Sect Master Duan, rest assured, I have already sent young disciples to escort them away." Hearing these words, Duan Xian felt slightly relieved, saying, "Then I'll trouble you fellow Taoists. Let us do our best together." However, The heretical demon became even more crazy at this moment. It roared loudly. Come quickly. Chase me. Let me grant you Father God's grace. The surrounding people, whether Sect disciples or the monster's own kind, were all attacked by it. Duan Xian dodged the attacks, while asking in confusion, why haven't Fairy Yuan and fellow Taoist Zhang arrived yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan's cloud island appeared in the sky. The sect master of the Taishang sect saw it, joyfully said, it's fellow Taoist Zhang and Fairy Yuan. They are here. Zhang Fan stood on the cloud island, excitedly said, old Taoist, don't panic. Retracting his sword, he jumped down, saying, let me try. Seeing that terrifying power, the monster was not afraid. Instead, it provoked. Ha! Come quickly. Come quickly. However, its confidence didn't last long. That heretical demon was quickly sent flying. It only had time to let out in before vanishing without a trace. The sect master of the Taishang sect stood high above and sighed. This is the great Tao sword chi of a sword immortal. As expected of fellow Taoist Zhang. Another place, a scene of desolation. A cluster of green-black energy was the only bright spot here. A group of people approached Zhang Fan's island, respectfully bowing and greeting. Welcome, High Immortal Zhang and Fairy Yuan. Zhang Fan looked down, asking about the victims. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the poor commoners turned into monsters by the demonic path, expressions full of sorrow. The sect master of the Taishang sect clasped his hands and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Zhang. This old Taoist truly didn't expect the extraterrestrial demons to be so formidable. Indeed, just reading ancient texts, one cannot imagine how tragic the catastrophe of the Tianyuan continent 10,000 years ago truly was. Yuan Yuan sat on her sword, speaking up to warn the sect master. Taoist priest, we cannot be careless yet. She continued, if we don't quickly deal with this pillar of light, I'm afraid before long. The hidden void demons will use this pillar of light as a conduit to absorb the evil god's power. Yuan Yuan flew above everyone, concluding, by then, this world will become the evil god's back garden. The plague will spread to every corner. Hearing her warning, Duan Xin quickly rode his sword away, saying, this old Taoist will lead everyone to face the enemy. Yuan Yuan took the opportunity to say to Zhang Fan, I currently cannot transmit power on a large scale. This time, I have to rely on you. Receiving the instruction, Zhang Fan replied with full confidence. Protecting the Tianyuan continent is a duty I cannot refuse. He turned to the side, calling Yulian. In an instant, son Yulian appeared, respectfully shouting, Master. Zhang Fan placed his hand in front of her and said, Yulian, take old Zhao and the others to meet up with old Zhu and old Go. Assist the Taoist priest in clearing the demonic energy from the villagers infected by the demonic path. Seeing this, Yuan Yuan interjected beside Miss Yulian, advising, please do not be soft-hearted. Sometimes, doing so is helping them escape from a sea of suffering. It is also saving the lives of more people. Yulian replied coldly, I don't need your hypocritical reminders. After speaking, she turned around, her tone slightly complaining. You are not from the Tianyuan continent. Naturally, it's easy for you to say. Yulian's sulking attitude made Zhang Fan sweat. He smiled and said, all right. Yulian, go quickly. Yulian replied, yes, master. I'm going now. After speaking, she rode her sword and flew away. Waiting until she flew far away, Zhang Fan explained somewhat awkwardly. Yuan, I'm really sorry, my Yulian. Yuan Yuan looked like she understood. I can see it. Miss Yulian is very dependent on you, her master. Zhang Fan continued to explain. Yulian lacks a sense of security because of family misfortunes, so she acts like that. She didn't mean to target you. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan also expressed sympathy. It seems she is also a pitiful girl. Very quickly, she called Zhang Fan again. Fan, wait a moment before you take action. The two moved together to the place with the most demonic beasts, which was directly below that pillar of light. Duan Xian stood under the pillar of light, shouting loudly towards Zhang Fan. Fellow Taoist Zhang, can you hear me? Hearing the signal, Zhang Fan drew his sword, his whole body covered in powerful golden power, entering a combat state, accumulating power, waiting to unleash and destroy all the beasts. Yuan Yuan saw this scene, could not help but sigh. as expected of the great Tao sword intent. For a Zhang fan to comprehend such powerful sword intent, is he really just a mortal of a desolate world? She couldn't help but happily affirm in her heart. But even if it's true, in the future, the myriad realms will become lively. At this moment, Zhang fan had accumulated enough power. Shouting, "Come on, take this!" Along with a roar, he unleashed a cross-shaped attack, destroying all the demonic beasts. The Sect master of the Sacred Sword Sect praised excitedly. As expected of the High Immortal. However, Duan Xian detected something unusual. He exclaimed, "Not right. Something is wrong. What about the infected villagers below?" The resentment of the infected villagers was gradually being drained. From within the resentment, a more powerful evil entity was born. It whispered, "These lowly commoners dare to destroy the grace of this god." However, before it could be smug, Zhang fan killed the evil entity with a single sword strike. The evil dissipated. The Sect master of the Sacred Sword Sect clasped his hands, expressing gratitude to him. "Thank you, Sword Immortal, for saving the common people." Zhang fan calmly said, "It's nothing, just a small matter." Outwardly, saying it was nothing. But inwardly, Zhang fan was extremely disappointed. Is the reward from the sword domain only this much? Everyone respectfully said in unison. "Greetings, High Immortal." "Greetings, Fair Yuan." The Sect master of the Sacred Sword Sect flattered Zhang fan. As expected of the High Immortal, this void, evil entity. Even cultivators were helpless against it. You destroyed it as soon as you took action. This Sect master of the Sacred Sword Sect looked like a transcended sage. But in reality, he was just a sycophant. The Sect master of the Sacred Sword Sect, his eyes gleaming, thinking to himself, "This High Immortal is the savior of our Sacred Sword Sect. Such a good backer, I don't know how to quickly seize the opportunity. You guys didn't get any benefits." "Serves you right." Zhang fan laughed loudly. "Ha! We are all people of the Tianyan continent. Naturally, I won't stand by and watch. Moreover, I'm not that formidable. Everyone has worked hard. These are spiritual fruits I prepared. Everyone eat some to replenish your stamina." Everyone received a ginseng fruit. Surprise immediately appeared on their faces. At the same time, they were full of joy. They cherished the ginseng fruit in their hands, exclaiming, "It's an immortal fruit. It contains a large amount of immortal qi." The Sect master of the Sacred Sword Sect thanked him with ecstatic joy. "Thank you, High Immortal." However, the others were not very comfortable, thinking to themselves, "Damn it. The immortal fruit in that old geezer from the Sacred Sword Sect's hand looks to be of better quality. Turns out the High Immortal likes people who flatter him." At this moment, Fairy Yuan sat on her sword and reminded him, "All right, Zhang fan. Now is not the time for us to be negligent." She said seriously, "Just now, you only destroyed a clone of that void, evil entity." Zhang fan also replied, "I know. I felt that the sword domain level given by the system was lower than the previous void evil entity. So I guessed it." She covered her mouth in surprise. "You knew. Zhang fan, you are becoming more and more mysterious. Theoretically, the Tianyan continent shouldn't know too much about void evil entities at this time." She continued, "Since you already know, I won't explain much. Everyone in the Tianyan continent has also seen there is more than one void evil entity. Its destructive power is immense." Li Zhouyu's face was unsightly. Frowning, he said, "In this small city, many commoners have already turned into demons. There is no way to save them. Even if the remaining people are saved, their bodies have been severely injured. I'm afraid their lifespan is not long." Fairy Yuan explained, "Because the evil god that this void, evil entity worships is an evil god with the ability to evolve. Modification. It achieves its goal by spreading plagues." Her eyes were firm as she said, "Everyone must absolutely not underestimate it. In the myriad realms, there was once a world attacked by this evil god. By the time our Yeni immortal realm and other divine realms and immortal realms joined forces to rescue it, there are no living beings left inside. The whole world was submerged in plague. Abandoned." Fairy Yuan stood, still on the spot, motionless. The man beside her spoke up. "Fairy Yuan, if the High Immortal hadn't taken action earlier, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the clone of that void demon either. How could we underestimate it?" Duan Xian said, "All right. I understand Fairy Yuan's meaning. Everyone eat the immortal fruits and rest for a bit. We will set off later. Yes, obeying Sect Master Duan's decree. Also, thank you High Immortal and Fairy Yuan for the guidance. From high above, one could observe beams of powerful light pouring down onto the manor below. Everyone was in a sorry state. Many people were already injured. Duan Xian just sighed. Zhang Fan asked in confusion. Old Taoist priest, what's wrong? As long as the fellow Taoists find the trace of that void demon and activate the eye of my sword, I can temporarily control it from a distance. Then I will go to the scene to resolve it completely. Duan Xian said, this old Taoist is not worried about this. With the knowledgeable Yuan Yiwen and fellow Taoist Zhang, a sword immortal, assisting. This old Taoist is not at all worried that the void demon will escape. But what I am worried about is the future of the Tianyan continent. He looked at the crack in the sky, saying, I'm afraid the peaceful life of the Tianyan continent, protected by immortal Emperor Ling Xiao for tens of thousands of years, will no longer be peaceful in the future. Yuan Yiwen and Zhang Fan were both surprised. Yuan Yiwen said, Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao? Immortal Emperor? The Tianyan continent actually produced an immortal emperor? Duan Xian replied, this is a matter only recorded in the ancient texts of great sects with a heritage of over 10,000 years. Others only know the divine cauldron is an immortal artifact and want to fight for it. Only we know what this thing means to the Tianyan continent. No one knows what happened back then. I also learned it from the records of the Taishang sect's founder. Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao built a great formation, using an immortal artifact left by the immortal emperor as the eye of the formation to protect the Tianyan continent, hiding the Tianyan continent from the sight of the myriad realms. Yuan Yiwen then said, no wonder a world never heard of could prevent an immortal like me from entering to protect the world. So this place once produced an immortal emperor. To be able to produce someone who comprehends the sword Dao intent like fellow Taoist Zhang, it must be a treasured land of geomancy, producing geniuses. Zhang Fan retorted, not me. My strength reaching this level is entirely due to my own hard work. Duan Xian extended his hand to show agreement. That is natural. Zhang Fan, you comprehended the sword Dao at a young age, mastering the great Dao sword intent, sitting on the heavenly throne. You must have put in sweat and effort that outsiders like us can hardly imagine. Zhang Fan laughed proudly and said, exactly, Sun Yulian. The Taoist priest is right. For Master to have the cultivation he has today, he must have put in efforts we don't know about. Sun Yulian drew her sword. I also want to be like Master. She was seen practicing swordsmanship ceaselessly. Zhang Fan coughed a few times, saying, Taoist priest, stop praising me. Please continue with what you were saying earlier. Taoist Xian shook his head repeatedly, sighing, even though fellow Taoist Zhang has found the world protection divine artifact, the nine heavens divine cauldron, and the fellow Taoists of the Taishang sect have repaired the world protection formation, I'm afraid it's already too late. Taoist Xian stroked his beard and said, 1,000 years ago, a demon intended to steal the nine heavens divine cauldron from our Tianyan continent, causing damage to the world protection formation. Blood demons from the outside world took the opportunity to enter the Tianyan continent. He looked up at the sky, sighing. Now that such a crack has appeared, I'm afraid besides the two void demons that Fairy Yuan is chasing, how many more demons from the myriad realms will enter our Tianyan continent? Yuan Yiwen calmly closed her eyes, saying, Taoist priest Duan Xian, why worry? Even if I didn't catch those two void demons in time, and they entered the Tianyan continent, it is also my responsibility. Your Tianyan continent still has Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan said modestly, Fairy Yuan flatters me, but Taoist priest, rest assured, I absolutely will not stand by and watch. Taoist Xian nodded and said, it seems we must handle this matter quickly. Zhang Fan, since you said the disaster was caused by me, it seems I must handle it properly. Zhang Fan clasped his hands, respectfully saying to the Taoist priest, then we must speed up, destroy the remaining void demons. After handling this matter, immediately repair the crack in the formation. If there's anything, Taoist priest, just call me. Taoist Xian also replied solemnly, fellow Taoist Zhang and Fairy Yuan, please guard here first. This old Taoist asks to leave to summon other fellow Taoists. to fully search for the void demons and resolve the plague. After speaking, he bid farewell to everyone and turned to leave. In a gloomy place, congratulations to the demon lord on returning to his peak. Descending upon the Tianyun continent once again, the demon lord stood high above, looking down at all living beings, laughing ceaselessly. Now that a crack has appeared in the world protection formation of the Tianyun continent, void demons took the opportunity to invade. The righteous path figures are busy hunting down the void demons. This is the time for this lord to come out of the mountain. Why don't you all kneel quickly? We are willing to follow Lord Demon Lord. The demon lord pointed in a direction, ordering to set out. On the other side, in a villa, it was already the 12th lunar month of winter. Snow was falling heavily. Inside the main hall, the palace master suddenly summoned everyone. What exactly is the matter? The patriarch ascended to the immortal realm. Suddenly a decree was sent down. You all quickly go summon the disciples. Prepare to welcome our respected patriarch. The scene shifts to the immortal realm. Everyone gathered, bowing to the immortal king, inviting immortal King Chongming to give orders. The immortal king opened his mouth. 10,000 years ago, immortal Emperor Lingxiao shook the myriad realms, originating from a small world. After immortal Emperor Lingxiao fell, that small world also mysteriously disappeared. Over 10,000 years ago, the small world suddenly appeared. And now, this small world seems to have appeared again. The 8 of you quickly go investigate. Yes, everyone answered in unison, then flew away to execute the mission. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of immortal King Chongming's mouth. To think an immortal emperor like Ling Xiao could appear in this world. I finally found it. As long as I obtain the powerful secrets of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao, I can completely unify the upper realms, conquer the myriad realms, achieve hegemony. The scene shifts to the demon realm's poison fortress. This is the territory of demons. At this moment, a demon with a gigantic body was rushing over. It shouted loudly, "Demon King summons. Set out. Advance towards the Tianyun continent." The army of demons finally took action. The image shifts to Zhang Fan's floating island. He is sitting resting under the shade of a tree, suddenly hearing someone anxiously calling out, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, Fairy Yuan." Duan Xian appeared, telling him, "We have found the main body of the void demon." Yuan heard this, immediately said, "What a coincidence. My main body has adapted to the laws of the Tianyun continent, able to pass through Emperor Lingxiao's protective formation." Duan Xian said joyfully, "Great, thank you, Fairy Yuan, for your assistance." Then Yuan stepped onto her flying sword, leading the way off the floating island. Zhang Fan said, "Then we will also set off immediately." Then he ordered, "Old Zhao, trouble you and Old Huang to control the floating island and rush there to support immediately." The image shifts to Emperor Lingxiao's protective formation. This place is covered by dense demonic energy. Disciples are doing their best to guard the barrier, blocking the demonic energy from invading. Zhang Fan's floating island is also on its way here. Duan Xian said, "I brought people from the Taishang Sect and fellow Taoists, barely able to hold on, and there are still many sects being chased by the demonic path. Not enough manpower. I have to trouble young friend Zhang." Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Taoist priest, rest assured. Leave it to me." The image shifts to Yuan just arriving, immediately using a unique move to attack the demonic energy. Yuan appeared domineeringly. "Void demon, don't even think about escaping." She decisively pointed her sword tip at the giant demon in front of her. It loudly declared, "You brats from the immortal realm, Yuan, and the brats of this world, feel the love of Father God." Other disciples were invaded by demonic energy and lungs. Someone just opened their mouth to shout "scatter," immediately invaded by demonic energy into the body. At this moment, Duan Xian pointed at Zhang Fan and said, "The crack, it's getting bigger and bigger. The crack is getting bigger and bigger." The void demon laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, taking 10,000 living beings as sacrifices." Yuan stood on the spot, observing every move of the enemy. The void demon said smugly, "Father God has granted me power so that I can unleash my full strength in this world." Yuan took action. Heavenly lightning struck down. That demon wanted to catch her. Yinner of the Yunni immortal realm. Chase me all the way. But you are too late. Over here, demonic energy is still surging ceaselessly. It's like a door connecting the demon realm and the human realm. Demons are stepping out one after another. Yuan Yiwen angrily scolded the hateful demons. On Zhang Fan's side, Duan Xian also realized the trouble was big this time. He said to Zhang Fan, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, Fairy Yuan is already dealing with a void demon, so we must stop this army of demons." Zhang Fan heard this, immediately ordered, "Sun Yulian, you and old Zhu go support Taoist priest Zhang. Old Zhao, you and old Huang control the formation on the island. Cover them." They immediately responded, "Yes, master." Then everyone immediately went to execute their tasks. Demonic energy was still rolling ceaselessly. Beside Zhang Fan, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. He gripped the demon-slaying sword tightly. Swung one sword. The sword chi grew larger and larger, rushing straight forward, destroying those demons. Demon corpses lay scattered everywhere. Yuan Yuan looked around, discovering more and more demons appearing. Advised her to give up. "Throw yourself into the arms of Father God." Yuan Yuan was extremely calm. Gripping her sword, she said, "Cannot let the void demon continue to connect with the evil god it worships. Otherwise, the passage to the void demon god realm will truly connect." After speaking, she chanted an incantation, pouring it into her sword. "Righteousness awe-inspiring, heavenly might majestic, divine sword lead the way. Slay the demon god. Accept your death." The divine sword suddenly rushed forward, stabbing straight into the demon in front. Sword chi hit its body. Surrounding demons were also affected. Disciples of other sects immediately recognized, hurriedly pointing and saying, "It's Fairy Yuan, Yuan Yuan. She is standing gallantly on the corpse of the demon just destroyed." But before they could rejoice, Yuan Yuan realized the situation was bad and exclaimed, "The passage has formed." On Zhang Fan's side, he was still giving his all. His sword moves turned into streaks of sword light, slashing towards that stream of demonic energy. The demons felt their power gradually weakening. That stream of demonic energy was finally chopped into 100 pieces by Zhang Fan's sword light. At this moment, a gloomy voice rang out. "Tianyun continent. I will return next time. I will definitely make this world join the Divine Lord's garden." The battle ended. Zhang Fan asked, "Can this crack still be restored now?" Yuan Yuan replied, "This crack could originally be restored, but now it has been forcibly torn open by the demons." Forcibly opened, used to connect the passage. "I'm afraid it's very difficult to restore it to its original state," Zhang Fan said. "It seems the Tianyun continent will truly become very lively in the future." The image shifts to cosmic space. A leader stood out and said, "It seems demons have already arrived here to report to the king. Immediately enter this world. Cannot let others get ahead." The image shifts to the demon realm's poison fortress. A demon leader stood out. It ordered everyone to gather. Form an army. Conquer the Tianyun continent for the Divine Lord. Its words were decisive, full of firm determination. On Zhang Fan's floating island, everything temporarily settled down. Duan Xian stood up to speak on behalf of everyone. "Greetings, High Immortal and Fairy." This time the Tianyun continent encountered a huge danger. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Zhang and Fairy Yuan, you two took action to help. Otherwise, the Tianyun continent would fearfully suffer devastation. Yuan Yuan said, "The one to thank is Zhang Fan. If not for him, I would have been blocked by the continent guardian, unable to arrive in time." Duan Xian looked at the crack and sighed. "Although the demons have been dealt with, But our Tianyun continent has only temporarily weathered this storm. Danger may still be hidden behind." Yuan Yuan replied, "Correct. I'm afraid it's too late to repair it. Having undergone such destruction by demons, the continent guardian cannot completely avoid collapse. I think instead of thinking about how to repair it, better to use the time to cultivate." At this moment, Zhang Fan opened his mouth to speak. "You mean, as long as cultivation is high enough, no matter who we meet, we don't need to worry?" Yuan Yuan replied, "Correct. The continent guardian is both a protection and a restriction. If the spiritual power of this world can be quickly increased, I believe it will soon attract many powerhouses here. Duan Xian also said, not everyone in the Tianyuan continent has talent like fellow Taoist Zhang. If we let them work hard on their own, barely managing might be possible. But I fear time. Zhang Fan smiled confidently, reassuring, old Taoist priest, rest assured. Before I ascend, I will definitely protect the Tianyuan continent well. If everyone needs any help, just say it. Hearing this, Duan Xian felt somewhat relieved and replied, then I won't be polite when the time comes. As long as fellow Taoist, Zhang, doesn't mind this old Taoist visiting often to disturb you. However, this old Taoist and the fellow Taoist won't disturb fellow Taoist, Zhang, any longer today. The demons have just been destroyed. This old Taoist still has to go down to help the commoners and arrange for the repair of the continent guardian. After seeing Duan Xian off, Zhang Fan stretched, like unloading the burden of the past few days. He also said to everyone, next, we should also go have a big feast. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone happily replied. We only contributed a meager effort. Everything relied on the High Immortal's efforts. Zhang Fan said, it's all what should be done. No need to be polite. Yuan Yuan also said, then I'm also looking forward to it. I saw you have quite a few good things here before. It's a pity these things are incarnations of spiritual energy, cannot be collected. Then everyone held a celebration feast. Zhang Fan stood out to host. Let's enjoy our local specialties. Shan Kong also said, let me see what's different here compared to the Yunny world. Zhang Fan happily invited everyone to taste together. Yuan Yuan held a fruit in her hand, saying, this can actually increase the immortal spiritual qi in my body quite a bit. My aptitude has also increased quite a bit. What kind of immortal fruit is this? She asked. Zhang Fan blinked, as if hinting at something, then just replied, it's nothing, as long as everyone eats happily. We still have plenty, enough for everyone to eat, including Sun Yulian, Shan Kong, Dark Knight Demon King. Everyone felt their strength increase significantly after eating. Jiang Yuanling also discovered, my root foundation has also been elevated. Shan Kong was instantly overjoyed. I advanced to Demon King. Dark Knight Demon King also followed up. I also advanced to Demon King. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Zhao Yun, Li Zui, Wang Jintian, and the Sect Master of the Sacred Sword Sect. Huang Jintian and the Sect Master of the Sacred Sword Sect said together, thank you, High Immortal. We will definitely not forget today's kindness. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, these are all due to your own efforts. I didn't do anything. In his heart, he thought, protecting the Tianyuan continent. I cannot do it alone. I must help everyone increase their strength. At this moment, Yuan Yuan remembered something, saying, right, Zhang Fan. I haven't had a chance to say this before. Do you remember? Because I was worried that not only 2 void demons invaded the Tianyuan continent. So at the beginning, I notified the Yunny Immortal Realm. Originally, my master wanted to send people to support. However, just at this time, the Yunny Immortal Realm suddenly took the initiative to send people for rescue. They have already set off. The key is that before this, Senior Brother and other immortal realms chasing the void demons sent a signal. There is a demon race army heading straight for the Tianyuan continent. At this moment, probing eyes appeared in the crack, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The lens shifts to the Yunny side, also fighting demons. The leader urged to increase speed. The Immortal King is still waiting for our results. At this moment, demons were pouring in. A demon saw the crack in front. Under the moonlight, on the island, Yuan Yuan found Zhang Fan and said, the Immortal Realm Alliance and I have reached an agreement. In the coming time, I will be stationed at the Tianyuan continent, helping you completely destroy the demon realm forces. Zhang Fan seemed not to hear clearly. Stunned, Yuan Yuan thought he was joking, asking back, do you feel I'm doing this out of guilt? Or do you covet my ginseng fruits? Zhang Fan smiled and gave a thumbs up, laughing, haha, even if it is really so, as long as you like it. I won't be stingy. Yuan Yuan smiled smugly, saying, I thought you would be reluctant to part with your ginseng fruits. Zhang Fan seemed to realize something, saying, I always feel that you are a bit different toward me today, not as cold as before. The two stood under the tree canopy. The surrounding scenery was picturesque, indescribably beautiful. Yuan Yuan explained, I really like the atmosphere here. Moreover, I just didn't want to show my emotions. Then she changed the subject again. Zhang Fan, There are some things you need to be mentally prepared for. Your Tianyun continent's immortal Emperor Lingxiao was not ordinary in a myriad realms. Yuan Yuan walked to the edge of the island. Continuing, many people are searching for his traces, even suspecting if he has lost his way. Powerhouses from all directions know how formidable he was. So later, the Tianyun continent. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Fan excitedly interrupted and asked, "The myriad realms? Immortal realm, demon realm, gods, immortals, and demons?" Then he drew his sword, pointing straight at the sky and declaring, "Then let's use the sword in my hand as bait to lure the heroes of the myriad realms." Yuan Yuan also looked up at the sky, thinking, "I also want to meet the heroes one day of the myriad realms." In another place, 3 people appeared in the sky. They were people from the Shangzhong immortal realm. The white-haired old man saw this scene and cried out, "Damn it, guess so soon? From the outside world?" The people from the Shangzhong immortal realm saw this and curled their lips in disdain, saying, "This is the Tianyun continent, the place where immortal Emperor Lingxiao's spiritual vein was born. Barely acceptable. However, there is no magic power at all, and it's everywhere." The white-haired old man sensed danger and carefully protected the female disciple beside him. At this moment, he continued, "Let's go. Quickly search for news of immortal Emperor Lingxiao. Complete the task assigned by His Majesty the Immortal King." He realized the urgency of the situation. Quickly instructed the female disciple, "Not good. Go notify Sect Master Duan quickly. Quickly go notify the High Immortal and Fairy Yuan." That female disciple quickly rode her sword and flew away to seek help, while he alone blocked the 3 strong enemies. The people from the Shangzhong immortal realm gradually became angry, veins popping out, saying, Quickly tell me where immortal Emperor Lingxiao's tomb is." The white-haired old man seemed to be hearing this for the first time. Immortal Emperor Lingxiao's tomb? This old man has never heard of it. He thought the other party was lying, so he directly used magic to suck out his memories, saying, "Forget it. Let me investigate myself." The miserable screams of the white-haired old man rang out, but no one came to rescue. The person from the Shangzhong world threw the old man aside and said, "Unexpectedly, the world envoy arrived at the Tianyun continent a step ahead of us. Moreover, I heard that this time they brought a sword immortal. The thing in his hand seems to be related to immortal Emperor Lingxiao." The people from the Shangzhong world laughed heartily. A celestial general said, "Can such a broken Tianyun continent also produce a sword immortal?" He turned his head and said to the person beside him, "Boss, you go deal with that crazy envoy. As for that so-called sword immortal of this world, leave him to me." That person heard this and happily agreed. Then they went to notify the others that they could enter the Tianyun continent. After speaking, they flew away together. The person from the Shangzhong world continued to order, "Let's set off immediately to find them." At this moment, the white-haired old man lay gasping on the ground, using all his strength to say, "Must quickly notify other sects to support the High Immortal." Back to Zhang Fan and the envoy. The envoy noticed something unusual, loud a cry of surprise. Zhang Fan asked, "What's wrong?" The envoy pointed at the giant ship hovering in the sky and said, "It's the world generals. They're here. I'm afraid something big will happen." Zhang Fan waved his hand confidently. "No worries. No matter what happens, we always have a way to resolve it." He looked at the hovering ship, thinking to himself, in the sword domain, I get whatever I want. But for the world outside the sword domain, I have almost no controllability. The opponent used a transmission talisman to approach me, yet I didn't know it all. I originally thought only demons from the demon realm came. Unexpectedly, people from the world also came to cause trouble. However, Zhang Fan quickly regained his confidence, thinking this is also good, just in time to take this opportunity to expand the sword domain. On the ship, the person from the Shangzhong world said, "This broken world actually still has immortal spiritual true chi." Strange. Saying that, he stepped forward with interest and said, "Big brother, look, that spiritual root over there is even bigger than the immortal fruits of our world. If we can bring them back to the heavenly realm and offer them to the immortal king, we will definitely be heavily rewarded." The heavenly general also agreed. On this island, there are countless spiritual fruits and immortal medicines. Spiritual power is abundant. If we can bring them back to the world, our cultivation speed will definitely increase sharply. The other immortals and heavenly generals heard this. We're all extremely excited. At this moment, the person from Shangjong world stopped everyone, stomped one foot on the gunnel, pointed at everyone, and said, "You guys temporarily put away those thoughts. Don't forget our goal. Search for traces of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. It won't be too late to divide these benefits afterwards." At the same time on the ground, Sun Yulian asked worriedly, "Master, what should we do? These people are all immortals." Facing these immortals, Zhang Fan looked calm and said, "I met a fairy before. However, it was nothing special. Moreover, I am here." Sun Yulian heard this. Moved in her heart, she said, "Master, with you here, we fear nothing." Huang Jintian and Zhang Yun were also overjoyed. Shan Kang's eyes even turned into peach blossoms. Like a girl praising, "Master, you truly are the #1 sword venerable under heaven." That sword strike from the fairy. Even the heavenly venerable would be moved from the bottom of his heart, as if seeing a sword splitting heaven and earth. Zhang Fan was praised too much. Slightly embarrassed, he kicked Shan Kong and said, "Don't flatter." At this moment, another heavenly general stepped out, shouting loudly, "Why haven't you welcomed the saint's descent yet? Are you dreaming?" Hearing these words, both Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan were annoyed. Zhang Fan frowned, saying, "Are all the heavenly realms in the myriad heavens universe like this? Or is it only people from Shangjong world who don't know how to be polite guests? So rude." The person from the Shangjong world saw this and said, "Before a saint, one must be respectful." Immediately after, provoking Zhang Fan, "Brat, you are the little sword venerable mentioned in Tianyan?" Zhang Fan seemed provoked. His face gloomy, he retorted, "Didn't you come to the Tianyuan continent looking for me? Why attack others?" The person from the Shangjong world was completely fearless. Provoking, just a few ants who haven't become immortals yet. The heavenly immortal saw this and said, "Don't waste time. Capture them directly. Force them to speak, and we will know everything." Yuan Yuan immediately drew her sword, pointing at the enemy. With imposing momentum, she said, "Aren't you afraid that the heavenly kings of the myriad immortal realms and immortal emperors will punish the Shangjong world for doing this?" At the same time, the Taishang Sect master and disciples arrived to reinforce. From afar, he said, "Bastards, these immortals have arrived. No matter what, we must help the High Saint and the Fairy." Back beside Zhang Fan, the heavenly immortal sarcastically said at this moment, "Myriad immortal realms? Heavenly kings, immortal emperors, 2 heavenly generals, and the person from the Shangjong world laughed arrogantly together." "Huh," he retorted. "As long as we find immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb in the Tianyuan continent, find the opportunity to become stronger. In the future, the myriad immortal realms will be led by our Shangjong heavenly realm." Yuan Yuan heard this. Frowning, she said, "So you have such intentions." Then she pointed her sword at the enemy, radiating powerful strength, saying, "But you forgot. I am still here." The person from Shangjong world rushed up to fight, arrogantly saying, "So what?" But very quickly, his arrogance was shattered by Yuan Yuan's attack. He only had time to let out a cry before being knocked back. The immortals on the ship saw this and shouted loudly, "Big brother." The person from Shangjong world wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Damn it, the famous genius of the immortal realm, Yuan Yuan. I alone really have difficulty dealing with 2 people. I will handle him. The others go defeat that brat." Order received. The group of heavenly generals rushed forward. The person from the Shangjong world said, "You 2 come with me. The others go defeat that brat." Yuan Yuan saw the dangerous situation. Hurriedly reminded Zhang Fan, "You guys be careful." A heavenly general attacked Sun Yulian. Weapon in hand, a beam of powerful energy rushed straight towards Yulian, shouting loudly, "Kid, be obedient and hand over immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's relics, the rare spiritual tree in this island. Otherwise, I will kill you all." Sun Yulian didn't know how to deal with this sudden attack. At this moment, Zhang Fan appeared, blocking the attack with the sword in his hand, coldly saying, "Dare to attack me? And you want me to offer treasures?" The heavenly general saw the attack blocked, extremely surprised. "What? This brat can actually block my attack?" Another heavenly general asked, "Did this blockhead not use his full strength? Zhang Fan replied blandly. I only used 30% of my strength, but enough to block your attack. The heavenly general was silent for a moment, then said suspiciously, This brat shouldn't be a sword venerable. There must be a point or two. Perhaps he possesses the inheritance of a mortal Emperor Ling Xiao, which is what the immortal king needs. You must not underestimate him. He widened his eyes. Roaring, attack together. Quickly defeat them. Then go support Big Brother. As soon as the words fell, all the immortals and heavenly generals rushed towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan gripped the precious sword in his hand tightly, coldly saying, Then I thank you for traveling thousands of miles, crossing the void, coming here to seek death. Kid, even if you have become an immortal in a small world, you cannot withstand the full force attack of the five of us. Zhang Fan gripped the sword, not retreating at all. Come on. A shocking sound rang out. Mountains shook. Smoke and dust filled the air. Sun Yulian saw that scene. Extremely worried, she shouted loudly for her master. The disciples also shouted, High Saint, in unison. That disciple was arrogant and conceited before, thinking his talent was outstanding, wanting to cultivate into an immortal in this world. Now, facing immortals, he was just like a humble ant. A cloud of dust hovered in midair, flickering into view. Is this the means of immortals? Is that it? The smoke cleared. Zhang Fan appeared, unharmed, blandly saying, I thought you immortals had something special. Now I'm relieved. Everyone showed surprise on their faces. Hard to believe he was unharmed. What? Zhang Fan gripped the long sword in his hand. Origin power surged. The sword body glowed. He gritted his teeth and said, Since you have made your move, then it's my turn. A shout rang out. Run quickly. A huge beam of energy shot straight into the sky, powerful enough to tear space, seemingly about to tear the sky apart. The immortals above and below were caught off guard, looking at this scene in horror. This brat, Zhang Fan, swung his sword down. The barrier shattered. The sword blade cut the wind, extremely sharp. One sword slash killed 4 immortals. The sword intent even surpassed worldly laws, tearing space apart. Several women also exclaimed, Big Brother, and flew up to support. The 4 older brothers are dead. Let's retreat quickly. This matter must be quickly reported to the immortal king. The heavenly king will send stronger heavenly generals here. The armored man roared. What? Is this brat really a sword immortal from the small world of Tianyan continent? The armored man ordered a retreat. Return to report to his majesty, the immortal king. Zhang Fan asked in confusion. Want to go? You think my island is a place? You can come and go as you please? Have you asked the sword in my hand? He gritted his teeth, anger burning, shouting loudly, This is my sword Dao. You killed the heavenly generals of my immortal realm. It will definitely anger the immortal king. The immortal king will absolutely not let you off. He replied, Correct. Kid, you live in this secluded place full of immortal opportunities. Your talent must be extraordinary. If we can find Emperor Ling Xiao's imperial tomb and join forces with Lord Immortal King, we can definitely unify the immortal realm. Zhang Fan had no interest in this, coldly asking, Done talking? Angry to the point of gritting teeth, clenching fists tightly, Zhang Fan channeled his power, saying, Then let your immortal king come here himself. Sharp sword moves knocked away the people representing the immortal realm, whether immortal or demon. As long as they step into the Tianyan continent, they must pay a heavy price. In another place, something shattered, emitting a loud explosion. Shangzhong Immortal Realm. The Immortal King flew into a rage. 8 useless things. Immortal King Palace of the Shangzhong Immortal Realm. A roar echoed through heaven and earth. A subordinate entered the hall. Greetings, Immortal King. Immortal King Mo Chuan. A cultivator from the lower realm, Tianyuan continent. Self-proclaimed Great Tao, Sword Immortal. Even killed 8 of my heavenly generals. Go deal with that brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth for me. The subordinate clasped his hands and replied respectfully. Great Tao, Sword Immortal? Then I want to test. My sword and his sword. Which one is sharper? Night fell. Starry sky. On the floating island. Duan Xian asked, fellow Taoist Zhang. Fairy Yuan, how do you two plan to handle this? Originally, he thought the Chongming Immortal Realm would send troops to support. Unexpectedly, they brought malice. Currently, the Tianyun continent not only has no reinforcements, but is also eyed by another immortal realm. Yuan comforted. Fellow Taoist need not worry. I have sent a message to my master. The Yunni immortal realm will send people here. However, the demon race is causing trouble. The immortals of the myriad heavens are fighting with the demons of the 4 great demon realms. Cannot mobilize too much manpower. Zhang Fan also added, it's fine. Whether there are many or few reinforcements doesn't matter. What matters is that we are united. Thank you for your understanding. She smiled and replied, I will always fight side by side with you. Zhang Fan straightened his back, looking into the distance. As for the Chongming immortal realm or the demon realm, we will handle them all. Sun Yulian asked curiously, Master, how do you plan to handle it? Looking towards Duan Xian, smiling slightly, the repair of the Great Formation in the Tianyun continent. I will trouble the Taoist priest. I plan to move this island to the middle of the crack. Duan Xian was surprised. What? He pointed forward, sword tip pointing straight, whether immortal or demon. If they want to enter the Tianyun continent, they must step over the sword in my hand. Duan Xian said, Fellow Taoist Zhang, news about immortal Emperor Ling Xiao has spread. I don't know if other forces will come to the Tianyun continent. Zhang Fan asked directly. Taoist priest doesn't trust me? Fairy Yuan and I are waiting for the heroes of the myriad realms to come test their swords. Duan Xian bowed and said, Great virtue of the immortal, this old Taoist thanks you too on behalf of the living beings of the Tianyun continent. The high immortal challenges everyone. Everyone shouted in unison. Living beings of the Tianyun continent, thank the high immortal. At this moment, the floating island had approached the barrier crack. There were many other floating islands hovering around. The closer they got, the clearer the vastness of the crack became. The sky opposite was gloomy and strange. Duan Xian said, We must also strive to cultivate. Break through soon. Go to the island. Support the high immortal in protecting the living beings of the Tianyun continent. Opposite the barrier is a different world filled with gloom. There are strange-shaped monsters. They emitted roars, rushing towards this world, wanting to turn it into a paradise for the abyss demon god. Zhang Fan looked through the barrier, retreated in shock. What happened? Shan Kong widened his eyes. Master, did you choose a very ominous day? Or are these demons you secretly found for us to adapt to fighting in the center? Shan Kong jumped into the barrier without hesitation. If so, consider it as training for you. You go first. Shan Kong began free-falling into the other world. Hearing Shan Kang's miserable screams, Zhang Fan said, It seems the void demon god of the abyss we destroyed earlier really wants revenge. Yuan said, This void demon lord. Normal thinking simply cannot understand him. He replied, No problem, no problem. Looking into the barrier, Shan Kong was struggling to dodge those monsters, excitedly pointing at himself. I just arrived here, gotta let the myriad heavens and realms broaden their horizons a bit. Yuan asked Zhang Fan, What do you plan to do? He just replied, Nothing. He gripped the sword and swung it. The Tianyun continent has disappeared from the sight of the myriad heavens and realms for a long time. Now let them get reacquainted with the Tianyun continent a bit. Shan Kong ran back to the barrier dejectedly, looking depressed. Master, the strength of these demonic monsters is completely different from the ones we met in the formation. Zhang Fan was startled. Yuan told him, The formation was set up by immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. We were all suppressed in power. Demonic monsters are no exception. He thought, Suppressed? Why didn't I feel it at all? Whatever. First deal with these demonic monsters. Just use them to collect sword domain points. A massive force shot straight into the sky from the floating island, illuminating the whole sky. That was Zhang Fan's sword intent. A rare opportunity to comprehend at close range. This force did not stop, but shot straight up into the sky. Shan Kong helplessly had to cover his eyes with his hands, concentrating his spirit. If he didn't dodge in time, he would be hit by his master's sword chi. The power of the sword Dao swept through. Only a few scattered skeletons of monsters remained on the ground. Master is mighty. Those demonic monsters. Quickly kneel and beg for mercy. Zhang Fan sheathed his sword. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Shan Kong giggled and replied, Yes, yes. Hey, master, old Jew risked his life just now to lure those demonic monsters out, gathered them in one place. Even without merit, there's hard work. Zhang Fan didn't disappoint him and replied, Not bad. Shan Kong wiggled his fat butt. Thank you, for master's grace. Dark Knight felt disgusted watching this pig demon, really thick-skinned, on the other side of the barrier. A monster said, What's wrong with this small world? Why is there such a powerful immortal sword? Those little demons were all blown away. Immortal realm made in Yunia. Brats of the Tianyan continent. I will definitely return for revenge. The monster reached out its hand. My children, let the world return to Father God's embrace. Let the lost children receive Father God's tolerance. Monsters swarmed out of the barrier like a broken hive. Zhao Yun shouted loudly, Hi, Immortal. The demon army is coming fiercely. I'm afraid the defensive formation on the island can't hold up. But Zhang Fan was calm. No problem. I am here. Tianyan continent hasn't been approved by Little Master. Yet you dare to run wild on my territory. Little Master hasn't gone looking for you yet. You delivered yourselves to the door. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and said, Little Master hasn't been this comfortable in a long time. Zhang Fan swung his sword. A dazzling light flashed. The sword chi struck straight at the demonic monsters. I will wait for your souls in Father God's garden. Go back. Zhang Fan focused his attention. Looking in that direction, the image shifts to another place. There were people on 2 ships. They were looking down below. One person asked, Senior Brethren, how do you feel about the power of the immortal sword mentioned by junior sister Yuan? And ran, senior brother from the same sect as Yuan Yuan. Vast sword intent, seemingly pointing directly to the sword Dao. Unexpectedly, the Tianyan continent disappeared from a myriad heavens and realms for tens of thousands of years, yet reappears with such a posture. Suddenly, many lights appeared outside. The person beside and Ran pointed and said, Unexpectedly, so many people are hiding here. And Ran raised his hand to stop the other person, saying, It has nothing to do with our Yunni immortal realm. We only came to support junior sister Yuan. Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's matter has nothing to do with us. Let's go to that island. The 2 of them continued on the ship, and Ran added, However, the dark plans of some people might encounter trouble. This sentence of his contained deep meaning. The image shifts to Zhang Fan's floating island where everyone gathered. Extremely lively. Shan Kong flattered. Master, one sword to destroy the enemy. Truly invincible. At this moment, Huang Jintian, Dark Knight, Demon King, and Zhao Yun all had a thought in their hearts. While Master isn't paying attention, find a chance to kill him. This pig demon. Really shameless. Suddenly, Sun Yulian appeared, raised her foot and kicked Shan Kang's butt. Shan Kong dodged and said, I want to ask Master for advice on the sword Dao. The other 3 were overjoyed, saying, Miss Yulian did well. Sun Yulian walked up to Zhang Fan and asked, Master, can you teach me to comprehend the sword Dao? Zhang Fan readily agreed. Of course, you are my only disciple. Sun Yulian happily held Zhang Fan's arm, saying, Thank you, Master. At this moment, the sound of fighting rang out behind Sun Yulian. Zhao Yun and Huang Jintian were knocked to the ground, while Shan Kong and Dark Knight Demon King were still fighting fiercely. They were fighting for ownership of the Master, neither giving in. Sun Yulian walked up to them. Spoke up. Are you guys full and have nothing to do? Want to reincarnate early? Since you 2 want to reincarnate early, then tonight's dinner is roast pork and stewed dog meat. The 2 ran away in fear, running while shouting, Miss Yulian, I was wrong. Old Zhu won't dare again. Sun Yulian chased after them angrily, shouting, Don't run. Come here and die quickly. Zhang Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Apologized to Yuan. Yuan smiled and said, It's fine. I find it very lively like this. Everyone is very relaxed. Suddenly a ship appeared in the sky. Yuan recognized it was her senior brother, saying, My senior brother is here. And Ran stepped out, greeted Zhang Fan. And Ran heard the news that the immortal realm sent people to support the Tianyan continent. Came under Master's orders. Have long heard of High Immortal Zhang's name. Zhang Fan laughed happily. Haha, saying, Am I already famous in the myriad heavens and realms? And Ran coughed once, saying, After all, a figure like immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. Once he steps out of this place, will naturally attract the attention of the myriad heavens and realms. So, fellow Taoist Zhang, I won't be long-winded. We came here to apologize on behalf of the sect. After receiving Junior Sister's letter, the sect immediately sent people to deal with the demons. But currently, the entire Yunni immortal realm no longer has enough strength to mobilize any more forces. And Ran explained. Yuan heard this, her face looking sorrowful. Senior brother, is the battle line that tense right now? A report just came from over there. 18 demon emperors attacked simultaneously. Almost all immortals of the 9 great immortal realms have gone to the front line to support. Currently, the situation in the demon realm. No one knows clearly, only know that the front lines are all battlefields. Yuan asked again, did Master also go to the front line? I wonder how Master is doing now. Hearing this, and Rand suddenly remembered something. Turned to say to Zhang Fan, all right, fellow Taoist Zhang, you must be careful. On the way to the Tianyun continent, we saw many worlds from the human realm, including the demon realm, monster realm, even people from the immortal realm. Zhang Fan thought to himself, it seems those people from the immortal realm haven't given up yet. They definitely came for Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's secret. Zhang Fan clasped his hands and said respectfully, thank you, senior brother-in, for the reminder. And Ran was a bit surprised. This kid addresses me and junior sister Yuan like that. The two chatted for a few sentences. And Ran continued, no need to be polite. We came here originally to support you. Naturally, we don't hope you're unprepared. Zhang Fan smiled and said, senior brother and fellow senior brothers, please wait a moment. I'll have someone take the brothers to rest. And Ran expressed gratitude to junior brother Zhang. Jiang Yuanling appeared to welcome everyone from the Yunni immortal realm. She said politely, please come this way. At this moment, and Ran remembered another thing, and said to Zhang Fan, all right, Yuan, fellow Taoist Zhang, we have one more thing to tell everyone. The Shangzhong world has sent their strongest young person here. Montak Xuan, currently on the way to the Tianyun continent. Zhang Fan heard the name, and Mo Xian was a bit confused. Yuan stepped forward and asked, senior brother-in, are you sure this news is true? Zhang Fan asked, who is Mo Xian? Yuan explained, Mo Xian is the strongest young person in the Shangzhong immortal realm, considered the successor of the next Shangzhong immortal king. He is acclaimed by the Shangzhong immortal realm as the #1 sword Dao genius of the myriad heavens and realms. Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. #1 sword Dao genius? At this moment, Yuan also said eagerly, I have long wanted to meet this sword Dao genius whom Master always compares me to. And Ran instructed Zhang Fan and Yuan. You two be careful. Besides this mission, Mo Xian definitely came for you two as well. Troubling fellow Taoist Zhang, we will go rest first. Tomorrow we will set up a temporary defensive formation. The crack in your world's defensive formation hasn't been repaired yet. Missing the formation power is constantly weakening. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. Zhang Fan replied optimistically. I believe by the time the defensive formation can hold up, the people of the Tianyun continent will have all grown up. I will also become stronger. I'm not afraid of strong enemies. My sword may not necessarily be weaker than theirs. And Ran heard this and felt relieved. Fellow Taoist Zhang indeed has great spirit. Suddenly, a person from a Yunni immortal realm appeared, reporting in a panic. Senior brother and junior brother Zhang, junior sister Yuan, someone seems to be approaching the Tianyun continent. Currently, in the sky, there are many flying ships passing through the crack into the Tianyun continent. Yuan said, these people are from the Shangzhong immortal realm, and worlds under the jurisdiction of the Shangzhong immortal realm. The person standing on the ship is Mo Xian. As soon as they met, he showed extreme arrogance. Is this the Tianyun continent? The spiritual power is truly disappointingly scarce. What kind of character can such a world produce? Before he finished speaking, Mo Xian looked down and saw Yuan. He said with some surprise, unexpectedly, we finally meet. The opponent immediately pointed her sword at his face. What do you people from the Shangzhong immortal realm want here? Mo Xian said loudly. Naturally, to retrieve Emperor Ling Xiao's inheritance. Conveniently, I want to defeat you. To let the heavens know, in this era, my sword Dao is the strongest. Zhang Fan stood aside, listening to the two of them arguing, feeling very bored, thinking, judging from these childish words, these people from the immortal realm, why does everyone look like a loser? Do they have no brains? Then he opened his mouth and said, I say, kid, are you blind? Don't you see me standing here? Mo Xian observed carefully and guessed, able to stand beside the sword fairy Yuan Yuan, sought after by the younger generation of the myriad heavens. Is this kid the legendary sword immortal of this world? However, there is no aura on him. No different from a mortal, it seems. Thinking of this, Mo Xian loudly mocked Zhang Fan. Just a mortal. Seeing an immortal, why don't you kneel and welcome? Zhang Fan calmly replied, as expected of people from the Shangzhong immortal realm. You once again let me witness your ignorant arrogance. At this moment, a bald man appeared, roaring in anger. A lowly ant dares to be so insolent. How can my Shangzhong world tolerate insults from a hybrid born in the lower realm like you? Montak Xuan rejoiced inwardly. Good. Let these people test the opponent's strength for me first. If the opponent is truly formidable. In the future, when I return to the world, I won't need to act personally. That bald man immediately took action, shouting, Little beast, come here and die for me. Pay the price for your arrogant words. After speaking, he swung a sword aiming straight at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was calm, responding calmly. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Words finished. Zhang Fan drew his sword. Fighting back, two beams of light intersected. Eyes wide open, everyone was astonished. The bald man was beaten into tatters by Zhang Fan's move. Fear suddenly rose in his heart, screaming, spare my life. But it was all too late. That bald man disappeared without a trace along with his own light. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. The people from the Shangzhong world looked at each other, exclaiming in surprise, how can such a powerful sword immortal appear in this small world? Impossible, Zhang Fan thought to himself. This is the Invincible sword intent. And Mo Xian suddenly realized at this moment. A trace of unease rose in his heart. Impossible. In this world, besides me, no one can comprehend such sword intent. At this moment, a person from Shangzhong world whispered to Mo Xian, My lord, should we return to the world first? Mo Xian heard this, immediately retorted, No, in these myriad realms, there absolutely cannot be a sword immortal stronger than me. I don't believe it. I am the strongest sword immortal of the myriad heavens and realms. Let me see what your sword Dao is really like. After speaking, he drew his sword, pointing at Zhang Fan, suddenly launching an attack. However, Zhang Fan showed no panic. Instead, he smiled and replied, as expected of people from the Shangzhong immortal realm. Truly shameless, blocking the opponent's attack with just the scabbard. One by one, looking disdainful on the outside, acting so sinisterly, playing sneak attacks. Zhang Fan's mockery surprised Mo Xian greatly. He stammered, This is impossible. This is impossible. The others also stared with mouths agape, not knowing where this young man came from. Except for those old geezers of the immortal realm. No one can easily block Lord Mo's sword like this. At this moment, Zhang Fan swung his sword to counterattack, saying, Since you've made your move, then look at my sword Dao. Just as he finished speaking, his sword intent grazed Mo Xian's cheek, leaving a cut. Looking around, the warships of the Shangzhong immortal realm were all destroyed. The sword in Mo Xian's hand fell to the ground, unsteady on his feet. He couldn't believe it. The opponent broke the defensive formation of the entire fleet with just one sword strike. People from the Shangzhong immortal sect hurriedly supported Mo Xian, saying, My lord, let's go. Return to report to His Majesty the Immortal King. Come back for revenge next time. And Ran looked at the shattered warships. Although not seeing it for the first time, still felt shocked. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, You flatter me. Yuan Yuan suddenly sighed. Zhang Fan asked curiously, What's wrong? She replied, Indeed, hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Mo Xian of the Shangzhong immortal realm, blown up to the sky, is completely different from the twin stars of the younger generation I heard about. His sword Dao truly disappoints me. Stubborn and carrying a kind of arrogance. Completely a twisted sword Dao. And Ran smiled and said, No need to be disappointed with a sword Dao genius like Brother Zhang here. You won't be too lonely. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan suddenly came back to her senses. She said to Zhang Fan, "That's right, Zhang Fan. Let's compete in Sword Dao. See who is more powerful." Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Sure, it's just that my Sword Dao is invincible." Under heaven, seeing the smile reappear on Yuan Yuan's face, and Ran also nodded reassuringly. "Let's continue to strengthen the defensive formation. This sword strike from junior brother Zhang can at least keep the Tianyun continent peaceful for a while. Moreover, I don't know when Master will need our support." The scene shifts to the immortal demon battlefield. This place just experienced a great battle. Corpses everywhere. A man in blue clothes asked suspiciously, "I don't know what happened in the demon realm," suddenly attacking madly on the battlefield. The person opposite replied, "What I worry about is, there are quite a few young generation in the demon realm. Geniuses. Moreover, recently they seem to be acting too frequently." Hearing this, the man in blue clothes replied, "This demon god is famous for being cunning. This is indeed worrying." At this moment, the person opposite ordered him, "Transmit the news to the rear. Let those realm lords of the myriad heavens and realms have a headache. At the same time, tell them, the Blood Abyss battlefield needs reinforcements, especially the geniuses of the younger generation." The man in blue clothes replied, "I know." This time the demon race suddenly attacked. "I'm afraid many battlefields need reinforcements." After speaking, he used a sword to transmit the message. The scene shifts to the floating island, and Ran is chatting with Zhang Fan. "Yuan Yuan," he said, "Junior brother Zhang, junior sister Yuan. We have finished setting up the defensive formation of the Tianyun continent." Zhang Fan smiled and encouraged, "Thank you for your hard work, senior brothers." And Ran smiled and replied, "Haha, not hard work. Moreover, seeing junior brother Zhang and junior sister Yuan practicing swords during this time, your sword Dao has also improved greatly. Just worried that those senior brothers and junior brothers of ours in the Tianyun continent can't wait." Speaking of this, a look of worry appeared on Ran's face. Yuan Yuan asked, "Senior brother, and could it be that Master sent news back?" Zhang Fan also asked curiously, "What's wrong?" And Ran then told him the whole story. The most powerful force in the myriad heavens and realms is the 9 great demon realms. The Yuni immortal realm and the myriad heavens and realms join forces to form the Immortal Realm Alliance. The two sides are like water and fire. There are countless battlefields in the void. Small worlds of both sides also fight each other. Zhang Fan asked, "Is the current war situation ahead not very optimistic?" And Ran replied, "Exactly. Recently, I don't know what happened inside the demon realm. Suddenly launched large-scale attacks on several battlefields. The Immortal Realm Alliance suffered heavy losses on those battlefields." Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought in his heart, the Tianyun continent now has a defensive formation. The strength I just showed can also withstand some evil forces. Maybe I can go to the battlefield to earn some sword domain points. He was thinking. Suddenly, a familiar flying sword flew down from the sky, falling in front of them. Yuan Yuan recognized it as the transmission flying sword sent by Master. So she read aloud the contents sent by Master. The immortal emperors of the myriad heavens and realms issued a decree requiring all young geniuses of the immortal realm to support the front lines. Hearing this, Zhang Fan rejoiced inwardly. Good opportunity, just in time to take this chance, to see the geniuses of the myriad heavens and realms. Exorcising demons is originally my responsibility. This time I can just meet the geniuses of the immortal and demon realms. Thinking so, Zhang Fan opened his mouth and said, "Everyone prepare quickly. We have to leave the Tianyun continent." Then Zhang Fan's floating island passed through a door. At this moment, Yuan Yuan asked with a worried look, "Are you really prepared to go to the immortal demon battlefield?" Zhang Fan said decisively, "That is natural. Didn't you hear senior brother and say, the Immortal Realm Alliance will gather manpower from various places to support the battlefield based on battle achievements. We'll give rich rewards to those with outstanding performance." Zhang Fan looked up at the sky. A look of expectation appeared on his face before he could continue speaking. This time on the immortal demon battlefield, we will definitely meet various geniuses. You just asked, don't you look forward to it? She replied, "Of course I look forward to it." Zhang Fan continued, "Then isn't it just right? Let's go meet the geniuses of the myriad heavens and realms." Yuan Yuan hesitated. Why? Zhang Fan explained. Yuan Yuan, don't you feel that our floating island, floating over the Tianyuan continent, is like a sharp sword hanging over some people's heads, scaring them so much they dare not move? She heard this. Haha laughed loudly. Aren't you afraid of playing too big? Zhang Fan replied confidently. Not afraid. I still kept quite a few tricks. Moreover, I'm afraid their brains aren't big enough. Suddenly, a sensor cauldron appeared in the sky. Zhang Fan controlled it to enter the spatial rift. Then it arrived at a certain place. At this moment, Dao Xian saw it, said, although this sword Qi is powerful, but also shows that the sword immortal has temporarily left. I don't know how many people in this world won't be able to hold back. Like fellow Daoist Zhang said. Jump out. That Abba also replied. I'm afraid immortal Emperor Lingxiao's tomb won't be hidden for much longer. The lens shifts to the demon realm. Ma Tun was laughing coldly and arrogantly. Currently, no one in the Tianyuan continent can stop me, as long as I restore my peak state. The demons bowed respectfully and shouted in unison. Demon Lord is invincible under heaven. Ma Tun declared confidently. Immortal Empereur Lingxiao, the world you protect will eventually be destroyed in my hands. Over here, Zhang Fan was full of expectation for the road ahead. Set off. Target is the immortal demon continent. His floating island was slowly moving towards a target. The lens shifts to the Shangzhong immortal realm. Mo Xian and everyone returned, reporting to the immortal king here. The immortal king heard this, immediately flew into a rage, roaring at them. Is this how you complete the task I assigned? A person from a Shangzhong heavenly realm came out to mediate, saying, Immortal King, it's not that we didn't do our best, but we really didn't expect. Before he finished speaking, the Immortal King struck him with a move, snorting coldly. I don't need reasons. He walked angrily to Mo Xian and said, You useless Mo Xian. Didn't you claim to be invincible among the younger generation? Scram. Scram for me. After speaking, the Immortal King left in disappointment. Mo Xian was angered by these insults, swearing in his heart, Void Immortal King, Zhang Fan, the humiliation you gave me. I will definitely settle it bit by bit. Suddenly a voice rang in Mo Xian's head. Want to become stronger? He suddenly turned around, asking, Who is it? The scene shifts to Zhang Fan's floating island, leaning against a tree trunk. Waiting. Haven't we arrived at the immortal demon battlefield yet? And Ran asked, This is the void after all. Except for immortals and void shuttles made by the heavenly realm that can pass through the void. Traveling between myriad realms, ordinary people entering the void will die. Directly taking a void island like Junior Brother Zhang Fan. This is the first time I've seen it. Although I'm not good at refining weapons, but I can feel that Junior Brother Zhang Fan's void island is extremely precious. Perhaps not inferior to the Immortal King's weapons. Hearing this, Zhang Fan replied confidently. After all, I put a lot of effort into this island. Thinking in his heart, I don't know what the Immortal King's weapon is, but relying on the coverage of my Invincible Sword domain, it can easily pass through the void. At this moment, Yuan Yuan spoke up, about to arrive at the bloody, immortal demon battlefield. Ahead is the logistics base of the Sect. A floating island appeared in front of them. There was a defensive barrier around it, blocking the entire area, preventing outsiders from entering. Also providing safety protection for the Sect. Seeing this scene, Sun Yulian was extremely surprised. Is this the logistics base of the Heavenly Realm Alliance? Truly magnificent and spectacular. How many cultivators are here? This is just one of the bases responsible by our Yunni immortal realm. And Ran explained, there are countless similar bases on the entire defense line. This ancient city uses all the top techniques of the refining sects of our Yunni immortal realm. Formation masters have set up layers of restrictions on it. It is thanks to these magnificent bases that we can stop the demons from breaking through the defense line, protecting the world behind us. The scale of the Upper Realm War is truly too large. Hearing this, Huangji, Tian spoke up. Compared to the battles on the Tianyuan continent, is truly child's play. Zhaoyan also agreed. At this moment, Zhang Fan was thinking in his head. Wait until I upgrade to a high-level sword domain. I will go learn those powerful restrictions. By then, my void island will surpass this ancient city. Junior Brother Zhang, I have already sent a message to Master. Let's wait a moment and then go in directly. It's just that the void island is too big. afraid it can't enter the ancient city, and Ran suddenly called him back. No problem, Zhang Fan replied confidently. At this moment, he felt extremely lucky, benefiting from the grace of his senior brothers of the Shangzhong immortal realm. I successfully promoted to intermediate sword domain, currently able to maintain a small sword domain range, leaving the island. Otherwise, he really wouldn't dare to leave. Therefore, Zhang Fan said to everyone, "Let's enter the city." Then the three of them went to the person in charge of the Yunni immortal realm. Chun Yi saw them, turned his head, and said, "Everyone go rest first. Yiwen and this young friend stay in this hall. Wait for me a moment." Taking advantage of the time, Chun Yi was still handling his business. Yiwen whispered in Zhang Fan's ear, introducing, "This is my master, Yunni immortal realms, Chun Yi, Sect master of the Guizhong sword sect. Don't worry, my master has a very good temper. Just looks cold on the outside." I heard that. Chun Yi suddenly spoke up. "No need to worry. I won't do anything to this young friend Zhang. Just like you said, we just don't easily get close to others." Zhang Fan stepped forward to bow, reporting to Chun Yi. "Junior Zhang Fan greets Senior Chun." Chun Yi said calmly, "Yuan Yuan has already introduced my identity to you. I won't say much more. Your application to go to the battlefield has been submitted and approved by me. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the myriad realms. The situation on the immortal demon battlefield has suddenly changed this time. The immortal emperors suddenly offered great rewards. It will definitely attract many people. You must be careful when going to the battlefield." Yuan Yuan clasped her hands and replied, "Master, rest assured, disciple has cultivated for a long time. Naturally understands these principles." Zhang Fan also replied respectfully, "Senior, please rest assured. Yuan Yuan and I will definitely help each other on the battlefield." Chun Yi waved his hand, saying, "It's good that you understand. You came from the Tianyan continent, a long journey. Rest first. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to follow the transport fleet to the Blood Abyss battlefield." Yuan Yuan bowed and replied, "Thank you, Master." Zhang Fan also followed. "Thank you, Senior." After the two left, Chun Yi revealed a contemplative look. The immortal emperors letting the geniuses of the myriad realms compete this time. Is it just to resist the demon realm's attack? Could it be worrying about problems appearing in the rear of the immortal realm? Then Yuan Yuan and Zhang Fan met up with Ran again. As soon as they met, Ran told them, "Junior brother Zhang, junior sister. The sect ordered. We are leaving temporarily. Wish you all the best on the battlefield." Zhang Fan replied politely. "Also wish the senior brother success in completing the mission. Goodbye later." Ran and his teammates took advantage of the night to leave by sea. At this moment, Zhang Fan expressed admiration, as expected, of one of the overlords of the myriad heavens and realms. Then he called everyone, "Let's go. We should also follow the fleet to the battlefield." The scene shifts to a warship. This man asked his subordinate, "The Void Island that has been famous recently." The opponent replied it was Zhang Fan. He continued, "Is it the one who defeated Mo Xian of the Shangzhong immortal realm with one sword strike? Montak Suan? Just someone who was called a genius for 24 days. Defeating such a person counts for nothing. Once on the battlefield, I will let that bumpkin from the small world broaden his horizons." Two girls were chatting. Lai said the march was long and tedious. It's much more comfortable on the island than on the ship. A person following beside suddenly had an idea. "Senior sister, how about we go rob it?" The opponent immediately objected. "We'll be scolded by master if we go. Moreover, he's also a fool who doesn't understand the world. Bullying him is meaningless." At this moment on the Void Island, Zhang Fan's people were training ceaselessly, preparing for tomorrow's battle. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised, saying, "Are these kids cramming at night?" At this moment, Yuan Yuan spoke up. "On the battlefield, adding a bit of strength adds a bit of safety." Zhang Fan was a bit embarrassed. Asked her, "Why did you suddenly smile at me? Is there something on my face?" Yuan Yuan replied, "I was just thinking. Your reputation has been getting bigger and bigger recently. Moreover, the Void Island's publicity is so exaggerated. Wait until the battlefield. You will probably meet many people. By then you might be praised to the skies." Zhang Fan also looked very expectant. "I can't wait immediately. I can't even wait anymore." Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a shocking loud noise. Yuan Yuan and Zhang Fan both showed surprised expressions. What happened? The fleet ahead was in chaos. They notified each other. Enemy attack. Ahead. Rear warships prepare for battle. Left wing immediately charged to support the vanguard troops. Right wing warships responsible for guarding the surroundings. The army slowly advanced to welcome the enemy army. Not long ago, this place was peaceful. Now everyone has thrown themselves in a battle. Zhang Fan immediately entered the command tent, commanding everyone. He controlled the Void Island to launch an attack. At this moment, both sides were fighting fiercely. The demons on this side laughed excitedly. Don't know which immortal realm dandy ran to the battlefield bringing a Void Island. Truly stupid beyond cure. The person beside agreed, saying, probably got scared silly seeing the battlefield. That demon loudly declared, let us teach these immortal realm dandies a lesson. Let them taste the flavor of fear properly. Zhang Fan appeared extremely calm. He calmly said to everyone, we go destroy these demons. You guys protect the Void Island well. Then he called Yuan Yuan. Can you inspect the battlefield with me? Yuan Yuan readily agreed. Of course. Conveniently let those people change their views. At this moment, Shan Kong grew larger, angrily shouting, brats! Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? Before the words fell, he threw a punch, smashing the demon's warship. Zhang Fan saw this scene, said, I really like that demon. Yuan Yuan suggested, let's play a game. See who kills more demons. Zhang Fan felt it was very interesting, so he agreed. Then let's compete. Just as the words fell, Yuan Yuan flew away. Whoever is faster will snatch more heads. At this moment, a demon exclaimed, not good. That is Yuan Yuan of the Yunny immortal realm. Only seeing Yuan Yuan standing proudly, on her flying sword, swinging one sword, exploding several nearby warships. Zhang Fan saw this, praising, not bad. Suddenly another ship rushed towards him. There was no one on the ship, only an abandoned cultivator. Quickly capture him for me. I want to taste the flavor of a cultivator. As soon as Zhang Fan finished speaking, he continuously swung sharp sword moves towards those ships. Then Zhang Fan said loudly, it seems I can't lose to Yuan Yuan. Must perform better. In the future, demons will run away in fear when they see me. After speaking, he leaped up, sword light like lightning, rushing straight towards the fiercely fighting battlefield. Ahead, before his eyes, Zhang Fan had already sunk several enemy ships. On another ship, a cultivator asked, who is that person? Sword intent is really strong. The person beside replied, seems to be a sword immortal who recently rose in the heavenly court. Heard he came from a small world. Previously defeated the long-famous Mo Xian of the Shangzhang immortal realm. Zhang Fan cut an enemy warship in half with one sword. That cultivator praised, this sword strike indeed has strength. It seems another genius has appeared. Looking at his direction, he wants to go to the center of the battlefield. I wonder what the geniuses of the 9 great immortal realms will think when they see him. Will have what kind of thoughts? He said, that is the business of those geniuses. Has nothing to do with us. Transmit the order to other warships. Follow me to continue destroying the demons nearby. At this moment, where Zhang Fan passed, warships all turned into fragments. The surrounding people couldn't help but be surprised. Sword chi is really strong. Who is this? Sword intent is so profound. Over here, Yuan Yuan was also fighting with all her might. She admitted Zhang Fan's sword intent was invincible, but absolutely cannot win against her, saying that she executed the Azure Phoenix sword chi technique. Sword intent instantly destroyed nearly half of the demon warships. Everyone around was attracted by this move. They immediately recognized that is Fairy Yuan Yuan of the Guate Song Sword Sect, Yunny Immortal Realm. Another person also expressed admiration, as expected of a genius of the Upper 9 realms. Over here, while he was calmly killing enemies, she spoke up saying, it seems this young lady underestimated that Fairy Yuan Yuan and Zhang Fan from the small world. In another place, this man was also vigorously destroying the demon race. He snorted coldly. Fairy Yuan Yuan is just SOSO. Unexpectedly, this kid also has some ability. Then I should also show my strength. After speaking, lightning tribulations rose around him, striking all those demons to death. In a hidden corner, The demon leader was hiding there, looking at the chaotic scene in front. His eyes were full of excitement. Good. These geniuses of the Ginseng immortal realm. Indeed, as the master said, one by one appearing on the front line. Show your dazzling light. Fight amongst yourselves. Slaughter each other. Prove that among you. Only one is the most dazzling prodigy. Suddenly Zhang Fan felt a trace of anomaly. Like someone was probing him just now. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Fan and Fairy Yuan Yuan. Cheers rang out from the crowd. Immortal Zhang's sword Dao is invincible. Fairy is brave and fearless. Fairy Yuan Yuan smiled and said, "Let's consider this time a draw." Zhang Fan said confidently, "Next time I will definitely win." Fairy Yuan Yuan replied, "I feel that I will win. However, this attack by the demon realm always gives me a feeling of being top-heavy," she said. Zhang Fan also rested his chin on his hand and replied, "First time on the battlefield. Also don't understand the demon race well. Thinking carefully. Is indeed so," Zhang Fan said, then told Fairy Yuan Yuan. "Think back. While fighting just now, I always felt someone was secretly observing us. Over there, did you have this feeling?" he asked. Fairy Yuan Yuan was slightly surprised. "You were monitored?" "I didn't have that feeling, on the contrary. Maybe your senses are sharper than mine. However, if it is really so, I'm afraid this attack by the demon realm has another purpose," she speculated. "Whatever. Temporarily leave it to those big shots of the immortal realm to have a headache." Fairy Yuan Yuan replied, "Wait until I return. I will ask Master to handle this matter." On an island, Sun Yulian and Shan Kong loudly called Master. Zhang Fan saw this and jumped to their side. Shan Kong said, "Master, unexpectedly, fighting demons on these islands in the void is also very troublesome." Sun Yulian also followed up. "Fighting on islands in the void is indeed very troublesome. We can't leave the island in the void like Master. Can only rely on the island in the void." This allowed those demons who should have been killed by one sword strike to escape. Zhang Fan spoke up to advise, "You guys cultivate diligently. Ascend to become immortals soon, and you won't encounter this trouble anymore." Zhao Yan heard this and asked, "Can we also become immortals?" Zhang Fan replied confidently, "Of course you can. I will help you." Right at this moment, two ships suddenly appeared above Zhang Fan's head. Yuan Yuan said, "Zhang Fan, like I said before, someone is watching you. That is Lu Ru of the Seven Luminaries Immortal Realm, and Zi Rong of the Shunshao Jade Pure Sect from the Antarctic Immortal Realm." Lu Ru heard this and replied, "Sister Yuan, when introducing, can you add a few more flowery words?" And she pointed at Zhang Fan and said, "This is little brother Zhang Fan from the Tianyan continent, right? I saw your sword Dao was very powerful just now." Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Just average, just on par with Yuan." At this moment, Zirong also opened his mouth and said, "Zhang Fan, right? Your performance today is enough for me to remember your name. My identity, Yuan Yuan has already told you. Arriving at the immortal demon battlefield. Don't let me down." Zhang Fan heard this and said nothing. Lu Ru happily waved at Zhang Fan. "Little brother Zhang Fan. Sister Yuan, I'm going one step ahead. I'm looking forward to little brother Zhang Fan's performance on the immortal demon battlefield. Just be careful when the time comes." Zhang Fan asked at this moment, "Just now, that ball of lightning and that lotus flower were those two people?" Yuan Yuan replied, "Correct, although their reputation is not equal to Mo Xian. But they are hidden geniuses of the Nine Realms, after all. It's just that their reputation is not widely spread." She said these words. Zhang Fan also seemed excited. Strength is indeed extraordinary. It seems the Immortal Realm Alliance's action is huge this time. I am even more interested in this immortal demon battlefield. Yuan Yuan added. By then, it won't just be winning or losing between us, but also likely to compete with the geniuses of the upper Nine Realms. 24 great immortal realms. A moment later, Zhang Fan's floating island also traveled to the void with other warships. Zhang Fan looked at the nearby islands, asking, "Is this one of the bloodiest battlefields of the immortal demon battlefield?" Yuan Yuan replied, "Correct, the Blood Abyss battlefield. Except for the most ancient immortal realms. No one knows how long this battlefield has existed. How long? Millions of years. Long years. Countless immortals and demons fell here, creating this bloody scene. although the bloody chi basically covers the continent. But the center of the battlefield is the source of the bloody chi. Bloody chi can confuse the mind. Must stay away if encountered. The others heard this. Respectfully replied in unison. Thank you for the reminder, fairy. Surroundings were full of bones and animal corpses. Giant. The stench was strong. A scene full of disaster and tragedy. Zhang Fan also seemed surprised. As expected of the immortal demon battlefield, directly taking a small world as a battlefield. Yuan Yuan replied, this place was originally an ordinary small world, invaded by demons. The Immortal Realm Alliance only had time to evacuate the people here, then fought countless times, causing this world to be completely destroyed. Zhang Fan rested his chin and speculated. If the Void Demon hadn't been defeated before, would the Tianyun continent have become like this too? Yuan Yuan replied. Correct. Hearing this, Zhang Fan sighed. Truly a long road. Heavy responsibility. Then he encouraged everyone, saying, everyone, the Tianyun continent still relies on everyone. Master, disciple will definitely hone herself on the immortal demon battlefield. Sun Yulian said, Master, we will definitely not fail to trust. Dark Knight Demon King also said, please rest assured, High Immortal. Zhao Yun replied. At this moment, the floating island arrived at a place. This place is the base of the Immortal Realm Alliance army on the Blood Abyss battlefield. Also the command headquarters. Yuan Yuan explained. Zhang Fan just decided. We rest a bit, then look forward to the immortal demon battlefield. The scene shifts to the ancient city square. Everyone gathered fully at the main hall. At this moment, Saint Dao Xian appeared. Voiced like a great bell, saying, the immortal emperors of the heavens have ordered. Those with outstanding battle achievements will receive rewards from the 33 heavens immortal realms. You geniuses, don't let this old man and the immortal emperors and kings of the heavens down. Saint Dao Xian finished speaking and declared, prepare to set out. Crusade against the demons. Obey Saint Dao Xian's order. Everyone's voices rang out in unison. Seeing the warships starting to leave, Zhang Fan ordered, we also set out. Is that the immortal demon battlefield? Zhao Yan asked. Wait a moment. Everyone be careful. Pay attention to protecting yourselves on the battlefield. Yuan Yuan instructed. Then the ship began to pass through the space-time crack. Master, we're also setting out. Sun Yulian stepped forward and said. Zhang Fan stood from afar, waving goodbye to everyone, at the same time instructing. If encountering an emergency, remember to use the thing I gave you. Saving your life is important. The immortal demon battlefield has too many fallen immortals and void demons, leading to chaotic great Dao rules here. Everyone will be suppressed. You also pay attention to safety. Yuan Yuan said. You too. Zhang Fan smiled and replied. Just right. Let's continue to compete. Just as the words fell, Zhang Fan flew up high, sword tip pointing straight at the battlefield. That was a void demon with a huge body. But Zhang Fan appeared extremely calm, regardless of the immortal emperor's reward. Now is the time to show the value of the sword domain, improving my own strength. At this moment, Zhang Fan faced countless void demons. He swung his sword without hesitation, destroying them all in an instant. Everyone praised in admiration, as expected of a genius. Performance on the battlefield is not bad. Standing beside, Yuan Yuan said, after all, they're all chosen ones, painstakingly nurtured by the 9 heavens immortal realms. Competition between them must be extremely fierce. She continued, continue advancing. Don't end up inferior even to them, let alone compared to me. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. It seems I have to give my all. At the same time, on the void demon warship, the leader was observing the battlefield with interest. He allowed a weird laugh. Ha ha, a subordinate reported. Reports from other battlefields. Geniuses of the immortal realm have arrived at the battlefield one after another. The leader replied, I just want to fight. Enjoy the feeling of tearing enemies apart. You insidious and cunning people, don't disturb me enjoying the joy of battle. The subordinate smiled sinisterly. Rest assured, my lord, you won't be disappointed. The Blood Abyss battlefield will have more enemies next, for you to enjoy to your heart's content. The leader nodded in satisfaction. Best be so, otherwise I will tear apart you villains hiding in the corner. He grabbed the subordinate's head, threatened fiercely, After speaking, the leader rushed straight into the battlefield. This void demon said, "All come here to gather on the battlefield. Shine brightly. This place will become your final stage." At this moment, beside Zhang Fan, he always felt a gaze staring at him. Moreover, coming from the direction of the demons, and having a somewhat familiar feeling. The fierce battle ended. Overall, the righteous, immortal venerables gained the upper hand. Zhang Fan said to Enran, "Everyone rest well. Take one each." Sun Yulian, Shan Kong, and Dark Knight Demon King were exhausted after the battle ended. Exhausted, they received Zhang Fan's reward. Joyful expressions appeared on their faces, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Zhang Fan turned to ask Yuan, "Did your master over there send any news?" Yuan was a bit surprised. Asking back, "Could it be you had the feeling of being watched like before again today?" Zhang Fan replied, "Moreover, this time I can clearly feel. It is surveillance coming from the direction of the demon realm." She frowned suspiciously again. "Are you worried about the previous unusual movement of the demon realm? Ambushing us. All prove the demon realm has a conspiracy." Zhang Fan didn't answer this question, but asked Yuan back. "You said could the demon realm be intentionally luring the immortal realm to mobilize troops to the front line battlefield?" Yuan seemed to realize something. Asked back cautiously, "Intentionally mobilizing troops to the front line battlefield." She continued to say to Zhang Fan, "I heard Master say before, not only this Blood Abyss battlefield, some other demon realm battlefields also have generals of the 33 heavens of the immortal realm arriving." Hearing this news, she raised a question. "Battlefields all have heavenly generals. You mean, is the demon realm wanting to act against the generals of the 33 heavens of the immortal realm?" "Of course. Also possible there is a bigger conspiracy." Yuan was asked, frowned, expressing agreement. "I feel it is very possible. It's just that chaos appeared in the rear currently. Master went to rescue the senior brothers. Cannot intervene in matters here." Next she decided, "Let's tell these thoughts to Saint Dao Xian, the guardian." Zhang Fan stood by the cliff at this moment. "Can only be temporarily so. Moreover, this is just our speculation. Later on the battlefield, be a bit careful." A moment later, in the central ancient city of the Immortal Realm Alliance, Yuan and Zhang Fan told their thoughts to Saint Dao Xian. Then the Taoist person saw them out and said, "Thank you, senior sister Yuan and senior brother Zhang, for the reminder. Saint Dao Xian asked me to pass a message to you two. In the future, he will pay more attention to the movements of the demon realm." Yuan and Zhang Fan left. Saint Dao Xian's person immediately changed his expression. A sinister and cunning look appeared on his face. Then he summoned a black crow. The crow asked impatiently, "Summoning me for what matter?" Saint Dao Xian's person hurriedly reported, "Master, someone discovered anomalies on the battlefield. That Dao Xian might have a countermeasure." The crow heard this, only cawed twice, then said, "No need to worry. All chess pieces have been set. No one can stop this game." At the same time in the void, demonic monsters were playing happily. Ma Tun lay on the grass, enjoying the fresh air. At this moment, the evil lord's messenger arrived. Ma Tun ordered her to come up. This visitor was one of the 4 evil gods. She conveyed the evil lord's greetings to Ma Tun and said, "The evil lord wishes Ma Tun good health." Ma Tun heard this, laughed coldly once. "You 4 evil gods have always lived peacefully with other races of our demon realm. No one disturbing anyone. What do you want now?" This evil god replied, "We are all evil demons in the mouths of humans. No interaction before does not mean we cannot cooperate." Ma Tun understood the implication in the evil god's words. She smiled and said, "Truly a glib-tongued girl. Really want to snatch her back to our demon realm to be sisters." The evil god heard this, terrified, stuck out her tongue, and said, "Without joining the demon realm, I can also be sisters with Lord Ma Tun." Ma Tun immediately interrupted her, straightened up and said, "Then no need. Go back and tell your master. Just a brat of the immortal realm. I will make him kneel under my skirt when I take action." One of the 4 great evil gods received the reply, quickly responded, "I will also prepare. Wish us a happy cooperation. Master and the Demon Emperor are waiting for our good news." Back to Zhang Fan's place. At this moment, everyone was gathering to watch Sun Yulian cultivate. Jiang Yuanling asked the High Immortal curiously, Can Yulian succeed? Zhang Fan smiled and said, that is natural, that is my disciple. Becoming an immortal is just a small matter. Hearing this, Shan Kong expressed admiration. As expected of Master. Zhao Yan also agreed. As expected of the high immortal. Zhang Fan smiled. Encouraging. You all must work hard too. Right at that moment, Sun Yulian emitted a dazzling golden light. Yuan Yuan said happily. Success. Yulian has also become a sword immortal. Jiang Yuanling stepped forward to congratulate. Miss Yulian. Sun Yulian didn't mind this. Directly ran to Zhang Fan's side and hugged him. Gratefully said, Master. Zhang Fan gently stroked her hair and replied. He didn't shame Master. Must perform even better in the future. Yuan Yuan witnessed this scene. Heart aching. Quietly left. The image shifts to an immortal realm tavern where everyone is discussing animatedly. As expected of a peerless genius of our immortal realm, performance on the battlefield is extremely outstanding, but unexpectedly on the blood abyss battlefield, there is a prodigy from a small world. Performance not inferior to immortal realm geniuses at all. Seems to be named Zhang Fan, right? Hearing this, Mo Xian suddenly sat up straight. He was a bit surprised. Zhang Fan, I will definitely take revenge, but currently I must endure. Wait for an opportunity. Mo Xian clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Suddenly Ma Tun Ruan Dai transformed into a plain-looking woman covering half her face. Appearing in the tavern, she asked the shopkeeper, have you seen a young, handsome, elegant man with a sharp temperament? Before the other party could answer, our tavern doesn't have such a person. If you want to find someone, I can help you find. Hearing this, Ruan Dai replied dejectedly, I am looking for Lord Mo Xian. I ascended from a small immortal realm. Met Lord Mo Xian once. Heard he went missing recently. Hearing this, everyone in the tavern discussed buzzing. That useless Mo Xian? Ruan Dai immediately, angrily said, Lord Mo Xian is not useless. I believe he will definitely defeat that Zhang Fan. After speaking, Ruan Dai turned and left. Mo Xian looked at the back of the strange girl, thinking, is this my admirer? At this moment, everyone in the tavern started discussing him again. Montak Suan. Can a useless person also receive the admiration of such a fairy? Then Mo Xian decided to chase after that strange girl. Fairy, please stop. Why are you looking for me? Ruan Dai turned around in surprise. Lord Mo Xian, were you in the tavern just now? At this moment, Mo Xian carefully evaluated the girl's appearance. He gaped, speechless. Seeing Mo Xian, Ruan Dai threw herself into his arms. Brother Xian, Ruan Dai believes you will definitely become a big shot in the immortal realm. Will definitely defeat that Zhang Fan. Montak Suan replied confidently. That is natural. I am a #1 sword Dao genius of the Shangzhong immortal realm, Mo Xian. Ruan Dai looked into his eyes and said, I believe Brother Xian can definitely do it. Our sect has a dual cultivation technique. If it is Brother Xian, I am willing. So Mo Xian gently carried Ruan Dai into the room. I will cherish you. Will also forever remember your kindness to me. Then the two hugged tightly. A few hours later, Ruan Dai was still sleeping. Mo Xian had sat up and put on his clothes. At this moment, he revealed his true colors. Admire me? Let's see who is using whom. The image shifts to the blood abyss battlefield. Zhang Fan was still fighting fiercely with demons. Yuan Yuan said, Saint Dao Xian, the Guardian, has ordered the allied forces to retreat. Recently, many young heroes have also appeared in the demon realm allied forces. Do you think they are intentionally pretending to be weak? Zhang Fan replied, maybe to confuse us, or someone doesn't hesitate to send their own geniuses here. Yuan Yuan heard this and said, also true. After all, they are heretical demons. Perfidy is also common. Zhang Fan continued, there are some things we still have to investigate clearly ourselves. I really want to know what these demons want to do. Yuan suddenly remembered something. Say I received news from other sects of the Yunni immortal realm. Another group of reinforcements is about to arrive at the Blood Abyss battlefield. Among them are people from the Shangzhong immortal realm. Zhang Fan heard this. Couldn't help but hiss. It's actually people from the Shangzhong immortal realm again. Really troublesome. At this moment, a ship suddenly appeared. Zhang Fan said, just mention them. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of us. Mo Xian stepped down from the ship. Expression arrogant. Zhang Fan said suspiciously. This guy, I remember what your name was. Montak Suan? Oh, the one beaten back by my one sword strike before. Seeing Mo Xian appear, Zhang Fan wasn't too worried. He continued, to actually send this kid here. Don't know what tricks the Shangzhong immortal realm wants to play again. Seeing Mo Xian staring in one direction, Huandi asked, Brother Xian, what's wrong? Saw an acquaintance? He replied, nothing, just looking casually. Mo Xian thought to himself, acquaintance? During this period of time, my hatred for these two can be said to be pouring from the bottom of my heart, truly etched in my bones and engraved in my heart. At this moment, another person appeared, tone disdainful, saying, TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't know what point the fairy sees in this useless person. To even follow him to the battlefield. Really, he took his entourage and left. Mo Xian was still a bit annoyed in his heart. Useless? Hope you don't regret later. At this moment, the girl didn't care about the rumors at all, only thinking of Brother Xian in her heart. Also encouraging Brother Xian. As long as we find the Heartless Cave mentioned on the map, your cultivation will definitely increase. By then you can teach those people a lesson. Mo Xian also smiled gently and said it's okay, pretending he didn't care. As long as his own strength increases, it can be considered as never happened. Scene shifts to the demon realm allied forces. One of the four great evil gods appeared, reporting to Demon Lord Ruan Daio. She has arrived at the Blood Abyss battlefield. Hearing this news, the Void Demon praised. Very good. Everything is according to plan. It's just, our master is a bit curious and asked me a question. Where did your master go? One of the four great evil gods replied. My master is naturally satisfying his desires, searching for someone who can bring him artistic enjoyment. Hearing this, the Void Demon immediately understood and teased. Your master wouldn't be targeting one of the 9 heavens immortal emperors, right? Scene shifts to the Blood Abyss battlefield. Immortal Realm Allied Forces battle line. Someone came to report. Reinforcements have arrived. Our forces on the battlefield have surpassed the Demon Realm Allied Forces. Saint Dao Xian, the Guardian, heard this and said, I also took to heart the reminder from that kid and the little girl from Yunni Immortal Realm earlier. Long nights bring many dreams. We prepare to decide the battle directly. At this moment on the Void Island, Yuan Yuan received news from teammates and reported to Zhang Fan. The Guardian prepares to attack with full force. Wants to decide the battle at the Blood Abyss battlefield. Summoning me and you to the Guardian Mansion. Sun Yulian asked with some surprise. Want to attack as soon as reinforcements arrive? Zhang Fan replied. I estimate the Guardian feels the demons are indeed plotting something. You guys must be careful this time. Don't act rashly. Protect yourselves well. Sun Yulian patted her chest, confidently said, Master, rest assured. By then we will rely on the Void Island to fight. Run back if there is danger. Scene shifts to the main hall of the Guardian Mansion in the ancient city, place to discuss war matters of the Immortal Realm Allied Forces. Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan finally arrived. The two bowed respectfully. Junior Zhang Fan, Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan greets Saint Dao Xian, the Guardian. Saint Dao Xian stood up, declared to everyone. The Demon Realm Allied Forces had unusual movements before. I sent people to investigate. Discovered the demons seem to be plotting something. Now that reinforcements have arrived, I prepare to attack immediately. Hard on you two who just arrived at the battlefield. But to avoid long nights bringing many dreams, attacking immediately can catch the demons off guard. Even if it doesn't succeed, it can also disrupt the demons. Later I will report to the Heavenly Court to ask for credit. Mo Xian clasped his hands and said, Obey the Saint's decree. Saint Dao Xian said again, You guys also have to perform well. Now is the time for geniuses to compete. If you can completely end the Blood Abyss battlefield, you will surpass other geniuses. Everyone replied in unison. Yes. A moment later Zirong said to Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan, Your performance before was not bad. This time we can have a good competition. This young master will give his all this time. Lu Ru also followed up. Sister, this time I won't let you win. At this moment Zhang Fan also said to Yuan Yuan, Let's go too. Go back and prepare a bit. That man looked annoyed, muttering, "Brats dare to treat me like air." Mo Xian watched from afar, smiling smugly. "Although I don't know what that woman wants to do. But Zhang Fan, Yuan Yuan. My strength now has far surpassed before." At this moment, the warships of the immortal realm marched majestically towards the Blood Abyss battlefield, corridor of the Demon Realm Allied Forces headquarters. Looking out from the corridor, enemy warships were dense, endless as far as the eye can see. Subordinate reported in panic. Immortal Realm suddenly attacked. "Quickly go notify the Great Kings. Old Dao Xian, you people of the Immortal Realm Allied Forces dare to seek death yourselves." Before the words fell, he rushed towards Saint Dao Xian, launched an attack. Saint Dao Xian ordered everyone immediately counterattack. At the same time said, "Leave this demon to me." Void Demon, did you think we were unprepared? The Void Demon laughed coldly. "Old Dao Xian, did you think we didn't know you wanted to launch an attack?" Saint Dao Xian was surprised. "How did you know?" The Void Demon replied arrogantly. "How could I care about those rats in the sewer? Now, life and death duel." After speaking, he knocked Saint Dao Xian flying with one palm. Only a trace of hope remained in Saint Dao Xian's heart, just hoping those demons didn't know he had mobilized the entire army. Praying silently in his heart, "Zhang Fan, you guys don't let me down." Down. Zhang Fan observed for a while, analyzed. It seems the demons have planted spies in the Immortal Realm Allied Forces. Yuan Yuan said calmly, "So what? The Allied Forces attack is already like an arrow leaving the bow. Cannot stop. Set off." After speaking, she led the charge. Zhang Fan followed closely behind. The two quickly entered the demon palace, started executing the mission. At the same time, on the warship, Lu Ru received the news. Said, "Yuan Yuan and the others have already set off." A look of excitement appeared on her face, saying, "How can little sister retreat in fear? Transmit the order to everyone. Follow me to charge." While fighting with the Void Demon, Zhang Fan was suddenly hit by a beam of sword light, shattering the demon's body. He immediately ordered, "Attack directly into the interior of the demon palace from here. Yuan Yuan, you're responsible for covering me. Others, quickly follow." Quickly follow the two adults to break through the demon palace. Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan arrived in front of the demon palace gate. Yuan Yuan reminded him, "Be a bit careful. I always feel this general attack by the demons is a bit strange." Zhang Fan broke the big gate without hesitation. A tall demon appeared in front of them, arrogantly saying, "You insects, much stronger than the trash outside. Which junior of the immortal realm dares to be arrogant here? Little lambs. So bold. You are just a clod of dirt beneath my master's feet. Use your fresh blood and fear to please that great master." After speaking, he raised his sword high, intending to launch an attack towards Zhang Fan. But then a screen of light enveloped Zhang Fan, blocking his attack. That person said in surprise, "Sword intent is indeed fierce. Just now I didn't feel it all." At this moment, Zhang Fan also swung his sword to counterattack, knocking the Void Demon flying. Slightly surprised, saying, "Able to block one of my swords. You're also not simple." At this moment, Wei, when returned from outside, reporting, "High Highness Zhang Fan, there seems to be some problem inside here." Zhang Fan asked, "What's wrong?" The Void Demon suddenly laughed loudly. "Killing such a strong opponent will definitely please Master. Go to hell." Madly rushing towards the two, Zhang Fan looked calm. Said to Wei One, "I'll deal with this Void Demon. Then check this place." After speaking, he swung a few swords and killed the Void Demon. Wei Wen stood aside. Couldn't help but be stunned. This sword chi is sword intent leading directly to the Great Tao. The other Void Demon saw this, running away in fear and confusion, shouting, "Boss is killed. Run quickly." Zhang Fan calmly walked to Wei Wen's side and asked, "What problem did you discover?" Wei Wen pointed in a direction. Those stone slabs suddenly shook. At this moment, a formation appeared under Wei Wen and Zhang Fan's feet. Wei Wen said, "Just now I discovered there is such a formation under this main hall." Zhang Fan asked curiously, "What is the use of this formation?" Wei Wen replied, "Absorbs blood chi, essence, and life force. However, it seems to have another use." Zhang Fan asked, "Another use?" "Absorbs essence and blood chi." "Then what?" Wei Wen continued, Absorbing and gathering these essence and blood chi can have many uses. It is the power source of the formation, immortal chi, directly strengthening a person's strength. Currently, there is still a problem. The problem now is, below the cities of the demon realm allied forces, is there such a formation everywhere? What exactly do the demons want to do? Moreover, setting up such a formation takes a very long time. What step has the demon realm's conspiracy reached? Then Yuan and Zhang Fan walked out amidst everyone's cheers. She also said, I'm afraid the demon realm already knew we would launch a general attack. Even this great battle might have been planned by them long ago. Zhang Fan replied, the Guardian has no time to help. We just returned from checking another place. Also notified the rear. Worrying now is useless. Moreover, everyone don't worry. I am here. Currently, Yuan pointed towards the city and said, we split up to investigate. Meet at the main hall above. Zhang Fan immediately agreed. Then he called the brothers. The next matter is very urgent. Please follow me to charge. Where Zhang Fan passed, all chaos was quelled. Just now a crack appeared beside him, releasing demonic energy. Zhang Fan scanned and said, this palace indeed has a formation. I'm afraid the entire city really has formations. Zhang Fan took the lead, opening the way for everyone. He ordered loudly, no need to chase remnant enemies. Immediately go to the next main hall. They quickly acted according to Zhang Fan's order. Wherever he went, he left his sword marks. Zhang Fan pacified every corner. At this moment he thought, don't know how Yuan is doing over there. Yuan's side seemed to be going very smoothly too. She just single-handedly destroyed this giant void demon. Everyone cheered, shouting, Fairy destroyed the great demon. Yuan loudly called the brothers not to let other demons escape. She also discovered, two adjacent palaces both have formations. What exactly do these demons want to do? Then Yuan decided to issue an order. Everyone immediately withdraw from the city. Return to the ship. I'm afraid this city has turned into a trap. After speaking, she jumped on her flying sword and left, arriving beside Zhang Fan, asking about the situation on his side. Zhang Fan replied, every hall has a formation set up. Whether immortal or demon, blood chi will be absorbed by the formation. Yuan heard this and said, the situation is getting more and more serious. Must personally go notify the seniors. However, just at this time, they were surrounded by suddenly appearing demons. Two juniors from the immortal realm. I'm afraid you have no chance anymore. Yuan was about to draw her sword to fight. Zhang Fan suddenly stopped her, saying, you go report. Leave this place to me to handle. Yuan agreed to his request, saying, okay, then be careful. Zhang Fan, after speaking, she jumped on her flying sword and quickly left. That void demon said angrily, kid, are you looking down on us too much? He wanted to chase Yuan, but was blocked by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan said, I said I'll handle it. You just obediently stay here. That void demon felt something was wrong and said, let's attack together. Another demon said, kid, although you have some ability, but a bit too arrogant. I like killing geniuses like this the most. Zhang Fan appeared extremely calm and snorted coldly with disdain. My sword domain range is small. Luckily, you four idiots delivered yourselves to the door. Just as the words fell, Zhang Fan executed a unique skill, attacking all the void demons. They were extremely surprised. How can this power appear on a junior? In an instant, the void demons were all destroyed without a scrap left. Zhang Fan still walked forward calmly, saying, Yuan has left. I'll go see how the battle situation is at the main hall over there. In another scene, two masked people appeared. The man spoke up. What was that just now? This makes me suddenly remember some old memories. The void demon guy asked suspiciously, my lord, did you discover something just now? The opponent replied, perhaps I found a successor of an old friend. Really interesting. The main hall door opened. Many demons quickly poured in. Leader of the army this time. Two demons quickly ordered. What happened outside? If you go see quickly. But before they could act, Zhang Fan had blocked the way, arrogantly saying, no need to go. Let me personally go see what tricks you demons are playing. The two demons saw him and asked cautiously, you can reach this main hall. Proves that those trash in front were all killed by your immortal realm people, right? Now the situation is clear. Those demonic monsters at the door were all destroyed by Zhang Fan. He made a peeping gesture with his hand. Sure enough, this main hall is one of the eyes of this formation, right? The two demons were rendered speechless, unable to answer. Not only not afraid, also snapped fingers, calling subordinates over. She said disdainfully, "Unexpectedly, you people of the immortal realm discovered this formation so quickly." Then she licked her finger, asking disdainfully, "Why only little brother alone? Let you come." Zhang Fan didn't pay attention either, just replied calmly, "Correct. I feel I alone am enough." This made the demoness angry. She roared, "You will regret your arrogance." After speaking, all surrounding demons rushed towards him, but were all knocked back by Zhang Fan's ring of power. The two demons saw this scene, extremely terrified. "Kid, who exactly are you?" Then she quickly regained her confidence. The bodies of those miscellaneous demons injured by the male protagonist's aura were gradually recovering. Taking advantage of this recovery time, the charm demon asked Zhang Fan, "All right, your strength is very strong. It seems I can't stop you. However, I have a suggestion. What happens here is not something you can intervene in. Why not consider escaping from here? Save yourself." She didn't expect her petty charm magic couldn't control Zhang Fan. Instead, she was grabbed by the neck and questioned by Zhang Fan. "Did I say you could leave?" The charm demon struggled in pain, saying, "What are you doing?" Zhang Fan didn't answer. Surroundings still radiating powerful strength, destroying all approaching demons. One hand holding the sword, one hand choking the charm demon, saying, "Speak first. What are you demons doing?" Then Zhang Fan directly grabbed her hair, dragging her out. The charm demon struggled desperately, begging for mercy. "Young master, I admit guilt. As long as you spare me, I will tell you immediately." High-ranking members of the demon realm are preparing to detonate the Blood Abyss battlefield. Want to plunder the world origin. Speaking of this, the charm demon's body began to change. She screamed in horror. "Don't." Next, the charm demon's body turned into nothingness. Before disappearing, she still tried to justify her mistake. "Great master, please forgive this lowly servant." Seeing this, Zhang Fan also became more cautious and said, "The origin of the world. It seems the conspiracy behind the Blood Abyss battlefield is more complicated than E1 and I imagined." At this moment, Demon Venerable May Dai was in a magic formation in the center of the Demon Abyss Grand Hall, continuously absorbing power, preparing to break through. Standing behind her was one of the four great demon gods. The noble May Dai, sensing the conflict outside, she turned her head and asked, "What's happening up ahead?" One of the four great demon gods replied, "The prodigies of the immortal realm have broken through the front defenses. They are heading this way." After hearing this, the Demon Venerable asked, "Are you sure?" One of the four great demon gods, and she looked towards May Dai, who was cultivating. "I've already sent someone to handle it. First, let's help this kid from the immortal realm complete his transformation." Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside. A demon was sent flying, crashing into where the two were standing. The Demon Venerable and one of the four great demon gods turned their heads in shock. She asked, "What?" "This is the subordinate I sent to handle things." What happened outside? Zhang Fan appeared at this very moment. He was holding a torch in his hand. He casually teased the two. "So slow. Can't you demons build the inside a little brighter?" The Demon Venerable and one of the four great demon gods had the same thought at this moment. "There's only one of him," she said. "We can't let this brat ruin the master's plan and the demon god's plan. Let's attack together." After saying that, the two beauties, Demon Venerable May Dai and one of the four great demon gods, rushed forward. She said, "Brat, D." Facing this attack, Zhang Fan remained calm and said, "You guys are quite the enthusiastic hosts." The Demon Venerable and one of the four great demon gods charged forward to attack. In the middle of the attack, Zhang Fan disappeared. The two were forced to stop. One of the four great demon gods cried out. At this moment, Zhang Fan asked, "One is a Jiuyuma, and one is a Taisu demon. I remember you demons are also divided into two types. You didn't used to interact with each other, did you?" After asking, he decided to forget it. "Whatever you demons are up to, I'm not interested. I just didn't expect to be in your demon castle and meet your defeated subordinate." The defeated subordinate Zhang Fan mentioned was Mo Xian, who was cultivating in a magic formation. He opened his eyes and said cautiously, Zhang Fan, I didn't expect you to make it here. Then he said loudly, Zhang Fan, you can't possibly imagine what I've been through. Once this transformation is complete, I'll make you kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Zhang Fan, your imperial censors are all waiting for me. Hearing these words, Zhang Fan was not afraid at all. He picked his ear, turned around, and said, when you demons choose a spy, can't you find someone a little more normal? Don't pick someone with this level of intellectual disability. One of the 4 great demon gods then spoke up. This is a great matter concerning the master and his majesty. Attack with all your might. Then she said fiercely to Zhang Fan, you are indeed very strong, but I have summoned the demon Venerable. I will definitely show you what it means to court death. But Zhang Fan was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he seemed very excited. He said, I'm looking forward to it. Hurry up and summon that demon Venerable. Seeing this, one of the 4 great evil gods asked in surprise, is this kid a natural-born idiot? Just then, another demon ran in to report. Lord Demon Commander, it's bad. 2 young immortals from the immortal realm are leading people to attack. Hearing this, Demon Venerable Huadai said, are all you geniuses from the immortal realm like this? You all love to make a big show, huh? Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, destroying that demon. And Situ Rong also descended from the sky. Ha ha, he said. I didn't expect that chasing down a great demon would lead to an unexpected gain. Then Situ Rong turned to his junior sister, Lu Ru, and said, there's a demon commander and a demon leader here. Let's deal with the great demon we're chasing first. Let's see who catches it first. Lu Ru excitedly replied to senior brother Situ Rong. Then let's go catch that great demon together. Let's see who's faster. After saying that, she jumped up and flew away, leaving Situ Rong watching from behind. One of the 4 great evil gods saw the critical situation and whispered to Demon Venerable Huadai, these geniuses from the immortal realm are not simple. We must retreat first. Demon Venerable Huadai also understood the situation. She hurriedly ordered her subordinates, go and stop them. For the glory of his majesty and the dignity of the demon god, we fight to the death. Then she turned and left, taking Mo Xian with her. Zhang Fan was busy destroying demons. Seeing them flee, he shouted, not good. Those 2 demons want to escape with Mo Xian. Situ Rong immediately chanted an incantation. The jade pearl in his hand gradually lit up. He said, junior sister, be careful. This aura, it's the aura of a demon venerable. Immediately after, it was a joint attack from Situ Rong and Lu Ru. A golden lightning bolt intertwined with a whirlwind, accompanied by the shout, divine firmament body protection. The 2's 8 phoenix birds technique destroyed everything around them. Zhang Fan dodged the attack, thinking to himself, these 2 kids are really tearing the place down. He then ran to Lu Ru and Situ Rong's side and asked worriedly, senior brother Situ, junior sister Lu, are you 2 all right? Lu Ru coughed twice. Yes, she replied, senior brother Zhang. Go quickly. There's a Tai Su demon of the demon venerable level here. Zhang Fan shook his head. The demon venerable can wait. He looked towards a magic formation where Mo Xian had been sitting. He thought, as expected, these people fled during the chaos. At this moment, a demon lord suddenly appeared above the 3 of them. It roared fiercely, try to run, you little ants. Damn you for disturbing the great master's plan. You truly don't know your place. Situ Rong saw that the situation was bad. He hurriedly said, it seems we can only fight for our lives. If it really doesn't work, you 2 go first. I'll hold it off. However, Zhang Fan refused. He stood in front of the 2 and said confidently, no need to worry. I'm here. Besides, I need to report some things to the garrison commander immediately. The demon lord, seeing that it was being ignored, burst into a rage. It charged fiercely towards Zhang Fan, roaring, you human brat. How dare you look down on this demon lord? Zhang Fan quickly dodged the attack. I don't have time for you right now. He drew his long sword and slashed down. He destroyed the demon lord. Before the demon lord vanished, it only had time to let out a tragic scream. Ah! Situ Rong witnessed this scene, amazed. Zhang Fan's strength. Just how powerful has it become? He can kill a demon lord with a single strike. Lu Ru also asked, Senior Brother Zhang, you just said you wanted to report to the garrison commander. Did you discover something? Zhang Fan didn't answer immediately. He pushed the two of them forward. The situation is urgent, he said. Let's talk as we go. So, the three of them went to the Void Island together. Lu Ru couldn't help but exclaim, Is this Senior Brother Zhang's Void Island? The spiritual energy is so abundant, and it's filled with immortal qi. It truly is a blessed land of immortals. Zhao Yun saw him return and asked, Hi, Immortal, why did you suddenly return to the island? Zhang Fan replied, I have something to discuss with the garrison commander. Then he gave Lu Ru and Sidu Rong 2 immortal fruits each. He said, These 2 fruits are for you to heal your injuries. Eat them quickly. After saying that, he immediately went to find the garrison commanders. The 2 quickly ate the immortal fruits, and their strength quickly recovered. Sidu Rong said excitedly, Let's set off now. So, the 3 of them boarded the ship. A man from the garrison commander's office came out and said, The deputy garrison commander knows you're here and told me to lead you inside. Please follow me. The deputy garrison commander is discussing the demon clan's conspiracy with the other lords. Please wait here for a moment. At the same time, Yuan Yuan was also standing there. She asked, Why are you here too? And Senior Brother Situ and Junior Sister Lu as well. Zhang Fan was caught off guard by the question. He hurriedly explained, After you left, I defeated several great demons. Then I suppressed the demon clan's great formation. Supporting the formations, I inside the Grand Hall. At that time, I also captured a demon creature. That demon creature told me the real conspiracy of the demon clan. Then it suddenly turned to dust. But I still managed to get some remaining information from it. Zhang Fan continued to explain. Besides the demon clan collecting blood qi on the battlefield, the upper echelons of the demon realm are also plotting to seize the origin of the Blood Abyss battlefield. Just as he finished speaking, the deputy garrison commander opened the door and stepped out from behind Zhang Fan. Is what you said true? Zhang Fan was not flustered at all. He turned, cupped his hands respectfully, and said, It is absolutely true. I can guarantee it. Seeing this, the people around said, Deputy Garrison Commander, if this news is true, I'm afraid the entire Blood Abyss allied army is in danger. This also makes sense. The Deputy Garrison Commander turned, waved his hand, and ordered, Immediately withdraw the troops. Then he assigned the elders to go with him to fight the Blood Plum Venerable. Let Lord Dao Xian return to preside over the overall situation. Then he turned back and said to Zhang Fan and the others, The news you brought is extremely important and very timely. After Lord Dao Xian handles this matter, he will definitely reward you based on your merits. The deputy garrison commander left. Yuan Yuan turned and asked Zhang Fan, Did you have something else you wanted to say just now? I always felt like you wanted to say something, but then held back. Zhang Fan quickly replied, I have no proof, so there are some things I can't say. Then he didn't forget to praise Yuan Yuan. As expected of Yuan, you're so smart and quick-witted. You guessed right. At this moment, Lu Ru, who had been silent, spoke up and asked, I remember that Mo Xian of the Shangzhen Immortal Realm has a reputation comparable to Sister Yuan's. What happened to him? But Zhang Fan didn't answer. He changed the subject. Let's talk about it later. Then he walked out of the room, saying as he walked, We have to go prepare for the withdrawal. The Taisu evil demon was beaten senseless by the deputy garrison commander. It said angrily, The hypocritical and despicable immortal realm uses numbers to bully the few. The deputy garrison commander ignored its words. He sternly ordered all the allied soldiers, All troops, hear my command. The entire army is to withdraw from the city. At this time, Sage Dao Xian praised, You are truly the heroes of our immortal realm. Thankfully, you discovered the news. After this is over, I will report your merits to the immortal realm. Rest for now, he said. Immediately after, Sage Dao Xian sternly ordered his subordinates. Immediately organized the army's retreat, informed the rear troops to abandon all supplies, and temporarily leave the Blood Abyss battlefield. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, Young Master Mo has returned. Everyone surrounded Mo Xian, praising him endlessly. A soldier tried to flatter him. Thanks to young Master, Mo holding the rear. Otherwise we couldn't have retreated so easily. Thank you, young Master Mo, for saving our lives. Montak Suan replied modestly. We are all comrades on the battlefield. Helping each other is what we should do. There's no need for this. At this moment, Yuan Yuan said to Zhang Fan, let's leave the ship too. It's too crowded here. Too complicated. Hearing that, Zhang Fan also said goodbye to Situ Rong and Lu Ru. Before leaving, he also invited them. Senior sister Situ and junior sister Lu, if you're free, come to my island to rest for a bit. Lu Ru replied happily. Then it would be rude to refuse. I've long been very interested in the immortal scenery on senior brother Zhang's island. The scene changes to the floating island. Zhang Fan returned to the island and immediately gave Zhao Yin a task. Old Zhao, you guys control the floating island. Leave the Blood Abyss battlefield and prepare the defenses. I feel the evil demons won't let us leave so easily. Then he said to Zhong Yulian and Jian Yuanlang, you two go rest for a bit first. The supply of spirit fruits is unlimited. Everyone sat together in a circle. At this moment, Situ Rong stood up and asked, Junior brother Zhang, that Mo Xian from the Shangzhen immortal realm, what's the deal with him? Is there something wrong? Zhang Fan asked. Do you all remember that grand hall? Situ Rong replied. The grand hall where junior sister Lu and I first met you? Zhang Fan then recounted the events. Yuan Yuan and I discovered that the entire grand hall was set up with a formation by the evil demons. It absorbs the blood, chi, and life force from the battlefield. That grand hall is one of the eyes of the entire formation, gathering the surrounding blood, chi, and life force. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan had a sudden realization. Zhang Fan, you mean? Zhang Fan replied, that's right. After I left, I went in the grand hall and found Mo Xian at the center of the formation. Some demon clan leaders and a demon commander were protecting him. I was about to make a move then, but you all arrived. Then there was the chaos with the demon venerable. The demon leader and the demon commander secretly took Mo Xian away. Hearing these words, Situ Rong became agitated. This matter must be reported to the garrison commander, he said. Lu Ru stopped him. She said, we have no proof. Only senior brother Zhang saw it. Besides, senior brother, you saw it just now. Mo Xian's performance on the battlefield was outstanding. Hearing this, Situ Rong sat down angrily. He said irritably, this young master hates these kinds of schemes and plots the most. Next time I get a chance, I'll definitely beat that Mo Xian to a pulp. At this moment, Yuan Yuan spoke up. Things are likely to be very complicated from now on. A leader and a demon commander protecting a prodigy from the immortal realm. The demon clan's conspiracy is probably not small, she speculated. Situ Rong then said, forget it. If there's really a big issue, it's not our place to manage it. However, I will secretly inform the patriarch of our sect. Suddenly, a warship was attacked and exploded into two halves. Zhao Yun hurriedly ran over to report. The Immortal Realm's allied army ahead is being ambushed by the Demon Clan. Looking at the chaotic battlefield ahead, Zhang Fan guessed, as expected of the Demon Clan. They were prepared. It won't be easy for us to leave. At this moment, Sage Dao Xian stood up to reassure everyone. Everyone, do not be afraid. The entire army charge. Follow me and attack the Demon Clan together. Seeing this, Situ Rong breathed a sigh of relief. The garrison commanders anticipated this. They were well prepared. Let's make our move too. Zhang Fan swung his sword. In an instant, he killed many Tai Su demons. Everyone cheered in surprise and joy. Young Master Zhang is invincible. Their morale was greatly boosted. They shouted together, brothers charge. Lu Ru also praised Zhang Fan. As expected of senior brother Zhang, one man, one sword. He directly cut through the demons, blocking the way. Yuan Yuan looked at the situation before her. She guessed, it seems the demon clan still wants to hold us back. Setting up such a large formation must have cost them a lot of effort. Sage Dao Xian is playing his role as a commander very well. He ordered everyone not to get entangled with the enemy. Leave immediately. Someone said, luckily we discovered it in time. If we had let them absorb enough blood essence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sage Dao Xian called for everyone to retreat quickly, temporarily return to the rear base to regroup. Then we will slowly investigate the conspiracy behind the demons. Order the army to stop at Tai Su to regroup. At the same time, inform the ancient war city to quickly leave the Blood Abyss battlefield and rendezvous with us. Zhang Fan observed the battlefield. He was a little suspicious. Why did the army stop? A civil official guessed. Perhaps it's to wait for the ancient war city and the remaining troops to rendezvous. I just saw a fleet arriving as reinforcements. At this moment, Situ Rong said to the two of them, "We received a message. The garrison commander wants the ancient war city to stay at Tai Su, outside the Blood Abyss battlefield. At that time, a portion of the people will be left here, to prevent the origin of the Blood Abyss battlefield from being seized by the demons." Lu Ru asked, "So that means we can still stay here and earn military merits?" Situ Rong crossed his arms. He slowly replied, "This is indeed a good opportunity. Moreover, with the ancient war city here, it's relatively safe. We can train ourselves and also get rewards based on military merits." At this point, Lu Ru and Situ Rong had the same thought. We are all geniuses of the upper nine and lower realms. Although Zhang Fan's strength is currently greater than ours, we can also strive to catch up. At this moment, Zhong Yulian pointed in a direction and said, "Master, look quickly. The ancient war city and the troops have finally caught up." Zhang Fan expressed his admiration. As expected of a war weapon created by the immortal realm for the great immortal demon war. It's truly powerful. But then he saw a red light. He asked, "What is that?" At this moment in the sky, a red light enveloped the warship. Zhang Fan exclaimed in shock. "What's going on? What happened?" Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, illuminating the entire space. Situ Rong was stunned. He stammered, "The entire Blood Abyss battlefield actually exploded." Lu Ru was also shocked. The immortal demon battlefield that has existed for over 100,000 years. The Blood Abyss battlefield just exploded like that. Yuan Yuan said in a low voice. These evil demons didn't even hesitate to sacrifice their own people. The ancient war city and the reinforcement fleet hadn't even arrived yet. They were willing to sacrifice low-level evil demons and countless great demons just to destroy the Blood Abyss battlefield and obtain the world's origin. The conspiracy behind them must be extremely terrifying. Zhang Fan sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Let's return to the rear base. We'll go our separate ways then." On the other side, Sage Dao Xian and the deputy garrison commander also saw this scene. The evil demons actually destroyed the Blood Abyss battlefield. The ancient war city and the fleet didn't have time to escape. Sage Dao Xian gave the order. "Immediately withdraw the army. The evil demons' plot at the Blood Abyss battlefield has succeeded. I will personally report this matter to the immortal realm. Once we reach the base, we will disband." At this moment, others on the ship announced loudly, "Heroes, the garrison commander has given an order. The situation here is complicated. The army is to immediately retreat to the rear base." Situ Rong seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He sighed. "As expected, we have to retreat to the rear bases. At that time, the Allied army will probably be disbanded." Zhang Fan said, "The battlefield has been destroyed anyway. The Blood Abyss battlefield Allied army naturally doesn't need to exist anymore. Now is the time for everyone to part ways." Lu Ru asked, "Senior brother Zhang, senior sister Yuan, aren't you two going to join another battlefield?" "I still want to fight alongside sister Yuan and sister Situ on the battlefield," Yuan Yuan said. "My sect has matters that require my assistance." Situ Rong asked, "Junior brother Zhang, what about you?" Zhang Fan also tactfully declined. "The small world I'm in, the Tianyuan continent, also has some troubles that need to be dealt with. Besides, I brought a lot of people with me. They also need to go back and cultivate for a while to digest what they've gained on the battlefield." After hearing this, Situ Rong was a little sad. He said helplessly, "I was just preparing a train on the battlefield for a while." Lu Ru also added, "I'm the same as senior brother Situ. I won't be returning to the Vermilion Bird immortal realm so soon. So I'll also go to another battlefield to train for a while. At that time, we'll see who's more powerful." Zhang Fan smiled and replied, "Then Yuan Yuan and I will wait in the rear for you to make a name for yourselves in the myriad worlds." Lu Ru cupped her hands. She said respectfully, I wish senior brother Zhang and senior sister Yuan a safe return. We will meet again someday. Then Sitter Rong and Lu Ru boarded a flying ship, continuing to pursue their dreams. Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan stayed behind. At this moment, Yuan Yuan asked, "You want to return to the Tianyan continent?" Zhang Fan replied, "That's right. Yulian has just become an immortal. She needs some time to calm her mind." Hearing this, Yuan Yuan didn't try to keep him. She said, "Then let's say our goodbyes here. I'm a little worried about senior brother and situation." Zhang Fan then gave Yuan Yuan a few ginseng roots. He instructed, "Take these ginseng roots with you. If anything happens, remember to let me know. I will definitely come to help." Yuan Yuan smiled and said, "If I run into trouble, I will definitely come find you." Suddenly, a voice came from above. "Are you Zhang Fan of the Tianyan continent?" It was that strange man again. Yuan Yuan stood in front of Zhang Fan and replied, "Senior, may I ask why you are blocking our path? Is there something you need?" The man pointed at Yuan Yuan and said, "Oomph, you little girl from the Yunli immortal realm. This has nothing to do with you. I'm only interested in this boy." Then he asked Zhang Fan, "Boy, you have an aura on you that I recall. Who is your master?" he asked. Zhang Fan remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Yuan Yuan whispered in his ear, "Zhang Fan, be careful. I don't think this person has good intentions." Only then did Zhang Fan reply, "I am self-taught. I have never had a master." The strange man sneered, "I'm also reminiscing about an old friend. Let me feel it for a bit." As he spoke, he reached out his hand, preparing to cast a spell to probe Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan immediately became angry. "You old man, hiding and skulking around. How dare you be so arrogant?" Zhang Fan swung his sword, attacking the man. However, the man easily caught his attack with his hand. What shocked Zhang Fan even more was that the man's hand was completely empty. "How is this possible? My sword domain has been unstoppable until now. I've never met an opponent." The man sneered again. "The sword intent is very strong. It leads directly to the great Tao. It's just that it seems a bit incompatible with his power." Zhang Fan was angered by his words. He roared, "Old man, take another one of my sword strikes." However, a giant hand appeared, blocking Zhang Fan's sword move. The man still spoke in a calm tone. "Perhaps you have inherited his sword Tao. But what disappoints me is that you've only learned a fraction of it." Zhang Fan couldn't believe it. Cold sweat had already beaded on his forehead. This was the first time someone had been able to withstand his relentless attacks. The large hand sent Zhang Fan flying. A prompt suddenly appeared before Zhang Fan's eyes. "Sword domain has encountered an attack from a powerful force. The attack intensity exceeds the host tolerance limit. The system will activate the emergency evasion function." The man noticed the abnormality. A strong electric current erupted from the giant hand. The palm exploded. He was a little surprised. "I didn't expect someone could escape from my grasp. Oh well, it was just a casual move anyway. Consider the kid lucky." At this moment, a ray of light shot through the universe at extreme speed. Inside was Zhang Fan's floating island. "Zhang Fan, are you hurt?" Yuan Yuan asked worriedly. "Master, are you all right?" Zhang Yulian was similarly worried. She quickly asked again. Zhang Fan returned to his heavily injured body. He said calmly, "I'm fine. I have the great Tao sword intent protecting my body. I'm not injured." "That's good." Hearing that Zhang Fan was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Yuan continued, "That mysterious man in the black cloak seemed to know your inheritance very well. I don't understand the inheritance I have either. I don't understand it at all." Zhang Fan said, "Why did that black-cloaked man target me?" As he spoke, Zhang Fan ate a ginseng root to replenish his strength. "What inheritance?" Zhang Fan thought to himself, "My invincible sword intent. It looks like a system gave it." Yuan Yuan recalled. According to what he said, he has always been secretly observing the Blood Abyss battlefield. It's possible it's related to the demon race's conspiracy. "Zhang Fan, you must be careful during this period." Yuan Yuan reminded him. "Do you need me to stay and help you?" Yuan Yuan asked. "No need. You go do your sex work." Zhang Fan waved his hand and smiled. Senior brother An's side should be stable by now. Yuan Yuan rode her sword, confirming once more, "Do you really not need my help?" Zhang Fan waved his hand. Smiling, he said, "It's fine. You don't need to worry." Yuan Yuan said, with a look of concern, "You pay attention to safety." After saying that, she quickly flew away. At this moment, Zhang Fan stood up and said to everyone, "We are returning to the southern wilderness of the Tianyun continent. Everyone rest for a bit. Digest the harvest from the battlefield. We'll go back and rest first. Hi, Immortal, rest assured. I will pilot the floating island back to the Tianyun continent." Respectfully clasping hands, he said, "Could Master be heavily injured and hiding it from us?" Whispering, "Young miss, don't worry. During this time, we will protect the floating island well." Comforting. The image shifts to Zhang Fan's room. His complexion was a bit off. Both cheeks were covered in sweat. Zhang Fan loudly called the system to open the control panel. It immediately displayed the content. Sword domain heavily damaged by external force. Need to repair the energy source. Currently can only guarantee the initial state. Emergency supplement for the host, a sword domain avatar function. Zhang Fan was a bit surprised when he saw this. The function I worked so hard to upgrade actually disappeared. Luckily, it gave me an avatar. But system, where should I go to find the energy source to repair the sword domain? He asked at this moment. The system displayed a map. Zhang Fan looked at the map, resting his chin on his hand in thought. This location is the coastal area of the Eastern Spirit Realm. It seems very close to Linyuan Ancient City and one of the 10 great danger zones of Tianyun Continent, the Endless Abyss. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Why is the energy source the sword domain needs in that place? But then he thought, whatever, I'll know once I go there. Besides, I also really want to know, what kind of power system is the Invincible sword domain exactly? That could even make that mysterious black-robed man feel familiar. The image shifts to the soul-shaking demon ancestor. Someone came to report, Demon Lord. It is heard that someone saw the void island of the Tianyun continent's sword immortal, who ascended to the immortal realm, appear near the southern wilderness. The Demon Lord snorted coldly upon hearing this. The subordinate continued to probe. It's just that someone discovered the void island activated its defensive formation. Even the disciples of the Supreme Sect couldn't enter. And no one came out from inside. My lord, what do you think? At this moment, the other party rested his chin in thought. No one could go in, and no one could come out from inside. Suddenly, the demon lord flew into a rage. Forget it. Continue executing the previous plan. However, send people to constantly monitor the situation over there. The subordinates bowed in unison and replied, yes. Afterward, the demon lord kept thinking. Didn't they say that sword immortal brat on the Void Island was teleported to the immortal demon battlefield? Unless he was heavily injured in the immortal demon battlefield. The camera shifts to the great snowy mountain of the Supreme Sect. Dao Xian stroked his beard in deep contemplation. Although young friend Zhang's Void Island has returned. But this state of closed-door seclusion, I'm afraid it will only further stimulate the ambition of certain people. No, I can't wait any longer. At this moment, Dao Xian made up his mind. Pass the order down. Prepare gifts. This old Taoist wants to visit young friend Zhang. Also, notify the disciples of the Supreme Sect. Closely monitor the movements of those demon Dao people. The camera shifts to the Void Island in the southern wilderness. At this time, Shan Kong and Zhang Fan were sneaking around, seeing the backs of Dao Xian and a group of disciples leaving. Zhang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, luckily we weren't discovered by these people. Shan Kong, let's go. Let's leave here quickly. The camera shifts to a cliff on the coast of the Eastern Spirit Realm. Zhang Fan looked up, saying, I heard before, Linyuan Ancient City is the gathering place for cultivators of the Tianyun continent. Sure enough, the reputation is well-deserved. Shan Kong asked, Master, what are we doing here? Zhang Fan smiled and replied, have you forgotten? Why did the Shangjin Immortal Realm send people to our Tianyun continent? I suspect this matter is related to my inheritance. Shan Kong suddenly understood and said, you mean the inheritance of the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor? Zhang Fan nodded. He said, that's right. We must go to Linyuan City to buy maps and supplies first. Then we'll go to the Endless Sea region. So, the two of them embarked on a turbulent journey. Shan Kong said with some surprise, is this one of the 10 great perilous lands of the Tianyun continent? There are quite a few cultivators who come here to train. Then he turned to Zhang Fan and said, Master, are you saying that Lord's tomb is here? Zhang Fan pondered and replied, I'm not sure either. After all, I'm not a descendant of that great emperor. I just suspect my inheritance is related to him. Moreover, I have a feeling that it's right here, A large cave was formed by the surging waves. Everyone gathered near the cave entrance. After hearing this, Shan Kong gradually understood. He nodded and said. Zhang Fan continued. From now on, unless it's an emergency, you will be the one to step forward. I estimate that cultivators from other worlds have already infiltrated the Tianyun continent, searching for the tomb of the Ling Xiao immortal emperor. Shan Kong, full of confidence, said loudly, Master, rest assured, with me here, these people, I will deal with them cleanly, one by one. At this moment, the purple-haired man spoke up. Everyone, are you ready? The Endless Abyss Sea is about to open, according to the agreement of the sects of Linyuan Ancient City. After entering the Abyss Sea, everything is left to fate. But upon entering and leaving, anyone who dares to arbitrarily attack and rob others of their possessions will be an enemy of Linyuan Ancient City. The sea waves suddenly became more violent. The purple-haired man announced, The Abyss Sea has opened. Fellow Taoists, please enter in an orderly manner. May your heavenly fate be smooth, and may your harvest be plentiful. Shan Kong and Zhang Fan also slowly walked in. He didn't forget to instruct Zhang Fan. After we go in, follow my instructions. Be careful. Then Zhang Fan also entered the Endless Abyss Sea. This place is the first layer of the Endless Abyss Sea, the Pale Bone Sea. Looking into the distance, it was all skeletons of giant demonic beasts. Zhang Fan began to guide Old Zhu to the east. We go straight up, through all the layers, to the final layer of the Xian Sea. After speaking, they immediately took action. In a corner, two people in black robes were secretly observing Zhang Fan. One of them said, This aura belongs to the demon race. Go and report to the Lord. Another power has come to the Endless Abyss Sea. Not long after, Zhang Fan and Shan Kong arrived at the seventh layer of the Endless Abyss. Several people in robes blocked their way. They said, This place is temporarily closed to newcomers. Please leave for now. Shan Kong said in a contemptuous tone, A bunch of sneaky little people. How dare you act all high and mighty in front of me? The other party immediately retorted angrily, You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're courting death. Since you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates drew their weapons and rushed toward Shan Kong. Shan Kong said calmly, Trash. A group of people attacking too, and you're still hesitating. Are you even cultivators? Shan Kong sent them all flying with just one hand. The leader continued to call for more people. They combined their strength to launch a full-scale attack on Shan Kong. But Shan Kong was unharmed and said, Inferior magic arts. Crude flying swords. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant in this abyss? After this attack, the subordinates were all exhausted, lying on the ground. Shan Kong said triumphantly, Look, you're no match for me at all. Boring ants, like tiny insects, destined to be trampled. Suddenly, Zhang Fan kicked Shan Kong in the butt. Shan Kong looked bewildered, asking, Master, why did you kick me? Zhang Fan reminded him, Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Shan Kong heard this and laughed. Okay. In the great immortal demon war, not everyone is qualified for me to take action against. It's just that I didn't control it well just now. I played a bit too hard. The camera shifts to the center of the 7th floor. Many soldiers were gathered here. Shan Kong was a bit surprised, saying, There are so many people here. Did they discover some treasure? A soldier pointed his spear at a person wearing a long robe, shouting, Weren't you guys in charge of blocking them? The other replied, It seems the guard at the entrance were all killed by those two. What is the purpose of you two coming here? Shan Kong laughed excitedly. Another bunch coming to join the fun. After speaking, he prepared to fight. But Zhang Fan stopped him, saying, Don't waste time. Our target is inside. Those people in long robes criticize them. Truly two arrogant fools who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. One of them said, We spent a lot of effort here. We don't want to be disturbed by others. Everyone present shared the same thought. We spent so much effort. How can we let him benefit so easily? Shan Kong scratched his hand and said, It's really too noisy. Clean them up for me, quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped the ground hard. The ground began to crack violently. The robed man quickly jumped up to dodge and said, Impressive. almost became an immortal, but he suddenly realized something was wrong. We've been tricked. They cut the stone pillars because of me. He shouted orders. But Shan Kong had already erected countless stone pillars. He laughed coldly. You cultivators, why have you all become trash? Do you really think I'm stupid? Come on. The people on this side are struggling to push the stone pillars. Someone cursed while working. Tricked by that guy again. That guy definitely doesn't know what treasure is inside. Old man, stop guessing blindly. The magic of these stone pillars feels very familiar to me. Moreover, that tone of voice, it really makes one angry to death. The robed man looked at Shan Kong and said, You mean, this stupid-looking fatty is that shape-shifting demon beside that guy in the south? Then that young man just now, could he be? Looking at the figures of Zhang Fan and Shan Kong, the three spoke in unison. If we guess correctly, something that can move him. The thing inside, I'm afraid, is, the robed man said. It seems we can't hide it anymore. We must think of a way to make this huge profit ours. The image shifts to Tai Su, the heavenly Tiangang stone ring of the Qingyun continent's realm protection formation. A long-haired man received a notification from the endless abyss. This is news from the Qingyun continent sent by His Majesty Zhongming. Could it be that brat? Did he cause big trouble as soon as he returned to the Qingyun continent? He read the notification and exclaimed in surprise. What? Suspected appearance of the Qingyun sword immortal in the endless abyss? It could be the treasure in the tomb of the former immortal emperor? Very quickly, this news will be transmitted to the upper immortal realm. Presumably, His Majesty the High Immortal King will lead people here. At this time, Shan Kong and Zhang Fan were walking inside the dragon head. Shan Kong then asked, Master, now that we've entered, what should we do? Zhang Fan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Ever since entering this abyss, see, he always felt something was attracting him. Perhaps it is the intense aura of the dragon head from the legends. Then he said to Shan Kong, Follow me. My intuition tells me the answer is right inside. Shan Kong hesitated a bit. Looking back, he said, Master, what about those people? Zhang Fan seemed to understand Shan Kang's mind. He said, Although I don't know what's inside, but I also vaguely sense some things. If those people behind want to follow, just let them follow. If they encounter danger, it has nothing to do with us. At this time, the two had arrived at Ling Xiao. Shan Kong voiced his thoughts. Master, this place wouldn't be the tomb of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao, would it? Why do I always feel this place is gloomy and terrifying? At this moment, Zhang Fan took out his longsword, using it to open the Ling Xiao gate. Suddenly, the dragon head's eyes lit up. It even emitted a sound, saying, Ling Xiao, 10,000 years have passed. Why do you still imprison me in this dead place? Shan Kong heard this, and immediately said to Zhang Fan in terror, Master, this is an immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb. It's where he suppressed his enemies. Let's leave quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan interrupted him. What are you afraid of? Suppressed by an immortal emperor using such methods for so long. Do you think anyone is still alive? Hearing these words, Shan Kong also felt much more relieved, confidently saying, Master, rest assured. Next, let me lead the way. At this time, the people behind also arrived at Ling Xiao. They all revealed looks of astonishment. Is this place really the tomb of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao? Then the immortal emperor inheritance that those immortals from the immortal realm cross time and space to find in our Qingyun continent. Is it this place? The red-haired man ordered. Quickly go notify the Sect master. Spread the news. Prevent those sects from blockading this place. A man in black stepped out from the Endless Sea realm to transmit the news. The image shifts to Shan Kong and Zhang Fan. The two had stepped onto the Naya Bridge. Shan Kong was a bit suspicious. We aren't going down to the underworld, are we? Zhang Fan said calmly. So what if we go down to the underworld? Shan Kong looked worried. Then won't we die if we cross the bridge? Zhang Fan replied, Life and death naturally don't mean that. Let's go, follow me. He continued to speculate. The tomb left by immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. I'm afraid it's not that simple. After walking a few steps, a giant hand appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Shan Kong immediately entered a state of protecting his master and roared. Who dares to attack here? Show yourself if you have the skill. Fight around with old pig. He swung his fist at the giant hand. Then Shan Kong snorted disdainfully. Turns out it's just a hollow bluff. No wonder you only dare to sneak around behind people's backs. Zhang Fan reminded him. Old pig, ignore him. Let's keep moving forward. Just after crossing the bridge, Shan Kong exclaimed, Master, your appearance suddenly changed. Zhang Fan also felt it was strange. He looked down to check his body. He pointed at Shan Kong and said, Don't worry, you look like a pig right now too. Shan Kang's face turned pale. Panicking, he said, Master, we aren't actually dead, are we? Zhang Fan said soberly, This is nothing more than an illusion. Perhaps a mortal Emperor Ling Xiao used this method back then, using death to exchange for life, to deceive heaven and earth. The black smoke became thicker and thicker, enveloping Zhang Fan. Then the two arrived at a fork in the road. Zhang Fan said, Passing through this corridor means officially entering the tomb. A moment later, Zhang Fan and Shan Kong entered an area. Above their heads was a glowing altar. Zhang Fan said he saw it. Shan Kong looked bewildered. Master, why did the great emperor arrange so many coffins in the passageway? Moreover, there seemed to be vengeful ghosts inside. He replied, It must be the evil energy suppressed by the great emperor. I hope future generations won't be too greedy and open the coffins. Shan Kong rested his chin on his hand and said, I kind of want to stay and watch the fun. At this time, Zhang Fan got closer to the central altar. He said, This feeling is just like when I deduced the dragon-suppressing platform recorded in the classics of the Yahello Sword Sect. It seems this place is indeed not a tomb, but a place where immortal Emperor Ling Xiao suppressed something. Shan Kong sweated nervously and said, Master, what you just said makes me a bit scared. The thing that needed the great emperor to suppress it? Do you think it will suddenly appear later? Right at this moment, a gloomy voice came from the altar above. Finally, someone has entered this tomb. Old thief Ling Xiao, I will seize the body of your successor and roam the myriad worlds. This voice came from a ferocious-looking black dragon. It was bound by chains. The junior chosen by the old thief Ling Xiao. Are you scared stiff by me? Can't even say a word? Zhang Fan said decisively. I'd really like to know, after being suppressed for tens of thousands of years, how much of your strength can you still exert? The other party immediately became angry upon hearing this. Junior, you look down on me. I will imprison your primordial spirit and make you watch as I use your body to walk out of this dragon-suppressing platform and rule the Tianyun continent. Zhang Fan smiled and replied, As expected of someone who's been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Your brain is fried. The black dragon went berserk. It charged toward Zhang Fan, saying, Brat, give me your body. After speaking, it tried to grab Zhang Fan with its sharp claws, but it was blocked by Zhang Fan's powerful sword intent. The black dragon was a little surprised. Brat, your sword intent. You are indeed the successor of that old thief. Zhang Fan said nothing. The black dragon spoke again. Wait until I find a better body. I will chop you into 1,000,000 pieces. Suddenly, strange rays of light emanated from the surroundings, surprising the black dragon endlessly. Zhang Fan was equally surprised. Before he could understand what was happening, those rays of light shot straight towards the black dragon, attacking it. The black dragon roared in pain. What is this? Those rays of light were actually giant swords piercing the black dragon's entire body. It roared in anger. Damn you, Ling Xiao. You actually left behind a way to deal with me long ago. Zhang Fan was extremely surprised. I thought I would have to expend some of the sword domain incarnation's energy. I didn't expect the dragon-suppressing platform to have already set up a formation to suppress the black dragon's resentful chi. At this moment, a person who did not look like he was from this era appeared. He materialized in the light. He said, I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, someone would finally enter this place. The black dragon roared. Ling Xiao, I knew you left a backup plan to deal with me. The other party replied calmly. I did indeed leave a backup plan, but it wasn't to deal with you. Then Ling Xiao said to Zhang Fan, Brat, you're not bad. Even if I hadn't acted just now, you could have easily suppressed this earthworm, right? He smiled and said, It's just something that has lost its body and been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. The black dragon shouted in shame and anger. I am a mighty black dragon. How could I be defeated by this brat? Ling Xiao glared at the black dragon. He said, Although I am just a wisp of his consciousness incarnation. But let me ask you, did I give you permission to speak? As soon as the words fell, all the swords struck at once, piercing straight into the black dragon's body. The black dragon wailed incessantly. At this moment, Ling Xiao said to Zhang Fan, "All right, I don't know why you were able to obtain his inheritance, along with a portion of the origin power from the outside world. But since you're here, I should also fulfill my mission." Zhang Fan asked doubtfully, "Mission? What mission?" Ling Xiao suddenly reached out his hand. An intense ray of light shot out from the black dragon's mouth. It begged incessantly, "Old thief Ling Xiao, what are you planning to do? I was wrong. Spare me. I'll obediently stay in the dragon-suppressing platform. I'll never go out again." At this moment, Shan Kong, who had crept over, was blinded by the light, seeing the terrifying light emanating from Ling Xiao's entire body. He asked, "Master, why did this dragon become like this?" Zhang Fan glared at him. Shan Kong immediately understood. He quickly covered his mouth. He giggled and said, "I won't say any more." Ling Xiao held a golden orb and said, "The bloodline power has awakened, and it seems to have evolved the bloodline power. The little fellow next to you has pretty good talent too." Zhang Fan thought to himself, "Shan Kong is so big, yet he turned into a piglet, hiding in the old man's mouth. You're a big shot. Whatever you say goes." Ling Xiao picked up an ancient book and said, "This is the Tianyun Sword Classic, the culmination of his life's learning. Consider it the prerequisite cultivation method for the Ling Xiao Sword Classic. Brat, I feel there is another power in your body. This dragon pearl can help you repair your origin." Hearing this, Zhang Fan was startled. The other party reminded him, "Don't think that just because I'm his consciousness incarnation, you can underestimate my knowledge." Zhang Fan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This junior, Zhang Fan, formally thanks the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Zhang Fan, huh? You're indeed not bad. As his successor, I can rest assured." After hearing this, Zhang Fan was still in a complete fog. He asked again about the previous Immortal Emperor's meaning. Ling Xiao explained in detail, "I was originally a wisp of his consciousness incarnation. My main task was to guide his successor here. Since you've arrived, my mission is complete. Naturally, I will disappear. It's just that my body also contains the power he left behind before he left this world. I'll give you a hand." At this moment, outside the endless deep sea, someone saw the light reflecting from inside. He guessed, that seems to be the direction of the bottomless deep sea. Who could it be? Could it be that another sword immortal has appeared in the Tianyun continent? The others then said, "Perhaps a Sword Dao immortal treasure is about to appear. Let's get there quickly." Back to Zhang Fan's side. Ling Xiao was instructing him, "Zhang Fan, this is the Ling Xiao Sword Classic. I'm not as proficient as he is. You must work hard. Don't tarnish his reputation." Zhang Fan's face was dazed. At this moment, Ling Xiao had disappeared. Only his voice lingered in his ears. "My true inheritance is in your sea of consciousness. Zhang Fan, I wish you great martial fortune." Then Zhang Fan said to Shan Kong, "Let's go. We should also return to the island." At this moment, Zhang Fan and Shan Kong had walked out of the endless deep sea. Suddenly, the sea waves began to become more violent. Shan Kong pointed and said, "Master, look." Zhang Fan urged, "Let's go. We can't stay long. Let's go back to the island." In another corner, a silver-haired man was observing. He frowned and said, "The aura of the Ling Xiao Great Emperor is indeed in the Tianyun continent. Before the other forces arrive, I must find the Great Emperor's tomb." The Tianyun continent appeared in his eyes, like a small boat drifting on the great waves, not knowing when it would capsize. The scene shifts to the Void Island. Zhang Fan and Shan Kong returned safely. As soon as she saw them, Zhong Yulian ran out to greet her master. "Master, you're back. Was this trip successful?" she asked. Zhang Fan replied calmly, "The next objective has been achieved. We need to go into seclusion for a while. Yulian, I'm leaving the Void Island in your care for a while." After speaking, he went into his room to rest. Zhong Yulian still couldn't believe her ears. Her master had just entrusted the Void Island to her. She immediately exclaimed with joy, "Does this mean Master sees me as someone who can help him now?" "Yes, yes, yes," Jiang Yuanling replied with a smile. Zhong Yulian also thought to herself, "I must also work hard to catch up with Yulian. Otherwise, I won't be able to help the High Immortal." On the other side, Zhang Fan was resting in his room. Then he called the system. The system appeared. It displayed energy received, damage repaired. All functions have been restored. Detected that the host has obtained a sword classic. It leads directly to the Great Tao. The host's sword Tao cultivation will upgrade the system. After reading it, Zhang Fan said with confusion, "Does the system mean that I can now cultivate on my own? And cultivation can also earn experience to upgrade the system? Because of the sword domain's ability, I have always been using the Great Tao sword intent. During this time, my comprehension of the Tianyun sword classic has been extremely fast. My cultivation has also suddenly soared." Zhang Fan then made his next plan. "I want to focus on cultivation. This way, even if the system is severely damaged, it won't affect my ability to protect myself." The scene shifts to the entrance of the endless deep sea. The place was crowded with people. A bald old monk spoke up. "Everyone, don't forget that this is the Tianyun continent. Zhang Fan has returned from the immortal demon battlefield. We can't stay here for long." Hearing this, the purple-haired girl also said, "Everyone has confirmed it. This aura belongs to the Lingxiao immortal emperor who unexpectedly fell 100,000 years ago. Then it's every man for himself." The white-robed young master next to her also agreed. "I agree as well." Then he said loudly, "Everyone, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the Lingxiao immortal emperor, then don't blame the great figures behind you for holding you accountable." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately entered the endless deep sea. At this moment, the green-haired young man frowned and said, "It's clearly a fortuitous opportunity for our Tianyun continent, yet it's being seized by outside forces." The old man next to him also chimed in, "The leaders are immortals. Our Tianyun continent currently only has that sword immortal of the southern wasteland. Facing the myriad worlds, we are naturally powerless to resist." The person opposite said indignantly, "When I become an immortal, like that sword immortal, I will definitely protect this world. I won't let others come and go as they please in my Tianyun continent." Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the endless deep sea. Even the people outside could feel it. At this moment, the green-haired young man guessed, "Could it be that those immortals are fighting down there?" The old man asked doubtfully, "Could it be that they really found the tomb of the Lingxiao immortal emperor?" Just then, the young master from before came out of the endless deep sea with a displeased expression and said, "Who is it?" The others also returned from inside one after another. The silver-haired man said, "Everyone, someone has already entered the secret realm and beaten us to it. They've obtained the inheritance of the Lingxiao immortal emperor. What do you all plan to do?" He looked towards the purple-haired girl. The girl replied angrily, "Who do you think it could be? If it's Zhang Fan, I'm afraid we should leave the Tianyun continent." Hearing this, the bald old monk suddenly burst out laughing. "I, on the other hand, don't think so. You have all cultivated for nearly 10,000 years to squeeze into the ranks of immortals. Are you really going to run away in fear just because of a junior? Besides, I don't know whose orders you're following, but I must find the inheritance of the Lingxiao immortal emperor." The other three also fell into deep thought upon hearing this. At this moment, the silver-haired man spoke up. "Everyone, since it's like this, let's send someone to investigate the southern wasteland. Then we'll discuss it further when we get out." After speaking, they immediately took action. Dao Xian had been observing all along. He said, "I'm afraid the immortals from the outside won't give up so easily. It seems I must make a trip to the southern wasteland to meet fellow Taoist Zhang." Dao Xian was about to arrive at the Void Island. His disciple asked, "Master, is this that sword immortal's Void Island? There are many hidden auras around." Before he could finish, Dao Xian interrupted, "They're all young people, either cunning or courageous. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Zhang's Void Island has kept its defensive formation open ever since he returned from the Outer Realms." He felt puzzled. Then he guessed, could he have been injured in the Outer Realms? "But I heard he also went to the Endless Abyss." Dao Xian sighed. "It seems our generation has lost. We can only rely on fellow Taoist Zhang to stabilize the Tianyun continent. Kid, you have to work hard." Then he said to his disciple, Let's go. Let's go to the island first." As soon as they landed, they heard Zhong Yulian's report. Dao Xian was extremely surprised. He blurted out, "What? Zhang Fan is in seclusion?" Zhong Yulian explained, "Master took Shan Kong on a trip to the Endless Abyss Sea. He went into seclusion after returning. But don't worry, Senior Dao. I have now ascended to the heavenly rank and broken through to the loose, immortal realm. She patted her chest confidently and spoke. Hearing this, Dao Xian also felt extremely surprised. I didn't expect that after a trip to the immortal demon battlefield. Young friend Yulian, you actually ascended to become an immortal. It's truly, just as he wanted to continue speaking. He suddenly stopped, looking at young friend Yulian. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This old Taoist has cultivated for 1,000 years. It was truly in vain. At this time, Dao Xian was a bit dispirited, sharing with Zhong Yulian. However, the current situation is a bit complex. I'll have to trouble young friend Yulian to work hard for a while. Zhong Yulian smiled and replied, Taoist priest need not worry. This young lady is looking for someone to test her sword on. Before leaving, Dao Xian also instructed, if your master comes out of seclusion, please let this old Taoist know. Quite a few foreign realm forces have descended upon the endless abyss sea. This old Taoist wants to gather the righteous sects to discuss how to respond. After speaking, he immediately took his disciples and left. Hearing these words, Zhong Yulian thought to herself, this is the first time I've seen Master go into seclusion so seriously. Could it be he was miserably defeated by that mysterious person? She was puzzled in her heart. At this time, in Zhang Fan's room, his whole body radiated powerful energy. The image shifts to outside the protective formation of the Tianyun continent. On a meteorite, foreigners had gathered at the fissure connecting the two realms. A bald man spoke up. There is news. The sect master of the Supreme Sect, the leading sect of the Tianyun continent, has returned to the Supreme Sect after his trip to the southern wilderness, and immediately summoned the righteous sects. Hearing this, the purple-haired woman laughed and said, it seems the Tianyun sword immortal, famous in the 33 heavens, has made a mistake again. We can temporarily ignore this person. The other party gritted his teeth and said, this great lord still wants to exchange blows with that brat, to see if he is truly a heaven's chosen. At this time, the silver-haired man spoke up. Everyone, get ready. News of immortal Emperor Ling Zhao's inheritance has already reached the immortal realm. If we delay, by then, there will only be more people fighting for it. A young lord brushed his sleeves and said, this young lord has already arranged people down there. Let's go. After speaking, the others also followed him and left. The silver-haired man looked at their retreating backs and sneered, His Majesty has plotted for many years. How could he let you latecomers taint immortal Emperor Ling Zhao's inheritance? The silver-haired man revealed a cunning smile. No one can escape His Majesty's plan. The image shifts to the soul-shaking demon cave. The envoy of the soul-shaking demon cave appeared, saying, preparations have been made for a long time. Start acting according to the plan. The demon lord respectfully replied with both hands clasped. This lord has already arranged the subordinates. Just waiting for your excellency the envoy to give the order. The envoy of the soul-shaking demon cave nodded to show satisfaction, saying, very good. Upon return, I will report to the great lord and His Majesty. After speaking, he turned and left. The demon lord only then sat back in his chair, letting out a treacherous laugh. Really treating me like a dog to be called and dismissed? Dismissed at will? The demon lord's words were full of hidden meaning, making one unable to help but wonder about his next move. The image shifts to Dao Xian, Li Zhouyu, and the sect master of the Holy Sword sect meeting those foreigners. Dao Xian still greeted them politely. Hi, immortals. This old Taoist is Dao Xian of the Tianyun continent's Supreme Sect, representing the cultivation world of the Tianyun continent to welcome the immortal lords. That young lord smiled and replied, Taoist priest is too polite. Fellow Taoists, coming here today, could be you don't trust us? His words seemed to touch upon their inner worries. Dao Xian still tried to explain. High immortal must be joking. The Tianyun continent has been hidden from the world for 10,000 years. The descent of the High Immortals is a major event for our cultivation world. Naturally, we must entertain you well. The purple-haired woman rolled her eyes, saying, forget the entertainment. Old Taoist, rest assured, we are also forces of the Immortal Realm Alliance and are also of the righteous path. Naturally, we won't act recklessly in the Tianyun continent. Dao Xian said respectfully. This old Taoist naturally wouldn't suspect the High Immortals. I just fear the hospitality might be lacking. If there is anything you need help with, please just speak up. On the other side, the silver-haired man watched the reactions of the three. He thought to himself, the leaders of the righteous path of the Tianyun continent have all come. It seems this plan is progressing smoothly. The scene shifts to the soul-suppressing demon cave. The sect master of the ghost howl, Sect, hurriedly reported to the demon venerable. Lord Demon Venerable, everything is proceeding according to plan. That old Taoist Dao Xian is leading people to the endless abyss. The righteous path is like a headless fly. The demon venerable was satisfied and replied, after this is successful, I will not treat you unfairly. Go. You don't need to report to me anymore. The ghost howl sect master hurriedly cowed out. He said respectfully, Lord Demon Venerable, this humble one takes his leave. The demon venerable was overjoyed by the news. He laughed loudly. He said smugly, Tianyun, sword immortal. Once I succeed, the entire Tianyun continent will be in my pocket. The scene shifts to the Green Mountain Pavilion. Black smoke and fire were enveloping the city. The fire was raging. The common people fled in panic. The sound of crying was endless. The leader steadfastly encouraged the disciples, saying, hold on a little longer. I've already sent a distress signal to the surrounding fellow sects, telling them we are under attack by the demonic path. At this moment, a person from the demonic path appeared. He laughed loudly. Old man, give up. You will have no reinforcements. Do you think you're only surrounded by us? Huh? The leader was shocked by these words. He was utterly shaken. He blurted out, what? Could it be you, of the demonic path? The person from the demonic path laughed sinisterly and said, haha, the Lord Demon Venerable broke the seal long ago. He has been hiding and biding his time, all to make you hypocritical righteous sects let down your guard, waiting for the right opportunity. The leader realized the situation was not good. The demonic path conspiracy is huge. There's actually a demon venerable leading the demonic path from the shadows. He declared loudly, righteousness shines brightly. The Tao is boundless. We are cultivators of the Tao. We save ourselves and others. For the living beings of the Tianyun continent, we swear to protect the Tao with our lives. Everyone replied in unison. As you command, Elder. At this moment, the leader said to the red-haired girl and the blue-haired boy, you two are the strongest young disciples of the Zhengyi Temple. I will lead all the disciples to protect you. You must report this matter to the temple master in the Endless Sea region and the other righteous sections. He instructed them with great importance. Hearing these words, the red-haired girl opened her mouth to speak. Elder, she was interrupted by the other party. I will protect myself. I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. The old man urged. At this moment, a person from the demonic path appeared, wanting to attack them. Trying to escape, the leader ordered, run quickly. After speaking, he unleashed his ultimate technique, wanting to perish together with the people of the demonic path. The red-haired girl was moved to tears. Watching the cruel scene, the blue-haired boy urged her to leave, not to let the elder's sacrifice be in vain. At this moment, the city of Qingshan was engulfed in flames. A person from the demonic path appeared to report. Elder, 2 fish slipped through the net. Should I lead people to capture them? Before he could finish, he replied, no need. Even if that old Taoist Jew Xian finds out, it will be too late. Continue with the plan. At this moment, he planted a flag, as if declaring that this area had been occupied by the demonic path. The flag had the character when written on it. At night, in Linyuan Ancient City, Zhu Xian looked into the distance. He sighed. During this time, those immortals from the outside have made no move. This makes me even more uneasy. Suddenly, someone came to report. Sect Master, it's bad. Zhu Xian said calmly. Remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you. Don't panic when things happen. The other party reported. Sect Master, the Zhengyi Temple in the northern plains and other righteous sects were suddenly attacked by the demonic path. Only 2 people from the Zhengyi Temple escaped to Linyuan Ancient City. There is no news from the other sects for now. Hearing this, Zhu Xian was extremely shocked. Even a horsetail whisk in his hand broke. What? Since when did the demonic path secretly recover its strength? With such a big commotion, how could our spies not have any news? A masked man hurriedly asked. What exactly happened to the Zhengyi Temple? Where are those 2 disciples now? How are their injuries? The subordinate replied. I've already sent them for treatment. The senior sister among them told me before she fainted that the Zhengyi temple has, in a raging sea of fire, the elder who stayed behind to cover for them, escaped with the sword of the Zhengyi temple. At this moment, the figure of the leader appeared on the sword. He left a few words before he died. Temple Master, Senior Brother, the demon Venerable has broken the seal. No one knew. He has secretly controlled the entire demonic path, suppressing our righteous sections. I have failed. I could not protect the Zhengyi temple. I can only ask you, Senior Brother, and our fellow Taoists to avenge the Zhengyi temple. Hearing these words, Dao Xian's subordinate said angrily, Sect Master Dao, our sect is right next to the Zhengyi temple. The elders and disciples who stayed behind are all here. Listen to the disciples' opinions. Dao Xian decided to issue an order. Immediately send a warning to all righteous and demonic path families and sections. The demonic path is becoming increasingly rampant. The situation is unclear. Nearby families and sects should temporarily form a joint defense. Then he informed everyone, I want to go to the southern wasteland. Fellow Taoists, gather all your forces. If the situation is unfavorable, retreat to the southern wasteland. The scene shifts to the entrance of the endless abyss sea. It was late at night. The people outside sat together in a circle, discussing animatedly. Suddenly, someone came to report. Young Master, according to news, from the sects of the Tianyuan continent. The demonic path in the Tianyuan continent suddenly attacked the righteous sections. Dozens of sects have lost contact. It is suspected that they have been annihilated. Hearing this, the young master exclaimed in surprise. The bald man asked doubtfully, Zhang Fan is in the Tianyuan continent. How could the demonic path annihilate dozens of righteous sects? The girl in purple said, I feel this matter is a bit strange. Moreover, we haven't found any clues about the direction of the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor's inheritance these past few days. The white-haired man said excitedly, the Tianyuan continent's struggle with the demonic path has nothing to do with us. Moreover, I think this is an opportunity. Hearing this, the other three all looked surprised. They exclaimed in unison. The silver-haired old man then explained, there were clues before that. Zhang Fan had disguised himself as someone else and appeared in the endless abyss. Now, there are rumors that he is in seclusion on the Dao Island. I don't know. I suspect the inheritance is in his hands. If the demonic path of the Tianyuan continent suppresses the righteous path, do you think the remaining righteous forces will ask the southern wasteland for help? At that time, the demonic path of the Tianyuan continent. Before he could finish, the young master interrupted. At that time, that so-called demon Venerable might be able to help us probe a bit. See if that kid has the inheritance or not. If not, there's naturally no need to tear off all pretenses. If he does, we can pretend to help the Tianyuan continent eliminate the demonic path and take the opportunity to seize the inheritance. The bald cultivator gulped. He said, you guys are truly deep schemers. He added, you guys are also really ambitious. I'll keep my distance from you in the future. At this moment, the silver-haired old man had separated himself from the three. He had an arrogant expression on his face. He sneered inwardly. A bunch of trash, being played in the palm of someone's hand. The scene shifts to the Void Island. Dao Xian had reported the news to Zhong Yulian. After hearing it, she asked in surprise, how did a demon Venerable suddenly appear? The other party said in a low tone, before I came, I checked the sect's ancient records. I'm afraid it's a demon from the Tianyuan continent, once suppressed by the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor. His name is Shihun. He was originally supposed to have been tortured to death by the seal, but somehow he broke the seal and quietly escaped. Then he mentioned Zhang Fan. Zhong Yulian also said, this is also the first time I've seen Master in seclusion for so long. At this moment, in Zhang Fan's room, he didn't know how many days he had been cultivating. He still maintained one posture, without eating or drinking. 10 days later, at the Supreme Sect, the battle was still raging fiercely. The people of the righteous path all looked horrified. I can't believe that in just 10 short days, the demon sect could take advantage of our defenses and attack dozens of sects and families. Dao Xian sighed. He said in the message, we old-timers are useless. We can only rely on little Taoist friend Yulian. Sect Master Dao, why would you say that? I am also a part of the Tianyan continent. Please rest assured, Sect Master Dao. Suddenly, someone came to report. It's bad. Sect Master Dao looked quickly. He pointed to the sky. There are large armies of the demonic path on 3 sides. Dao Xian's expression changed drastically. It seems the demonic path wants to wipe us all out. I wonder if that Hun demon Venerable will come. He will definitely come. I can already feel a powerful force. As soon as the words fell, the Hun demon Venerable appeared with his army. He said arrogantly, as expected of the only disciple of the Tianyun Sword Immortal. You can even sense my presence. To become an immortal at such a young age. Such a gifted kid. Why not come and serve me? He extended an invitation to Zhong Yulian. The sect master of the Ghost Howl sect was a little surprised. This little girl has already become an immortal. Yulian snorted coldly and said with a firm tone, You thing that's neither human nor ghost. You dare to dream of replacing my master? The Hun demon Venerable laughed heartily. Stinky brat. Not bad. I will give you a chance in the future. After speaking, he pointed at Yulian and ordered his subordinates to attack her. The people of the demonic path swarmed forward. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. In another corner, a group of people from the outside were watching. It seems the demonic path of the Tianyan continent is quite accomplished. A young master spoke up. Everyone, don't forget our plan. If the righteous path's allied army fails, help them open the southern passage. Let them escape to the southern wasteland. A silver-haired old man reminded them. Of course, a purple-haired girl replied. She secretly calculated in her heart. It seems it's not just the 6 elephants palace of the Shangzhen immortal realm helping the demonic path of the Tianyan continent. So which force is interfering here? Back on the battlefield, Dao Xian was also fighting with his weapon. His heart was full of worry. I wonder if little friend Yulian can hold off the Hun demon Venerable. Dao Xian looked towards the most intense part of the battlefield. He saw little friend Yulian still smiling and saying, Demon, I will use you to test my sword. She swung her sword at the enemy without hesitation. The Ghost Howl sect master was quite frightened. He muttered, This little girl has actually become an immortal, and a sword immortal at that. Suddenly, the Hun demon Venerable also joined the battle. He sneak attacked little friend Yulian from behind and said, Not bad strength, but you can't do anything to me. Little friend Yulian frowned. She snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to have become a demon too. Hearing this sentence, Dao Xian was utterly shocked. He blurted out, This demon Venerable has also become a demon like an immortal? The Hun demon Venerable laughed heartily. He waved the flag in his hand. He declared arrogantly, Brat, then let me show you my true strength. As soon as the words fell, his body suddenly swelled up, turning into a giant. He waved his giant skeletal hand, grabbing towards little friend Yulian. Little friend Yulian was caught off guard. She was sent flying. Hun continued, If I hadn't been suppressed by Ling Xiao and lost my origin, could a brat like you stand before me? It seems little friend Yulian was in trouble. She silently called out to her master in her heart. At the same time, Zhang Fan suddenly woke up. It seemed Yulian's call had entered his subconscious. He wondered, Is Yulian injured? The battle ended. Everyone was treating their injuries. Yulian said with a sad expression, I'm sorry, Senior Dao. I've disappointed you. Dao Xian replied calmly, As the leader of the righteous path of the Tianyun continent, I'm the one who should feel ashamed. Who would have thought that a demon suppressed for 10,000 years could still retain such a cultivation level? I don't know how many lives in the Tianyan continent he has taken by now. Sigh. After Master went into seclusion, my performance has only been a disappointment. I've clearly become an immortal, yet I can't even solve this small matter myself. Suddenly, Dao Xian panicked. He blurted out, Not good. That demon is gathering the fate of the entire Tianyan continent. What does he want to do? Dao Xian asked, puzzled. The scene shifts to the soul-suppressing demon cave. The emissary of the soul-suppressing demon cave had a displeased expression. He loudly questioned Han, Why did you have to do this? Do you have no regard for the Shangzhong immortal realm? Don't forget who rescued you from the Lingxiao Heavenly Emperor's seal, who helped you recover from your injuries. Han replied with a calm expression. I'm very grateful to that kid Zhang Bing. After I finish my great undertaking, I will personally go to the Shangzhong immortal realm to thank him. The emissary of the soul-suppressing demon cave cursed angrily. Arrogant. Wait until I report to my master. Let's see how you face him. After speaking, he summoned a golden immortal crane. He released it into the sky. But as soon as the immortal crane flew up, it hit an invisible wall, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Shurhan, what have you done? How dare you sever the connection between the Tianyun continent and the myriad worlds? The emissary of the soul-suppressing demon, Cave, asked in shock. The demon venerable, Shurhan, laughed loudly. I dare to do this. So naturally I was prepared. Wait until I gather enough fate from the entire Tianyun continent, recover my ancient cultivation, and break through the realm. I will become the second Ling Xiao. The scene shifts to the Tai Su asteroid. Everyone outside was seriously injured. The bald man asked weakly, Shangzhong, Immortal Realm. What do you want to do? The silver-haired man finally revealed his true face. He said in a cold tone, the Shangzhong Immortal Realm has been planning for 10,000 years. How can we let you send news back to the Immortal Realm? Didn't you wonder? That demon venerable Shurhan was intentionally released and nurtured by your Immortal Realm. You used us to eliminate the interfering outside forces, giving him the opportunity to unify the entire Tianyun continent. Aren't you afraid of being backstabbed? The silver-haired man smiled calmly and replied, he's just a dog raised by his majesty. What's there to be afraid of? After he unifies the entire Tianyun continent, with his help, I can naturally obtain the inheritance of the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor quickly. Everyone, please wait patiently. I will entertain you well. The purple-haired girl sneered and said, your immortal realm will sooner or later face retribution. The young master next to her added, when I return to the immortal realm, I will definitely inform the other immortal realms. The scene shifts to the southern wasteland island. Dao Xian and Zhong Yulian could only watch helplessly as the demonic army ran rampant. Dao Xian sighed and said, this demon has gathered the fate of the Tianyun continent. He must have a conspiracy. I'm afraid only Zhang Fan can stop him, but he is currently in seclusion. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared. Dao Xian immediately recognized it. It's Zhang Fan. He has passed his tribulation and come out of seclusion. It seems his cultivation has improved again. Zhang Fan walked over leisurely. As soon as Zhong Yulian saw him, she was overjoyed. Master, you're finally out of seclusion. Zhang Fan gently stroked her head and said, you've suffered. You were wronged while I was in seclusion, and I couldn't help you in time. Hearing this, Zhong Yulian asked in surprise, Master, you know everything? Zhang Fan also turned to Dao Xian and said, Taoist Master, rest assured. Although I was in seclusion, I already know what happened. Even if it wasn't for the Tianyun continent, someone dared to bully my disciple, Yulian, I will definitely make them pay the price. He declared firmly. At this moment, Dao Xian laughed happily and said, with Zhang Fan taking action, I can rest assured. Zhang Fan replied, I just don't know when to strike. Of course, I'm waiting for the other party to come to me. He said, wait until he has expanded to his limit. The people hiding behind him will jump out one by one. At this moment, the Hun demon venerable had not yet discovered Zhang Fan's appearance and was still smug about his achievements. My injuries are recovering quickly. The demonic path followers bowed respectfully. They shouted in unison, Demon Venerable is mighty. Tianyun unifies the heavens. Shihan laughed heartily. Then he gave an order. Prepare yourselves. Be ready to march to the southern wasteland at any time. The Ghost Howl Cave Master replied respectfully. As you command, Lord Demon Venerable. Shurhan announced loudly. When I control the Tianyun continent, the Shangzhong Immortal Realm, Zhang Ming, the Immortal King. I'm about to become an immortal emperor. Then he looked towards a small island where Zhang Fan was and said, now the only thing blocking my way is the Tianyun Sword Mountain of the southern wasteland. The scene shifts to the Tai Su asteroid. Through that crack, one could see the current movements of the demonic path. The silver-haired man saw this scene. He had a surprised expression. Shurhan, what does he want to do? Is he crazy? The emissary of the soul-suppressing demon, Cave, told him everything. He has gathered the fate of the entire Tianyun continent except for the southern wasteland. In this situation, his fate has been enhanced. Shurhan doesn't need our help. He can quickly recover his injuries in cultivation. At this point, he was extremely furious. Hun is truly an ungrateful and treacherous person. He has completely forgotten the kindness the immortal realm showed him. We must teach him a lesson, the white-haired man said calmly. I will teach him a lesson. Let him know the might of the immortal realm. It's not something a person who crawled up from the lower realms like him can provoke. But now is not the time. Just wait a little longer. At that time, I will give you the opportunity to deal with him. His tone was extremely certain. The emissary of the soul-suppressing demon cave could not contain his anger. He declared, I want him to pay the price for what he has done. The other party smiled and replied, Don't worry, you won't have to wait long. Hun's ambition will make him unable to hold back any longer. The scene shifts to the southern wasteland's floating island. The demonic skull was absorbing power here. Dao Xian guessed several days have passed. That demon Hun, relying on fate. His strength has probably increased a lot. Then he went to Zhang Fan and asked, Do you really want to wait for Hun to become stronger? Wait for him to come and challenge you before you act. Zhang Fan calmly comforted him. Taoist master, rest assured. He wants to ride the momentum. He doesn't dare to come and challenge us. In his heart, he is still afraid of us. Dao Xian added, Although Hun has always been suppressed, we don't know how many more demons there are. Zhang Fan stood up and said, All right, Taoist master. It seems the other party can't wait any longer. At this moment, the demonic path followers were surrounding the floating island. Dao Xian also saw this scene. He said to Zhang Fan, I will go and gather the other fellow Taoists. When the demon Hun appears, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Fan called Yulian. Master, I have recently made a breakthrough in the sword Dao. Watch carefully later. Hearing these words, Yulian was extremely excited. Zhang Fan gently stroked her head and said, By the way, Master will help you get revenge. Who would be so bold as to bully my disciple? A moment later, Dao Xian had gathered many people from the immortal realms. He stood up and said, Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. Although the demon is strong, we have the Tianyun Sword Immortal. Since the Tianyun Sword Immortal's debut, he has never had an opponent. He declared. Everyone replied in unison. The High Immortal has never been defeated. This time will surely be the same. At this moment, the demon Venerable Hun sneered contemptuously. A bunch of defeated soldiers, hiding behind a brat. Truly an eye-opener. The demon Venerable Hun struck up a conversation with Zhang Fan. You are the first person I've met, besides the Ling Xiao family, who possesses such extraordinary talent. Submit to me. What do you think? Zhang Fan immediately replied. This naturally makes me feel honored. But don't you think you're being too arrogant? Hearing this, Hun laughed heartily. It seems your talent has given you such courage, but you are still too young. How can you compare to me? I've been free and unfettered under Ling Xiao for so many years. But you have only inherited a part of Ling Xiao's power. You can't possibly comprehend my power. After speaking, he stood up arrogantly. He waved the flag in his hand. He declared, Gather all the fate of this world. Help me quickly recover from my injuries. I will completely grasp the source of the Tianyun continent. All those who want to control me, who want me to submit, will all kneel before me. Zhang Fan said with some surprise. Grasp the source of the Tianyun continent. How do you know how to grasp the source? After hearing this, Hun let out a sound of surprise. You also know about the source? It seems that bastard Ling Xiao really did teach you a lot. However, suddenly the ground began to crack. Inqi erupted from the ground. Dao Xian exclaimed in shock. What's happening? Zhong Yulian asked. Master, is the earth dragon shifting its position? Zhang Fan said calmly. No, it's the demon Hun about to grasp the source. Dao Xian was extremely shocked. He said the source. According to the records of our sect's founder, if one grasps the source, one can break through the bottleneck of one's own fate and cultivation. Then he said to Zhang Fan, Fellow Taoist Zhang, are we just going to watch as the demon completely grasps the source of the Tianyun continent? Zhang Fan stroked his chin. He slowly said, I'm a little curious. Nowadays, all realms have methods to obtain the world's origin. The price is destruction. Hearing this, Dao Xian then asked, Then shouldn't we quickly stop the demon? Zhang Fan patted his shoulder and explained, What I mean is, this situation has happened before. Nowadays, the immortal realm places great importance on the origin of all realms. Furthermore, the Tianyun continent has produced a successor of the heavenly emperor Ling Xiao. It should be given more importance. I just find it strange. Why haven't the people from the other immortal realms made a move yet? At this moment, Shi Hun suddenly spoke up. They naturally won't make a move, he said with a sinister smile. Those people rely on the empty fame of their immortal realm origins, thinking they can use it to suppress me. They want to turn me into their pawn. Little do they know, they're just pawns in my hand. Hearing this, Zhang Fan let out a soft "oh." Then he said, the people you're talking about must be the subordinates of that old man Zhang Bing from the upper three immortal realms, right? What a bunch of foolish trash. To be so easily used by you. The demon venerable Shi Hun laughed heartily. Humph. They are indeed trash, daring to be arrogant in front of me. I will definitely punish them well in the future. Now, Zhang Fan, I ask you one last time. Are you willing to submit to me? I will make you my right-hand man. I will protect your loved ones. Zhang Fan replied without hesitation. Lord Demon Venerable, there's no need to favor me so much. Besides, I value my own future in the immortal realm more. I don't want to be like you, fallen into demonhood. Hearing this, the evil soul was a little surprised. He praised, not bad, impressive knowledge. I didn't expect someone in the Tianyun continent to recognize that I have fallen into demonhood. If he remains stubborn, I can only be impolite. Hearing this, Dao Xian gave an order in a deep voice. Form the formation. The fate of the righteous path of Tianyun is all riding on this battle. The evil soul stretched out its giant, bony hand, wanting to attack. Dao Xian and the disciples combined their strength, swinging their swords to form a shield to block. The demon venerable Shi Hun cursed angrily. You little ants! How dare you resist me? He increased his strength. The giant, bony hand pressed down fiercely on the shield. Dao Xian suffered internal injuries and spat out blood. He said to Zhang Fan with great effort, Fellow Taoist Zhang, it seems my whole life has come down to relying on you. The evil soul continued to roar. Brat, now you're the only one left. Hurry up and submit to me. Zhang Fan casually cleaned his ear and said, I say, can you not speak so loudly? Although I appreciate you thinking so highly of me, I really want to say, the evil soul asked impatiently. What do you want to say? Zhang Fan raised his middle finger. He said impolitely, what I want to say is a demon venerable like you is just a stray dog suppressed by the Tianyun immortal emperor. You can only hide and cower. What right do you have to be so arrogant and challenge me? The evil soul was furious. This brat dares to be so disrespectful. It seems I've been too kind to you. He made up his mind. Brat, I will seal your soul into my soul flag, so you will suffer day and night, never to be reincarnated. Zhang Fan was not afraid at all. He drew his long sword. He swung it once. The evil soul exclaimed in shock. What? Why is this sword intent so familiar? This brat clearly just inherited the Tianyun immortal emperor's inheritance not long ago. How could this one sword strike sever? My fate incarnation? Zhang Fan sneered contemptuously. You only dare to come to the southern wasteland and act mighty by relying on the majority of the Tianyun continent's fate. The evil soul was furious. Brat, even if I have to risk my life today, I will chop you into 100 pieces. Even if the Tianyun continent is buried with me, it's worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, as if wanting to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhang Fan snorted coldly. I was going to spare your dog life, so you could reveal who's behind you. It seems that's not possible now. Before he finished speaking, he swung his sword. The evil soul's incarnation was still gathering power. It said smugly, I have cultivated for 10,000 years. Plus the blessing of the Tianyun continent's fate. I have grasped the world's origin power. How could a junior like you defeat me? However, before it could counterattack, the evil soul's incarnation was gradually dissipated by Zhang Fan's powerful sword intent. The evil soul was terrified. Just one sword strike. His body was also being eroded bit by Zhang Fan's extraordinary sword intent. All that was left was the sound of his tragic screams. This is impossible. The evil soul's incarnation completely dissipated. He still couldn't believe it. I can't believe that just after escaping Ling Xiao's seal, I would immediately encounter Ling Xiao's successor. It's truly like Ling Xiao reborn. My dream of hegemony. Zhang Fan sighed. A piece of trash like you also dreams of ruling the world? Truly, villains love to put on a show. No matter how angry the evil soul was, he had to accept the truth. He had been defeated by Zhang Fan's sword domain. At this moment, the sky returned to its blue color. Everyone cheered and jumped for joy. The Tianyun sword immortal is invincible. The demon has been eliminated. The Tianyun continent is saved. The Sect master of the Ghost Howl Sect was also shocked by this result. How can this be? Lord Demon Venerable was defeated by a junior. Should we run now? At this moment, the people of the Tianyun continent pointed their swords at him. They said, quickly pursue those demon cultivators. Restore peace to the Tianyun continent. At this moment, Dao Xian also said to Zhang Fan, I will lead people to completely eliminate those of the demonic path. Although their strength is weak, they like to cause trouble. Zhang Fan stopped him. Taoist master, don't be in a hurry. It's not over yet. So, the Tianyun continent is temporarily considered peaceful again. The outsiders were all staring at them with unfriendly eyes. Suddenly, a warship appeared. Shan Kong asked doubtfully, isn't this the mechanism of the Shangzhong immortal realm? Why has this rabble come to the Tianyun continent? Zhang Fan guessed. Perhaps they never left. Hearing this, Dao Xian asked seriously, you mean they were involved with the evil demon? He replied, isn't that obvious? Taoist master, you send people to hunt down the demon cultivators and pacify the continent. In the sky, the man in white and the emissary of the soul-suppressing demon cave were walking toward Zhang Fan. Dao Xian showed a helpless expression. He said, it seems this group of self-proclaimed immortals are not good people either. I can only say that the Tianyun continent is too weak. The emissary sneered at the man in white. Oomph. That evil demon was so arrogant before, but it turns out he's just a piece of trash. The other party retorted, if he's trash, then what are you? The emissary argued, I was just careless for a moment, and fell for his trick. The man in white commented, judging from the opponent's ability and strength, Zhang Fan's ability to defeat Mo Xian is definitely not an empty boast. The emissary frowned. He continued, Mo Xian just relied on the resources bestowed by His Majesty the Immortal King to accumulate his strength. You just wait and see. He's just a lucky country bumpkin. In a moment, I will make him obediently hand over the inheritance of the Ling Xiao Heavenly Emperor. After speaking, he said loudly, we represent His Majesty, the Zhongming Immortal King of the Shangzhong Immortal Realm, to help you eliminate the demons who intend to destroy the Tianyun continent. Hearing this, Shan Kong immediately retorted, how righteous of you. You only show up after we've eliminated the evil demon. Your skin is even thicker than mine. The emissary seemed to have been hit where it hurts. He said angrily, you lowly demon race, how dare you be so disrespectful to an emissary from the upper realm? Zhang Fan, you haven't disciplined your subordinates well. Then let me, the emissary, teach them a lesson for you. Zhang Fan, do you really see me as heir? The emissary was a little surprised. His authority was actually being ignored. Zhang Fan easily dispelled the other party's pressure. He pointed straight at his nose and said, Zhang Fan, although we arrived late, you must understand, an immortal from the upper realm who traveled thousands of miles to help you can't just come and go as he pleases. Zhang Fan gradually understood the other party's meaning, but he still pretended not to know. What do you want from me? The emissary said coldly. Naturally, the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao. You used it to defeat that evil demon. I think you also understand the principle that a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little. Zhang Fan said bluntly, what if I don't give it to you? The emissary drew his precious sword. He rushed toward Zhang Fan. He shouted, it seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Zhang Fan was not afraid at all. He also prepared to draw his sword. A flash of sword light appeared. That sharp-tongued emissary was sent flying. The silver-haired old man witnessed everything. He couldn't help but praise. As expected of the person who defeated the heavenly demon Mo Xian of the upper realm. Zhang Fan, you truly live up to your reputation. Zhang Fan asked directly, do you want to fight me too? The other party replied, My strength is not much different from my junior brothers. There's no need for that. It's just that, Zhang Fan, do you really think you can roam the myriad worlds now? Why not join the upper realm of Tianzhong? That way, the Tianyan continent will also be protected. He tried his best to recruit Zhang Fan. He wanted to persuade him. After all, the inheritance of the great Emperor Ling Xiao is not only being sought by the upper realm of Tianzhong. I don't know how many forces in the myriad worlds are coveting it. Just now, seeing you eliminate that evil demon. As long as I spread the news that you have the inheritance. Then, Zhang Fan just snorted softly upon hearing this. He was not afraid of the other party's words at all. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder. You've actually made me understand something. Today, the people of the Shangzhong immortal realm, not a single one of you will leave." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword, attacking the ship of the people from the Shangzhong immortal realm. The silver-haired old man was also startled by his words. He hurriedly threatened, "Zhang Fan, don't court death, relying on that so-called token of yours. To be so arrogant." But Zhang Fan didn't pay any attention at all. He attacked the two of them. He even said calmly, "So what? Is he going to come right now?" The emissary and the silver-haired old man were seriously injured by his one move. Zhang Fan pointed his sword at the two of them. He declared, "Today, you will not leave here alive." Suddenly, a giant hand descended from the sky. It was accompanied by a cold voice. What audacity! As soon as he saw the black hand appear, the silver-haired old man recognized it as His Majesty the Immortal King and hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, save me." Hearing the sound, Zhong Yulian, who was nearby, also ran to Zhang Fan's side. She said worriedly, "Master, be careful." Dao Xian, on the side, was also extremely shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why would an immortal king attack from a distance?" But Zhang Fan was not flustered at all. He pointed the tip of his sword at his opponent. He sneered, as expected of a Shangzhong immortal realm. Truly shameless to the extreme, to resort to such despicable methods. The other party retorted, "You haven't even grown all your feathers yet, and you dare to act mighty here. Today, I will teach you what manners are." Zhang Fan retorted, "You're just an old thief hiding in the dark, scheming and plotting." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Fan quickly dodged the attack of the black hand. He counterattacked with a sword strike. Zhang Fan sneered contemptuously, "It seems your strength, old thief, is only SOSO. The emissary exclaimed in shock. "How is this possible?" The silver-haired old man was equally shocked. He not only blocked His Majesty's long-range attack, but he also gained the upper hand. Zhang Fan said arrogantly, "It seems you too. Your immortal King Majesty can't save you either." The silver-haired man immediately threatened Zhang Fan. "You should know that behind us is the powerful Shangzhong immortal realm, one of the 24 realms. The consequences are not something your tiny Tianyuan continent can bear." Zhang Fan replied confidently, "Isn't it because you people have ill intentions towards the Tianyuan continent that things have turned out this way?" Suddenly, Zhong Yulian shouted loudly, "Master, be careful behind you." Zhang Fan turned his head in alarm. He saw a command token trying to assassinate him. Zhang Fan swung his sword and shattered it. He said, "I knew it. I knew a sinister and cunning old thief like you would definitely launch a sneak attack." A voice came from within the command token. "Zhang Fan, I cannot personally act this time, but I have remembered you. I will make you regret for the rest of your life the humiliation you have caused me today." After speaking, the command token shattered into pieces. Then it disappeared into thin air. Zhang Fan was stunned. "Regret for the rest of my life." At this moment, the silver-haired man desperately begged Zhang Fan to spare them. "I swear to be loyal to you." But it was too late. Zhang Fan swung his sword at the two of them. He dealt with them cleanly and decisively. Then he returned to the floating island. Zhong Yulian ran out happily. "Master, you're amazing. I can't believe you can even defeat an immortal king." He patted her head. Then he said to Zhao Yun, "Are you, an old Huang, ready? Activate the floating island's great formation." At the same time, Dao Xian said, "Zhang Fan, are you really going to enter the void? Do you want to reconsider? After all, the other party is a powerful immortal realm." Zhang Fan said coldly, "So what if it's an immortal realm? We are all one of the myriad worlds. That old thief, Zhang Ming. He has plotted against us countless times. If I don't retaliate, I would be doing him a disservice. At this point, Zhang Fan couldn't contain his anger. He crushed the stone in his hand. Dao Xian also felt it. He said that what Zhang Fan was doing would put even more pressure on the cultivators of the Tianyan continent. At this moment, at the crack connecting the two worlds, Zhang Fan swung his sword across the crack. Old thief Zhang Ming. An eye for an eye. Inside the crack, the people from the other world. The young master was a little surprised. That was Zhang Fan's voice just now. The bald man guessed. Could it be that the Zhang Ming, immortal emperor of the Shangzhang immortal realm, was defeated by that kid? He even dares to fight back. The scene shifts to the Shangzhang world. In the heavenly garden palace, the immortal king Zhang Ming was sitting there, recalling the previous events. Old thief Zhang Ming. An eye for an eye. Take a sword strike for me. Thinking of this, he seemed angry. This arrogant brat dares to be so presumptuous. Outside the palace, a figure was flying towards the Shangzhang world. The guards asked in surprise, "Who dares to offend our Shangzhang world? His Majesty the Immortal King will definitely not spare him." The Immortal King, Zhang Ming, stood up. He said in a deep voice, "How can the Shangzhang immortal realm allow a brat like you to act so presumptuously?" After speaking, he used his divine power hand to block the dazzling light. "When you return, I will definitely go to the Tianyan continent myself, behead you, and display your head as a warning to others." The recent collision caused the sky to be filled with white smoke. The soldiers below were all extremely surprised. They guessed the identity of the owner of the sword Qi, to be able to fight on par with His Majesty the Immortal King. Another person said smugly, "Humph." In the end, he was still defeated by His Majesty. At the Immortal King Zhang Ming's place, he clenched his fists tightly. He was furious. A brat who has just become an immortal can actually injure me. At this moment, his subordinate ran over. He reported, "Your Majesty." "Who is this ruffian?" The Immortal King Zhang Ming remained silent. At this moment, the other party guessed. Could the owner of the sword Qi be Zhang Fan, who once defeated Mo Xian? The person next to him heard this. Impossible. Although he is talented, he hasn't been an immortal for long. Zhang Ming did not reply. Seeing him like this, the subordinates secretly understood. It seems it really was Zhang Fan who defeated Mo Xian. Zhang Ming then asked Mo Xian, "Are you confident now in defeating the person who once defeated you?" He replied decisively, "Yes." After hearing this answer, Zhang Ming said with satisfaction, "I will grant you a command token. Go to the treasury and choose immortal artifacts and cultivation resources. Don't disappoint me again. This is your last chance." Mo Xian held the command token. He said confidently, "I will use Zhang Fan's blood to wash away the humiliation to my sword heart and prove myself once again." Then he turned and left. Zhang Ming was still resentful. Zhang Fan, as expected of the successor of the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor's sword Dao, to think a brat could injure me. When I obtain the inheritance, the scene shifts to the southern wasteland continent, the Tianyun floating island. At this moment, Dao Xian was in charge of Tianyan. He shared with Zhang Fan, "I originally thought that with the appearance of a sword immortal like Zhang Fan, even if the Tianyan continent's world-protecting Great Formation lost its effect, it could become more prosperous in the future. I didn't expect to be in an even more worrying situation now." He sighed. Zhang Fan said, "After all, the Tianyan continent once had a legendary figure like the Lingxiao Immortal Emperor. Naturally, there will be evil people who covet it." "That's right." Zhang Fan suddenly remembered something. "Old Island Master, I feel that the Tianyan continent cannot rely on me alone. Everyone must also become stronger." After hearing this, Dao Xian coughed. "I and my fellow Taoists all feel ashamed. As seniors of the immortal path, we are not as good as you." Zhang Fan explained. "Old Island Master, that's not what I meant. I want to open up the cultivation resources on the floating island to the righteous families and sects of the Tianyan continent. For example, spirit fruits and such. But first, we need to screen out those who are not qualified." Hearing this, Dao Xian was extremely surprised. "Zhang Fan, are you willing to open up the resources on the island?" Zhang Fan replied confidently, "What I say is naturally as good as gold." Dao Xian immediately agreed to his plan. I will definitely screen out the outstanding juniors and nurture them well. Zhang Fan encouraged the old island master again. Don't forget that you're also an outstanding senior. Those juniors also need you to shelter them from the wind and rain. Hearing these words, Dao Xian was stunned. Then he understood what Zhang Fan meant. He exclaimed with joy, I didn't expect that I would also have the chance to become an immortal. Zhang Fan was thinking about distant matters. Although I have now repaired the sword domain. In the sword domain, I am invincible. But the enemy is like that mysterious person who attacked me last time. Moreover, facing the increasingly chaotic myriad worlds, I also need someone to help me. The scene shifts to Yuan Yuan's side. She was on a mission. Suddenly, she discovered a blue sphere. Yuan Yuan wondered, is this the thing that the senior and junior brothers in the Xianfeng continent were investigating? It looks very ordinary. I also don't know if that guy's injuries have fully healed yet. If it weren't for the urgent Sect mission, I would be waiting in the Tianyan continent right now. Thinking of Zhang Fan, Yuan Yuan was even more motivated to complete the mission quickly. She stepped inside. She said loudly, everyone, stop hiding. You ambushed me here, which proves that my senior and junior brothers have run into trouble. Hearing these words, many people emerged from the water. A masked man said, after all, Fairy Yuan's fellow disciples are all outstanding talents of the Yunli immortal realm. Not to mention that female immortal. We naturally had to prepare well to be able to receive everyone. Yuan said loudly, you know about the upper 9 heavens immortal realm. It seems your identity is not ordinary. Let me see the face under your mask. The masked man ordered, receive the female immortal carefully. Don't let her leave the Xianfeng continent. The subordinates rushed forward to attack her together. Yuan thought to herself, the other party has been ambushing for a while. I'm afraid even a message-transmitting flying sword can't be sent out of the Xianfeng continent. I can only rely on Zhang Fan. Yuan swung her sword to repel the enemy. A bunch of demonic path lackeys. You think you can stop me with just this? Taking the opportunity, Yuan sent a message-transmitting flying sword to Zhang Fan. The scene shifts to the manor on the floating island. Zhong Yulian was holding a cup of tea. She said, Master, this is the spirit tea sent by the sect master of the Shantian sect. He said he wanted to thank you for providing immortal fruits and other precious resources to the disciples of the Shantian sect. Zhang Fan said calmly, I just did it casually. After all, I am from the Tianyan continent. Naturally, I hope the Tianyan continent becomes stronger and stronger. Jiang Yuanlang showed a look of admiration. The High Immortal is truly magnanimous. A righteous act. Zhong Yulian felt that her rival was taking the opportunity to flatter her master. She quickly changed the subject. Counting the time, it's been a while since Sister Yuan left the Tianyan continent. I wonder how her sect mission is going. Zhang Fan stroked his chin. He guessed it must be going very smoothly. After all, Yuan's sect is the ruler of the Yunli immortal realm. A million-year-old immortal emperor sect. He thought to himself, how can a holy land that has produced an immortal emperor be compared to an ordinary immortal realm sect? What's more, there is still an immortal emperor in this holy land now. Seeing Zhang Fan lost in thought, Zhong Yulian thought sadly, Master is starting to miss that sister again. It's true. I was the one who followed Master first. Suddenly, Jiang Yuanling spoke up. Hi, Immortal. Yulian, everyone look, what is that? The three of them looked up at the sky together. A ray of light was flying towards them. Zhang Fan immediately recognized it. This seems to be the special way for Yuan and me to send urgent messages to each other. Zhang Fan opened a jade pendant. Zhong Yulian said, Master, you mean? Sister used this jade pendant to send a message? In other words, she's in trouble? At this moment, Yuan's voice came from the jade pendant. Zhang Fan, I've been ambushed in the Xianfeng continent. I'm currently under siege. Help me inform my sect to send reinforcements. Zhong Yulian was quite surprised. Master, sister is really in trouble. I wonder how she is now. She was very worried. Zhang Fan clenched the jade pendant. His hand trembled. He said, I must go and save her. She reminded him again. Sister wants us to call her sect for reinforcements. Zhang Fan immediately replied, we don't have a direct way to communicate with the Yunli immortal realm. Besides, we don't know anyone there. Yuan's master is also nowhere to be found. We can't just sit and wait for the Yunli immortal realm to confirm our identity. Zhong Yulian said, but Zhang Fan immediately interrupted her. He covered her mouth and said, Yulian, for this period of time, you'll be temporarily in charge of watching over Tianyan. Master has to go and save your sister. Hearing this, Zhong Yulian immediately shook her head and refused. She looked a little unconfident. Master, I failed last time. This time, before she could finish, Zhang Fan said with a serious face, Yulian, I believe in you. Zhong Yulian felt very hesitant. She stammered, can I really do it? Zhang Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Yulian agreed, but with her excited look. I'm too embarrassed to mention the new function. My sword domain can allow me to return to the sword domain no matter where I am. Then he turned and instructed Huang Jitian and Zhao Yun. I have some matters to attend to and will be leaving for a while. You must assist Yulian in protecting Tianyun and the floating island. At the same time, you must also speed up your cultivation. If you don't have enough resources, you can ask Yulian for them. After instructing everyone, Zhang Fan stepped onto his flying sword. He left. Let's do this for now. The situation is urgent. I have to go. Everyone waved goodbye to him. Master, I am mortal. Have a safe journey. The scene shifts to the outer Tai Su of the Xianfeng continent. Zhang Fan had arrived here. He stood there, observing his surroundings. So this is the world that sent the distress signal in the legend. Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Fan saw large waves in the distance and quickly ran over. But when he arrived, he didn't see anyone. Zhang Fan smiled and said, These dregs. Don't they know that being too calm is also a kind of abnormality? Let me see what you guys are planning to do. So Zhang Fan decided to take a stroll around the Xianfeng continent. The women here were all strong and sturdy. Moreover, their bodies contained powerful strength. Zhang Fan guessed. It seems this world is dominated by body cultivators. At this moment, a person walked over. He struck up a conversation with Zhang Fan. Little brother, you are the outer realm. Cultivator who appeared on our sea before. There are many eyes and ears here, and there are quite a few spies. Little brother, come with me for a moment first. After speaking, he walked into a forest. Zhang Fan smiled. This Xianfeng continent is indeed very interesting. So he decided to follow that person. They came to a place where only the two of them were present. The person introduced himself. My name is Wei Jiangming, a cultivator of the Xianfeng continent. In that situation just now, I didn't have time to introduce myself. I hope you can forgive me, little brother. Zhang Fan also introduced himself. Zhang Fan, an outsider. Wei Jiangming smiled and said to Zhang Fan, Little brother Zhang Fan, no need to hide it. Our Xianfeng continent is different from other worlds. We can tell at a glance. Zhang Fan took the opportunity to ask, Big brother, you just said that an outer realm cultivator appeared on your island before. Do you know her whereabouts? Wei Jiangming recounted the events. Someone in our Xianfeng continent has fallen, attracting evil demons from the outside world. At that time, most of the cultivators here were not yet on guard. Many people have been corrupted. Hearing this, Zhang Fan cupped his hands and said politely with a smile, Big brother Wei, right now I'm only concerned about the whereabouts of that outer realm cultivator. Besides, there are many things I can observe and judge for myself. The other party immediately laughed heartily. That's right. You must be very anxious to have rushed to the Xianfeng continent. Let me take you to see them. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was a little surprised. Wei Jiangming explained. Many people in the Xianfeng continent do not want to fall to the demon clan. They have gathered together to form a resistance organization. The injured outer realm cultivator from before was also rescued by our organization. Stepping inside, Zhang Fan was invited to drink tea. I didn't expect that here. You would meet senior brother and sister Enran. Enran smiled and said, I originally thought your ending would be very tragic, but it seems you're living quite comfortably. Only then did Wei Jiangming reveal his true face. He said, Brat, you know yourself well. Knowing you can't escape, you obediently prepared to be a prisoner from the beginning. Hearing this, Zhang Fan replied very calmly, Yes, I am prepared. Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of me next. The other party didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Immediately after, Wei Jiangming ordered, Use the sealing stone. Lock his magic power. Zhang Fan's hands were locked. He was a little surprised. He thought to himself, this guy is so fast. I thought he would torture me. At this moment, Ran spoke up. Didn't junior brother Zhang and junior sister Yuan go to the immortal demon battlefield? Why did you appear here? Ran asked doubtfully. Zhang Fan then recounted the whole story. A lot has happened since we parted ways. It seems they have been locked up here for a long time. Ran said, we came to investigate first. We discovered that the Xianfeng continent indeed has a demon clan. Moreover, they even control the ruler of the continent. The cultivators who didn't want to be controlled by the demon clan gathered together to form an anti-demon alliance. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was very surprised. He said, it seems they have used this trick many times. I was also tricked into coming here by a similar trick. Suddenly, Zhang Fan remembered something. He said, that's right. Now I want to tell everyone about what's happening outside. But before that, he called a young lady. He said, beautiful big sister, please give me a cup of tea. Consider a favor for me, being an obedient prisoner. After recounting the entire incident outside, Ran was extremely surprised. You're saying the GOMO clan actually bombed the entire Blood Abyss battlefield and forcibly seized the world's origin? Zhang Fan replied, that's right. Moreover, a similar thing almost happened in the Tianyan continent. But it wasn't as violent. In the end, I stopped it. Ran said, if that's the case, I understand what happened in the Xianfeng continent. The demon clan secretly controlling the Xianfeng continent is probably also related to the world's origin. Zhang Fan replied, that's right. There's one more thing I haven't told everyone. Ran said, junior brother Zhang indeed hasn't told us yet. Why did you come here? Only then did Zhang Fan say, Yuan also came to the Xianfeng continent, and she sent out an emergency signal between us, telling me to go to your sect for help. Hearing this, everyone was extremely surprised. Ran jumped up and asked, junior sister Yuan came to the Xianfeng continent. When did this happen? Zhang Fan said, your master sent her here to help you. After leaving the immortal demon battlefield, Zhang Fan immediately rushed to the Xianming continent. He thought he could meet Bai Jiao after being transported here. Who knew? Ran would say, we didn't receive any news at all. Moreover, we haven't seen our junior sister during the time we've been locked up. So Zhang Fan comforted senior brother and sister in, saying, you must be very bored after being locked up here for so long. Let's go out for a walk to relax. Just as he was about to step out of the cave, he was blocked by two big guys, and Ran wanted to stop Zhang Fan, saying, we are all wearing soul-locking stones. We can't use our magic power. But Zhang Fan just shook his body slightly and broke free from the chains. He smiled and said, it's a small matter. After speaking, he swung his sword and struck the cave entrance. Although he hadn't found Bai Jiao yet, he had one more helper. Those two big guys were immediately repelled by Zhang Fan's one move. Zhang Fan also said, besides, I really want to know who could make Bai Jiao send me a distress signal. On the other side, Bai Jiao was killing many demonic beasts on the Xianming continent. At this moment, she was checking her injuries. The injuries are not serious, and I've recovered quite a bit these past few days. It seems I've escaped from those pursuers. Suddenly, a tremor came from afar, attracting Bai Jiao's attention. She thought to herself, such a strong sword chi. Could it be Zhang Fan's sword intent? Bai Jiao was a little puzzled. But it's strange. Why did he come to the Xianming continent? Could it be that he didn't inform the sect and came here by himself? In such a strange and hostile world, he's still being so ostentatious. Really? Just then, a stone bear giant attacked Bai Jiao from behind. Bai Jiao struck and cut its neck. Then Bai Jiao fell in a deep thought. Zhang Fan wants to convey the information that he has arrived to Bai Jiao, who is hiding from the pursuers. But he feels that those demon clan members and their lackeys have probably also seen it. The scene shifts to the top of the mountain on the central island. And Ran sighed. The shadow of a warship loomed in the sky. And Ran said to Zhang Fan, I can guess what junior brother Zhang wants to do. Junior sister must have also seen your sword chi. Zhang Fan spoke again. If you've seen it, then the demon clan and their lackeys must have seen it too. Senior brother, and look, they're here. Zhang Fan pointed to the sky. His expression was calm. And Ran, however, looked worried. After all, the demon clan has been hiding in the Xianfeng continent for so many years. This place is almost under their control. They will definitely be faster than junior sister in getting here. And Ran suddenly remembered something. He called out to Zhang Fan. Junior brother Zhang, I didn't have time to tell you just now. Although we weren't tortured by them, our magic power was sealed. We were also affected quite a bit. Right now, we basically can't exert much of our strength. Zhang Fan replied, It's fine. They're just a bunch of dregs who rely on demons. I can handle it. Wei Jiangming of the Xianfeng continent said angrily. What an arrogant brat. I was going to let you live comfortably until you were sacrificed to the Lord. I didn't expect you to be so eager to die. Zhang Fan replied confidently. A bunch of people with no ambition, who only know how to take shortcuts by relying on demons. Little do you know what you will lose. How pitiful. Hearing this, Wei Jiangming's blood boiled with anger. He ordered, You're all talk. Let those outer realm cultivators see the power we have obtained from the Lord. His subordinate said fiercely, You outer realm cultivators, you definitely don't know how strong we can be. Tremble before our power, then die in endless pain. They rushed toward Zhang Fan, but they were sent flying by his one move. Zhang Fan said contemptuously, Is that all the strength you have? His move shattered the entire ship, shocking Wei Jiangming greatly. How is this possible? This is the power bestowed by the Lord, combined with the body cultivation power of the Xianfeng continent. Our defense is almost invincible. Zhang Fan smiled smugly. He looked at him provocatively. Wei Jiangming hurriedly ordered a retreat. And report this matter to the Lord. Zhang Fan said with some surprise. It seems there's another unexpected discovery. And Ran asked, What's wrong? Zhang Fan replied. These people probably don't know that their bodies have been invaded by evil qi. They are no longer themselves. And Ran replied, We know this too. Zhang Fan explained further. What I mean is the evil qi has always been controlling their bodies, turning them into puppets and incarnations. And Ran gradually understood. You mean the fallen cultivators of the Xianfeng continent have been turned into puppets and incarnations by the evil qi, and they themselves are completely unaware. Zhang Fan continued. Even what that guy, surnamed Wei, said reminds me that the cultivators of the Xianfeng continent will also become sacrifices in the sacrificial ritual plotted by the evil qi. After hearing this, and Ran replied, It's truly heartbreaking. But to let them escape just like that, is it really okay? We haven't recovered our strength yet. If they come back, there will surely be more of them this time. But Zhang Fan smiled and said, That's even better. This is exactly what I want. And Ran then asked, Junior brother Zhang, what do you want to do? Then he guessed. Junior brother Zhang wants to startle the snake to flush it out of the grass. You want to lure out those evil qi, right? Only then did Zhang Fan explain. Senior brother, and we don't want to startle the snake. We secretly entered this world to investigate. But what was the result? Hearing this, and Ran was a little embarrassed. He tried to justify. That's because we were careless for a moment. We also didn't expect the Xianfeng continent to be so secretly controlled by the evil qi. Zhang Fan then replied, So now that the demon clan has control of the Xianfeng continent, we have almost nowhere to hide. So why not appear openly before them? According to Zhang Fan, to hit a snake, you must hit its vital point to know what kind of snake it really is. Suddenly, at this moment, Yuan Yuan appeared. She happily called out to Zhang Fan, You're really here. Zhang Fan said to Yuan Yuan, I received the urgent message, so I had to come. Yuan Yuan was a little dissatisfied. You definitely came here on your own without reporting first, right? She asked. Zhang Fan didn't expect her to guess. He was a little hesitant. Yuan Yuan saw and ran. She asked, Senior brother, and why are you two here? And with Zhang Fan? And Ran explained, As soon as we arrived in the Xianfeng continent, we fell into the enemy's trap and were imprisoned. It was junior brother Zhang who saved us. Then he asked junior sister Yuan, When did you arrive? The other junior brothers and I were imprisoned. We don't know what happened outside. Only then did Yuan Yuan recount. Not long after senior brother lost contact, the Sect gave me a mission. Let's leave here first. Find a place to rest. Then we'll discuss it in more detail. At that time, everyone moved to another location together. On the way, Yuan Yuan said shyly to Zhang Fan, Thank you. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. He thought to himself, Yuan Yuan must be feeling guilty. This is the first time I've seen her with such an expression. So he also began to comfort her. when I first came to the myriad worlds. It was also thanks to you always being by my side. So there's no need for such words between us. After walking for a while, Yuan Yuan stopped at a place and said, Zhang Fan, if I'm not mistaken, according to your intention, we will wait here for the demon clan to find us. Hearing this, Ran was a little surprised. He thought to himself, Junior brother Zhang hasn't told junior sister Yuan his intention yet. She has already guessed what junior brother Zhang wants to do. They truly have a telepathic connection. Yuan Yuan pointed forward. She said, over there is Wei Jiangming's former residence. Let's go there to rest. It's also a good way to let those people know we're here. So the three of them landed together. At this moment, Zhang Fan was sitting there. He said, let's wait for the other side to act. Yuan Yuan, tell us what you've experienced from the palace to the underground cave in the past few days. Wei Jiangming was kneeling before a majestic force. Cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. The high priest said, it's not that I was too careless, but that those brats were too reckless. The other party said, for now, don't report this matter to the other lords. I will send more people. Go and redeem yourself quickly. If you fail again, you just wait. Understanding, Wei Jiangming replied. This humble one will absolutely not disappoint you, my lord. He declared confidently, please rest assured, if I fail, this humble one is willing to be a sacrifice. The high priest threatened loudly. If you fail again, even if you don't jump in yourself, I will throw you in as a sacrifice. Wei Jiangming replied respectfully. This humble one will go and capture them now. At this moment, the high priest ordered his subordinate. You guys follow. Let's see who dares to ruin the Lord's plan. That person immediately replied. The scene shifts to Zhang Fan. He was talking to the two of them, and Ran replied, if they weren't living too comfortably, they wouldn't have surrendered to evil. Suddenly, at this moment, someone pointed to the sky. He announced, someone is coming, senior brother and junior sister Yuan, the enemy is here. Zhang Fan said with interest, I thought there would be more people. I didn't expect it to be just him. Wei Jiangming frowned and said, Brat, you refuse my kindness. Now I will let you taste the flavor of regret. He ordered, capture them all. Offer them to the high priest. Zhang Fan was about to draw his sword. Another group that doesn't know how to live. What a tragic end it will be. At this moment, Ran stepped forward. He said, Junior brother Zhang, let me handle it. I am, after all, a disciple of the immortal emperor in the Yunli realm, yet I was imprisoned by you. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I hold my head up in the other immortal realms in the future? As soon as he finished speaking, Ran swung his sword at the enemy. Wei Jiangming said through gritted teeth, you people came to the Xianfeng continent on your own, and you dare to make excuses. You want to ruin our grand plan of ascension, and you dare to resist. He ordered, attack them for me. After this, I will report your merits to the priest. You will be heavily rewarded, and your bodies will be fully repaired. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jiangming and the others suddenly transformed. Many tumors grew on his body. His eyes turned completely white, and his mouth kept muttering about wanting to kill them all. The priest and the great lords are watching us. Zhang Fan frowned and said, this group of people looks neither human nor demon, truly both ugly and unsightly. After speaking, he decisively swung his sword and slashed at the enemy. Wei Jiangming shouted in extreme shock. How can this be? They're all wearing divine armor. It was blessed by the great lords, yet was shattered by a single sword strike. Who exactly is this brat? Then Wei Jiangming became extremely panicked, looking left and right. Wanted to flee. If I stay here, I'll become just like them. I have to run. But he suddenly realized, no, I can't go back. I must find a place to hide. After speaking, he quickly left. Yuan Yuan asked Zhang Fan, the opponent wants to run. Let him go. He replied calmly, it's fine. Just a small fry. The scene changes. Wei Jiangming hadn't gone far. When he was caught by the priest's men, he glared and said, it's a good thing our priest people arrived. You trash really do unreliable work. Wei Jiangming's sturdy body was squeezed by the opponent until his face turned pale. Desperately begging, Lord Divine Guard, I beg you, spare me. I just wanted to go back and call for help. The Divine Guard said coldly, trash, no need to explain. After speaking, he threw Wei Jiangming to his subordinates, ordering, take this trash back and throw him into the altar. The other party was still begging miserably. "General, I beg you to spare me. Let me go beg the priest." At this time, that imperial censor observed the divine guard, whispering to Zhang Fan, "It seems the status of the person who came this time isn't low. However, it seems he still hasn't reached your requirements." Looking at the divine guard and the group radiating black aura, Zhang Fan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Oh, I originally thought, even if the evil demon's main body didn't come, at least it would send some leader-level subordinates. Now it seems either these Xianfeng continent cultivators are arrogant to the point of losing their minds, or the evil demon's requirements are very high. Moreover, we are currently at a critical moment." Aran then spoke up. "I'm afraid it's the latter. We wasted too much time before." The divine guard gritted his teeth and said, "Ignorant and arrogant foreign realm cultivators. If you kneel now and beg for the god's forgiveness, there's still time." Zhang Fan replied calmly, "Although we haven't caught that big snake yet, but we can already find its tracks." The imperial censor immediately understood what he meant. "Indeed, speed is crucial in war, senior brethren. Everyone wait a moment before acting. We will attack directly into their lair." Hearing these words, Aran thought to herself, "These two can understand each other's thoughts with just one sentence, while everyone else and I are still clueless." The divine guard laughed coldly and said, "A bunch of stubborn fools. You will never understand the greatness of the gods." Then he ordered the extermination of all foreign realm cultivators who dared to oppose the gods. They immediately responded, "Yes, Lord Divine Guard." Suddenly, the female civil official, taking advantage of his inattention, placed a blade against the divine guard's neck. She made a demand, "Be obedient. Later, we will take you to meet our god." Zhang Fan calculated down below. Ever since obtaining immortal Emperor Ling Zhao's inheritance, the sword domain not only recovered, but also added new skills. However, now is not the time to use it yet. After all, it can only be used once a day. Currently, the divine guard had completely fallen into the female civil official's hands. He was extremely panicked. What was the background of these foreign realm cultivators? Clearly, when Wei Jiangming caught them before, it took no effort at all. At this time, Aran walked up to Zhang Fan and the female civil official and said, "Junior sister, junior brother, do you two plan to let them lead us to their lair? Is this plan sound?" Zhang Fan smiled, glancing at the divine guard, seeming to want to express his thoughts. The guard seemed to understand his intention. He bowed respectfully and said, "This lowly one is willing to go through fire and water for you all, willing to take any risk." But in his heart, he sneered coldly. "Humph, you cultivators from the outer realms. How could you know the greatness of the gods? It's good that you are seeking your own deaths. This way, I can remain a loyal believer before the gods." Zhang Fan said, "As long as you are fast enough, there won't be any problem." Yuan Yuan quickly stepped onto her sword. "Everyone, we shouldn't delay. Let's set off immediately." The scene shifts to the altar. The high priest had gathered everyone there. He announced, "The gods have just sent down a prophecy. Let us prepare the sacrifices. The ritual is about to begin." A person stepped forward to report, "Everything is ready. Please rest assured, High Priest." The other replied, "Very good. We just need to wait for Wei Jiangming to extract the blood from those outer realm cultivators." Suddenly, someone ran in to report. The person at the front frowned and warned, "What happened to make you lose your composure and be so rude in front of the high priest?" The person hurriedly said to the deputy leader beside him, "Those outer realm cultivators outside have defeated the divine guards. They are currently attacking the protective formation. I fear it won't hold much longer." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan appeared on the altar. He calmly asked, "Is this the lair of you demons?" The high priest's subordinate pointed at the three of them, saying, "It's them." The high priest furrowed his brows, a bit surprised. "You managed to break our formation so easily. It seems not only did Wei Jiangming fail, but you all came here together. However, it's good that you walked right into the trap." A look of excitement appeared on the high priest's face. He loudly announced, "The sacrificial ritual is about to begin. You will have the honor of becoming sacrifices offered to the gods. You should feel honored." At this moment, the surroundings were covered by a layer of strange green smoke. The high priest looked excited. He raised his voice. "The gods are about to descend upon the mystic wind continent, helping us ascend. You outer realm cultivators. Dare to plunder the opportunities of the mystic wind continent. Truly a crime deserving of death. Absolutely no one can stop our plan. I will punish you on behalf of the gods. Yuan Yuan loudly retorted. You are powerless yourselves, deluding yourselves with shortcuts. Yet you act so self-righteous, it's ridiculous. Yuan Yuan pointed her sword at the sky, shouting, Junior brother Zhang, junior sister Yuan, take action. I want to see exactly which demon dares to plot against me and my junior brother. He rushed towards the high priest without hesitation. The opponent laughed and replied, It seems you have some skill. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his scepter high, shouting loudly, Gods protect us. Everyone charge at them. Capture those stubborn fools. At this moment, his subordinates transformed simultaneously. Their originally rosy skin turned ghastly green. Strange, terrifying red eyes. Mouths constantly muttering. Gods protect us. Truly both ugly and pitiful, Yuan Yuan said, swinging her sword to slash at them. Death is imminent. Yet you still believe in gods. Where's your Lord God now? Why isn't he protecting you anymore? As soon as she spoke, they collapsed in front of the heroine. The high priest was furious. It seems I underestimated you. No wonder the people I sent were completely wiped out. You outer realm cultivators simply do not understand the greatness of the Lord God. However, don't even think about stopping us. After speaking, he rushed to the highest point of the altar and shouted loudly, Great Master, please listen to my prayer. Answer my plea. O gods, please descend. Haha, you cannot escape. They're about to answer my call. To come here, tremble in fear. The high priest suddenly stopped, looking at the calm expressions of Zhang Fan and the others. He was a bit puzzled. Why are you reacting like this? Shouldn't you be struggling? Aren't you here to stop me? To attack me? Zhang Fan turned to the other two and said, About this, do we need to play along a bit? Up to you. Yuan Yuan winked. The high priest angrily said, You dare look down on me? Look down on gods. Kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Run away. Cry and beg for forgiveness. Zhang Fan hooked his finger, saying, How annoying. I intended to spare your life. Since you want to test my sword, then let's test it, just as I happen to be free. Before he finished speaking, he pierced the high priest's throat with his sword. The high priest laughed and said, It's too late. At this moment, a giant hand reached out from the water. A gloomy voice came from beneath the water. Trash. I didn't expect the Immortal Alliance to send mere juniors like you. Yuan Yuan seemed to have anticipated this. She calmly said, This demon finally reveals itself. The demon finally shows its face. Your Immortal Alliance is still the same, slow to react. Self-righteous, but you are too late. Our plan has succeeded. The origin world of the mystic wind continent is about to fall into our hands. The demon revealed its true form. Zhang Fan was not afraid. Instead, he looked excited. The demon rushed towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan calmly replied, You demons are truly blind. You don't know how to judge people. You misjudged me. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Fan thrust his sword, knocking the demon far away, smashing into a large rock, screaming in pain. The demon was horrified, saying, A little immortal cultivator like you. How can you possess such powerful strength? But no matter how strong you are, you cannot stop us. We have already begun to seize the world origin of the mystic wind continent. You can only watch as this world is destroyed by us. Ha ha. At this critical moment, Aran turned to ask his two junior siblings, What should we do now? Zhang Fan replied, Naturally, follow the path he came from. Rush out and stop those demons. The demon laughed sinisterly. Our demon race sent experts specializing in spatial arts. How could a junior like you easily break it? Just as he finished speaking, the demon was terrified by the scene before him. He exclaimed, How is this possible? He can open it too? Zhang Fan simply slashed a line with his sword, opening a spatial rift. At this moment, he said, This guy is useless now. Finish him off. The demon laughed triumphantly. You really underestimate us. Want to kill me? You can't do it. As soon as he spoke, he quickly dove into the spatial rift. Aran shouted from behind, Stop. He gritted his teeth, angry and helpless as he let the demon escape. At this moment, Yuan said to him, Senior brother, you wouldn't really believe that Zhang Fan can open a passage to find the demons. With just one sword strike, would you? Aran was a bit surprised to hear that. At this moment, Zhang Fan said to the two of them, "All right, let's use this passage now. Chase after the demons." Aran gradually regained his composure. "We must stop them." The scene shifts to an underground cavern. The demon who fled arrived here, feeling extremely angry. "You bastards! You dare to chase me all the way here," a red-haired demon said in surprise. "I didn't expect you to be heavily injured by a group of Immortal Realm juniors. Truly a disgrace to our blood abyss." A skinny demon also spoke. "Whatever, since they seek their own death. Walking into the trap is even better." Then he loudly commanded the remaining demons, "Capture them. Use their fresh blood to refine the source spring. We can also take a break." At this moment, Zhang Fan and the other two arrived. Aran said in surprise, "Why are there so many demons here? This is dangerous." Zhang Fan calmly comforted him. "Senior brother Aran, rest assured. I discovered that these demons are all weaklings." Hearing this, the demons laughed loudly. "Huh, this brat must be scared out of his mind." The skinny demon held out 5 fingers. "Come here and entertain us." Aran scanned the surroundings, then returned to Zhang Fan's side to report. "Junior brother, junior sister, the number of demons is very large. Moreover, they are currently performing a ritual, preparing to attack with full force." The leading demon laughed sinisterly. "This prince truly underestimated you. However, your road ends here." At this moment, countless demons of various shapes appeared in the underground cavern. They thought, eating the souls of these people will definitely be very refreshing. After arriving in the Mystic Wind continent, they will carry out the plans of the big shots. "It's been a long time since we tasted the flavor of immortals." Another one laughed excitedly. "Look at how scared they are, frozen stiff. Let's see who grabs them first. That person gets to enjoy the most delicious soul." Zhang Fan calmly directed everyone to take action. His fierce sword attacked the enemies violently, then watching them roll on the ground in pain, being torn to pieces. Aran said to junior brother Zhang, "Junior sister, you two go stop those demons from seizing the world origin. Leave this place to me and junior brother." The demon leader angrily said, "These immortals are truly annoying. Half of you stay to continue the ritual. The rest follow me and charge." He gave the order. A large demon said excitedly, "Demon Lord, since you said so, we will teach these little immortals a lesson." Aran said, "Finally, I've waited for you. Let me vent a little." After speaking, he took the initiative to launch an attack on the enemy. Then he said to junior brother Zhang, "Yuan Yuan, you two go quickly. Just leave the demons here to me." Yuan Yuan left very quickly. Before leaving, she turned back to warn, "Senior brother, be careful." The demon leader was protected by a powerful barrier. He said smugly, "No wonder the Immortal Alliance sent you juniors here. I thought you were useless. I didn't expect you to have some skill." Another demon respectfully said, "Third Prince, leave those two to us. You just continue presiding over the ritual." The demon leader mused, "Use that brat for the sacrifice, and bring that woman to me." The subordinate said firmly, "I guarantee His Highness will be satisfied." Yuan Yuan showed no fear. The demon laughed cunningly and said, "You two coming here is enough. Obediently surrender, and I might give you a quick death." However, Zhang Fan remained expressionless, not saying a word. He also showed no sign of fear. Seeing this, they became furious. "You brat, you are too arrogant. Wait until you are sacrificed. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant then." After speaking, he rushed toward Zhang Fan. But Zhang Fan blocked the opponent's attack with just one hand. "Brat, it seems you have some skill. Next, it's my turn to strike." Zhang Fan sneered. "You demon heads are only good at talking big. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." After speaking, he called Yuan. "Let's rush up quickly. These demon heads are about to succeed." Hearing this, Yuan accelerated. She used a powerful flame to destroy the demons. "I absolutely will not let you have your way." Her eyes were full of determination. The demon leader angrily cursed the two useless subordinates, then ordered to pause the ritual. "Deal with these two brats first." The subordinates responded in unison. At this moment, the number of demons was increasing. Only Zhang Fan, Aran, and Yuan were left holding the line. Aran and Yuan were resisting. Aran felt uneasy at this moment. "Junior brother Zhang, Your plan seems a bit risky. The demon leader laughed sinisterly. Haha. Zhang Fan, however, did not fear them, calmly saying, at least we don't have to go looking for them one by one anymore. The demon leader shouted orders. Make these immortal realm people regret daring to ruin my plan. Capture them for me. The demons seemed to be energized, madly swarming towards them. I smell the scent of souls. Leave the parts of those unlucky ones for me to enjoy. Yuan was using a shield to protect them. She asked Zhang Fan, are you this confident because you prepare beforehand? Zhang Fan smiled and replied, Yuan is truly smart. Let these demons taste the shocking god sword I just comprehended. After speaking, he silently summoned in his heart. System, sword domain. Sword domain projection. Then he gave a command. System, project the sword domain within the scope of the cavern. A hazy sword domain appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, a formation appeared beneath their feet. Then it gradually spread towards the demons. Those demons felt extremely surprised. What is this? One guessed. It looks like that immortal realm brat's domain. Another said disdainfully. Let's see if we can suck his soul out. Zhang Fan smiled triumphantly. I give you a gift, the inheritance of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. To open your eyes. Demolence, D. He pointed his finger towards the demons. Countless sword blades appeared. The sword tips aimed straight at the enemy. The demon leader was terrified. Soit ant manifestation. How can a junior from the immortal realm comprehend sword intent of this level? How could he cultivate a sword Dao domain? A demon shouted, Your Highness, be careful. He immediately created a barrier to protect them. Right at that moment, tens of thousands of swords stabbed towards them simultaneously. No one could escape. The demons screamed miserably. Third Prince, Your Highness, save us. As soon as they spoke, they were pierced by countless swords. Over here, the demon leader was being protected by a subordinate. The subordinate warned, Your Highness, run quickly. The treasure granted by the Demon King won't hold much longer. Zhang Fan alone blocked all attacks and destroyed a large number of demons. The demon leader felt extremely furious. The plan was about to succeed, but was ruined by this brat. If I don't avenge this, I'm not a gentleman. He took out a stone, crushed it with force. Immediately, a barrier appeared, able to protect them for a moment. The subordinate urged, Your Highness, let's go. We will settle the score with him later. So he took the subordinate and fled through a spatial teleportation gate outside the barrier. The trapped demons felt resentful. His Highness ran away, watching us die with his own eyes, slaughtering the demon realm. You will pay the price sooner or later. As soon as they finished speaking, they died under Zhang Fan's sword. Everything ended. Zhang Fan sneered. Being able to witness the void divine ability for the first time can be considered your luck. At this moment, Ran looked at Zhang Fan with admiration. As expected of junior brother Zhang, when I first met you, I felt your sword Dao talent was extraordinary. I didn't expect you to comprehend such a powerful realm now. Zhang Fan smiled modestly. Haha, this is also thanks to the inheritance of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with my current cultivation and sword Dao, I normally wouldn't be this strong. Yuan suddenly spoke up. Zhang Fan, senior brothers, come look at this quickly. They quickly went to Yuan's side. Ran asked, Junior sister, what's wrong? Did those fleeing demons tamper with the world origin? These demons are truly hateful with their schemes. Another senior brother said, Previously, I went with other senior brothers to a small world to handle some matters. Those demons were driven away by us. But that small world was also polluted, turning into a place where survival was impossible. In the end, we could only give up. Yuan shook her head and said, The problem isn't with those demons. Their original plan was likely to seize the world origin. Ran rubbed his chin and speculated. If that's the case, according to the demon's plan, the mystic wind continent would completely disappear. There's no need to be so troublesome and perform so many steps. Then he asked Yuan. She pointed forward and said, Zhang Fan, senior brother Ran. Look at this formation. Does it look very familiar? Hearing this, the two stepped forward to observe the formation. Ran exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? Seeing Ran's expression, Zhang Fan asked Yuan with a confused look, Senior brother Ran, why is there a problem with this formation? As Zhang Fan asked, Ran began to explain. My junior siblings and I went through life and death, almost becoming sacrifices for an evil ritual. Turns out someone colluded with the demon race. Yuan added, the Heaven Cloud continent just restored contact with other worlds. Perhaps senior brother Zhang Fan isn't very clear. This formation was jointly researched by the Immortal Alliance and the 9 great heavenly emperors, only taught to high-level and elite disciples. Hearing this, Zhang Fan rubbed his chin, pondering deeply. Could it be that these demons could easily plot in the mystic wind continent like this? If the cloud rainbow heaven realm hadn't discovered it, they would have truly successfully completed their plan and left quietly. Aran was burning with rage, saying, I will return to report this to my master, so the sect leader can summon the heavenly emperors and sovereigns of the 33 heavens to investigate the vermin within the alliance thoroughly. As soon as he finished speaking, Aran waved his hand and struck out a sword energy, tearing a rift in space. Yuan said, since that's the case, let's quickly resolve the matters in the mystic wind continent. Return to the main world and report the matter to the sect elders for them to handle. After speaking, everyone left the cave. By this time, the cave had completely collapsed. Aran looked on with satisfaction and said, the cultivators of the mystic wind continent can be considered to have reaped what they sowed. Yuan also said, it seems the demon race, when conducting the final stage of the ritual, still had to distract themselves to attack us. We used them as sacrifices instead. At this moment, Zhang Fan looked into the distance. Seeing a group of people far away, he said, it seems the mystic wind continent really has a resistance organization. There are some people who are not seduced and corrupted by the demon race. Let them handle the matters here themselves. After speaking, everyone quickly left, under the gaze of these resistance fighters. An old man was so excited that tears filled his eyes. The resistance fighters clasped their hands, sincerely saying, thank you, immortals, for saving the mystic wind continent. We thank you on behalf of the mystic wind continent for eliminating demons and defending the Tao for us, protecting this world. Scene change. Zhang Fan and everyone were about to return to the Heaven Cloud continent. Aran instructed the 2 people, everything has settled down. Thank you, junior brother Zhang, for traveling thousands of miles to save us. In the future, if junior brother Zhang needs help, just notify the cloud rainbow heaven realm. My junior brothers and I have some reputation and strength in the cloud rainbow realm. However, junior brother Zhang probably won't need our help, right? Aran teased Yuan. She was a bit shy, but seemed to enjoy the teasing very much. Yuan smiled and declined. Senior brother Aran and the other senior brothers are all injured. It's better to quickly return to the sect to rest and heal. I still have business in the Heaven Cloud continent. Aran laughed and said, then go back quickly. Don't run around on your own in the future. After speaking, they went their separate ways. Behind them, a stranger took the opportunity to give an order. Attack! Yuan immediately noticed something wrong. She shouted, careful! Immediately after, Yuan swung her sword behind her, shouting, which villain dares to ambush us? At this moment, Zhang Fan, Aran, and Yuan were surrounded by a group of mysterious people. As expected of the fairy Yuan of the cloud, rainbow heaven realm, strength and reaction are both very impressive. Aran frowned, speculating, it seems these people have been lying in ambush here waiting for us for a long time. We fell into a trap. The leader said, finish them quickly. Orders from above. We cannot let the news here leak out. The subordinates responded in unison. Aran felt the situation was not good. In a grave voice, not good. These people are not simple. Charge, fight, and retreat. After speaking, he drew his sword against the enemy. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The 3 were besieged. Aran suddenly felt surprised. He turned and said to Zhang Fan and Yuan, this is the 3-man squad formation devised by the 9 emperors of the 9 heavens realm during the Immortal Demon War. Just now, I saw their posture was very similar. Therefore, Aran concluded, these people might be the lackeys of those fallen traitors of the Immortal Alliance. Their fighting style relies on numbers to bully the weak. The leader stopped hiding it now and said, as expected of the high disciple of the Immortal Emperor. Knowledgeable indeed. Aran pointed at the opponent and questioned, who exactly are you people? The opponent replied, if you want to know these things, Then go to hell yourself and find the answer. At this moment, Aran said, Junior sister, junior brother Zhang. These people are all elite immortal soldiers who have fought on the immortal flower battlefield. Among them, there is no lack of immortal generals. I'm afraid they will be hard to deal with. He turned to Zhang Fan and said, Junior brother Zhang, can you use the Sword Dao domain? He immediately shook his head and replied, I can't do it in a short time. But please wait a moment, senior brother Aran. Then he said to those mysterious people, the person above you, is he a dignified figure with a long beard and white hair? Is he some big shot in the immortal realm? Hearing this, the leader was a bit surprised. Oh, it seems you know quite a lot, kid. However, since you know so much, we can't let you live even more. Zhang Fan said, it really is you guys. Yuan heard this and suddenly remembered. They are the subordinates of that mysterious person who attacked us after we left the Blood Abyss battlefield last time. She asked. Zhang Fan immediately replied, that's right. Just now I sensed that the cultivation techniques of some of them were very familiar. They must be disciples of that old man. However, I remembered him from last time. Let's solve the immediate problem first. Zhang Fan was thinking in his heart. I can teleport directly to the sword domain, but Yuan and the others can't. But currently, I am outside the sword domain. I also cannot use the skills of the sword domain. Suddenly, Yuan spoke up. Zhang Fan, don't think that just because you haven't improved. I've always been chasing after you. Our Ran comforted. Your Sword Dao domain is indeed very strong, containing the truth of the Sword Dao. However, during this time, I have also comprehended quite a bit of Sword Dao. At this moment, the leader loudly ordered the formation. Do not allow any of them to escape. Yuan took a few deep breaths. Her body emitted an extremely powerful aura. Aran felt extremely surprised. Junior sister, have you comprehended the ultimate skill of the sword scripture? Right at this moment, Yuan summoned a giant phoenix appearing in the sky. Zhang Fan and everyone were riding on its back. The leader loudly ordered the formation. We must stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious people raised their swords together, forming rows of swords, pointing straight at the phoenix. But the phoenix only needed to move slightly to shatter all these swords, carrying everyone to successfully escape. Those mysterious people screamed in fear. Lord, save us. The enemy is too powerful. The enemy also felt extremely surprised. Cloud Rainbow Heaven Realm. Yuan could actually comprehend the quasi-saint level ultimate skill of the Cloud Rainbow Heaven Realm. The matter of the Mystic Wind continent can no longer be hidden. Immediately send someone back to report. He ordered the rest to pursue together. We must correct the mistake. Otherwise, none of us will have a good ending. A moment later, the phoenix had left the enemy far behind. Aran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we had junior sister. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped. Yuan smiled and replied, after all, beside me is a genius who can comprehend the great Dao sword intent. I won't be inferior either. Zhang Fan spoke up at this moment. Senior brothers, why don't you come to my place to rest for a while? I have immortal fruits. Before he could finish, Aran spoke up. The Mystic Wind continent is my mission, and the other junior brothers too. Plus what just happened, we must quickly return to report to the sect. But I have to trouble junior brother Zhang to take care of junior sister. Junior brother Zhang, I entrust junior sister to you. We bid farewell here. After speaking, Aran and his companions jumped onto their flying swords and left. Zhang Fan said to Yuan, I have a ginseng root. You should replenish your vitality. Yuan happily accepted it, saying, I'm afraid we can't return to the Heaven Cloud continent immediately. Those people already know the secret arts of the immortal realm. Zhang Fan rubbed his chin and thought, it seems your immortal alliance is truly foolish from top to bottom. So many secret techniques were leaked. The mastermind. Let's go back first. As for those people, don't worry, I have a way to deal with them. Yuan felt a bit relieved hearing this. Happily nodding. It just so happens that our sword Dao has improved a bit. Let's exchange pointers. Scene shifts to a garden. That masked man ran in panting to report. The cold old man asked, where did the news come from? The other replied respectfully, the leader ordered me to return and report. The Mystic Wind continent mission has failed. Moreover, someone escaped. Hearing this, the old man suddenly stood up, grabbing the man's head, shouting, Useless trash. You are the same. Those evil beings are the same. At this moment, the old man was examining the memories in the masked man's head. He sneered, muttering, "So it's that brat. It seems old man Ling Xiao's inheritance has truly reappeared." Then the old man loudly ordered, "Send someone to notify Mo Xian. Tell him to track that heaven cloud continent brat." At this moment, someone walked over, saying, "Your Majesty, we should continue cultivating." Scene shifts to a floating island. Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan had returned. Seeing them, the Dark Knight Demon King shouted joyfully, "Master, senior sister has returned." Yu Yin and Jiang Yuanling also came out to welcome Zhang Fan. "Master, you finally returned." Huang Jitian and Shan Kong also quickly came out to welcome Zhang Fan. "Master and junior sister, you two have finally returned." A moment later, in the manor, Jin Yuan appeared, welcoming Zhang Fan. "Long time no see. Master has returned, and junior sister too. Seeing that you are safe, I am relieved." Zhang Fan drank tea and happily said, "Seeing that you are all safe, I am relieved. It seems that during the time I was away, everything in the Heaven Cloud continent has been fine." Yu Yin then asked Master and junior sister, "What happened to you two?" Yuan Yuan hesitated a bit, sighed. "It's a long story." A moment later, everyone heard what had happened. Huang Jitian stroked his beard and said, "Hi, Immortal. Such a major event happened within the Immortal Alliance. I fear the situation in the myriad worlds will undergo great changes." Zhao Yun then spoke up. "Hi, Immortal. If changes occur in the Immortal Demon War, how should our Heaven Cloud continent respond?" Yuan Yuan said, "Don't look at me. Immortal Realm Pavilion. We have never interfered in the internal affairs of the Immortal Alliance." Zhang Fan then spoke up. "The Heaven Cloud continent also has an inheritance. Naturally, we must resist evil. As for the internal affairs of the Immortal Alliance, it has nothing to do with us." At this moment, Yu Yin recounted to Master Zhang Fan. During the time he was away, she cooperated with senior, selected a number of outstanding seniors, and provided a lot of resources to support them. Zhang Fan heard this and praised her for doing a good job. "You shouldn't be polite either. You must quickly increase your own strength." Then he said to Yuan Yuan, "Heal your injuries well. Once you recover, I will pass on Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's inheritance to you." Yuan Yuan heard this. A look of joy appeared on her face. She replied, "I have long been very interested in Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's sword Dao." Scene shifts to another place. Mo Xian was concentrating on meditation and cultivation. Demoness Nguyen Deep appeared, expressing admiration, as expected of a genius who once shook the 33 heavens. Mo Xian never forgets to cultivate at any moment. Hearing this, Mo Xian opened his eyes. He asked the person behind him, "I guess the Demon Lord came here not simply because I am cultivating, right?" Demons Nguyen Dai Apple gently placed her hand on his shoulder, whispering, "That is natural. There are new orders from above. The higher-ups believe the exposure of the Mystic Wind continent plan is related to the inheritor of Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. You go and handle this matter." Conveniently, the king of the High God realm, Zhang Ming, previously sent me to deal with Zhang Fan. Hearing the name Zhang Fan, Mo Xian sneered and said, "Just as well, I have finished digesting the harvest from the Blood Abyss battlefield last time." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, gripping his long sword tightly, slashing towards a mountain in front of him. The mountain was instantly split in two. Mo Xian stepped onto the mountain. He gritted his teeth and said, "The humiliation of the past I have always kept in my heart. There was no chance on the Blood Abyss battlefield. Now, I have finally waited for it." Seeing this scene, Demoness Nguyen Deep said gently, "Then I will wait for young Master Mo to bring back good news. That great person is very interested in Zhang Fan. Remember to capture him and bring him back. I have my instructions." Hearing this, Mo Xian secretly sneered. That great person. Is it that old man from the High Nine Heavens? Wait until I obtain Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's inheritance. You will all have to kneel before me." Thinking of this, Mo Xian shouted loudly, "Men, gather everyone. This seat wants to conquer the Heaven Cloud continent." Back to Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan. The two were sparring with swords. Yuan Yuan expressed admiration as expected of the sword scripture inheritance of the generations of great emperors. Extraordinary. Zhang Fan also shared. Previously, I also thought my talent was exceptional. Unmatched. Until I saw the sword scripture inheritance of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao, I discovered. The ancients also had their own formidable points. Yuan Yuan also carried a heavy heart. Our cloud rainbow realm has the inheritance of immortal emperors. Naturally, we understand the greatness of immortal emperors. But also because of this, many fellow disciples lack sharpness. Zhang Fan sheathed his sword and said, "Now we both have the inheritance of heavenly emperors. We can exchange pointers every day, honing our skills." Jiang Yuanling stood by the side, expressing admiration for Yuan Yuan, praising, "Fairy Yuan is truly amazing. I wonder when I can be like Fairy Yuan." Yu Yin on the side showed a jealous expression, snorting coldly, "Ordinary. I will become an immortal sooner or later." Catching up to her, Yuanling, "You guys should also become immortals quickly. Don't belittle yourselves." Jiang Yuanling was stunned. "I didn't." At this moment, Shan Kong suddenly appeared. A pit appeared where he flew to. Immediately following was the Dark Knight Demon King. These two destroy things wherever they go. Shan Kong excitedly walked up to Zhang Fan, boasting, "Master, this old pig has also become an immortal." The Dark Knight Demon King also proudly said, "I have also become an immortal. Thank you for your cultivation, Master." Then Huang Jiqian also appeared, sighing, "This old man has cultivated for so many years, but still hasn't been able to become an immortal. I don't know how much longer it will take." Zhao Yin seemed to be facing a similar situation. At this moment, Zhang Fan walked up to the two of them, handing an immortal fruit to Huang Jiqian and Zhao Yun respectively, encouraging, "Everyone must work hard. Tell me if you lack any resources." The two were overjoyed, saying in unison, "Thank you, High Immortal, for bestowing the treasure." Zhang Fan said gently, "Everyone must cultivate hard." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strange anomaly. Looking up at the sky, he discovered 3 figures flying over. It turned out to be Duan Xian and his 2 disciples. His face was panicked, hurriedly reporting to Zhang Fan. "Taoist Zhang, the Supreme Sect sent a message. Recently, there's a possibility that a force will attack our heaven cloud continent." Zhang Fan had just finished speaking and hadn't had time to congratulate the old Taoist on becoming an immortal, when he was reminded by the old Taoist to stay calm. At this moment, Shan Kong also stepped forward. Excitedly say, "What? There are outside forces wanting to attack the heaven cloud continent? Great." Shan Kong patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Before, this old pig hadn't become an immortal yet. Couldn't go to the blood abyss battlefield. It bored me to death. Master, let this old pig go to the outer realm to scout the enemy situation." Suddenly, the Dark Knight Demon King also appeared, kicking Shan Kong in the butt. "Master, let me go out for some fresh air." Shan Kong angrily grabbed the Dark Knight Demon King's tail, barking, "You damn dog, dare to touch me." The Dark Knight Demon King immediately bit Shan Kang's arm. "Damn fat pig, let go." These two fight as soon as they meet. Zhang Fan held his head and said, "All right, you two go out together. Pay attention to safety. However, first listen to the old Taoist explain clearly what happened." So Taoist Duan Xian recounted the matter from beginning to end, since receiving technical assistance from the Immortal Alliance. Our Heaven Cloud continent has built a number of monitoring points outside the World Protection Formation. According to recent intelligence, there are many immortals in the outer realm approaching the Heaven Cloud continent. Hearing this, Zhang Fan turned to ask Yuan Yuan, "Is it the force of that mysterious person?" Yuan Yuan replied, "Very likely." So Zhang Fan said to Shan Kong and the Dark Knight Demon King, "You two go to the outer realm. Release all your energy. However, don't forget the task I gave you. Investigate clearly who it is." Hearing this, both immediately stopped arguing, saying in unison, "Master, rest assured, we will definitely investigate clearly." The image shifts to another space, where a warship appeared. Someone loudly reported, "Captain, Heaven Cloud Continent Immortal Cultivators detected ahead." There were only 3 people on the deck of the warship. The captain coldly ordered, "Turn around, kill them." The immortal cultivators of the Heaven Cloud Continent felt extremely uneasy, Hurry, we have been exposed. The people of the high heaven realm have discovered us. Now the two sides have met. The captain calmly said, just you three brats? Your sect is truly cruel, even sending those who haven't become immortals into space. I see that sending people here is truly vicious. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out in the cabin. The captain used a loudspeaker to ask who it was. At this time, Shan Kong was causing havoc in the cabin. Looking at your appearance and tone, I thought it was some ninth heaven immortal emperor descending upon our heaven cloud continent. The captain was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled smugly. I didn't expect the tiny heaven cloud continent to have other immortals. However, it's just a pig demon that has become a spirit. Activate the formation. Capture it for me. The captain ordered. A formation appeared above Shan Kang's head. Shan Kong laughed loudly. Ha! A tiny formation wants to suppress me? Ridiculous. Before he finished speaking, he broke the formation with his bare hands. Then laughed heartily. Ha! Finally, a place for me to vent my anger. The captain drew his weapon and said, a monster like you dares to be arrogant in front of me. Watch me. Before he could strike, he was ambushed from behind by the Dark Knight Demon King. He fell to the ground, unconscious. The Dark Knight Demon King said, squeak, squeak, squealing like a pig. Shan Kong retorted, woof, 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 only dogs bark. In this situation, they were still arguing. Shan Kong didn't forget his mission, asking the captain, who is the leader of your high immortal realm? The opponent was trembling with anger. He didn't expect to be defeated by a pig demon and a dog. But Lord Mo Xian will definitely avenge him. Hearing this, Shan Kong snorted in disdain. Mo Xian, that guy? The Dark Knight Demon King said nothing. It decisively kicked the captain out into space. Then the Dark Knight Demon King said to Shan Kong, before, I heard Master and the Fairy say, this person is related to the Blood Abyss battlefield. At this moment, the three Heaven Cloud Continent cultivators bowed respectfully and said, greetings to the two high immortals, Shan Kong and Dark Knight. Shan Kong arrogantly demanded, report all the information you have monitored during this time to me. Then fly this spaceship back to the Heaven Cloud Continent. Then it said to the Dark Knight Demon King, let's compete a bit. See who finds the vermin hiding in this universe first. The Dark Knight Demon King immediately replied, who's afraid of whom? In another world, Mo Xian and Nguyen Deep were observing them through a rift. She asked, young master, don't you intend to take action? He calmly replied, why should I take action? Those people are all subordinates of that old man, Zhang Ming. Nguyen Dai Lauet Lao Li. I didn't expect the young master to be so cruel to fellow Taoists of the immortal realm, so cold-hearted. Mo Xian replied, isn't it all because of you demons? When I was bored, you thought of every way to make me fall, didn't you? Then he said again, don't worry, I will take action. But this time is just a probe. I want to know how much Zhang Fan and Yuan Yuan's cultivation has improved recently. The image shifts to Zhang Fan. He was concentrating on cultivation. Suddenly Zhang Fan sensed something. This is the coordinate of the Great Void. Is it the place hiding the next segment of the Ling Shao immortal scripture? Yuan Yuan turned and asked, what's wrong? Zhang Fan stood up happily, telling her, just now my cultivation advanced a bit. I have obtained a clue about the next segment of the inheritance left by the Great Emperor. At this moment, Yu Lian also appeared, asking Zhang Fan, Master, are we leaving right now? He shook his head. We will go, but not yet. We must deal with the demons and monsters surrounding the Heaven Cloud Continent first. Zhang Fan finished speaking. Looking up at the sky, Yuan asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Zhang Fan replied, the protective sword energy I left for Shan Kong and Dark Knight is being used. The camera shifts to Shan Kong and the Dark Knight Demon King. At this moment, they were surrounded by enemies from all sides. It was those mysterious figures. Looking closely, both of them had dark red wounds on their bodies. But Shan Kong still remained calm, saying, unexpectedly, besides the vermin of the high immortal realm, there are also sneaky rats like you. The leader pointed at the two of them, ordering, attack. Destroy the forces of the evil Heaven Cloud Continent. The Dark Knight Demon King secretly discussed with Shan Kong. Fat Pig, prepare to rush out with me. It held a sword in its mouth, taking the opportunity to rush towards those mysterious figures. Fat Pig now. Hearing this, Shan Kong quickly ran away. Laughing loudly, you rats, Keep chasing. I'm slipping away. After speaking, he jumped onto the Dark Knight Demon King's back, saying smugly, Dark Knight, run fast. They are really chasing. The other cursed angrily. You stupid pig. Who told you to jump on my back? Get down quickly. By this time, Shan Kong and the Dark Knight Demon King had left the mysterious figures far behind. The leader waved his hand to signal. Stop. Don't chase anymore. Immediately return to report the situation to Lord Mo. One of them spoke up. Captain, we haven't caught that pig demon and dog demon yet. Mission failed. The Lord will blame us. The other calmly replied. Our mission is to lure the Heaven Cloud Continent Genius Zhang Fan to the Great Void. He should be arriving soon. After speaking, the mysterious figures left. At this moment, Shan Kong was hiding behind a rock. He had been eavesdropping. He knew these people had bad intentions. Sure enough, they wanted to use them as bait. Then he turned back to say to the Dark Knight Demon King, I told you, I only rode you because the situation was urgent. Why'd you have to bite my hand and not let go? Hearing this, the Dark Knight Demon King also let go, saying aggrievedly, Do you think I want to bite your stinky trotter? But we should report to Master. Tell him not to come here. Shan Kong thought, with our Master's personality. Once the sword energy is activated, he will definitely come. How could he be afraid of these people? At this moment, Zhang Fan spoke up. You guys are too dangerous. Speak a chow chow, and gao gao ah the. Shan Kong immediately acted coquettishly with Zhang Fan. Master, you are a divine hero. How could you be scared by the schemes of these villains? The Dark Knight Demon King also chimed in. That's right, Master. Is the one from the High Immortal Realm Commander Zhang, or Mo Xin this time? As soon as it finished speaking, Zhang Fan said to them, Yu Yin is still on the floating island. I came to check on your situation first. If they want to lure me out, they certainly won't attack you. You continue to harass them. I will be with you. I want to see what Mo Xian and his gang want to do. As soon as the words fell, the scene shifted to another space. Several figures in black were acting mysteriously. The captain suddenly ordered, Search carefully around here. They are good at escape techniques. Be careful. One person spoke up. Isn't what we're doing a bit too obvious? The other gritted his teeth and said, We must make a big fuss. Moreover, that pig demon's mouth is too vicious. You have all seen that pig demon. Attack with full force for me. I must stew that pig demon for 3 days and 3 nights to vent my anger. The captain held a grudge against Shan Kong. Suddenly, a magical smoke appeared from the rift in front of him. Dark Knight and Shan Kong stepped out boldly, laughing loudly. I didn't expect someone to crave your pig head. Dark Knight teased, while Shan Kong was boiling with rage. Truly annoying. Do you miss me that much? Seeing this terrifying aura, the captain's ears turned red. He was about to call for the Lord when he was punched in the face. At this moment, Shan Kong and Dark Knight were surrounded. Shan Kong clicked his tongue. It seems they prepared early, just waiting for us to appear. Dark Knight shook its leg and said, They saw through my innate divine ability from the start. The shadows have been disturbed by them. Shan Kong laughed sinisterly. Clasping his hands together, he said, This time, it seems we can only fight desperately. Suddenly, those mysterious people walked out from the rift. Dark Knight said in surprise, They set a trap to catch us. Why do they want to leave? He was puzzled. Shan Kong pointed forward and said, You stupid dog. Look, it's people from the high true immortal realm. A series of warships appeared, with terrifying momentum. Shan Kong guessed. It seems those mysterious black-armored people are related to the high true realm. Mo Xian said loudly. Two friends, long time no see. Have you also become immortals? Thinking of young Master Zhang, since the Blood Abyss battlefield, he must have become even more formidable. Shan Kong replied disdainfully. What friendship do we of the Heaven Cloud continent have with you animals of the high true immortal realm? That subordinate angrily said. Little demon, wait until I show you my power. Mo Xian raised his hand to signal, calmly retorting. Letting subordinates be so unruly is not a good thing. Since young Master Zhang has arrived, why not show yourself? So, Zhang Fan stepped out from behind a large rock. It really is senior brother Mo Xian. It seems since the Battle of the Blood Abyss, your cultivation has also improved quite a bit. Mo Xian revealed a smile full of killing intent. So this time I came, not to find junior brother Zhang Fan, but to seek guidance from you. That defeat at your hands, I have always kept in mind. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed several sword strikes toward Zhang Fan. But Zhang Fan dodged them all with just one move. Mo Xian kept that cold smile. Junior brother Zhang Fan. I wonder this sword strike. How do you find it? Zhang Fan calmly replied. Just average. Mo Xian then revealed a look full of ambition. Laughing loudly, it seems. After obtaining the inheritance of Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao, Junior brother Zhang Fan, your cultivation has indeed improved quite a bit. But don't rush, Junior brother Zhang Fan. I will compete with you again later. Formation. Welcome my junior brother Zhang Fan properly. After speaking, the subordinates jumped down from the ship. Shan Kong called out worriedly. Master, the people of the high true immortal realm and those mysterious men in black seem to be on the same side. He told this to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan heard and replied. It seems this senior brother, Mo Xian, seems to have many secrets that he doesn't want others to know. The opponent reported, Junior brother Zhang Fan. Heavenly King Zhang Ming sent me ahead to give you a chance. Hand over the Ling Xiao heavenly scripture, and your crime of offending the high true immortal realm can be forgiven. Hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Sure enough, it's the style of your high true immortal realm. The first time, the second time, your schemes failed in the Heaven Cloud continent. The third time, you can still shamelessly come again. Mo Xian narrowed his eyes. Smiling, he said, it seems. Junior brother Zhang Fan, you don't want to resolve this peacefully. Speaking of which, suddenly a formation appeared beneath Zhang Fan and the others. Mo Xian pointed his sword tip, speaking with a firm tone. Although I greatly admire junior brother Zhang's talent, the failure you brought me also made me devote myself to cultivation once again, but bearing a heavy responsibility. I can only swing my sword at junior brother. Shan Kong sighed. Mocking master, do you smell something? Why do I feel so nauseous? Zhang Fan also chimed in. Maybe we accidentally stepped in something dirty while fighting just now. Mo Xian was angered until his whole body trembled, but he still tried to suppress his anger, saying, truly arrogant. Right at this moment, a new formation appeared above their heads, shining brilliantly. Shan Kong quickly enlarged himself, protecting Zhang Fan. Master, be careful. Mo Xian laughed with delight, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Shan Kong was pierced by that beam of light. Spitting blood, this brat for so many years, scheming and cunning. His attacks are truly vicious. Shan Kong was heavily injured. Zhang Fan immediately threw him an immortal pill, saying, recover your body first. Leave these attacks to me to handle. Once again, the light beamed down. Zhang Fan stepped forward to block it. Mo Xian ordered, activate the formation with full power. Let the airships begin the attack. The opponent reported. His Majesty ordered to capture Zhang Fan alive, fully activating the formation. As for letting the airships attack, should we? Mo Xian turned around and glared at the opponent. Do you want me to call you Lord? Do you want to come out and command in my place? The opponent was frightened and hurriedly replied. This subordinate dares not. This subordinate will go give the order immediately. Thinking in his heart, this brat is old man Zhang Ming's lackey. But later I will let you know what obedience is. At the same time, the warships also fired similar beams of light. The Dark Knight Demon King hurriedly shouted, Master, be careful. Those airships want to ambush you. Zhang Fan swung his sword to repel the airships, calmly comforting. Don't panic, Yuan and Old. Zhao and the others are arriving soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed from the rift. The High True Scout reported, careful, enemy attack from the direction of the Heaven Cloud continent. At this moment, Zhang Fan's floating island had passed through the rift. The first person to come out was Yulian. She called out joyfully, Master, we are here. Below is Zhao Yun. He pointed forward, calling Old Huang. The floating island's formation has been fully activated. Support the High Immortal and shoot down those airships. As soon as he spoke, the floating island fired beams of light towards the warships of the High True Heaven Realm. They panicked, hurriedly setting up defensive formations. Someone reported, no good. The immortal ship's power was all used to prepare for the attack. Our immortal power is being used by the formation, cannot be immediately withdrawn. At this moment, the The warships of the High True Realm were destroyed one after another. Montauk Xuan watched expressionlessly. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. Why is this brat not panicked at all? Instead, it's like he anticipated this. Mo Xian immediately ordered a retreat. Temporarily cancel the plan for this time. Return to continue plotting the next move. Then he said to Zhang Fan, Junior brother Zhang, meeting today was a bit rushed. In the future, I will definitely come to apologize. Then, I bid you farewell. Zhang Fan did not reply. Throwing a punch. Sword energy aimed straight at Mo Xian. Mo Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and said, Junior brother Zhang Fan, no need for such a warm send-off. We will meet again very soon. At this moment, Yu Lian walked to Zhang Fan's side, asking, Master, those people from the High True Heaven Realm have been driven away by us. What's wrong? Zhang Fan turned to say to Yuan Yuan. Yuan, did you notice that Mo Xian's use of troops this time was a bit strange? Yuan Yuan replied, Just now, when senior brother drew his sword, I was observing him the whole time. He seemed to be able to use the surrounding void. Yu Lian still didn't understand. Master, sister, what does this mean? Yuan Yuan explained. This person was once a peerless genius of the High True Heaven Realm. There must be a huge secret hidden behind him. Zhang Fan wondered in his heart. I don't know what exactly he obtained in the Blood Abyss battlefield. Thinking for a while, he called everyone to set off. Let's return to the floating island. Prepare a bit and then depart. The camera shifts to the people of the High Heaven Realm. A subordinate stepped forward to ask Mo Xian, Lord, what should we do next? His Majesty's mission has not been completed yet. Montauk Xuan calmly replied, Norus, continue. Send people to monitor the periphery of the Heaven Cloud continent. Remember, the people sent must first contact the spy in the Heaven Cloud continent. The opponent nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord. This subordinate will arrange it immediately. Then Mo Xian ordered the remaining army. Let the soldiers below practice diligently. However, it was just experiencing a failure. They responded in unison. Yes. The camera shifts to the manor in the center of the floating island. Everyone had returned. At this moment, Zhang Fan was praising Shan Kong and the Dark Knight Demon King. You two did not bad. However, just breaking through to immortal, you experienced a real battle. Go back and rest a bit. After speaking, he gave them immortal fruits. Each of them showed a joyful expression and replied, Thank you, Master. Then Zhang Fan entrusted Yuan Yuan. Yuan, I still have to trouble you to help me find the location of the star map and the distribution of forces. Yuan Yuan took out a star map and placed it on the table. Pointing to a spot, she asked, The bright spot in the center of the star map. Is it the place of the Emperor's inheritance? Everyone focused their eyes on it. Zhang Fan explained, This is the inheritance in the ruins of the Endless Sea. It was given to me by the remnant image of Emperor Lingxiao. Wait until I cultivate the Lingxiao immortal scripture to the mystic immortal realm. Then I can touch the next clue of the inheritance. The location of this bright spot is the Emperor's tomb. At this moment, Yu Lian asked, Yuan Yuan, is the situation here very complicated, or is it very dangerous? The other recounted, An Emperor-level great war once occurred here. It should be the battlefield of Emperor Lingxiao and his enemies. Therefore, the void here is extremely weak, allowing many void demons to easily tear through the void to come here. More troublesome is that place happens to be the intersection of the High Nine Heavens realm and the 24 Heavens realm. The forces of all parties are intertwined, also making this place a hideout for strong beings in the void. In short, that place is extremely chaotic. I heard that our immortal realm only has small sects guarding it. It can be said to have no influence. When arriving there, we must be careful. Hearing these words, Zhang Fan rubbed his chin in thought. This is indeed natural, but in the inheritance, the remnant image of Emperor Lingxiao told him. Outside the tomb, the Emperor once moved a piece of a small continent, then took in a group of refugees, letting them become the clan guarding the tomb. I wonder how they are now. He pondered for a while. A month passed. A rift suddenly appeared in the Heaven Cloud continent, transporting to the Void Island tomb immortal. A young girl stood outside observing. Suddenly, someone came to report. Saintus, the 4 bandits of Sirius sent someone. Saying this is an ultimatum for our Tomb Guardian clan. Hearing these words, the Saintess was extremely surprised. Turning around to ask, What do they want? The opponent hesitated for a moment. Unable to speak, the saintess urged him. Speak. Since the internal turmoil in the clan, what haven't we experienced? The opponent gritted his teeth and replied. He wants us to hand over the holy sword you are protecting. 1,000 boys and girls. And also you. But as soon as he finished speaking, he firmly said, Saintess, we absolutely will not hand you over. You are the leader of the Tomb Guardian clan, the one who has helped us escape predicaments many times, the hope for the revival of the Tomb Guardian clan. Suddenly, another group of people walked over. The man immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Grand Elder, you have come. The others bowed in unison. Saintess, I have ordered all guards to be ready. Let's take advantage of the time before the people of the 4 bandits of Sirius arrive, to quickly move the clan members. Hearing this, the saintess was a bit anxious. She looked towards the ancestor. Suddenly, Chun Rangan shook his head. He said to her, Little girl, I know you always believe in the prophecy. But those traitors all know we are protecting the route of the teleportation array. The people of the 4 bandits of Sirius are all at the heavenly immortal cultivation level or above. We basically cannot stop them. The saintess shook her head firmly. She insisted on her thought. Ancestor, I believe the hero in the prophecy will definitely come. He will lead us away from this place. A subordinate said loudly. Grand Elder, we must defend this place. I will definitely protect the saint as well. Suddenly, someone came to report. Grand Elder, Saintess. Bad news. The attention of the 3 immediately focused on that person. The subordinate immediately guessed. Did the people of the 4 bandits of Sirius break their word, attacking us before the deadline arrived? The person replied, No. A floating island suddenly appeared in the void. It didn't attack immediately, nor did it leave. I have sent brothers to monitor the surroundings. Hearing this, all 3 were surprised. Saying in unison, What? Chun Rangan immediately ordered. Notify all clan members to prepare for battle. The saintess and I will go take a look. The saintess said nothing. She looked toward Zhang Fan and the others. They also saw the floating island in the void. Zhang Fan pointed at the floating island and said, That is the place of immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's inheritance. He built his tomb here, then used a small continent to hide it. Yuan Yuan observed the surroundings, then speculated. However, something seems to have happened here. We must be careful. Zhang Fan shrugged. Shaking his head, he said, After all, millions of years have passed. The remnant image the Emperor left on a heaven cloud continent couldn't predict what would happen here. Hope we get lucky. Suddenly at this moment, Yu Yin pointed forward and said, Master Yuan. Sister Yi, everyone look quickly. Someone is coming out from inside. It was the Saintess and Grand Elder Chun Rangan. He spoke on behalf of his clan. Distinguished guests coming from afar. This old man, Chun Rangan, greets you all. Zhang Fan also replied politely. They're my friends. Greetings, senior. At this moment, the Saintess whispered to Chun Rangan. Ancestor, listening to this little brother's tone, he seems to have no hostility. It seems he is not from the 4 bandits of Sirius, nor the type of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Perhaps we can. Before she finished, Chun Rangan raised his hand to signal her to be silent, then asked, I wonder what business the distinguished guests have in coming from afar? If this old man can help, just speak. Zhang Fan and Yuan looked at each other and smiled. Then Zhang Fan said, There is a matter I would like to ask Senior for help with. The opponent was slightly surprised, but still readily replied. Distinguished guest, please speak. This old man will definitely help. However, you have come a long way. Why not rest in the clan? First, let this old man hear what problem you have encountered. Zhang Fan clasped his hands, respectfully saying, respecting the old and loving the young. Then I will trouble you, Senior. Then he turned to Yuan. Yulian dog, let's go. Everyone follow me to the mountain. Old Zhao, old Huang, trouble you two to lead the others to stay and protect the floating island. Task assigned. Zhang Fan and the others followed Chun Rangan. At this moment, the Saintess asked, Ancestor, do you want to ask them to help us stop the 4 bandits of Sirius? The opponent replied, Anyway, I don't intend to leave. Moreover, leaving the protection of the Great Array, we will also encounter layers of danger. So, opportunity is right in front of us. I also want to try. Chun Rangan sighed and said, if not for seeing no hope. Do you think our great clan would agree to the ancestors settling and guarding here? Hearing these words, the saintess was so excited she couldn't speak. Scene change. Zhang Fan and everyone were warmly received. Chen Rangan introduced. This is the immortal tea, a specialty of our clan. It has special effect for sword cultivators. Please don't be polite. Hearing this, Zhang Fan lifted the teacup, took a sip, then he thought to himself, this immortal tea truly lives up to its reputation. After drinking it, there's a feeling of enlightenment. Suddenly Zhang Fan remembered something and said, right? Senior, just now when we entered the clan grounds, we noticed everyone in the clan seemed to be in a state of defense against an enemy. Did something happen to you all? Shinrangan then recounted that this chaotic sea area has always been very chaotic. Among them is a group of very strong void bandits, named the Four Bandits of Sirius, targeting their clan. If a traitor hadn't appeared in the clan before, revealing the secret transportation route of the clan protection formation to the Four Bandits of Sirius, they wouldn't be in the situation they are in now. Speaking of this, Chun Rangan couldn't help but get angry. Slamming his hand on the armrest of the chair, Zhang Fan quietly glanced at Yuan, wanting to convey a signal. Then he smiled and said to Chen Rangan, it just so happens that we also need to trouble you seniors. I don't know how to repay everyone. If senior trusts us, let us help deal with those people. Hearing this, Chen Rangan stood up. Is that really possible? Zhang Fan replied, Senior, if you need anything, just say it. The opponent smiled brightly, saying, truly thank you all so much. Then he called a servant and said, immediately go to the warehouse. Get the sword rhyme tea. Give it to these distinguished guests. Zhang Fan hurriedly interrupted. Senior, this matter is not urgent. I haven't said how we want to trouble your noble clan yet. Chen Rangan smiled and replied. This old man was too impatient. Forgot to ask why you came to the chaotic sea star region. Zhang Fan calmly replied. I come from the heaven cloud continent. Hearing this name, Chen Rangan and the saintess looked at each other, both showing surprised expressions. Zhang Fan continued. My sect once had a strong expert who traveled through the myriad worlds. Later, in this chaotic sea star region, he fell. But before passing away, he used his own power to transmit some information back to the sect, letting us know the place where he fell, also giving us a chance to come here to find his remains and relics. Hearing this, the saintess suddenly stood up, asking, does brother really come from the heaven cloud continent? Chen Rangan raised his hand to signal Yuling to calm down, then smiled and said, apologies. Our clan's ancestors passed down, saying we also came from the heaven cloud continent. That's why the little girl was so excited. Chen Rangan called a servant and said, these distinguished guests came from afar. Besides tea and water, prepare some drinks and send them to the guests' floating island. Then he politely said to Zhang Fan again, you have just arrived. Please rest first. Later I will have someone send some important intelligence of the chaotic sea star region to your island. Zhang Fan nodded and said, then I will trouble you, senior. Returning to the floating island, Shan Kong asked, Master, those people outside the island are all on guard. Shouldn't we discuss a bit? Zhang Fan replied, I agreed to help them solve the trouble, but still haven't told them everything about immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. After all, no one knows, after tens of thousands of years, whether these tomb guardians still remember their ancestors' mission. Then Zhang Fan called the dog and said, you go scout the situation around. Conveniently inquire about their group's name. The dog excitedly replied, yes, master. I'm going now. At this moment, Yuan spoke up. Then let's go rest first. But I am really a bit anxious to see the immortal emperor's precious sword. Zhang Fan smiled and said, me too. Everyone go rest first. Scene shifts to a meeting room. Chen Rangan asked Old Third, these past few days you contacted other forces. Did they agree? The opponent shook his head, replying, as soon as they heard about the Four Bandits of Sirius, they all refused. Chen Rangan replied, I guessed as much. It's already fortunate that the forces in the chaotic sea star region don't fish in troubled waters, let alone helping. Saintess Yuling spoke up. Grand Elder. Before she could finish, Chen Rangan interrupted. Young Master Zhang Fan comes from the heaven cloud continent. I feel that even if he isn't the person in the prophecy, he comes from the world in the ancestors' prophecy. Moreover, they also agreed to help us. We can let them in. Yu Ling offered her opinion, but immediately after hearing it, Chun Rongon shook his head. Saintess, only you know what our Tomb Guardian clan is protecting. You should be clearest about how dangerous it is to let outsiders know our secret. Saintess Yu Ling firmly affirmed. I feel he is the person in the prophecy. Suddenly, a person appeared. Urgent report. Elder. Bad news. Pei Yong stepped forward, asking, didn't you lead troops to observe the movements of the 4 bandits of Sirius? Why did you return? Could it be? The opponent, face covered in injuries, replied. Today, we were observing as usual, but suddenly we were surrounded by the people of the 4 bandits of Sirius. When I broke out, I saw their fleet gathering. Another elder said, these bandits truly have no morals. Clearly the deadline hasn't arrived yet. Yet they are shameless. Chun Rongon shouted loudly. Shut up. The news of us going everywhere to ask for help, I'm afraid, has been discovered by their people. No movement these past few days was probably to make us lower our guard. Right now, we must think of a way to solve this. Otherwise, Saintess Yu Ling will, Uncle Zhang and the others being followed, must have been discovered long ago. Since they took action but let Uncle Zhang and the others escape, it proves the 4 bandits of Sirius were prepared long ago, not afraid of us scattering immediately or finding help. Suddenly, another person came to report. Captain, brothers outside sent news. A ship flying the Sirius flag is heading towards us. Chun Rongon's expression changed, blurting out, so fast. Saintess Yu Ling quickly stepped forward and said, Grand Steward, I will go to young Master Zhang Fan's floating island now. The defense of the clan grounds is entrusted to the stewards and Uncle Pei Yong. The image shifts to the floating island. The Dark Knight Demon King said to Master Zhang Fan, these are the 4 bandits of Sirius I scouted over the past few days. Just as you said, they are a famous force in the chaotic Sea Star region. Just don't know which one came this time, or if all 4 came. Suddenly, Saintess Yu Ling appeared. She said, young Master Zhang Fan, this little woman presumptuously visits. Hope you forgive me. She introduced herself. Chun Yu Ling, Saintess of the Sirius clan. Greetings, young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang, the enemy of the clan, has attacked. I wonder if you and your friends can help us resist the enemy. She asked sincerely. Zhang Fan replied, I previously promised Miss Chun and Senior Chun Rongon. I will definitely do it. Hearing this, Chun Yu Ling was very happy. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Then Zhang Fan called. Yu Yan, you lead old Zhao and everyone. Leave the floating island. She immediately replied, yes, Master. The image shifts to the enemy warship. A subordinate stepped forward to report. Fourth Master, there seems to be someone blocking the way ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up. A floating island was heading this way. The 4th Master asked, didn't Big Brother send people to notify the nearby forces? Does anyone know whose floating island is blocking our way? A subordinate replied, 4th Master, in this chaotic Sea Star region, I've never heard of a floating island that can move in the void. He ordered, send someone over to check. Tell the people ahead. The 4th Master of our 4 bandits of Sirius has taken a fancy to this floating island. Now, this treasure is ours. The subordinate immediately did as told. A moment later, his face was covered in injuries. He returned crying, 4th Master, you must avenge me. There is a pig demon ahead. Before I could even open my mouth, I was beaten black and blue. It also told me to pass on a message. The 4th Master immediately flew into a rage. Even a subordinate of our 4 bandits of Sirius dares to be beaten? It seems the reputation of our 4 bandits of Sirius in this chaotic Sea Star region is not loud enough yet. What did it tell you to say? The subordinate replied. That pig demon said, tell the 4 bandits of Sirius to wash their dog, but's clean. Wait for it to arrive, then kneel down and wag your tails for it. The 4th Master angrily threw the subordinate aside, loudly ordering, pass the order. All warships accelerate. I want to kill them all. Spare no one. So, hundreds of warships of the 4 bandits of Sirius surrounded the floating island. The 4th Master sat on a chair. Looking down, he said, that brat. Was it you who told the pig demon behind to beat my subordinate? And told us to kneel and wag our tails to beg you? Zhang Fan replied loudly. I thought all the 4 bandits of Sirius had come. Turns out it's just you alone. He roared, Brat, you are tired of living. After speaking, he broke a wooden chair, threw it at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan caught the chair with one hand. The fourth master said with some interest. Not bad. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You indeed have some skill. But since you dared to touch the territory of our 4 bandits of Sirius, in this chaotic sea-star region, no one can save you. Everyone charge at me. Those fairies beside the brat look pretty good. Remember not to hurt them. The fourth master ordered. Fourth master, subordinates guarantee to bring them back intact for you to enjoy. The crowd below responded. Fourth master, rest assured. Watch me capture those fairies and bring them to you. As soon as they finished speaking, the warships got closer and closer to the floating island. Shan Kong suddenly enlarged himself. Your ancestors haven't fought enough last time. Just as well, you delivered yourselves to the door. After speaking, he threw a punch at a warship. The warship instantly shattered. The people of the 4 bandits of Sirius were thrown into space, loudly crying for help. Fourth master. Seeing this scene, the fourth master spoke up. Add some fuel to the fire for that guy named Wang. Let him make some profit. The subordinate replied. Yes. From afar, Shan Kong enjoyed this destruction very much. Laughing loudly. You punks dare to come challenge me? Shan Kong was facing another one. That one said smugly. Pig demon, my fourth master has ordered. Cannot let you continue to be arrogant. Shan Kong immediately returned to his original form, snorting coldly. Big talk. Then try the skill of your pig ancestor here. After speaking, he threw a punch. That one roared. What are you guys standing there for? This brat is not easy to deal with. Come help me quickly. The others also rushed up, just now saying he was useless. Now coming to beg him for help. Brothers, charge. Zhang Fan stood watching the battle from afar and said to the Dark Knight Demon King, Dog, you go deal with the rest. The Dark Knight Demon King responded, quickly flying over. The fourth master gritted his teeth. Beside that brat, there are indeed quite a few experts. It seems I have to take action personally. Let me test how this brat is. Let him know who calls the shots in this chaotic sea-star region. The fourth master stood up, holding a weapon, then walked in front of Zhang Fan, arrogantly saying, You have some skill. Let fourth master personally teach you a lesson. A sword flew towards Zhang Fan. Saintess Qin Yuling said worriedly, Young Master Zhang, be careful. Zhang Fan calmly drew his sword, then struck back with a sword. The fourth master was extremely surprised. Just a brat still smelling of mother's milk. How can he have such powerful strength? Just one sword strike repelled him. The fourth master said resentfully, Brat, consider it your win this time. But my big brother is absolutely not someone you can provoke. After speaking, he loudly ordered, Retreat. Brat, wait for my big brother to come find you. At this moment, Qin Yuling felt extremely surprised. The people of the 4 bandits of Sirius were driven away by young Master Zhang and everyone. She bowed her head to thank Zhang Fan. Young Master Zhang's kindness. Our clan will never forget for generations. If there is anything you need, please just say it, young Master Zhang. Zhang Fan calmly said, The matter is not over yet. The 4 bandits of Sirius will definitely return. We must think of a way to deal with their next attack. Qin Yuling politely said, The situation is urgent. Hope young Master Zhang forgives me. I will take my leave first. After speaking, she turned and left quickly. At this moment, Yuan Yuan asked Zhang Fan, Just now you didn't capture the fourth master. Did you want to wait for them to come all at once to solve it? Zhang Fan smiled and said, As expected of Yuan, saw through my thoughts at a glance. Moreover, I also hope the 4 bandits of Sirius will go everywhere for help, attracting all those with bad intentions towards the Tomb Guardian clan here. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan expressed agreement. That's good too. Saves us the effort. I knew you had no good intentions. Afterwards, Qin Yuling returned to the Sect, reporting back to the Sect master. Hearing this, Pei Yong was extremely surprised. The 4 bandits of Sirius just retreated like that? Qin Yuling replied. Young Master Zhang and his subordinates repelled the 4th master of the 4 bandits of Sirius. For the moment, we are safe. What? That young Master Zhang Fan can defeat the 4th master of the 4 bandits of Sirius? Qin Yuling replied seriously. That's right. I witnessed it with my own eyes on young Master Zhang's floating island. But this matter is not over yet. Grand Elder, the danger our clan faces is still there, clearly having repelled the 4 bandits of Sirius. Why does the Saintess say that? Qin Rangan said, I understand. The four bandits of Sirius will definitely return next time. Moreover, that mysterious and unfathomable first master, I'm afraid, will also appear. What? The leader of the four bandits of Sirius? I heard he single-handedly destroyed all the high-level members of the Star Sea Palace. Will he personally participate in the battle? Chen Rongan shouted loudly. Shut up. Then he said to Chen Yuling, Saintus, did that young Master Zhang say anything? He helped us, avenging us. This time we must reward him properly. Chen Yuling said. Young Master Zhang didn't ask for anything, but he said, fearing the four bandits of Sirius would come aggressively next time, told us we should also look for reinforcements. Chen Rongan shook his head helplessly, sighing, I have sent letters for help to all forces. So far there has been no reply. Chen Yuling firmly said, let's try again. We cannot sit and wait for death. The image shifts to the floating island. Zhang Fan was discussing with Yuan Yuan. Suddenly remembering something, he said, Right, I just received news from Zirong and Ruh. They have left the battlefield, preparing to come here to rest. Yuan Yuan also said, I received it too. We also received news from the Sect. A high-level traitor appeared in the Immortal Realm intelligence in the rear, shocking the entire alliance. The Lord of the Mystic God, Immortal Realm, Emperor Yaohua, one of the High Nine Immortals, will preside over the internal investigation. Zhang Fan heard this and asked, Will doing this alert the enemy? The opponent replied, We also don't know what the 9 emperors and 24 immortal kings are thinking. Perhaps this is the effect they want. Zhang Fan speculated. Perhaps there are other actions secretly proceeding. But it's a pity for the frontline battlefield. I'm afraid we have to retreat to the defensive area. Continue to endure for a while longer. The camera shifts to the four bandits of Sirius. The fourth master had returned, crying and complaining to the big brother. Big brother, you must avenge me, the opponent coldly said. That is natural. It seems I haven't been out for a long time, making many people forget how cruel I am in this chaotic sea star region. Then he called the fourth brother to notify the second and third brothers. At the same time, notify the entire chaotic sea star region. Any force that wants to ally with us, wants benefits from the Tomb Guardian clan, depart with us when the time comes. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After drinking tea, the big brother of the four bandits of Sirius threw the teacup hard onto the ground, shattering it. With a drunken look on his face, he said, I want the Tomb Guardian clan to disappear completely from the chaotic sea star region. Let everyone remember, the four bandits of Sirius are not objects they can provoke at will. Hearing this, the fourth master excitedly said, Thank you, big brother. I will immediately go notify second brother and third brother. He added, Big brother, I saw a few beautiful girls on that brat's floating island. When the time comes, I will save the most beautiful one for big brother to enjoy, he said with a smug face. Hearing the name, Floating Island, the big brother pondered for a moment. I remember that mysterious force wanted to recruit me before. Also mention this place. The camera shifts to the floating island. Zirong and Lu Ru met Zhang Fan again. They happily greeted, Senior brother Zhang. Long time no see. Senior sister Yuan. Zhang Fan asked solicitously. You two worked hard cultivating on the battlefield, yet rushed here to rest. Try my immortal fruit tea. Ru smiled, sat down and said, I didn't expect that after we and senior sister Yuan left the battlefield, so many things happened. Yuan Yuan replied, compared to the last meeting, Junior brother Zhang and I have also changed a lot. On the battlefield, you two must have experienced a lot. Zirong replied confidently. That is natural. He excitedly boasted. Ru and I were unstoppable on the battlefield. While speaking, Zirong's face darkened. But Ru and I really didn't expect. We fought desperately on the front line, yet there were traitors in the rear, colluding with the demon race. Luckily, senior brother Zhang and senior sister Yuan discovered their tracks. Ru skillfully interrupted. Senior brothers, senior sister. Let's change the subject. For example, the immortal emperor's tomb that senior brother Zhang mentioned earlier. How is it? Zhang Fan then spoke up to recount. This is the tomb built by immortal Emperor Ling Xiao from the Heaven Cloud continent. He spent the last years of his life here creating the sword scripture. I am his heir. Zirong was extremely excited hearing this. This is the first time I've heard of the method of inheriting immortal scripture from outside the immortal realm. Senior brother Zhang, After you finish inheriting, allow me to spar with you, okay? Zhang Fan thought. Junior brother Z is truly a straightforward person. His eyes were full of excitement and expectation, without any impurities. So he agreed. After I finish inheriting, absolutely no problem. However, I still have to ask junior brother Z and junior sister Lu to help me solve some troubles. Ro replied, of course, no problem. I also look forward to senior brother Zhang inheriting, seeing that inheriting the vermilion bird heavenly realm of the immortal emperor. How different I am from you. Zhang Fan promised the two. Junior brother, junior sister, you two rest first. Still have to wait a few more days. Just in time for us to exchange some recent cultivation results. Scene shifts to the 4 bandits of Sirius. The boss asked, have second and third started according to plan? The opponent replied, second and third have already set off. They will act according to Big Brother's plan. The boss ordered with a firm voice, notify the forces ahead. I am very satisfied that they obeyed our order to come here. I will feed them well. However, don't forget to tell them. Must let us see their true strength. He said sternly. The 4th master confidently replied, guaranteed to convey fully. Otherwise, they will know the consequences of deceiving the 4 bandits of Sirius. The boss patted his shoulder, instructing, then go tell them. Set off. As soon as the words fell, the 4th master announced the departure order. The warships of the 4 bandits of Sirius started one after another. Scene shifts to Pei Yong reporting to the Saintess and Grand Elder. The 4 bandits of Sirius have brought people here, but we still haven't found anyone willing to help. Chen Rongon calmly replied, we found them long ago, didn't we? All right. Pei Yong, order all clan members to prepare for battle. Women and children enter the secret chamber. Then he said to Chen Yuling, if the situation is unfavorable, you immediately go to young Master Zhang's island. Chen Yuling seemed to understand Chen Rongon's intention. A look of sorrow appeared on her face. At this moment, Chen Rongon said firmly, elders, let's go. Let's use these old bones to block them first. Scene shifts to outer space. Chen Rongon shouted loudly, the enemy is here. Clan members absolutely must not forget our mission. Protect the holy land that ancestors have guarded for generations. They picked up weapons. Chen Rongon ordered to activate the clan protection formation. Everyone prepare for battle. The Great War begins. A layer of barrier covered the entire island, blocking every wave of attacks from the enemy. The newly appointed Big Brother said to his junior brother, the traitor of the Sirius clan is ready. Tell subordinates to notify him within 1 minute. He wants to see the formation stop working. The 4th master signaled with his hand. The subordinate understood and agreed. The 4th master also said, Big Brother, these people call themselves the Sirius clan. I heard that previously in the chaotic Sea Star region, they had extremely powerful strength. No one dared to provoke them. Such powerful strength also makes everyone very curious. Whose tomb are they protecting exactly? The Big Brother smiled and replied, this question the entire chaotic Sea Star region has been curious about for tens of thousands of years. However, just wait and see. We will know soon. 1 minute later, the formation of the Sirius clan began to weaken. Pei Yong appeared, notifying the Saintess and Grand Elder. The traitor led people to ambush from behind, destroying the formation. Hearing this, both were extremely shocked. Chen Rongon ordered, Yuling, Pei Yong, all high-level members follow me. The others stay put, to protect the tomb. They immediately appeared in front of the 4 bandits of Sirius. The Big Brother was puzzled. Planning to strike a stone with an egg? Couldn't beat us with a formation, let alone without the formation. Ha! He mocked. The 4th master also chimed in. Truly foolish people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he saw ahead and revealed a surprised expression. Isn't that brat's floating island? Is he watching a good show? Could he be waiting for an opportunity to intervene? This time, all 4 of us bandits are here. The 4th master immediately called Big Brother. He pointed forward and said, that brat over there, how do you plan to deal with him? The opponent replied arrogantly, if he is willing to kneel down and be a dog for our Sirius. Naturally, I will spare his life. If not, Old 4th, give the order. Everyone prepare to attack. He ordered the warships of the 4 bandits of Sirius to immediately surround the Sirius clan. Prepare to attack. Shinrangan also did not hesitate, shouting, "Prepare to fight to the death with them." Over here, Zhang Fan hadn't acted yet. Ru asked worriedly, "Senior brother Zhang, when do we act?" He replied, "Soon. Junior sister Lu and junior brother Chu, get ready. A bit. Now." Zhang Fan issued the command. A powerful force shot straight towards the small island. The small island instantly exploded into fragments. The people of the 4 bandits of Sirius were terrified. Chen Yuling said happily, "It's young Master Zhang taking action. This time he still voluntarily helped us." Shinrangan also felt surprised. This sword intent is both powerful and carries hidden runes. This young Master Zhang is not simple. The enemy boss asked, "Was that sword energy just now released by the brat who defeated you?" The 4th master gritted his teeth and said, "Correct, big brother. It's him. This sword intent. I absolutely will not forget." The boss ordered, "Bring his sword here to me." It seems I met a decent opponent this time. The opponent asked in surprise, "Big brother, do you want to take action personally? I'll go get it." Over here, Zhang Fan smiled and said to Lu Ru and junior brother Chu, "Yuan and I really want to see your progress on the battlefield." Lu Ru replied, "Yes. Senior sister and senior brother Zhang. Watch closely. I also look forward to our progress." After speaking, Zirong and Lu Ru rushed onto the battlefield. Zhang Fan said to Yulian, "Everyone take the floating island to support the Sirius clan. Unleash the full power of the floating island." After speaking, he and Yuan quickly followed the two. Zhang Fan seemed excited, hoping the mysterious big brother wouldn't disappoint him. Over here, Chen Yuling was fighting the enemy. She thought worriedly, "I wonder how young Master Zhang is doing over there." The mysterious big brother of the 4 bandits of Sirius seems to be heading towards young Master Zhang. Lost in thought, Chen Yuling was attacked from behind by an enemy, but just as she raised her sword, he was struck down by Lu Ru. She then asked, "You're Chen Yuling, right? Young Master Zhang sent me and junior brother Chu to help everyone." The opponent respectfully thanked the two for their help. Then she asked, "Young Master Zhang told you to come help? Isn't his side lacking strong manpower?" She showed clear worry. The leader of the 4 bandits of Sirius is very mysterious. Strength unfathomable. He caused evil deeds as soon as he set foot in the chaotic Sea Star region. Currently, no one knows how strong he is. Lu Ru encouraged her. "Sister Chun, rest assured. Senior brother Zhang is a famous heavenly demon in the heaven realm, not some nameless nobody who can be easily defeated." Zirong spoke up. "Ru, continue our undecided contest. See who can kill enemies faster." Finished speaking, he acted quickly. Every move took down an enemy. Lu Ru said annoyedly, "Zirong, you only know how to play dirty." Saying so, she also quickly joined this game, at the same time instructing Chen Yuling, "Sister, be careful yourself." Chen Yuling was dumbfounded by the two of them. Is this the strength of young Master Zhang's friends? Then how strong will young Master Zhang be? Over here, the 4th master said arrogantly, "Kid, my bib brother is here today. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in front of me again. Of course, if you kneel down and apologize to me, 4th master, and offer the beautiful woman beside you with both hands, I might spare your life." Hearing this, Yuan was so angry her hair stood on end. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "This guy is truly tired of living. Let Yuan handle it herself." Then he said to Yuan, "This guy is yours." The 4th master was still rambling, his tone extremely arrogant. Before he could finish, a sword flashed past him, cutting a few strands of hair. Yuan said coldly, "Let me send you on your way." The 4th master was not afraid at all. He even said, "Big brother, let me go meet the future sister-in-law first." "Don't worry, I will go easy." Finished speaking, the two dragged each other outside. Only Zhang Fan and the big brother were left standing opposite each other. The big brother spoke up. "You are Zhang Fan from the Heaven Cloud continent. Someone mentioned you to me before." Zhang Fan was surprised. "I didn't expect that someone from the Heaven Cloud continent, could have my name spread all the way here." The big brother slowly walked in front of Zhang Fan and said, "Not long ago, a group of mysterious people in black robes, wearing black masks, came to find me, wanted me to join them. These mysterious forces can actually intervene in the chaotic Sea Star region. It seems their power in the immortal realm is huge. These mysterious people have unknown origins. Perhaps I should consider joining them, just in time to use you as a gift for them. The big brother laughed cunningly. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack towards Zhang Fan like lightning. Zhang Fan quickly dodged and countered. Use me as a gift? Then try it. Saying so, Zhang Fan swung his sword to cut off the big brother's demonic claw. The demonic claw spread out, destroying several warships. The big brother said, "You have some skill. Probably why those black-robed people value you." Saying so, the big brother took out a mysterious weapon. Speaking in a contemptuous tone, Zhang Fan, coming from the Heaven Cloud continent, a tiny world not worth mentioning, drowned among countless worlds. Defeating the cross-border demon caused a shock. Also relying on your reputation in the Blood Abyss battlefield to call for an alliance of the 33 immortal realms. Hearing this, Zhang Fan replied, "It seems the big boss knows me very well." The big brother laughed delightfully. "Those black-robed people also warned me to pay attention to you, but I really want to know your strength. Because in this chaotic sea star region, it's been a long time since I met an opponent who excites me like you. Kid, let me see if you're really strong enough for those mysterious forces to value." Finished speaking, he swung his sword to attack. Zhang Fan also held his sword to defend. His sword split the opponent's attack in two, being diverted to other islands, causing them to explode. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "This big boss's strength is indeed extraordinary. A casual move has such terrifying power." However, being able to run rampant in the chaotic sea star region, a chaotic place without immortal realm jurisdiction, proves that this big boss's strength is definitely not just this. At this moment, the big boss was fired up, saying, "Kid, strength not bad. Continue to test my sword." Saying so, he pointed his sword tip at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan smiled slightly, then used just one hand to deflect the attack. It flew toward a warship, destroying another one. The crowd of the four bandits of Sirius had nowhere to run, simultaneously shouting to flee. Some fell into the void, screaming, "Save me! I haven't flown in the void yet." Zhang Fan pointed his sword tip at the enemy, loudly saying, "I say, can you stop pretending in front of me? Want to probe my strength? You are not qualified yet." The big boss gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "Arrogant, then let you witness my strength." Saying so, he fiercely threw his sword at Zhang Fan. The sword flew towards Zhang Fan with amazing speed. He smiled calmly. "Your strength, you can't imagine it." Saying so, Zhang Fan swung his sword to knock away the opponent's sword. The big boss immediately jumped over, smugly saying, "Kid, your reaction is too slow. Flowers in a greenhouse are indeed weak." Saying so, the big boss struck an extremely vicious palm. Zhang Fan quickly blocked it with his sword, then retreated backwards, analyzing every move of the opponent in his head. This guy, after dropping the sword in his hand, his strength became even stronger. It seems if relying only on strength, I am really not his opponent. Right at this moment, the big boss struck two palms, pursuing Zhang Fan. "I say, I intended to ask you for more news regarding that force. Now look out for yourself." The big boss sneered. "Brat, still stubborn at this hour? Just you? Still want to be famous in a myriad worlds? Dream on." Zhang Fan calmly used the sword domain move. Projection. His whole body was enveloped by a transparent barrier. The barrier expanded outwards. Everyone in the four bandits of Sirius was extremely surprised. What is happening? What is this brat doing? Zhang Fan smiled triumphantly. The big boss felt uneasy in his heart, wondering what Zhang Fan would do next. Zhang Fan said loudly, "Just now I let you attack for so long. Now it's my turn. Keep your dog life well." As soon as the words fell, countless flying swords flew straight towards the big boss. The big boss was endlessly surprised. Everyone in the four bandits of Sirius was also attracted. "Look quickly." Chunrangan and Chen Yuling also saw this scene. Chunrangan asked, "What happened over there?" The smoke and dust gradually cleared. Everyone saw clearly now. Zhang Fan was being enveloped by a transparent barrier. Everyone in the four bandits of Sirius was defeated by Zhang Fan in one move. Zhang Fan smiled triumphantly. It seems wanting to extract news from the big boss's mouth about the mysterious black-robed force is impossible. At this moment, the enemy was in chaos. The big boss is dead. The big boss was killed. Brothers, run quickly. Other warships announced simultaneously. The big boss is defeated. Retreat quickly. The 4 bandits of Sirius are finished. Hearing this news, they were all stunned, unable to believe their ears. Over here, the 4th master also felt it was unbelievable. How could Big Brother be killed by Junior? Impossible. A flash of panic appeared on his face. Yuan pointed her sword at the 4th master. Still have a mind to worry about other things now? The 4th master hurriedly blocked with his sword. 4th master, just didn't want to destroy this beautiful flower. That's why I didn't use my full strength. He thought to himself, Big Boss is buried here. I must escape. 2nd and 3rd, pray for yourselves. Then he said to Yuan, I'm preparing to take this little girl and run. Now I will attack with full force. You obediently follow me. Finished speaking, he rushed forward, launching the final attack, also revealing a smile full of sinister calculation. This little girl dodges the attack. I will immediately rush out and escape, absolutely not looking back. However, he absolutely didn't expect. Yuan not only didn't dodge, instead one move took his life. Zhang Fan walked over, saying, this guy really didn't care about his life anymore. It seems not only you and I improved. Lu Ru and Zi Rong also improved quite a bit. Over here, Lu Ru was still engrossed in the game she designed herself. Warships exploding one by one. Asking Zi Rons, I have surpassed you now. Come on, stinky brat. The opponent heard this and executed the Thunder Flash lightning move. Dozens of warships were hit by the lightning tribulation. No life left. Then Zi Rong said smugly, now our forces are equal. Lu Ru puffed her cheeks, saying resentfully, really won't yield even a bit. Then she asked him, Little Rong, previously in the Blood Abyss battlefield, did you still want to compete with Senior Brother Zhang? The opponent replied, don't you immortals always compare you and Senior Sister? We are the same. Hearing this, Lu Ru showed a dejected look, saying, all right, from now on we must double our efforts in cultivation. I don't want the gap between us and Senior Sister and Senior Brother Zhang to be too big. Someone on the enemy's side transmitted a message. The 4 bandits of Sirius Family Head and Big Boss are both dead. The 4 bandits of Sirius are about to be destroyed. Retreat quickly. Countless warships were destroyed. Over here, Pei Yong also stepped forward to report the situation to the Sanctus. Grand Elder, we won. They all ran away. Chen Yuling also chimed in, shouting loudly. Everyone won. It was young Master Zhang and his friends who helped us. Chen Rangan didn't dare believe his eyes. Trembling all over, face full of joy, he ordered, Pei Yong, immediately go back and notify the clan members. Bring out the immortal fruits, top-grade immortal tea, and other things. Organize a banquet to treat the Sanctus. I will go with you later to welcome young Master Zhang and his friends. Zhang Fan and everyone returned to the Grand Elder's side. Lu Ru exclaimed in surprise. All the high-level members are here? This welcoming ceremony is truly grand. Chen Rangan and the others said in unison. The Sirius clan chief is here. Thanking the young masters, fairies for helping our Sirius clan at a critical moment. Chen Rangan said, inviting young Master Zhang and the fairies. Please come this way. We have prepared a banquet. Hope to express our gratitude. Zhang Fan clasped his hands and said, respecting the old brings longevity. We cannot refuse. Chen Rangan led them to a dining hall and said, please take your seats. These are all specialty immortal fruits of our Sirius clan and some spirit beasts. Hope not to disappoint you. Then he happily instructed, go notify the clan members. Celebrate our Sirius clan overcoming the crisis of destruction. Start organizing a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Fan sat down, politely saying, then we won't stand on ceremony. Chen Rangan immediately replied. He said again, young Master Zhang mentioned before having business in the chaotic Sea Star region. I wonder what it is. My Sirius clan will definitely do our best to help. Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought to himself, I haven't mentioned this matter yet. The opponent actively brought it up. Saves beating around the bush. So, he opened his mouth and said, originally intended to trouble Senior. Since it's like this, I don't need to waste effort thinking about how to bring it up. Chen Rangan smiled and replied, please speak frankly, young Master Zhang. Zhang Fan went straight to the point. I came here to search for a tomb left by an immortal emperor. This immortal emperor's name is Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Chen Yuling suddenly stood up, blurting out, young Master Zhang. How do you know about immortal Emperor Ling Xiao? Although young master comes from the Heaven Cloud continent. Zhang Fan interrupted her. Does Miss Saintess want to ask why I know immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb is in the chaotic sea star region? Chen Yuling nodded in confirmation. Zhang Fan said frankly, because I obtained half of the inheritance left by immortal Emperor Ling Xiao. In the inheritance, the great emperor left instructions, telling me his tomb is in the chaotic sea star region. Chen Yuling and Chen Rangan were both extremely surprised, secretly thinking about how to verify if Zhang Fan's words were true or false. Zhang Fan took out a token. To prove it, he continued, moreover, I know what your serious clan chief is protecting is exactly the great emperor's tomb. And this tomb is located right in the center of this small continent. Pei Yong was terrified. What we are protecting is actually an immortal emperor's tomb. Chen Yuling said loudly. Saintess of the Sirius clan. Chen Yuling greets the great emperor's successor. Chen Rangan and Pei Yong also followed suit. Sirius clan chief greets the great emperor's successor. Zhang Fan smiled and said, everyone please rise. I was just lucky to obtain the great emperor's inheritance. Because of the remaining half of the inheritance, I came to the chaotic sea star region. Opening the tomb still requires troubling everyone. Chen Rangan hesitated a bit, saying, this matter is a long story. Moreover, it is a scandal in our clan. But since young master is the great emperor's successor, there is nothing to hide. Then Chen Rangan and Chen Yuling led Zhang Fan and the others to a place. Ahead was a bridge crossing a valley. Chen Rangan suddenly stopped. He called the guard. You lead people to guard outside. Do not allow anyone to approach. The opponent agreed and followed the order. At this moment, Chen Rangan said to Zhang Fan and the others, please, young masters, follow me and the saintess inside. So everyone continued forward under Chen Rangan's guidance. At this moment, Chen Rangan announced to them, this place is the forbidden ground of our clan. Only the saintess and I know the secret passed down from generation to generation in the clan. Hearing this, Zhang Fan looked up to observe the scenery before him. At this moment, Lu Ru asked, so, Grand Elder, can you open it for us to broaden our horizons? Hearing this, Chen Rangan suddenly coughed a few times, as if wanting to ask Chen Yuling for help. Chen Yuling also understood his intention, explaining, the problem our clan is currently facing is, the method to open the forbidden ground has been lost since 7 generations ago. Hearing this, Lu Ru was a bit surprised, asking, lost for 7 generations? Then she looked towards Zhang Fan, musing, behind this door is the place keeping senior brother Zhang's inheritance. That's why he came here. Now the door can't be opened. Chen Yuling also understood Zhang Fan's mood, apologetically saying, young master, since you came, we should have opened the door for you to enter and accept the inheritance. But the previous saintess passed away unexpectedly, and there was a traitor helping the enemy, leading to problems with the inheritance. Chen Rangan also continued, the method to open the forbidden ground has always been separated from the inheritance. The ancestral artifacts of the Grand Elders are auxiliary. The saintess's cultivation method is the key to opening it. But currently, among the 9 auxiliary ancestral artifacts, 3 are missing, stolen by the traitor. Zhang Fan showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, he smiled and replied, no problem. My inheritance has another activation method, but can only be used once. Hearing this, Chen Rangan and Chen Yuling exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Fan continued, a figure like the great emperor, how could he not have precautions? Moreover, cannot underestimate what happened. Everyone need not blame themselves. After speaking, he drew the long sword on his back, pointing straight at the sky. A mysterious power seemed to radiate around the sword body. Chen Yuling recognized this as the Ling Xiao sword intent. It was the sword intent contained in the forbidden artifact passed down by ancestors. At this moment, the door that had been tightly closed for 10,000 years finally opened. Everyone harbored doubts in their hearts. The world created by the heavenly emperor. What kind of place is behind the door exactly? The door opened. Inside appeared a battlefield scene. Rotting corpses, weapons scattered on the ground. The air was filled with a thick smell of death. Yuan Yuan and Zi Rong both raised a question. Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao, before his death, Exactly what kind of enemy did he fight? Why didn't other immortal emperors come to reinforce? Yuan panicked, stammering. This is the real scene in the Dao Palace secret realm inside the immortal emperor's body. But the immortal emperor's Dao Palace was destroyed to this extent. What exactly happened back then? She was endlessly puzzled. Zirong also chimed in. An emperor falling. Enemies coming from the outer realm. This should be a major event shocking the myriad worlds. But why does our sect not have any records? Lu Ruo also said, our Green Phoenix realm also doesn't have any records. Yuan reminded Zhang Fan to be careful. No one knows what exactly happened back then. An immortal emperor fell, yet no immortal realm has records. Zhang Fan appeared extremely excited. Let's go in and take a look. Everyone be careful. Then everyone slowly walked inside. Lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Lu Ruo felt her scalp tingle. She said, the atmosphere here is really strange. I always feel someone is staring at us. Zirong shared. We also have this feeling. So this makes us even more curious. Who exactly fought with Great Emperor Ling Xiao? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Walking for a while, Zhang Fan turned his head and said, Yulian, this place is very strange. Don't know if the Great Emperor's enemy left any influence. You three must stick close to the formation ahead. Absolutely do not separate. Yulian held a long staff, excitedly replying, Master, understand. Nearby, a ferocious beast spoke up. Master, rest assured, we will protect the young miss thoroughly. Looking at the people around, Zhang Fan frowned and reminded. Everyone must be mentally prepared for battle. I will lead. Junior brother Z, junior sister Lu. Trouble you two to guard the sides. Junior sister Yiwen in the middle, with senior Chun. Saintus in charge of support. After speaking, he walked directly towards the gate, opened it, observed inside once. Zhang Fan pondered silently. This is the reception hall of the frontline central hub. It should be the place most seriously destroyed by the enemy. Currently, at this moment, Yuan spoke in a cold voice. Everyone be careful. This hall is a bit strange. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past. Lu Ruo quickly launched a fire attack, shouting loudly. Who is it? Witnessing this scene, Zirong stepped forward, asking Lu Ruo. Junior sister, what did you see? Junior sister, Lu quickly replied. Just now I saw a black shadow flash over there. Yuan solemnly reminded everyone. Everyone be careful. Outside dark clouds cover everything. Not a single ray of light. Junior sister, Lu couldn't have seen wrong. I'm afraid in immortal Emperor Ling Xiao's tomb exist some strange things. Zhang Fan looked up, pondering silently. An immortal with powerful divine sense, even without using divine sense to observe the surroundings, cannot possibly mistake what they see. It seems the enemy who fought Great Emperor Ling Xiao was very powerful. Moreover, thinking of this, he said loudly to everyone, maintain vigilance. Do not scatter. Continue advancing. Zhang Fan swung his sword powerfully, shouting loudly towards the monster. Slash! The monster immediately collapsed. Frowning, he said, actually, since entering the hall, I have always felt watched. Just now junior sister Lu's brave discovery further confirmed my feeling. Sure enough, terrifying things exist here. Those behind seeing the monster were all pale, extremely terrified. What monster is this? Like a human, but not a human. Monsters of the 9 underworlds also couldn't possibly bring such a disgusting feeling to people. Yuan beside him spoke up. It doesn't have the aura of the 9 underworlds. It shouldn't be from the 9 underworlds. It seems to have a token on it. Hearing this sentence, Zhang Fan immediately took the token from the monster, examining which sect it belonged to. The 2 words, Ling Xiao, immediately appeared on the token. Saintus Yu Ling saw it, dumbfounded, exclaiming this, could it be Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao? However, Zhang Fan immediately refuted Saintus Yu Ling's thought. Absolutely cannot be the Heavenly Emperor. If it were the Heavenly Emperor, how could I slash it with a sword? Saintus Yu Ling sighed in fear. I was scared by the weirdness of this place. Perhaps it was someone chasing the Great Emperor before. At this moment, the monster lying on the ground quickly dissipated and disappeared. Zirong said in a deep voice, I heard the secret realm inside the Heavenly Emperor's body can transform into a small world. The tomb left by Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao, I'm afraid, is exactly that. He looked towards the door, continuing. However, the secret realm inside, the Heavenly Emperor's body was destroyed to this extent. Even the pursuers turned into monsters, swallowed by a mysterious force. It seems the great Emperor's enemy back then far exceeded our imagination. Then Zhang Fan loudly comforted everyone behind. Don't know how many such monsters are left here. Everyone, don't be distracted. Discover anything strange, attack immediately. No need to hesitate. They slowly walked forward, unaware that someone was watching them from afar. That person stood on high, holding a long sword and shouting loudly. All disciples listened to the order. Repel the enemy. Help the great emperor. Walking another distance. The surroundings were extremely terrifying. Saintess Yu Ling asked fearfully, what is happening? Why did it suddenly become pitch black? At this moment, one of them released a phoenix bird. The light of the phoenix bird quickly dispelled the darkness here. Zhang Fan frowned and reminded, although we don't know what happened, we must quickly speed up and enter the hall ahead. At this moment, the surrounding monsters stood up and roared in unison. Zirong immediately attacked them, arrogantly shouting, only know how to hide in the dark and ambush. Dare to attack this lord. Under Zirong's attack, the monsters were instantly burned to ashes. At this moment, even more monsters appeared. Zhang Fan drew his sword, ordering, don't stop. Junior sister Yiwen lead the way. I will bring up the rear. So everyone fought, engaging the monsters. Yiwen danced with her sword while reminding everyone to be careful. Chasing us is not the only case. Those immortal corpses in this secret realm, most will turn into monsters. They smashed a large group of monsters to pieces with just a few moves. Yiwen ran up the city wall and shouted, get inside quickly. There are no such monsters inside. The gates slowly closed. Inside was strangely quiet. Yu Yin screamed in horror. Master, careful ahead. At this moment, each large bell had an old man sitting there guarding. Zhang Fan reassured everyone. Should be fine. I observed earlier, standing in the hall. Those black monsters won't be able to approach. Yiwen nodded and explained. That's why I called everyone to quickly enter the hall just now. Lu Ru, standing beside, heard this, happily praising, as expected of Sister Yiwen. Both beautiful and careful. While we were feeling tense because of the surrounding environment, Junior sister had already noticed these details. We are 7 halls away from the center of the palace complex. Estimated that at the center, the number of monsters will be even greater. Elder Yiwen said loudly. Junior sister is right. Zhang Fan agreed with her opinion. Junior sister Yiwen, and everyone, you've worked hard. All for my inheritance, putting everyone in such danger. Senior brother Zhang, you are too polite saying that. Right now, I am very curious about the decisive battle that happened here back then. Then let's not talk about those things. If you need my help in the future, just call me. Wait, Saintess Yu Ling exclaimed. Young master, be careful. Zhang Fan also realized very quickly. He attacked that monster. After dealing with it, he turned back to everyone. It seems the number of monsters outside is not small. Let's rest a bit. Several people gathered around the fire. Master, why did they place 7 bronze bells on the ground? Naturally, to set up the 7-star formation. This kind of formation is usually used for protection or suppression. They looked up. Master, is there something wrong with these immortal corpses? This 7-star bronze bell formation looks like it has protective and exorcising effects. But they still died. However, this is not the key point. I just noticed this 7-star formation has lost its protective and exorcising effects. Hearing these words, everyone gaped, because they were surprised to discover that bell actually moved to a different position. That was the original position of the bell. This bell has been moved by someone. Zhang Fan pondered. The situation in the secret realm is complicated. Everyone be careful. Zhang Fan turned back to remind them. Yiwen looked up at the hole in the roof, muttering, outside should be safer. Let's leave here quickly. They all assumed fighting stances, looking up at the sky. Zhang Fan said firmly, there's no more noise outside. It's dawn too. Let's leave here quickly. Hearing him say so, everyone immediately rushed out. Looking at the desolate scene before them, Zhang Fan sighed helplessly. It seems a great battle happened here, and many people chasing the great emperor also died here. He prepared for battle. instructing everyone. There should be corpses here, but none are seen. I'm afraid they all turned into monsters in the dark. Everyone be careful. Leave here quickly. Turning back to look, suddenly the Dark Knight Demon King's face turned pale, exclaiming, "The corpses of the immortals are gone." Everyone heard this and turned around in surprise to look. Zhang Fan said, "It's still early. We won't rest in the next hall. Go through directly." After speaking, he quickly crossed the battlefield, thinking in his heart, did great Emperor Lingxiao, before his death, defeat the enemy fighting him? A moment later, a ruined city appeared in front of them. Zhang Fan said to everyone, "It seems the central area of this great battle is the center of the Qi Sea secret realm. The situation might be even more complicated and dangerous than we imagined. Everyone be careful. Set off." After speaking, he led everyone rushing forward. Beams of light appeared, blocking their way. Yulian shouted loudly, "Careful," Ruth said. "Let me handle it. Everyone don't stop." After speaking, she summoned a fire phoenix, opening a path for them. After this move passed, Lu Ru was exhausted. She was about to fall, but was caught by Yuan, Junior's sister Ru. "Focus on recovering. Let me protect you on the next path." A sea of fire swept over. The scene was extremely terrifying. Everyone finally crossed the ruined area. Unexpectedly, in the great Emperor's secret realm, even the plants in the forest are controlled by some strange force. If not for Fairy Ru's profound Taoist magic, I'm afraid we would have difficulty passing through so easily. Huh, that is natural. I am the vermilion bird of the immortal realm, best at controlling flames. Right, just call me sister. Yes, Sister Ru. Now, Zhang Fan, you arrange things. Everyone rest for a while. Recover your state. Later we have to continue through this ruined area. Who knows what the great battle back then left behind. Absolutely cannot let down our guard. Yes, we definitely won't let down our guard. This place is full of broken tools. What exactly happened? Before this item was broken, it must have been top grade. It seems this place was where the great Emperor refined pills. What a pity. These medicinal herbs and pills are all top grade. Among top grade, extremely rare. Old Steward, even if they haven't lost their medicinal properties. But this secret realm has been invaded by a strange force. Who knows what these herbs and pills will turn into after use. Ahead is the end point. Everyone continue advancing. Quickly pass through this ruined area. We don't know when the sky will change. Must reach the main hall quickly. Everyone speed up. Entrée passage. I thought that wasteland was scary enough. Didn't expect there are still quite a few strange forces remaining inside. Or something. So I dare not let down my guard. The situation here is very complicated. No one knows what happened back then. Better safe than sorry. Crossing that road, the fog began to gradually dissipate. Yu Lian exclaimed. Everyone looked quickly. "Master, what should we do now?" Her face was extremely terrified. In front of them was a magnificent city. Below were lifelike stone statues. Yu Lian asked, "Are these corpses the immortals from back then?" The aura on them seemed still alive. Must have had their lives stolen in an instant. Zhang Fan suddenly requested, "Everyone don't make a sound later." Quietly passed by them. Shan Kong immediately covered his mouth. "I guarantee not to make a sound." Yu Lian silently reminded herself absolutely not to touch them. Then Lu Ru breathed a sigh of relief. Finally passed. Passing by them just now, I didn't even dare to breathe. She said. Zirong heard and retorted, "We are all immortals. Can go without breathing. It's fine if you don't breathe." Lu Ru, "Only speak if necessary." Then she said seriously, "However, although 10,000 years have passed, some immortal corpses still emit powerful force. This kind of majesty, I only felt on some immortal lords." Shan Kong asked, "Do the fairy and young master mean? Among these immortals, there are also powerful figures like immortal lords? Why did such powerful experts die in this square so unbelievably?" Zhang Fan also pondered. This is indeed an extremely strange scene. Hard to imagine. Those about to become saints, even immortal kings, immortal emperors, including immortal lords dominating a region of the 9 realms. All died here silently. Then Zhang Fan called Chunrangan. "The people of the Sanus clan have always guarded this secret realm. Did your ancestors leave any records?" Chunrangan replied, "Actually, many secrets of the clan are only passed to the next saintess. But I remember father mentioning. My great-grandfather once followed a strong expert. He can also be considered the founder of my clan. But I'm afraid it will disappoint you. Thinking carefully at the time my clan was established, the ancestors all passed away early. Moreover, there are no records of why the strong expert they were loyal to guarded here. This makes me suspect. My ancestor, was he a deserter? Only Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao didn't pursue it, instead letting us guard the Heavenly Emperor's tomb. Zhang Fan said, wait until we reach the central area. Everything will be clear. We will also know what happened back then. Suddenly, Yu Lian warned. Master, careful. They are moving. Zhang Fan immediately looked over, suspicious and uncertain in his heart. Why is it like this? Why did they suddenly move? As soon as they opened the main gate, those stone statues moved, walking towards this side, mouths still shouting, Your Highness, Your Highness. Those stone statues emitted a chilling Yin aura. The leader spoke gloomily. Your Highness, open the door. Your Highness, open the door. The great emperor has returned. The great emperor defeated the enemy and returned. Another one also said happily, opened. The great emperor opened the door. We are finally safe, protected by his majesty. Zhang Fan signaled everyone to keep quiet. Those stone statues walked into the hall one by one. Yu Yin breathed a sigh of relief then, saying, they went in. Scare me to death. Zhang Fan was slightly puzzled. Could it be the corpses of the allied forces were also affected? Mutated? But it seems there is something in the hall attracting them. He pondered for a moment, then decided, let's go in and take a look too. Suddenly the Dark Knight Demon King trembled ceaselessly, saying, Master, the great emperor in the mouths of those immortal lords. Could it be Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao? Zhang Fan scratched his head. Guessing, could be. But they said they couldn't enter the hall when alive. Why couldn't they enter? He was puzzled. So he asked Yuan, what do you think? Couldn't enter. Proves the owner of this place refused to let them in. This hall might be the central control of the entire Secret Realms formation. So the defensive power is extremely strong. Also because of this, it wasn't affected by the Great War. But without the corresponding authority, others basically cannot enter. Hearing this, Zhang Fan rubbed his chin in thought. Feeling what Yuan said made sense. No wonder no matter what expression was on their faces, their bodies all automatically walked towards the hall. Must have wanted to hide in the hall. Then Yuan added, they were all desperate in the end, because they couldn't enter the hall. Everyone said, what was the master controlling the hall thinking at that time? Zhang Fan replied, as long as we go inside, we can investigate clearly. Hope there won't be any difficulties. Then Zhang Fan and everyone went inside. Yu Lian commented, the layout here is very similar to the previous halls. At this moment, Lu Ru used the golden bird to illuminate the path, lighting the way for everyone. They encountered another group of stone statues ahead. They were sitting around the feet of a statue. Zhang Fan recognized. That was the statue of Great Emperor Ling Xiao. Yuan asked, are they subordinates of Great Emperor Ling Xiao? Yuan looked puzzled. Why are there no immortals controlling the secret realm formation in the hall? Where did they go? Ru said, let me check a bit. The golden bird flew over to check. After a while, Lu Ru reported, besides us, didn't detect anyone else. Zhang Fan explained, the Great Emperor's subordinates in the secret realm all contributed a portion of strength to help the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor would also protect them. Therefore, this central hall controlling the formation cannot have immortals guarding it. Moreover, it would be at least a powerhouse at the level of Immortal Monarch. This is the important issue. Did those immortals go ahead of us? Yuan asked in confusion. At this time, Yuan called out to Zhang Fan, don't forget our original purpose. Brother, you should go accept the inheritance first. Hearing Messenger Wen Shuang's reminder, Zhang Fan replied, I almost forgot. Liao Ru also chimed in. If not for Sister Wen Shuang's reminder, I would also have been confused by the mysterious and strange situation in this secret realm, forgetting the main business. Then Zhang Fan pointed in a direction and said, then, based on the intent the Tianyan continent's great emperor transmitted to me, immediately pass through this main hall. Passing through this main hall is the altar. The inheritance is right there. Let's go. Zhang Fan and everyone passed through the statues. Arriving at a place, Zhang Fan reached out and pushed the large door open. Inside was a long, deep staircase. Zhang Fan pointed it out. Go down along this long staircase, and we'll arrive. Everyone stared straight ahead without blinking. Zhang Fan sighed. Everyone wait for me here a moment. I'm going to accept the inheritance. Sorry to trouble you all. Zhang Fan thought to himself. The Great Emperor's aura is right up there. Only the final step is missing. Just after walking a few steps, Zhang Fan suddenly felt someone wanted to snatch the inheritance. It turned out to be one of those immortal monarch statues. Inheritance. The Great Emperor's inheritance has opened. I am the Great Emperor's heir. Zhang Fan was about to draw his sword when suddenly Great Emperor Ling Xiao appeared. He reached out his hand, ordering loudly, "Stand down." The immortal screamed loudly, "I am not resigned." He ran down in a panic, but was struck by Great Emperor Ling Xiao's lightning tribulation. That immortal's body turned to ash and vanished into space. Zhang Fan was stunned by the scene before him. Exactly what did this immortal do when he was alive? At this time, Great Emperor Ling Xiao smiled and welcomed Zhang Fan. "Brat, come on up. It seems the vision I left in Tianyuan wasn't bad. Come accept my inheritance. The outside world has passed through tens of thousands of years. Presumably, everyone is long forgotten. My name, Ling Xiao." Zhang Fan opened his mouth to comfort him. The Great Emperor's reputation. Although mortals don't know it, but in the immortal realm, your inheritance is a juicy piece of meat. Countless people covet it. Then you touched the inheritance. Your mind seemed to wander into another time and space. There, only you and Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao existed. The pressure of the source became heavier and heavier. Is this the power of a Heavenly Emperor? One sword to split heaven and earth, opening up chaos. Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao smiled and advised, "Brat, cultivate hard. Don't damage my reputation. The Tianyan realm is just mediocre in this heaven realm. I didn't expect that besides me, a heaven's chosen like you would appear. Do your best, my heir." Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. "All right, since you've accepted my inheritance, Brat, I have a favor to ask of you. Fulfill a wish for me." Hearing this, he thought to himself, the Heavenly Emperor wants to ask me. I'm afraid it's something the Heavenly Emperor didn't finish in the Great War last time. The enemies faced in this Great War. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao finally spoke. "Someone as smart as you must have already guessed what I want to do. I spent my whole life suppressing 4 evil demons, originally intending to wait until they were weakened by suppression to destroy them. I didn't expect to be ambushed and attacked by enemies. I didn't have time to deal with them." Then he reached out his hand, telling you, "This place is where they are suppressed." Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao continued to reveal, "I have made some arrangements. Their strength has certainly not died out, but their origin has certainly been depleted quite a bit. It will turn into essence. At that time, it can be used to improve your strength." Hearing this, he immediately accepted the order, admiring him in his heart, as expected of the Ling Xiao immortal emperor, whose name once shook all the heavens and myriad realms. Even after being suppressed, he could still seize the source of immortality and exist for tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid it's a difference in power levels. He alone could suppress 4 of them. Then you asked, "So what exactly happened here back then?" He sighed, saying, "I don't know where the enemy came from either. Their power is different from the 9 Nether and the Tai Su evil demons, and they possess a strange ability to silently warp the minds of others. At that time, I came to this star field in pursuit of the enemy. Unexpectedly, I was ambushed. Just as I was fighting the mysterious enemy, the secret realm guarded within my body helped me respond. But suddenly, someone inside fell to their influence. They sealed the Great Formation and began to slaughter each other. They even used a secret art to disrupt the flow of my mortal power." After hearing this, Zhang Fan asked, "Could it be that these were the immortals whose minds were seized by the strange power in the secret realm?" The other party nodded silently. Although this battle ultimately failed to completely annihilate the enemy, the final victor was still me. I suppressed them in 5 locations within this star field. Once you have mastered the inheritance, take my sword and go deal with them." Zhang Fan replied loudly, "This junior understands. This mysterious enemy, and the 4 great emperors who suppressed them back then. I will see the task through." Ling Xiao, immortal emperor, added, "I don't know where this mysterious enemy comes from, but I vaguely feel it's related to someone in the upper nine heavens, immortal realm. And as the years have passed, I have no way of knowing how the outside world has changed. You must be extremely careful. Hearing this, an image flashed through Zhang Fan's mind. He said, "This junior understands. I will definitely act with caution and prudence." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Ling Xiao, immortal emperor, grew increasingly faint. Rest assured, young man, you must strive to improve your cultivation. Your current cultivation level is still too low. You cannot tarnish my reputation. After giving his instructions, the figure of Ling Xiao, immortal emperor, vanished in a brilliant flash of light. Tong Yulian was a little worried. "Master, will you be all right?" Where the light disappeared, a sword appeared. Zhang Fan flew up to catch it. He thought to himself, this must be the immortal sword that accompanied Ling Xiao, immortal emperor, throughout his life of conquest. Moreover, in this secret realm where flying is forbidden, I can actually fly now. Afterward, Zhang Fan regrouped with everyone. Tong Yulian asked happily, Master, did you receive the inheritance of the Ling Xiao, immortal emperor?" He smiled and replied, "Of course. However, the great emperor also has a few things he needs my help with. As his successor, I naturally cannot shirk my responsibility." Lu Ruo looked around. Where is the great emperor? Although not everyone in all the immortal realms knows of Ling Xiao, immortal emperor, not everyone knows of him. But for someone like me who knows his deeds well, I truly admire him. "Sister," Zhang Fan explained, "what passed the inheritance to me was just the last lingering will that the great emperor left in this world. I have received the inheritance, and the things he needed to entrust to me have been entrusted. So the great emperor's will has naturally dissipated." Lu Ruo said with some regret. "Is that so? Before we came in, I was really looking forward to talking with the great emperor about his glorious campaigns in the nine heavens." Yuan Yuan then started a conversation with Zhang Fan. "What did the Ling Xiao, immortal emperor, ask you to do?" Zhang Fan hesitated a little. Yuan Yuan advised, "Don't hide it. For a great emperor to entrust something to someone before his will dissipates, it must not be a simple matter." Hearing this, Zhang Fan could only say, "I knew I couldn't hide anything from someone as smart as you, Sister Yuan." Then he took out a map, explaining, "These 4 points of light are the evil demons who were defeated by the great emperor back then. They were suppressed by the great emperor. What I need to do now is go and deal with them, and secure the origin sources that the great emperor seized. At the same time, I must eliminate these evil demons." Yuan Yuan pointed and asked, "Then what is the 5th point of light?" "It looks like the chaotic sea star field." Zhang Fan said, "That's right. They're all in the chaotic sea star field." Zhu Rong then spoke up. "Senior brother Zhang, these 5 places, are they where the great emperor suppressed those alien races one by one after the Great War?" After hearing Zhang Fan's praise, everyone nodded, indicating that they had also figured out the whole story. This way, Zhang Fan didn't have to bother explaining. Afterward, Zhang Fan led everyone back. Yuan Yuan shook her head, saying, "Let's leave this place first. We'll find a place to sit down outside and discuss this slowly." Returning to the clan chief's tomb, Zhang Fan got straight to the point. "I need to go help the great emperor deal with some enemies that he didn't have time to finish off." Yuan Yuan suggested, "For now, you should go into seclusion and cultivate the inheritance the great emperor left for you. After that, we will defeat the enemies one by one." Qin Yuling also chimed in. "Young master, rest assured, while you are in seclusion cultivating, my great uncle and I will mobilize our clansmen and go to those 5 places to gather intelligence." Zhang Fan stood up and replied, "Then I'll have to trouble Senior Chun and the Saintess." Then Zhang Fan spoke again. "Senior and Saintess, I've already accepted the inheritance. The 2 of you no longer need to continue guarding the great emperor's tomb. After all, no one knows if those mysterious powers will leak out. You 2 can rest assured and plan for the future of your clan." Tang Rongin replied with a smile. "Young Master Zhang, don't worry. We already have a plan. Moreover, we are also preparing to leave this place." Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. I'll go into seclusion first. I'll leave the rest to all of you." The scene changes to the outdoors. Qin Yuling explained to Zhang Fan, "This is one of the 5 places where the great emperor sealed his enemies. It's recorded on the star map. Because the environment here is complex, The situation is also extremely chaotic. Zhang Fan asked, is the entire chaotic sea star field like this? At this moment, Tong Yulian cleared her throat, saying, Master, according to the intelligence we disciples have gathered recently, the chaotic sea star field is indeed quite chaotic. However, the black domain ring here is rather unique. Zhang Fan stroked his chin in thought. Yuan added, this speculation is correct. The 5 places where the great emperor sealed the alien races are all very special areas within the chaotic sea star field. At this moment, Tong Yulian stepped forward to report to her master. Although the disciples have not yet found the specific location of the seal, we can roughly determine that within the black domain ring, there are several places that are different from the others. The natives here are also a bit peculiar. Qin Yuling continued. The natives of these 2 continents both possess a special ability. After reaching adulthood, they can control their own shadows. Initially, my clan and the entire chaotic sea star field thought this was their clan's innate talent. Hearing this, Zhang Fan guessed. The alien races are very similar to the strange things we encountered in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Qin Yuling replied. Moreover, the natives in the other 4 places also have their own unique characteristics. Some clansmen can transfer their injuries. Some clansmen are mentally unstable and can go berserk at any time. As she was speaking, Zhang Fan's ship approached another ship. On that ship, a burly man pointed forward, saying, Haha, everyone look, there's a boat here flying the flag of the black domain ring, and it dares to loiter around here. That ship suddenly turned around. Tong Yulian said, Master, this is also a special feature of the chaotic sea star field. You'll get used to it. The pirate said excitedly. Huh, so many beautiful girls, brothers. I can't believe we've found such a fat sheep as soon as we arrived. We need to act fast. Zhu Tsong stepped forward and said, Leave them to me. The pirates laughed loudly. Did you guys hear what that kid said? He wants to take us on all by himself. Zhu Tsong said nothing. He just snapped his fingers.